Upon exiting the Harry Potter merchandise shop, I unexpectedly found myself in Diagon Alley. So, have I truly arrived in the world of my dreams, the realm of Harry Potter? However, I have no desire to be the protagonist or the savior. I merely wish to lead my humble badger-like existence. Yet, after a year of living this way, I suddenly heard a mechanical voice state, "Please select your target for going out." I was perplexed. Is this not the world of Harry Potter? When I beheld the new arrival, what? Her name is Soul Black? Is this not the Otome game of HP I played in my previous life? Have I entered an HP Otome game? Yet, fortunately, I remain merely a background character. Hee, it matters not. I shall continue to live my days in this manner. Nevertheless, it seems that circumstances are shifting. Chapter 1. Traversing HP. London, England. King's Cross Station. The Harry Potter shop at Platform 9. This is the very place where I currently find myself. Indeed, I am particularly fond of Harry Potter. Although it was initially recommended to me by my literature teacher, once I began reading, I became utterly captivated. Now that I finally possess some money, I simply must check in while in the UK. I purchased my Hufflepuff badge and necklace, but that hardly suffices. Thus, I eagerly acquired each house's merchandise. And of course wands. The wand is of utmost importance. Ultimately, I selected the acceptance letter to Hogwarts that my lost owl failed to deliver. Oh, how splendid. With great delight, I opened the door and stepped outside. However, it seemed as if something was amiss. Is this still London? Is this not Diagon Alley? I remained in a state of confusion. Surely, I must have taken a wrong turn. Consequently, I opened the door intending to retreat, only to discover that this merchandise shop was no longer the same. In disbelief, I approached the front, only to find that the gilded sign had faded, inscribed with Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. Good afternoon. An elderly gentleman blinked his eyes, which resembled two crescent moons. I scratched my head, wondering who this might be. Are you here to purchase a wand? Although everything felt exceedingly strange, as a well-mannered student from China, I confidently produced the wand I had previously acquired from the shop, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. I already possess one." The elderly man exclaimed in astonishment, stepping forward to tentatively inquire, "May I have a look?" I nodded in affirmation. "Of course, please." The old man took the wand, inspecting it from various angles, and remarked, "Oh, a Merlin. I have never encountered such a splendid wand." Indeed, this was the one I had personally selected, ensuring its exquisite beauty. He gently waved it, uttering incantations that were incomprehensible to me, orchid in bloom. To my amazement, my wand blossomed. Yes, you heard correctly. It bloomed. I was utterly unprepared for this revelation. It turned out to be a magical instrument, suggesting my expenditure was not in vain. The elderly gentleman returned the wand to me, saying, "Thank you, beautiful miss." I, astonished, inquired, "May I ask how you accomplished that?" The old man displayed a puzzled expression and cleared his throat. "Perhaps you will discover the answer upon your entrance to Hogwarts." Hogwarts? Indeed. You have received your acceptance letter, haven't you? I produced the acceptance letter I had purchased, sealed with a purple wax emblem. The elderly man took the letter, opening the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Knight of Merlin, First-Class Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. Dear Miss White, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We await your owl's response by July 31st. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. I was taken aback. My name is Bicei. However, my father's surname is White, as he is English. After my mother's passing, I came to England to live with my father, yet our relationship was rather distant. My mother met my father while studying in England, and they fell in love. However, their differing ideologies led to their separation. I returned to my homeland with my mother, but her health deteriorated, and before she passed, she entrusted me to my father. Thus I began living with him. But why does this letter bear the surname White? None of this made sense to me. Surely, this must be a dream. May I ask, who are you? I pondered, inquiring after the elderly gentleman's name. Ollivander. Could it be that I was in Ollivander's wand shop? My goodness. In a daze, I noticed a young girl, approximately 11 years of age, reflected in the glass. She was gazing at me, and so I returned her gaze. She, like me, possessed black hair and pale blue eyes, truly remarkable. Unconsciously, I scratched the back of my head, and the girl in the glass mirrored my actions. Good heavens! I gasped in astonishment. Ollivander, observing my peculiar behavior, inquired, "What is the matter?" I collided forcefully with the glass, feeling a sharp sting, which rendered me momentarily subdued. Goodness gracious! Not only had I traversed into the world of Harry Potter, but I had also been transformed into a child. Chapter 2. Encounter with Cho-Chang. Mr. Ollivander gently placed his hand on my forehead, advising me to refrain from colliding my head against the glass any longer. Although I had inexplicably found myself in the world of Harry Potter, I was not the least bit flustered. After all, I had perused the Harry Potter encyclopedia, making this experience rather effortless for me. Effortless. I had no desire to be the protagonist or the savior, yet that did not diminish my intrigue. Might I inquire if Mr. Potter has ever graced this place with his presence? For heaven's sake, he is the savior. I simply must meet him. Mr. Potter? Oh, perhaps you are referring to Harry Potter? The silver irises of Ollivander reflected my joyful countenance. Indeed, sir, I replied. He shook his head, indicating that Mr. Potter had yet to reach the age for schooling. I scratched my head, pondering if I had arrived prematurely. Mr. Ollivander returned my trust and encouraged me to procure the other items I needed to buy. However, I found myself lacking in galleons. I possessed only pounds and pennies. Sir, what shall I do if I have no galleons? A look of confusion crossed Ollivander's face. Indeed, how could it be? I had managed to acquire a wand without having galleons. Thus, I rummaged through my bag and discovered that what I thought were pennies were, in fact, galleons. Mr. Ollivander informed me that this was indeed a galleon. My dear child, do you not recognize a galleon? He appeared genuinely concerned that I might have been deceived. But I, child. He gently patted my back, bent down, and urged me to go purchase the items you need. I nodded obediently, thanking you, esteemed Mr. Ollivander. He seemed to suppress a chuckle, perhaps amused by my flowery language akin to a young Shakespeare. In any case, after departing from Ollivander's wand shop, I resolved to visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As a diligent individual from Huaxia, I had internalized the art of frugality. The seasonal garments at Madame Malkin's were discounted by 50%, which was simply splendid for me. After selecting the essentials, I picked out several seasonally appropriate outfits, all imbued with a quintessential British flair, particularly the English overcoats, which I adored. Being a person who naturally flows with the tide, I easily adapted to this world. Although I was somewhat anxious at first, that sense of unease had long dissipated. My apologies. As I stepped back to admire a garment, I inadvertently bumped into someone. The individual before me bore a striking resemblance to a Huaxia native, with lustrous black hair and brown eyes, remarkably beautiful, evoking a sense of familiarity, as if encountering an old friend in a foreign land. Thus, I inquired in Huaxia, "Are you Chinese?" She waved her hands, indicating her lack of comprehension, and asked if I could speak English. I then repeated my question in English. She shook her head and replied in English, "No, I am of Chinese descent." Oh, so she was of Chinese heritage. Though a tad disappointing, it was of no consequence. She was exceedingly lovely, and I found myself quite fond of her. Beauty begets beauty. After all, hello, my name is C.I. Bai. This is my Huaxia name, but you may also call me C.I. White. The translation of Bai into English is white, and thus, the surname White phonetically becomes Huaite. The enchanting young lady before me smiled slightly, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Cho-Chang. Are you also a student at Hogwarts?" Goodness. It was none other than Miss Cho-Chang. One of my greatest regrets was that she ultimately chose to marry a Muggle. How heartbroken she must have been upon Cedric's demise. However, I did not wish to alter anything. My sincerest apologies, Cho, for I am inherently averse to change. And the butterfly effect is indeed a terrifying notion. I suppressed my inner sorrow, grasped Cho's hand briefly, and then quickly released it. "Of course, Miss Chang. I am a freshman at Hogwarts." Cho beamed, revealing her adorable dimples. She must have found my words overly formal. "White, let us be a little more relaxed. There is no need to address me as Miss, for I am also a freshman. It feels rather odd." I nodded in agreement. "Very well. May I call you Cho?" "Of course." Holding the garments I had purchased from Madame Malkin's, I inquired where Cho intended to go next. Regrettably, she needed to buy a wand, while I had already acquired mine, thus preventing us from accompanying one another. "Farewell, Cho. I look forward to seeing you again at Hogwarts." A radiant smile adorned Cho's face, resembling a sunflower, as she waved goodbye to me. Chapter 3. Cedric and the Twins. The next destination on my itinerary was the Elop's Owl Emporium. What young wizard would not desire to possess their very own owl? My owl was a snowy owl, indeed, like Harry's, though not nearly as exquisite as Hedwig. Upon exiting, I overheard numerous young wizards engaged in discussions about Quidditch, all of them fixated on the flying broomsticks displayed in the window. Yes, that beloved pastime of all male characters in Harry Potter, equally as cherished as football or basketball among muggles. How thrilling, the flying broomsticks. However, they were not the Nimbus 2000, for the year was 1990, and the Nimbus 2000 had yet to be released. It would not be available until the following year. Truth be told, in my childhood, I had partaken in such folly as believing an ordinary broom could serve as a flying broomstick. Always fantasizing about the possibility of a miracle occurring. What if I could fly? Haha. In order to prevent any actual flying, I would ride my broom in open fields. Though it appeared rather silly, I was genuinely overjoyed. Perhaps this was what love felt like. Among the crowd stood a remarkably handsome boy, with raven black hair and bright gray eyes, intently gazing at the broomsticks in the window, accompanied by two identical red-haired boys. Oh, based on my observations, those two identical red-haired boys could only be George and Fred Weasley. As for distinguishing between George and Fred, my sincerest apologies. But I could not tell them apart at the moment. They were even more dashing than depicted in the films. But who was that striking black-haired boy? Unbeknownst to me, I had been staring at them for quite some time. Hey, miss, one of them called. Why are you staring at us? I lowered my gaze, my apologies. It was unintentional. I truly only encountered you in books and films before, which is why I inadvertently stared. One of the red-haired boys draped an arm around the other's shoulder, teasingly nudging him. Hey, you know she is actually looking at me, right? Hey, Fred, I believe this young lady is actually gazing at me. I raised my hand. I'm sorry. In truth, I was looking at him. I pointed to the handsome black-haired boy, for I had indeed been watching him most of the time, intrigued by his striking appearance. You mean Cedric? Fred exclaimed dramatically. George elbowed his older brother. Hey, Diggory is definitely more handsome than you. Unable to contain my laughter, I was not surprised. The twins were amusing, even when serious. However, that boy was indeed Cedric Diggory. Though he did not resemble his film portrayal, he was still incredibly handsome. Cedric seemed to have overheard our conversation and approached us. He greeted Fred and George first before turning his gaze towards me. His eyes were enchanting, reminiscent of the ethereal beauty found in traditional Chinese landscape paintings, where mist dances delicately amongst the mountains and waters. I realize my description may be perplexing, but it is that refreshing and comforting sensation of being immersed in such an ambience. He extended his hand, greeting me with, "Hello, I am Cedric Diggory. After the term begins, I will be a second-year student at Hogwarts." I took his hand and replied, "Hello, I am C.I. White, hailing from China." As Cedric was neither Chinese nor of Chinese descent, I decided against making it overly challenging for him to differentiate. He inclined his head slightly, his demeanor courteous as he said, "Greetings, Miss White." I nodded back, "Hello, Mr. Diggory." Suddenly, Fred interjected, "Hello, I am Fred Weasley." "I know," I replied. He looked a bit startled yet proud, even casting a teasing glance at his younger brother. "Hey, George, I am already the famous Weasley." George, with a hint of curiosity, inquired how I knew that. He appeared somewhat skeptical about his brother's notoriety. "Because you just shouted his name." "Oh, indeed." George grinned mischievously, making a face at Fred. Cedric asked if I was a new student at Hogwarts. "Of course." "Oh, that's splendid. Which house do you wish to join?" Fred asked with keen interest. I smiled silently. Primarily to tease them. "Are you aware of Gryffindor?" The brave Gryffindor. I knew that the two of them would soon be second-year students, alongside Cedric. Cedric recommended I join Hufflepuff, as he belonged to that house. "So, how will I know which house I will be sorted into?" "I know the answer," Fred exclaimed. "You need to battle a troll." "Oh, really?" I pretended to ponder seriously, knowing he had tricked Ron in the same manner, but I was no Ron. "However, I have already fought a dragon. Does that count?" In the outside world, one's identity is self-assigned. "Oh, really?" George looked somewhat excited. "Of course not." I doused their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Fred appeared taken aback, likely impressed that I dared to deceive the great Weasley. I shrugged and smiled. It goes both ways. Fred and George pretended to be angry, attempting to prank me. I retrieved the Gryffindor badge and necklace I had bought earlier, though regrettably, I only had one of each. Thus, I offered them the choice, as a gift, one for each of you. Choose wisely. The two visibly struggled with the decision. In truth, I had also purchased matching dolls of Hedwig and Dobby, as well as Harry's glasses and temporary tattoos, all tucked away in my suitcase. However, my suitcase had a vintage design, making it fitting for the year 1990. After a prolonged deliberation, Fred proposed, "Hey, George, you take one day, and I'll take the other." George agreed. That way, everyone will be able to tell us apart. Fred picked up the badge while George took the necklace. Mimicking a cute gesture, I winked and then presented Cedric with the Hufflepuff badge, offering it as a token of our first meeting. "Indeed, this is a gift from China." Cedric's eyes widened in surprise as he hesitated to speak. "Do I also get one?" I nodded affirmatively, of course. Cedric looked utterly flabbergasted. nearly leading me to believe I was an emperor from ancient times bestowing favor upon a concubine. You are indeed Hufflepuff. Naturally. Are you not Hufflepuff? Fred queried about the origin of my badge. I couldn't very well confess that I had bought it from a nearby shop, considering that it had now transformed into Ollivander S1 shop. I had it custom-made. Custom-made? Yes, it's something the Muggles helped create. Wow, a marvelous Muggle toy. I wanted to clarify that it was not merely a toy. Thus, I leaned closer, taking the badge from his hands to demonstrate how to wear it properly. I had always thought that boys carried unpleasant odors, yet Fred possessed a subtle fragrance that was quite pleasant. All set. I gently tapped the Gryffindor badge. Fred seemed to blush, scratching the back of his head as he glanced at the badge on his chest. Cool. Thanks. No need for thanks. I'm just glad you like it. George then produced the necklace, requesting my assistance. I was more than willing. After all, helping others brings joy. I instructed him to lower himself a bit, as he was taller than I. George felt warm to the touch, but I paid it no mind. Even though male body temperatures tend to be lower than those of females, while female hand temperatures are generally cooler. All done. George traced his fingers over the design on the necklace, genuinely appearing to enjoy it. Well, I have matters to attend to. Shall I take my leave? Fred looked rather disappointed. Oh well, farewell. George also bid me goodbye. Goodbye. This lady from China. Cedric waved at me. See you at Hogwarts. Indeed, see you at Hogwarts. I am increasingly looking forward to the start of the term. Chapter 4, Platform 9. After bidding farewell to the three of them, I completed my remaining purchases, including a cauldron, telescope, brass scales, and related books. Everything was acquired, yet I still lacked a train ticket. In Diagon Alley, I did not know anyone, so perhaps I could try my luck at the Leaky Cauldron. Diagon Alley number 1. This was the address of the Leaky Cauldron. The proprietor was a wizard. His hair sparse, his mouth devoid of teeth, and his face lined with wrinkles, making him appear quite elderly. Hey, Tom, another drink, please. So his name was Tom. Tom noticed me as the light from outside streamed in. Ah, a little wizard has arrived. I hastily shook my head. I do not drink. I am here to find someone. Is Hagrid here? Tom nodded, his head bobbing like a garlic bulb. Hagrid. A towering giant rose, approaching like a mountain. What do you need? I showed him my acceptance letter. I do not know where to procure a ticket. I need to attend school on September 1st. Hagrid broke into a warm smile, appearing very amiable. I appreciated Hagrid's honest and reassuring presence. Oh, Miss White, I happen to have an extra ticket. Here you go. Oh, really? Thank you so much. I accepted the ticket, which bore the date of September 1st. To express my gratitude, I retrieved a Chinese knot from my small bag, of which I had plenty. Hagrid was puzzled by the object. I explained that it symbolizes happiness and safety. Ah, Chinese culture, so profound and vast. Overwhelmed with joy, I couldn't resist embracing Hagrid. I had longed to hug his large belly while watching the films, and now I had finally fulfilled that wish. Hagrid, being exceptionally kind, returned the embrace. He even accompanied me back to the Muggle world. However, I was uncertain if the place I lived still existed. After all, my world was 2024's England. Following the threads of memory, I arrived at my father's residence, only to find it an empty house, with C.I. White inscribed outside. To my surprise, this was indeed my home, albeit one I now occupied alone. After dragging my luggage into the house, I first prepared a comfortable environment for my beloved owl. As my English is not particularly proficient, I found myself at a loss for a name, so I settled on calling it Snowball, due to its plumpness and snowy white feathers. Snowball, come here. The owl obediently approached me, demonstrating an astonishing level of intelligence. Once Snowball was settled, I tidied up my suitcase a bit. I had also brought along items I previously purchased from nearby shops. Since Autumn had yet to be sorted into a house, I hesitated to give her the Ravenclaw badge, planning instead to present it to her after the sorting ceremony. King's Cross Station remained unchanged, thank goodness, or I might have missed my train. Soon, I found Platform 9. Hey, White, marvelous Miss Huaxia. I turned at the sound, and there stood the Weasley family, all gathered together except for Arthur and Bill Weasley. Mr. Arthur was likely busy with work, while Bill had already graduated and was employed at Gringotts in Egypt. Among them, Charlie Weasley was in his final year of schooling. I gave a slight bow to them, introducing myself. Mrs. Weasley, I am C.C. White. Aunt Molly greeted me with a smile. Hello, Miss White. Charlie inquired curiously how I knew the twins, who then proudly showcased the gifts I had given them. A boy with freckles and red hair, standing to Aunt Molly's left, tugged at her hand, saying, Why do Fred and George have gifts, and I don't? Hey, little Ron, you can't have everything. Yes, this is our exclusive. Feeling a bit helpless, I produced 7 Huaxia knots and presented them to Aunt Molly. Winking at the lovely little Ginny on her right, this is a lovely gift for you and your family. Hey, why are there only 7? Fred leaned closer. I turned to him, replying, because you and George already have some. Oh, how did you know I was Fred? Intuition. Truly, it is intuition. Aunt Molly appeared as pleasantly surprised as Cedric had been. Initially, she hesitated to accept my gift, but I insisted, and finally, she accepted it, saying, "Thank you so much. Kind child." I smiled, replying, "No need to thank me." I explained the significance of the Huaxia knot, and she appreciated it even more, considering their work's inherent dangers. After exchanging pleasantries, we proceeded onto Platform 9. It felt quite surreal, as I had never experienced passing through a wall before. Initially, I was apprehensive about colliding with it, but I eventually made it through. It was undeniably cool. The roar of the train resonated in my heart. I boarded the train, managing my luggage, and found an empty compartment, with Fred and George helping me with my bags. Once everything was arranged, Fred and George naturally seated themselves across from me. After the train set off, Fred and George bid farewell to Aunt Molly with a kiss, and I waved to her. I truly envied their familial atmosphere. However, Ginny was crying, the poor yet adorable little Ginny. Little Ron's eyes were filled with anticipation and longing, but he would be able to come next year with Harry. Of course, along with dear Hermione. Fred exaggeratedly consoled Ginny not to cry, while George joked about bringing Ginny an old bat's black cloak as a token of missing her. Nevertheless, I could see that Ginny loved them dearly, and they reciprocated that love, sighing, today was yet another day overwhelmed by the warmth of the Weasley family's affection. "Hey, White, what are you looking at?" Fred waved. I responded honestly, witnessing your beautiful familial bond. "Oh, stop joking," George teased. "Truly, for I am alone." This admission made the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Just as I pondered how to alleviate the awkwardness, Fred and George produced an array of their proud possessions, including items like nosebleed nougat. Thankfully, sitting across from the Weasley twins made it less uncomfortable. However, I declined their offerings, as I was feeling a bit queasy from the motion of the train. Why am I feeling nauseous? I had originally intended to unwind on the train, perusing the books I had purchased, especially Standard Spells, Level 1, hoping to surreptitiously learn a few spells and astound everyone. "Oh, why are you so dull and boring like Percy?" Fred rolled his eyes dramatically. George even joked about whether I had a crush on Percy, solely because I was holding a book, though I hadn't started reading it yet. Hearing their remarks, I promptly opened the book. In the original text, Hermione admired Percy, as he was indeed an exceptional individual, having earned 12 OWL certificates, much like his brother Bill. Of course, as a Huaxia, I admired those who excelled academically, unlike Fred, George, and Ron, who deemed him the greatest fool in the world. Rather, I, like Hermione, held a bit of admiration for him. However, Percy had indeed made mistakes. Fortunately, he was a Weasley, and his heart belonged to his family. Ultimately, he returned to them, fighting for his loved ones. I believed Percy's love for his family was no less than that of anyone else in the Weasley clan. But at present, Fred and George remained unaware of this. "I'm just doing some pre-class revision. Don't you have any?" Fred shook his head. George questioned, "Why do such a silly thing?" "Of course, to earn points for the house." Fred was astonished. "You're already thinking of earning points for the house before being sorted? I hope you don't end up in Slytherin." George nodded in agreement. I understood this was the ingrained perception of Gryffindor towards Slytherin, but I felt that every house had its merits. If I were not sorted into my preferred Hufflepuff, it would be all right. Fred found the situation exceedingly dull and suggested joining George in seeking their good friend Lee Jordan, inviting me along. "Hey, come on. Together." Chapter 5, The Express Train. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, I set my book aside and followed them. Lee Jordan was located in the middle carriage, not too far from us. Accompanying him was a girl with dark brown hair and a sun-kissed complexion, seated opposite him. Fred introduced, "This is Angelina Johnson, this is Lee Jordan, and this is Cece White." Angelina stood up enthusiastically to shake my hand, followed closely by Lee. They were both in the same year as the twins in Gryffindor. "Hello." Out of habit, I presented each of them with a Huaxia knot. Fred was astonished, asking how many Huaxia knots I had left. I chuckled. "Oh, just over 1,000? In truth, it was even more. These knots were crafted by my mother, who would weave them while confined to her sickbed, finding solace in creating them during her spare moments, and then gifting them to me. After my mother passed away, no one else continued the tradition." Lee examined the Huaxia knot with curiosity, pondering its magical properties, yet found none. I explained that it served as a talisman for safety. He marveled. "Oh, the enchanting magic of the East." I exchanged a smile with Angelina, who had a fondness for the Chinese knot, which she kept in her hand. They began discussing Quidditch, and I nearly forgot to mention that Angelina was a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. However, none of them had joined yet, as first years were not allowed to participate in the team, with the exception of Harry. "Are you planning to join the Quidditch team?" Fred was the first to respond. "Oh, absolutely." George chimed in immediately. "We're in our second year now. We can try out." Angelina expressed her desire to join the Quidditch team as well. "What about you?" See, it seemed that Angelina had taken a liking to me. Ever since I entered, she had been attentive, occasionally inquiring about me and attempting to draw me into their conversations. She had even begun calling me C. I don't know, I haven't tried, I replied. You could give it a go. First years have flying lessons, and I believe you would thoroughly enjoy them. I smiled back, eagerly anticipating the experience. Being cooped up in a carriage was rather stifling, so I decided to step outside for some fresh air. As I opened the door, I inadvertently collided with a sturdy chest. The boy before me had chestnut hair, exuding an air of crispness and competence. He blinked his brown eyes and furrowed his brow slightly. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you all right? No, I should be the one apologizing. It was I who bumped into you. The boy introduced himself. Hello, I'm Oliver Wood, a fourth year at Hogwarts and the Gryffindor Quidditch team as keeper. I'm C. White, a first year at Hogwarts. Truly, Wood was a Quidditch enthusiast. And I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at his passion and dedication to the sport. However, he was not yet the captain of the Quidditch team. That title belonged to Charlie, who still played as a chaser. I must say, the Weasley family certainly had an impressive affinity for Quidditch. You're one of this year's new students. I nodded in affirmation. Could you let me pass? Wood nodded. Of course, please. I made my way to the back of the carriage, as the front was reserved for the prefects. To my delight, I spotted Cho Chang. Hi, Cho. Long time no see. See, it's been a while. Evidently, Cho and I had grown quite familiar after our second meeting, as she was already calling me C. Cho invited me to join her in her compartment. However, there was another girl inside who appeared somewhat disdainful. This was not a commentary on her appearance, but rather her gaze, as she scrutinized me, seemingly assessing whether I was worthy of her acquaintance. I found her stare unappealing. May I ask who this is? Cho looked at the girl, introducing her. This is Marietta Edgecombe, also a first year. I nodded at Cho, while Marietta Edgecombe, with her reddish gold curls, continued to regard me with an unfriendly demeanor. I surmised that she did not like me, and, naturally, I felt the same about her, especially since she was a traitor to Dumbledore's army. Yet, she seemed to treat Cho quite well. I nodded towards Marietta Edgecombe. Hello, I'm C. White. However, that was where our interaction ended. It was merely a nodding acquaintance. Marietta Edgecombe returned the gesture, perhaps out of respect for Cho. Fortunately, someone broke the silence. It was the attendant, a woman with dimples when she smiled, who cheerfully inquired if we needed anything. Oh, I must admit, I've never tried sweets from the wizarding world before. I glanced at the assortment, which included Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocogoggles, chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. I'm sorry, I only have galleons. Could you please select some for me? I handed her 2 galleons. She smiled as she accepted them, replying gently. Of course, dear. I gathered an abundance of snacks and invited Cho and Marietta to join me. However, as the scenery outside began to change, I worried that we were nearing our destination, so I didn't linger long and gave them a few pumpkin pasties before departing. Upon returning to my own compartment, I found Cedric sitting inside. He stood up as I entered, offering me his seat. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize someone was here. No problem. I shook my head. I'm here alone. Cedric happily resumed his seat. I pulled out the snacks I had just purchased and offered them to him. Cedric lowered his gaze, a gentle smile gracing his features. You must be a Hufflepuff. Why do you say that? I teased playfully. Is it because I eat a lot? Cedric shook his head. No, it's because you're generous, sincere, and you've given a gift to someone you barely know. Wow, am I really that good? Cedric looked particularly earnest, replying, yes. I smiled softly. I am indeed looking forward to joining Hufflepuff. Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for you in Hufflepuff. Cedric extended his hand with delight. I politely shook it. Well, that is still uncertain. Cedric merely smiled in response. The train seemed to have come to a halt, interrupting our conversation. However, we needn't retrieve our luggage. Surely someone would bring it for us? Fred and George glanced back at me. Cool, is that a broomstick? I looked at Fred and George, noting that their broomsticks were clean sweeps. Fred chuckled, of course. George turned to me. See, you'll have your chance next year. Fred then leaned close to me, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that was just loud enough for me to hear. How come you started calling her C? Because we're friends, right, C? George suddenly turned to me. I was taken aback for a moment, then replied, yes, George, I'm glad to be your friend. Fred leaned closer to me, almost in a teasing manner. What about me? You're certainly a friend too, Fred. I looked towards Cedric. Cedric is as well. Cedric appeared quite pleased that I referred to him by name, a faint blush of excitement coloring his cheeks. First-year students. First-year students, come here. I waved farewell to the 3 of them. I encountered Cho and Marietta Edgecombe once more, and the 3 of us proceeded together. Hi, White. It was Hagrid. I hadn't anticipated that he would be the one to greet the new students again this year. Hello, Hagrid. I joyfully hugged his large belly. Hagrid embraced me back. Cho seemed curious about how I knew Hagrid. I winked at her, whispering that I would tell her about it at Hogwarts. Cho shyly smiled and nodded. First-year students. Mind your step. Oh, White, be careful. Hagrid caught me just in time. He was truly thoughtful. Thank you, Hagrid. You're so kind. No need to thank me, White. Hagrid bashfully ruffled his bushy hair. As we traversed the muddy path, I finally glimpsed Hogwarts. Majestic and resplendent, with an air of grandeur. The ancient architecture emanated a sense of mystery and the unknown, captivating me entirely. Welcome to Hogwarts. Chapter 6, The Sorting Ceremony. Hagrid then instructed us to board the small boats. Cho, Marietta, and I climbed into one, along with a girl named Katie Bell. Is everyone on board? The imposing figure of Hagrid bellowed, navigating a boat all by himself. Onward, then. The small vessel glided smoothly through the water. Fortunate, it was a modest boat. For had it been a cruise ship, I would undoubtedly have succumbed to seasickness once more. My constitution is rather fragile. I am prone to motion sickness whether on land, in the air, or at sea. Every form of travel has afflicted me. After traversing the tunnel, we finally arrived. Hagrid, ever thoughtful, held aloft a lantern for us. Before a grand oak door, he raised his fist, as solid as stone, and knocked thrice upon the castle's entrance. How cool, a necessary ritual. The door creaked open to reveal Professor McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green robe. Hagrid inclined his head slightly. First-year students, Professor McGonagall. She adjusted her spectacles and replied, "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here." Hagrid departed, and although I felt a tinge of regret, I knew I would see him again soon. There was no need for haste. Professor McGonagall did not usher us directly into the Great Hall, but instead led us to a small chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she proclaimed. How I longed to hear those words in person, alongside my family. McGonagall shared an abundance of information regarding the significance of the sorting ceremony and other essential details. Some young wizards, upon learning they would be sorted in front of an audience, hurriedly attempted to manage their appearances. How endearing. After a brief interlude, the ghosts of Hogwarts made their entrance. The Fat Friar of Hufflepuff and Peeves the Poltergeist appeared. The Fat Friar recommended Hufflepuff, as he was a former member. A boy piped up, "I wish to be in Gryffindor." Katie Bell chimed in, "I want to be in Gryffindor too. My father was a Gryffindor." "Hello, I'm Cornelius McLaggen. What is your name?" he inquired of Katie. She shyly smiled. "Hello, I'm Katie Bell." So, the boy was Cornelius McLaggen. "Oh, I prefer Ravenclaw." A bespectacled boy interjected, boasting about himself. His name was Eddie Carmichael. Soon after, Professor McGonagall returned and guided us into the Great Hall. I found myself standing between Autumn Zhang and Marietta Ekmo. Katie was positioned at the front with Cornelius and Eddie. The night sky sparkled above us. The enchanted ceiling mirrored the heavens outside. Truly, wizards know how to indulge in beauty. Candles floated in the air. To be honest, I was quite anxious that one might topple over and ignite a fire. It felt perilous, so I kept my gaze lowered as I walked. The hall featured 4 long tables, each representing one of the 4 houses. Ravenclaw to the far left, next to it Gryffindor, followed by Hufflepuff, and finally Slytherin on the far right. As we traversed the central aisle, Fred and George greeted me, alongside Angelina, who playfully winked at me. Lee Jordan made exaggerated gestures in a rather greasy manner, compelling me to respond with an awkward smile to spare him embarrassment. Oh, how benevolent I am. Wood and Percy also nodded in my direction, and I reciprocated their acknowledgement. After greeting the Gryffindor friends, I turned to seek out Cedric among Hufflepuff. I must say, the advantages of being handsome are evident, even in a crowded space. Cedric stood out. He smiled at me with utmost grace. Truly, he embodies the essence of gentleness. Professor McGonagall instructed us to wait before the podium, which faced the staff table. I immediately sought out Headmaster Dumbledore, who sat centrally, draped in what resembled a nightgown, an epitome of relaxation. Upon spotting Dumbledore, I turned my attention to Professor Snape. Well, he was not as peculiar as described in the books, yet undeniably more handsome than portrayed in the films, appearing younger than expected. This detail aligns with the original texts, though his looks did not, leading me to ponder whether I had somehow crossed into a film with a flattering filter. Apart from Cedric, who was naturally the Hufflepuff heartthrob, Wood, Percy, Fred, and George were all strikingly handsome. But never mind, I shall go with the flow. Dumbledore cautioned us against venturing into the Forbidden Forest. Naturally, I had no intention of doing so. The sorting ceremony commenced. The tattered sorting hat began to sing. You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. If you can find a hat more beautiful than I shall eat myself. Honestly, in this day and age, even hats can sing, while I remain tone-deaf. After the sorting hat concluded its lengthy and self-aggrandizing song, Professor McGonagall began to call names. Marietta Ekmo, Ravenclaw. Marietta beamed with joy, shedding the earlier demeanor she had displayed towards me. It was as if she had returned to her true self. Just a child, after all. Next was Katie Bell, Gryffindor. As she had hoped, she was sorted into Gryffindor. I vaguely recalled that Katie was a chaser in her second year, a truly formidable little lion. Eddie Carmichael, Ravenclaw. He strutted confidently to join the Ravenclaw table. Cornelius McLaggen. The Sorting Hat hesitated for a moment longer than it had for the previous names, then declared, Gryffindor. Cornelius was indeed brave, albeit reckless, selfish, and somewhat elitist, as evidenced by his immediate associations with those of notable family backgrounds upon his arrival. Porcelain White. Oh, it was finally my turn. I was thrilled to partake in the sorting ceremony, though I must admit I found the Sorting Hat rather off-putting. It clearly had never bothered to wash itself, which was decidedly unappealing. I struggled to endure the odor. Wait, was that a hint of garlic? Help! I detest that smell. Hold on, garlic? Professor Quirrell? He was still around. Ah, a lady from Huaxia. The Sorting Hat began. Let me see. Oh, honest, kind. Clever. Perhaps you would do well in Gryffindor or Hufflepuff. You would also fit in Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. I wish to be in Hufflepuff. Ah, then Hufflepuff it is. Autumn and Katie stepped forward to congratulate me. I embraced both in gratitude. Fred and George appeared somewhat disappointed, yet their expressions shifted to joy in an instant. For Hufflepuff was adjacent to Gryffindor. Fred extended his hand for a high five in celebration. Thank you, Fred. George chimed in. Why not thank me? I chuckled. Thanks, George. Angelina ruffled my hair. Hey, I envy Hufflepuff. I smiled and took her hand. I envy Gryffindor for having you. After all, she would soon be the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Angelina's face flushed oddly, but I thought nothing of it, for it was Autumn's turn next. Unsurprisingly, she was sorted into Ravenclaw. Congratulations, Autumn. I retrieved the Ravenclaw necklace that I had been carrying and presented it to Qiu Zhang. I had long wished to gift you something, but prior to the sorting, it was not possible. Now that we have been sorted, I offer you this necklace adorned with the Ravenclaw emblem. Qiu Zhang accepted it with delight, her shy smile illuminating her face. Thank you, Ci. No need for thanks. I am simply pleased that you like it. As Qiu Zhang made her way toward the Ravenclaw common room, Li Qiaodan gazed enviously at her necklace. Hey, cool. I want one too. I desire a Gryffindor one. Fred proudly puffed out his chest, flaunting his badge to Li Qiaodan. Hey, how did you get a badge? Why don't I have one? George brandished his necklace, adding salt to the wound. This was a gift from Ci, and there are only 2 of them. They are not the same as the Huaxia knots. This implied that the 2 of us possessed something unique. Indeed, I only had 1 badge and necklace from each house, as I had not anticipated this journey and was cautious about overspending. Chapter 7. The Basement. Angelina Johnson appeared somewhat melancholic. Her gaze filled with envy as she watched Fred and George. Li Qiaodan realized he had made a fool of himself, looking despondently at me like a spurned spouse. I shrugged, indicating my lack of options. Being a Hufflepuff, I donned the lone necklace that remained with me. Cedric, do you have one too? A tall blonde boy exclaimed, pointing at the Hufflepuff badge on Cedric's robe. Yes, Gabriel, Cedric nodded. He glanced between the badge and my necklace. Hey, yours are a pair. I nodded in affirmation. A brief silence enveloped the room. Did my words carry ambiguity? The badge and necklace indeed constituted a pair. I decided to clarify. A tall boy interjected with a laugh. Haha, everyone, let us eat. Yes, amidst the astonishment, Professor Dumbledore had concluded his speech, welcoming everyone to Hogwarts for the new academic year. Before the feast begins, I have a few words to say, fools. Crybabies. Rascals. Twist. As expected, I could not comprehend him. The table was laden with an abundance of food, appearing quite palatable. The ketchup was particularly delightful. Someone gasped, Why are you only eating ketchup? Are you on a diet? A large badger directly handed me a drumstick. Hey, eat this. I accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Out of politeness, I inquired about the badger's name. Gabriel Truman. I'm the prefect. It's my duty to look after the first years. I gave him a thumbs up. You are truly a wonderful badger. I also gifted him a Huaxia knot. Wow. Please, I want one too. Can you give me one? I'll trade you a pumpkin pasty. I'll swap you for Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. I'll trade you a chocolate frog. Hold on, hold on. I attempted to calm everyone down. I don't have that many on me. They're all in my trunk. I'll give them to you after we return, all right? The matter was finally settled. The ghosts began to appear, particularly nearly headless Nick and the Bloody Baron, whom I was finally able to meet. Once the food had vanished, Professor Albus Dumbledore stood up, requesting us to sing the school song. Please, no? He even allowed us to choose the tune ourselves. I was not even in tune to begin with. Did I deserve to select one? The music commenced, and Fred and George sang to the tune of Funeral March. I must admit, they were quite impressive. In Huaxia, they would have certainly excelled as outstanding art students, though Mr. Arthur and Mrs. Molly might not afford the tuition. Just a jest. After all, Hogwarts does not charge tuition. It is funded by the Ministry of Magic. Upon discovering this, I found Fudge to be less detestable than I had initially thought. Gabriel Truman led us to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, instructing me to follow. He approached a neatly arranged large wooden barrel and, in accordance with Helga Hufflepuff's rhythm, tapped the bottom of the second barrel in the second row. Only with the correct rhythm would the lid open. If struck incorrectly, I would regretfully be doused in vinegar. I certainly did not wish to be scented with vinegar, especially as it was not drinkable. But industrial vinegar, one should avoid drinking it for our safety. After Gabriel's successful tap, he guided us through the passage into the common room. He repeatedly reminded us that the position and rhythm of our knocks must be precise. I nodded and responded loudly, "All right." The young witches and wizards around us were taken aback. Gabriel Truman was surprised that someone would respond so enthusiastically. His gaze softened toward me, akin to that of a father. The Hufflepuff common room was located underground, with decorations predominantly in yellow and black. The sparkling copper shelves on the walls displayed a variety of magical plants, embodying the essence of Hufflepuff, creating a warm atmosphere. The center of the hall was adorned with numerous soft sofas and several long tables. How cool. I must certainly sit there to enjoy some snacks. A portrait of Helga Hufflepuff hung above the fireplace in the common room. She appeared very amiable, currently raising a small double-handled golden cup in greeting to her students. The common room boasted 2 doors, one leading to the boys' dormitory and the other to the girls'. The dormitories were quintuplet rooms, generally allocated by year. However, I seemed to have an extra space. Hence, I shared a room with a graduating 7th-year senior. Once I had organized my belongings, the senior returned. She sported bubblegum pink hair, which was undeniably cool. "Hello, Nymphadora Tonks. I am your new roommate, C.I. White." Of course, I knew who she was. She was Nymphadora Tonks, a metamorphmagus. Nymphadora Tonks smiled slightly, naturally taking my hand. "Hello, C.I. No need to be so formal. You can call me Tonks." "All right, Tonks." Upon noticing the plethora of adorable trinkets on my desk, she exclaimed, "Oh, this is simply adorable." She pointed at a cute dog figurine holding a wand, her eyes sparkling with delight. "I have one too. Would you like it? It's a little wolf that can hold a wand in its mouth, just like it's carrying it." Although Tonks had yet to develop feelings for Professor Lupin, I did not mind playing a supportive role. "I want it." Tonks gladly accepted the little wolf. "Thank you." I smiled slightly. No need for thanks. The ambience in the Hufflepuff student dormitory was exceedingly warm, complemented by practical copper bed warmers. Perhaps due to its underground location, it was conducive to sleep. As I lay in bed, I felt a twinge of anxiety. Could this be merely a dream? When I awaken, would I revert to being a muggle? But I had yet to cast a spell, which was somewhat regrettable. After exchanging goodnights with Tonks, I quickly drifted off to sleep. Before 5 in the morning, I awoke, feeling insecure and fearing that this might all be an illusion, prompting my sudden awakening. Fortunately, I was still in the Hufflepuff student dormitory. Upon noticing that Tonks was still in deep slumber, I gently adjusted her blanket, ensuring she was snugly covered. Following that, I stepped outside and made my way to the Hufflepuff common room. It appears that the foreigners are not early risers. Hogwarts was utterly deserted at 6 o'clock, enveloped in a profound silence. I settled onto a plush sofa, appreciating its texture. It was indeed quite comfortable, and I was thoroughly satisfied. As a person from the East, breakfast is an essential meal for me. The kitchen, much like our dormitory, is located underground and conveniently close by. It is the exclusive domain of the Little Badger. I've heard that over 100 house elves toil away in the kitchen, and it is thanks to Helga Hufflepuff, our esteemed founder, that these house elves have the opportunity to work in Hogwarts' kitchen, a point of immense pride. I reached out to gently scratch the pair depicted on the fruit bowl painting at the kitchen entrance, which served as the password for entry. The pair erupted into laughter, transforming into a green doorknob. I am truly in awe of Ms. Rowling's imagination. It is utterly unexpected and incredibly delightful. I turned the doorknob and stepped into the kitchen. Inside, there were 4 long tables from which the food served in the Great Hall is dispatched. A house elf, curious about my presence, inquired if I had any grievances with them. I quickly shook my head, as my preconceived notions of house elves, particularly shaped by Dobby, made me wary of their tendency to be overly subservient. "No, I am a Hufflepuff. I simply rose early to have breakfast." The house elf beamed at this, exclaiming, "Hufflepuff. Glorious Hufflepuff. I learned that this particular house elf was named Sunny. Pleased to meet you, Sunny. I am White." "Good morning, Miss White. What would you like to eat?" I feigned mystery and revealed a cookbook filled with Chinese recipes, opening it to reveal characters they could not decipher, yet they gathered around with curiosity. Sunny asked, "Oh, what is this?" "This is our Chinese cookbook. You may not understand it, but no worries, I shall translate." Thus, I translated each recipe word by word for Sunny and the other house elves. They appeared tremendously pleased, as their previous culinary repertoire had been rather monotonous. With the introduction of new recipes, their previously despondent expressions visibly brightened. They quickly set to work making soup dumplings. To be honest, it was their first attempt, and the results were quite delightful. They truly are efficient creatures. I gave them a thumbs up in praise, exclaiming, "This is fantastic." "Oh, thank you, Miss White. Thank you. Thank you, Miss White." They inexplicably began to cheer for me, as though I were a brave warrior who had slain a dragon. I decided to leave the cookbook in the kitchen, assuring them that I would return to offer more translations whenever time permitted. However, before departing, I managed to translate several recipes, such as the congee with lean meat. Though lacking century egg, it was merely a bowl of lean meat congee, which felt somewhat incomplete without the egg. I had a full morning of potions class ahead, so I needed to review thoroughly. I could not afford to let Snape deduct points from me. The potions classroom was located underground, and I found it with ease. Our morning class was shared with Ravenclaw, which meant I would see Cho Chang. What a delight! Out of courtesy, I knocked on the door, but received no response, so I pushed it open. Excuse me, is anyone there? The classroom was empty. I was the first to arrive. It felt quite chilly, an atmosphere reminiscent of Snape. I chose a seat that was neither too forward nor too backward and settled in. I then opened my magic potions and elixirs to begin my review. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, revealing Professor Snape. No, not a bat, but indeed, the infamous potions master. A palpable aura of gloom surrounded him. Out of politeness, I greeted him. Good morning, Professor Snape. He regarded me with an expression that suggested disbelief. Goodness, must he be so disdainful? Professor Snape retorted, Oh, Miss White. There is no need for pretense. I shall not grant you any points. Very well, Professor, I replied. Having observed you for so long, let me put your knowledge to the test. I anticipated he would inquire about the effects of adding daffodil root powder to wormwood infusion or the components of the elixir of life. Well, I guessed incorrectly. Valerian root, sleeping draught, he intoned, his expression as stoic as ever, giving a rare nod before exiting the classroom. I was perplexed. What was his purpose in coming? Surely, it was to arrange the instruments. 20 minutes before class commenced, my classmates trickled in. Good morning, Cho. Good morning, White. Cho Chang naturally took a seat beside me, with Marietta Edgecombe on her other side. As soon as class began, Professor Snape stormed in, declaring, given that there are no foolish wand-waving, many of you will not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly appreciate the wonders of a cauldron simmering slowly, emitting fragrant vapors. Nor will you understand the enchanting liquid that courses through human veins, intoxicating and beguiling. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of imbecile I often encounter. As he droned on, all I could hear was the incessant droning about fools. He glanced at the Badgers and Eagles, confirming everyone was present before commencing roll call. When my name was called, he gave me a meaningful look. See, White. I raised my hand, responding, present. Professor Snape disdainfully remarked, do not raise your hand foolishly. Rid yourself of that unnecessary habit. I replied with an O, enthusiastically affirming, understood. Professor Snape. He snorted in response. I nearly expected him to deduct points, but thankfully, he did not. Professor Snape instructed us to pair up and guide each other in concocting a simple potion to treat boils. Cho and Marietta formed a pair, while I teamed with another badger. This particular badger seemed somewhat unsure, so I gently patted her back, reassuring her, it's all right, we'll take our time. We began by measuring dried nettles, which I encouraged her to handle herself, as it was quite simple and would boost her confidence. However, I couldn't help but wonder. Professor Snape, why are you staring at us? It felt as though we were under the scrutiny of a headmaster, quite intimidating. Fortunately, we made no errors. Next, we needed to crush snake fangs and boil slugs with antennae. Ugh, those slugs are revolting. I grimaced. Out of sight, out of mind. After cooking, we removed the cauldron from the fire and added hedgehog spines. Thank you, Neville, for the bloody lesson. To my surprise, we were the first group to finish. The badger excitedly hugged me, exclaiming, White, you are simply amazing. I scratched my head sheepishly, grinning. Professor Snape lingered nearby, announcing, Hufflepuff gains a point for Miss White's exceptional execution. Oh my, I actually earned points. On my first day, under the watchful eye of the bat. Thank you, Professor. He huffed disdainfully. The badger was utterly astonished, clinging to my arm in delight. Cho also congratulated me on earning points for our house. I returned a smile that was awkward yet polite. After class, news of my accomplishments spread like wildfire among the badgers. After all, apart from Slytherin, no other first-year students had managed to earn points in the very first lesson, especially not from Professor Snape. Fred and George rushed over to congratulate me. I forced a wry smile, thinking it was unnecessary. Fred stood on my left, while George took his place on my right, and together they chimed in unison. That's the old bat for you. Indeed, you are simply remarkable. As expected of you, Porcelain. As for Fred and George, I could overlook their antics. But Cedric joined in the fray as well, coming over to offer his congratulations. Goodness, what was happening? I finally managed to escape the throng and sought solace in a quiet corner, only to be met by an adorable, scruffy little kitten. Oh, meow meow, I exclaimed, overwhelmed. Perhaps due to my innate affinity for animals, the kitten permitted my gentle caresses. Hee little kitty, why don't you resist? What are you doing? The voice startled me, nearly causing my heart to leap from my chest. Thankfully, I had spoken in Mandarin. Hello, Senior Wood. I greeted him while cradling the kitten. Wood gazed at the feline in astonishment. You've taken Lady Loris hostage. Lady Loris? The cherished pet of Argus Filch? I glanced at the kitten, which stared back at me with its innocent, wide eyes. What do you mean by hostage? Surely, one cannot classify a cat lover's affection as such. Wood furrowed his brow in skepticism. Are you quite certain? I nodded emphatically. Of course. Well then, Wood acquiesced, holding a Nimbus 2000 in his grasp. Are you heading to Quidditch practice, Senior Wood? He nodded, stating, I aspire to be the captain in my 5th year. Oh, you are undoubtedly the best candidate. I confidently patted his arm. He frowned again, asking, do you genuinely believe so? Seizing the opportunity, I nestled closer to the kitten. Absolutely. I have faith in you. Wood beamed with joy. I've always hoped to become someone like Charlie. Charlie Weasley, the second eldest of the Weasley clan, currently serves as the Quidditch captain and is set to graduate next year. He has high hopes for Wood, as they share a mutual admiration. Regrettably, Charlie will not pursue Quidditch after graduation. Good luck. I cheered him on. Wood smiled, thanking me before heading off to practice. I nodded and waved goodbye. Once he departed, I resumed my new round of kitten cuddling. In my engrossment, I failed to notice someone approaching from behind. Release Lady Loris. It was Argus Filch. Startled, I set down Lady Loris, apologizing, my sincerest apologies, Mr. Filch. Filch seemed taken aback by my formal address, pausing for a few seconds before attempting to scoop up Lady Loris. However, she was reluctant, meandering around my feet and rubbing against my calves. Lady Loris, Filch exclaimed, trying to coax her. Yet, it appeared that she only wished for my embrace. Perhaps, Mr. Filch, could I hold her just a moment longer? Absolutely not. He declined firmly. Are you afraid I might harm Lady Loris? I inquired, aware of her significance to Argus Filch. He lowered his gaze. I cradled Lady Loris once more, planting a gentle kiss on her. I adore Lady Loris, and I certainly harbor no ill will towards you, Mr. Filch. After all, I believe that those who love cats cannot be bad people. In my eyes, Mr. Filch seemed a pitiful figure, for he was a squib, which was perhaps worse than being a muggle. His status as a squib likely contributed to his character. Perhaps if approached with sincerity, he might change for the better? Filch took Lady Loris from my arms, though she still seemed reluctant to leave. His expression had softened from its initial terror. He urged me to attend class. The next lesson was yet another potions class. Professor Snape instructed us to brew the shrinking solution. This potion allows the user to temporarily shrink in size, requiring ingredients such as daisy roots, fig tree bark, caterpillar juice, and rat spleens. Sadly, Professor Snape did not award me any points this lesson. Regrettably, he would confiscate the potions we brewed, and I had hoped to test the effects. Finally, lunchtime arrived. Upon entering the Great Hall, I eagerly anticipated the house elf's culinary creations. Not too shabby. Of course, only our Hufflepuff house had such a feast laid out. The table was adorned with dishes like cola chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, dry pot cauliflower, sweet and sour ribs, and various homestyle dishes. Wow, some badgers were visibly excited by the spread. What is this? I eagerly introduced. This is traditional Chinese home cuisine. You must try it, especially with white rice. Indeed, white rice. I had specifically requested it, and I was in love with it. However, considering it was a new dish, I worried someone might not enjoy it. Yet, the little badgers were exceptionally enthusiastic, each taking a helping. Soon, they were devouring the food with fervor, astonishing the Slytherins behind them and the Gryffindors in front. Lee Jordan curiously leaned over, asking, what is going on? Haven't you eaten? Is someone competing with you? Gabriel Truman hurriedly glanced up at him, replying, yes. He was too busy to say anything more. Lee Jordan, perplexed, asked, is it really that good? I offered him a chicken wing, saying, you should give it a try. After a skeptical look at the chicken wing, he declared, I am a brave Gryffindor. After taking a bite, he slurped it down quickly, exclaiming, this is absolutely delicious. Fred and George insisted they wanted some too. However, there wasn't much food left. They expressed their disappointment. I'll speak to the house elves during the feast and have them prepare some for Gryffindor as well, I promised. This brought smiles back to Fred and George's faces. Fred leaned over, resting his chin on my head and affectionately rubbing my hair, saying, thank you so much. Roger Davies from Ravenclaw, having overheard the commotion, pretended to stroll by and remarked, looks good. Couldn't you share a bit with us Ravenclaws? I smiled lightly, of course, but only because of Autumn. As I spoke, I winked at Autumn. She maintained her shy smile, a smile that had captured Harry's heart at first sight. What about Slytherin? Do they need any? I inquired, glancing in their direction. Fred and George shrugged in uncertainty. Not sure. However, no one at our table was acquainted with those from Slytherin. Asking would undoubtedly be awkward. Just as I was at a loss, Cedric stood up, offering to accompany me. He truly resembled a savior. To clarify my reasoning behind inviting Slytherin, while most Slytherins might prefer to befriend their own housemates, we all belong to Hogwarts. I harbor no inter-house prejudice, nor do I wish for Slytherin students to feel discriminated against. Thus, Cedric and I ventured forth, with me doing my best to conceal myself behind his imposing stature. Cedric provided a rough outline of the improved dining arrangements, and Marcus Flint, a peer of Wood's and the future captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, set down his fork and nodded in agreement. Beside him, Cassius Warrington and Graham Montague followed suit, their heads bobbing in assent. The majority of the remaining Slytherins concurred as well. Thus, it was settled. Each house would partake, none excluded. In the afternoon, we had but a single class, Herbology, with Gryffindor. The Herbology greenhouse is situated outdoors, at the rear of Hogwarts Castle, and as first-year novices, we were permitted only to visit Greenhouse 1. The higher the number, the more perilous the plants contained within. The textbook required was 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, which, naturally, intersects with potions as well. Our instructor for the class was none other than our head of house, Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout, of modest stature and adorned with a cascade of flowing gray hair, donned a rather thick hat embellished with various patches, which, in my opinion, seemed far more approachable than the sorting hat. Today's lesson revolved around familiarizing ourselves with the characteristics of common plants and fungi. Professor Sprout inquired if anyone was aware of the properties of the Arresto Momentum plant. Regrettably, no hands were raised. Even more regrettably, she turned her gaze upon me. Presumably, this was due to the point Professor Snape had awarded me. Oh, splendid. I am now known to the entire school, thanks to you, Professor Snape. The leaves of the Arresto Momentum can incite hysterical laughter, serving as a key ingredient in the creation of the laughing potion. Professor Sprout appeared exceedingly pleased, the flesh of her cheeks quivering with delight. Are you certain? She asked. Indeed, Professor Sprout. It is on the fourth line of the third page following the index of 1,000 magical herbs and fungi. Are you quite sure? She pressed. Having prepared in advance, I affirmed my certainty. With a grand flourish, Professor Sprout awarded me 10 points. My heart swelled with joy, for I had contributed to Hufflepuff's score. Subsequently, she guided us to observe in Arresto Momentum in person. It was a tree. Katie Bell, who trailed beside me, was astounded by my earlier response. You really ought to consider Ravenclaw. I smiled slightly, replying, that is merely a stereotype. Not all Ravenclaws are mere bookworms. Each possesses their unique attributes. Moreover, a scholar from Gryffindor will join us soon enough. We donned dragonhide protective gloves, which felt somewhat cumbersome. Professor Sprout plucked a few leaves from the plant to distribute among us, emphasizing the importance of not wasting any, as she could deliver them to Professor Snape for potion making. After class, Professor Sprout retained me for a moment, inquiring if I would like to tend to these delightful specimens. I surveyed the peculiar plants surrounding me. After all, we in China hold a special affection for the earth, and I harbored a fondness for flora. Although I had previously managed to inadvertently kill the plants gifted to me by my grandfather, such mishaps would not deter my love for them. Each time I improved. Thus, I nodded eagerly. I would be delighted if it pleases you. Professor Sprout embraced me warmly. Of course, my dear child. Thank you. To express my gratitude, I gifted her a Chinese knot. Professor Sprout received it with great joy, exclaiming, "Oh, thank you. No one has ever given me a gift for this before." She permitted me to access both Greenhouse 1 and 2, deeming them relatively safe. Consequently, I would visit the greenhouses whenever time allowed. Given my current abilities, I could only water and fertilize the plants, not fully nurture them yet. That evening, our class was History of Magic, the sole course at Hogwarts taught by a ghost. It was rumored to be the most tedious class, yet I remained skeptical and wished to experience it for myself. Professor Cuthbert Binns glided through my body with a whoosh. I felt as though a feather had brushed gently against me, which was rather pleasant. However, Professor Binns suddenly appeared astonished, muttering, "This is exceedingly strange. I must inform Dumbledore." Chapter 10, Come for Hot Pot. Professor Binns abruptly ceased the lesson and passed through the wall. I was left curious. Was he in such a hurry? Hooray. No more class. The Gryffindors began to stir with excitement. What did you do, C.I.? This is quite odd. The Badgers, though intrigued, could not conceal their joy. 10 minutes later, Professor Binns returned and resumed the lecture. The Gryffindors and Badgers visibly slumped in despair. Was it truly that dull? I found it rather tolerable. Could it be that my unfamiliarity with wizarding history fueled my interest? Professor Binns seemed quite taken with my demeanor, grinning at me, though he floated back and forth. While I felt no discomfort, it was undeniably peculiar. Fortunately, he awarded me 20 points, albeit for rather strange reasons. Miss White nods. Hufflepuff gains 1 point. Miss White blinks. Hufflepuff gains 1 point. Miss White. Hufflepuff gains 1 point. It seemed I had become quite well known. After class, a multitude of ghosts appeared, each passing through my body in what appeared to be a choreographed manner. Was this madness? Hello, C.I. greeted Autumn Zhang. Oddly, Marietta Ekmo was absent from her side. Good evening. Autumn, are you heading to dinner? Autumn nodded, taking my hand. Of course, I heard you're preparing dinner. I bashfully scratched my head. Well, I merely provided a recipe. That is still your contribution. I remarked that while I had never visited China, I had savored Chinese cuisine at home, which was simply delectable. I nodded in agreement. Autumn. Where's Ekmo? Autumn suddenly appeared momentarily awkward. She mentioned she was feeling unwell. I paid little heed, guiding her into the great hall. However, to my surprise, there stood Professor Dumbledore. Was it now customary for staff and students to dine together? Tonight's dinner was hot pot. Do not worry, it is not prepared in a cauldron, but rather in an ordinary pot acquired by our house elf. Nor did I use my wand as chopsticks. I brought my own. Others utilized forks, spoons, and knives. All the young wizards gazed curiously at the divided pot, surrounded by an array of marinated meats and vegetables, alongside some secret sauces. Each table bore multiple pots, typically shared among 4 individuals. With a wave of his hand, Dumbledore ignited the flames beneath each pot. Prior to this, he had cast another spell on the long table, impervious, to make it impervious to water and fire. The Gryffindors were the first to come alive with excitement. Cool. It's lit. Glorious was an exceptional house elf. He even left a note, urging the young wizards to cook whatever they wished, pairing it with the sauces of their choice. As the Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs began their culinary endeavors, the Ravenclaws finally joined in. A sudden turn of events arose from the Slytherin table, prompting the question, why must we tend to the fire ourselves? Is this not the duty of house elves? Our dissatisfaction was palpable. I understood that it was time for me to take charge. Upon seeing me rise and head towards the Slytherin table, Cedric insisted on accompanying me. I shook my head and gestured an okay sign. Though Cedric remained apprehensive, he ultimately decided to heed my request and stayed put. I strode directly to Marcus Flint. Resolving the issue with him would effectively address his minions. Apologies, allow me to demonstrate. What is your preference in cuisine? I inquired. Marcus Flint's face flushed suddenly, and he casually pointed at something. It was spring onion. I spent 2 minutes explaining that spring onion is not a staple food. Then this. He indicated a plate of marbled beef. I must clarify that, due to the aversion many foreigners have towards offal, the table featured only standard cuts of beef and lamb. Very well, please hold on. In that fleeting moment, I felt akin to a staff member at a hot pot restaurant. Do you enjoy spicy food? I looked at him. Marcus Flint's gaze wandered, and he replied that if I recommended it, he might give it a try. Excellent, I responded, embodying the role of an unfeeling culinary automaton. Once prepared, I asked if he required dipping sauce. He replied that if I insisted, he could consider it. Therefore, I concocted a universal dipping sauce for him. He awkwardly speared a piece of food with his fork and dipped it into the sauce I had prepared. The instant it touched his palate, the haze in his eyes dissipated, revealing satisfaction. The other Slytherins, witnessing this, eagerly began to cook as well. I reminded them to observe closely, noting that both undercooking and overcooking were undesirable. However, since it was their first attempt at cooking, they could afford to err on the side of caution, ensuring thoroughness. I offered to assist with the sauce preparation, enabling them to manage independently in the future. I first prepared the universal sauce for Graham Montague and Cassius Warrington, seated beside Marcus Flint. Though I could not fathom why their faces also bore a rosy hue, it was amusing. Marcus Flint inquired if Graham Montague understood the process. Graham Montague timidly nodded. Marcus Flint instructed him to document the sequence and relay it to the remaining Slytherins. Suddenly, a hand seized mine. It was Fred. What's the matter? Fred? I asked. He frowned slightly. Hey, why are you aiding Slytherin instead of Gryffindor? I was perplexed. We were all from the same school. Gryffindor needs you too. George approached, taking my other hand. See, come. We want that sauce as well. I smiled. That's the universal sauce. I resolved to give them a demonstration. Watch closely. This is sesame oil. Add it in, and here are the chopped spring onions. Suddenly, I heard, youth is truly wonderful. Without turning, I recognized the voice. Good day, Professor Dumbledore. Hello, C. I simply came to observe. I was surprised to see faculty members partaking in hot pot. Oh dear, Snape. Will he wish to do me harm? After all, a cauldron bears resemblance to a pot, and the act of cooking hot pot feels akin to brewing potions. Stealing a glance, I was relieved to see he was eating as well. After concluding my demonstration, I intended to head over to the Ravenclaw table, but was intercepted by Angelina. Angelina, is there something you need? She shook her head with an expression of regret. No, it's just been a while. Noticing her unusual demeanor, I pulled her aside and presented her with a badge adorned with a broomstick design. Angelina's face transformed from a frown to a radiant smile. Wow, a broomstick. But I've never seen this model before. Feigning mystery, I placed a finger to my lips. A little birdie told me this is the Nimbus 2000. Set to release next year. Is it just for you? I nodded. Indeed, I possess the only one. Thank you so much, see? Angelina exclaimed, lifting me high in joy. I urged her to keep the news from the twins until the morning, as I had classes then, and they couldn't confront me too quickly. Angelina agreed. All right, see. Will you wear it? She shook her head. So, I helped her put it on, asking, have you learned how? She nodded. I then removed it and placed it in her palm. Having resolved this matter, I sought out Autumn Zhang to prepare the universal sauce for her. Autumn suggested I need not instruct each person individually. Teaching her would suffice, as she would relay the knowledge to others. Naturally, I consented. Autumn was exceedingly considerate. I embraced her before returning to Hufflepuff. At the long table, I spotted Nymphadora Tonks. Hi, Tonks. She was enjoying her meal. Her face flushed, and her hair turning a vibrant shade of red. Tonks, can you handle spicy food? Nymphadora Tonks nodded vigorously, asserting that bland food lacked flavor. Isn't that right, Diggory? Was it merely my imagination, or did Cedric's gaze appear somewhat forlorn? Cedric, do you require my assistance in preparing a sauce? Cedric's face lit up with delight, of course. However, I would prefer a different variety, if that is possible. I nodded, certainly. I concocted a spicy sauce for him, noting that he was only enjoying the spicy hot pot. Chapter 11, Myrtle. I had been contemplating whom to gift the Slytherin badge and necklace, but I had previously mentioned that these were Muggle items. Surely no Slytherin would desire them? Regardless, I intended to keep them for myself, just in case a suitable candidate emerged in the next cohort. Later that evening, Tonks inquired about my early rising, to which I could only attribute it to my discomfort with unfamiliar beds. Yet, your blanket is folded so neatly, almost like a cube. How do you achieve that? I responded with a mysterious smile. Magic. Tonks wore a bewildered expression reminiscent of Max Black from Two Broke Girls. Tonks, could you teach me advanced magic? Nymphadora Tonks was admiring her new hairstyle in the mirror, the garish red reminiscent of many spirited youths. Of course. What year's magic would you like to learn? Any year, except for first year. Have you completed your first-year studies? I nodded, having practiced in secret and succeeded. However, that was not enough. I yearned to learn more. Nymphadora Tonks looked at me with curiosity. Could you demonstrate? Certainly. I cast a spell on my attire, invoking Scourgify. I also performed a spell for hair growth. Upon witnessing my hair lengthen, Nymphadora Tonks gasped, "You're so beautiful." I touched my newly grown hair. Wasn't I pretty before? Nymphadora Tonks clarified, "No. You were lovely then as well, but this longer hair gives a serene impression." Holding my wand, I was unaccustomed to such straightforward compliments. No one had ever praised me before. Are there other spells? I nodded, casting a spell on my book, invoking Inforjo. The book enlarged, and then I followed with Reducio, returning it to its original size. Cool. You've learned so much in such a short time. Nymphadora Tonks expressed her curiosity about whether I had studied before, to which I assured her that I had not. With an earnest pat on her chest, she pledged to impart to me the advanced magic of higher years. Convinced of my exceptional potential, do you have any plans for the future? She began to probe into my prospective career path. I shook my head no. Do you have any suggestions, Tonks? I aspire to be an Auror. Upon mentioning the term Auror, Tonks seemed to radiate light, for it was her passion, her ambition. Indeed, she would eventually realize that dream, becoming an outstanding Auror. You will, Tonks. You deserve it, I reassured her. She smiled gratefully. Thank you. Let me ponder. What shall I teach you first? She reclined on her bed, suddenly sitting up. Oh, I've got it. Expecto Patronum. In a brilliant flash, a spirit-like hair materialized before us. Is this your Patronus, Tonks? I inquired. Her joyful laughter confirmed, yes. Would you like to try? I nodded, eager for the challenge. Think of your happiest memory. It's a bit tricky, but don't worry if you don't succeed on your first attempt. All right. I closed my eyes, reflecting on my most joyous moment. My thoughts drifted to my mother, a gentle and kind woman from China, who always greeted me with a warm smile, along with the countless Chinese knots she had gifted me. But soon, that warmth faded as she left. Expecto Patronum. Upon opening my eyes again, my Patronus remained indistinct, a mere blur. Tonks comforted me. It's all right. Achieving this much on your first try is impressive. I nodded, then made my way to the girls' restroom on the second floor. Turning on the hot water, I prepared to indulge in a soothing bath, hoping to play some music. However, without my phone, I was unable to listen to my favorite tunes. At Hogwarts, electronic devices from the Muggle world were rendered useless by the powerful magical field that interfered with their currents. No matter, I thought, I shall sing to myself. For I am alone. Just as I began to sing, come on, fight back, fight back. The ace must be wild. I heard the sound of a woman weeping. Is someone in need? It appeared I wasn't alone after all. Excuse me, who are you? I asked. I am Moaning Myrtle. She replied. Oh, you are a Ravenclaw upperclassman. Myrtle floated curiously above my head, eyeing me. I requested she turn away while I dressed, and once I was ready, I invited her to face me again. Help! I've wandered into the wrong place. Why is it so dark here? I thought it was a Hogwarts specialty. Myrtle hovered in the air and questioned my presence. I apologize. I came to bathe, but seem to have taken a wrong turn. Oh, I see. I thought you might be here to throw things at me. Puzzled, I retorted, why would I throw things at you? That would be quite rude. Myrtle appeared indignant. You don't understand. People constantly pass through me. They mock me. They bully me. So it was a case of school bullying. That is their fault, not yours. I refuse to accept the notion that victims are to blame, I declared. Myrtle settled by the window, moonlight streaming through her translucent form, casting shadows on the ground. You are quite peculiar. I shook my head. No, I am perfectly normal. Does a normal person sing such strange songs? Honestly, please spare me. Can't you pretend you didn't hear that? Myrtle insisted. No way. But I only caught the first part. What does the rest mean? I covered my face. I don't know. I can't translate. How embarrassing, utterly embarrassing. Myrtle suddenly floated closer. You have a strange allure. I joked. Would you like to try passing through my body? She obliged, and after doing so, Myrtle appeared less morose, gently patting her stomach. How odd. It feels as if I've eaten well. Do you feel anything? I feel nothing. Myrtle continued to caress her belly. It's truly quite pleasant. After bidding farewell to Myrtle, I returned to the dormitory. There, Tonks taught me several advanced spells, including Expelliarmus. The benefit of sharing a dorm with older students was the opportunity for extra tutoring. I awoke naturally around 5 o'clock, while Tonks remained asleep, yet I was wide awake. I sat at the table, feeding Snowball some treats before beginning my studies. The morning held 2 classes, herbology and transfiguration. Having risen early, I made another trip to the kitchen, where the house elves greeted me with enthusiastic cheers. I translated a few recipes for them. And today's breakfast featured a traditional Chinese meal. However, anticipating that some might not be accustomed to it, I instructed Creature to prepare a portion of an English breakfast as well. The house elves, for some reason, were quite attached to me. I enjoyed perusing around the kitchen, and a few would follow me wherever I went. Noticing their identical attire, I asked, would you like a new outfit of your own? They blinked, appearing somewhat bewildered. Oh, I almost forgot. I cannot give house elves new clothes, or they might leave and never return. Thus, I hurriedly clarified, I can cast a charm to make it appear new. Creature bowed slightly, polite as ever. No need, Miss White. Thank you. We can manage such trifles ourselves. I nodded in agreement. Very well. In herbology, we joined the Gryffindor class to observe plants. Professor Sprout awarded us an additional 20 points, while also granting Gryffindor 10 points for a little lion who answered a question. The following transfiguration class was shared with Slytherin. Oh, dear Minerva, while I know you are Professor McGonagall, I truly cannot help myself. Can I pretend I am unaware? Witnessing Professor McGonagall's swishing cat tail felt like an invitation, an unabashed allure. Standing at the podium, Professor McGonagall suddenly stretched, letting out a soft meow. If not now, then when? With swift precision, I scooped up Professor McGonagall, cradling her in my arms. Since I had arrived early, no one else was present. The classroom held only the 2 of us. Chapter 12, Professor Quirrell. The little cat meowed softly, then began to relish my gentle caresses. Before the young witches and wizards arrived, I returned Professor McGonagall to the podium and resumed my studies. Once the seats were filled, she leaped down, transforming back from her feline form. I feigned shock, covering my mouth, blending in seamlessly. Yet, Professor McGonagall cast me a knowing glance. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of the subjects you will encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my class will be asked to leave and barred from returning. I have warned you. Professor McGonagall approached the podium and demonstrated how to transfigure a desk into a pig. Indeed, I find myself quite curious as to whether this pig is edible. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall instructed us to transform a matchstick into a needle. This was a trivial task for me, as I am well acquainted with needles. My mother has always delighted in crafting charming little trinkets. Vera Verto, a transformation of remarkable magnitude. I succeeded. At times I genuinely believe I am a genius. Miss White was the first to achieve it, earning Hufflepuff an additional point. I was left perplexed, scratching my head, and I thanked Professor McGonagall. She offered me a gaze reminiscent of the one Professor Snape had shown previously and replied, "No need to thank you, Miss White." Perhaps she found it peculiar, as it is indeed unusual for anyone to express gratitude after receiving points. However, I am unable to change this habit, nor do I wish to, for it is a form of courtesy deeply rooted in the traditions of our Chinese culture, passed down through millennia. Many Slytherins also succeeded thereafter. I must admit, Slytherin is quite formidable. After class, a Slytherin approached me, accusing, "You are the one who enticed Marcus Flint." I displayed a quizzical expression akin to that of an elderly gentleman on the subway engrossed in his phone. Enticed? She pointed accusingly at my nose, huffing, a half-blood. Marcus Flint would never look your way. I scratched my head in confusion. Ah, I am indeed of mixed heritage. But does that even matter among wizards? Only purebloods like me are worthy of Senior Flint. You should give up. Oh, so, she was speaking of bloodlines. But if that were the case, I am neither a half-blood nor a pure-blood, for both my parents are muggles, and not long ago, I myself was a muggle. Are you a beast? I inquired. She was infuriated, sputtering. You. I crossed my arms, watching her with amusement. You should know. In our China, only livestock adhere to bloodline theories. She appeared ready to explode with rage, so to avoid further conflict, I quickly reassured her. Rest assured, I do not harbor any feelings for him. If you like him, then pursue him. I swear, I do not like him. If I did, it would surely lead to my demise. She looked at me with a pitiful expression. Really? I nodded earnestly, more genuine than gold. I shall not engage in early romance. I will focus solely on my studies until graduation. Ah, she seemed utterly bewildered. What is early romance? I explained. Any romantic involvement before the age of 18 is considered early. The little Slytherin was taken aback. Are you some kind of antiquarian? You are even more rigid than my grandmother. With that, she disdainfully walked away. How perplexing. Am I truly so rigid? It was her final two remarks that left me feeling quite disheartened. Cedric seemed to notice my despondent demeanor and inquired about my troubles. I gazed up at the sky in anguish and recounted the incident to him. He appeared contemplative, then remarked, So you will not engage in romantic pursuits during your time at school? I nodded. He responded, All right, I understand. I was left bewildered. What do you understand? Will you not provide an answer? The afternoon class was devoted to charms, taught by a diminutive professor with white hair named Phileas Flitwick. He is truly kind-hearted, and I thoroughly enjoy his lessons. On the desk lay a feather, and Professor Flitwick instructed us to make it levitate using the levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather obediently floated into the air. Well done, Hufflepuff, 5 points for you. I looked up, surprised that the points were awarded to me. Professor Flitwick beamed at me with a warm smile. Thank you, Professor, I replied, elated to have earned more points. The little Slytherin who had previously rebuffed me, despite her disdain for my antiquated ways, could not deny her own ambition as she followed closely behind, casting the levitation charm, even shooting me a challenging glance. I found her quite impressive. I had learned the charm through private instruction, while she had grasped it in class. Thus, I gave her a thumbs up. Her face suddenly flushed crimson as she turned away. I was puzzled. I had not intended to mock her. After class, I took the time to explain. I genuinely think you are impressive. She scoffed, not bothering to look back as she departed. That evening, we had astronomy class, once again with Slytherin. There was no escaping this fate, a bond that was inextricably tied to you. Astronomy class involved studying the trajectories of stars and planets, requiring no practical magic. The astronomy classroom is located at the pinnacle of Hogwarts' highest tower, the Astronomy Tower. Armed with my telescope, I perused the star charts, discreetly maneuvering closer to the little Slytherin. As she was the only one I knew. When she moved left, I followed suit. When she shifted right, I mirrored her. She fled, and I pursued. Both of us ensnared in this dance. While the night sky was indeed beautiful, it felt rather abstract to me, akin to those enigmatic constellations I was expected to envision. However, I thought I might have spotted the Big Dipper. A wave of longing for my mother washed over me. Here, take this. The little Slytherin handed me a piece of paper. I accepted it, perplexed. Wipe your face, she instructed, pointing to my cheeks. It was only then that I realized I had been crying. Hastily, I wiped my face and murmured a soft thank you. Surely, no one had witnessed this moment. Later that night, Tonks, the older student, offered me additional assistance. Tonks, will there be a graduation ceremony? I asked. She nodded, of course. There are both the house graduation ceremony and the school graduation ceremony. May I attend? I inquired. The house ceremony is permissible, but the school's is uncertain. Oh, why is that? I pressed. Because the school's graduation ceremony is typically held at the Quidditch pitch, but it always rains, forcing us to relocate to the Great Hall. However, when held in the Great Hall, Professor Dumbledore does not allow younger students to attend. I see. I clung to Tonks' arm, eager to experience it. She chuckled. You're only a first year. Why are you already thinking about graduation? I shook my head. Hogwarts never graduates. I am merely curious about the spectacle. It must be quite impressive. Tonks ruffled my hair, urging me to get to bed, reminding me to sleep early since I woke so early each morning. I obediently climbed back into bed. Wednesday's defense against the dark arts class was with Gryffindor. Oh, the dreadful smell of garlic. Must we truly use garlic? I cannot bear it. And that scarf, it certainly reflects Voldemort's aesthetic. As Professor Quirinus Quirrell passed by me, he pinched his nose, exclaiming, Hey, you. Why do you smell so strange? I replied solemnly, Professor, this is the scent of roses, not some peculiar odor. Yours is the strange scent. Oh, it is simply unbearable. You are the one who is unbearable. What taste do you have? Professor Quirrell covered his nose and swiftly distanced himself from me, treating me as though I were a pariah. This brought me joy, considering he did not mind the scent of garlic. It was evident his nose had grown accustomed to it. It was time for a different fragrance to challenge his senses, so I opted for the scent of roses. Katie Bell praised me for being truly remarkable. She sat beside me, eagerly claiming her spot in the classroom well before our classes with Gryffindor began, leaving the other Badgers with no choice but to sit on either side of me or behind. Oh, thank goodness. I am finally free from the peculiar scent of Professor Quirrell. Although, I must admit, the rose fragrance is rather delightful. Well done, Katie. In a bid to retaliate against Professor Quirrell's comment about my unpleasant odor, I decided to spritz a bit of rose-scented perfume on him. However, to avoid detection, I planned to do so only when his back was turned. Alas, it was Voldemort's back I faced. I opted to conceal the perfume in my sleeve, occasionally taking a discreet spray. Thus, I shall be omnipresent in Professor Quirrell's eyes. Tremble, Quirinus Quirrell. Tremble, Voldemort. Chapter 13, Flying Class. As I had no evening classes recently, I ventured to Greenhouse 2. The plants I had been nurturing were thriving splendidly, much to Professor Sprout's increasing satisfaction, and she granted me permission to access Greenhouse 3. However, this greenhouse is fraught with danger, and one must exercise caution. I dutifully replied, of course, Professor Sprout. There are also older students present in Greenhouse 3. You may consult them if you have any questions. Thank you, Professor Sprout, I exclaimed, excitedly embracing her. Professor Sprout looked at me with a warm, maternal gaze. Oh, what a lovely child. How wonderful it is that I can visit Greenhouse 3 this Friday. I shall finally encounter the legendary Mandrake. On Friday, there is only flying class. How exhilarating. I will finally have the chance to grasp a broomstick. I heard that the second-year Quidditch team members are being selected today, but I am unaware of which house is holding tryouts. Good afternoon, Cho. Good afternoon, Cedric, I exclaimed, throwing my arms around Cho Chang. What classes did you have today? Herbology, with Slytherin. But I earned points for our house. Wow. As expected of you, Cho. Congratulations. Excellent, Ravenclaw. Cho Chang shyly lowered her head. Cedric, do you have time this afternoon? I pondered for a moment. I do. Would you like to accompany me to the library? I nodded, of course. Truly, a little eagle. I had yet to visit the library, having spent most of my time in the greenhouse. Good afternoon, students. Madam Hooch announced. Good afternoon, Madam Hooch. Madam Hooch sported a head of silvery gray hair, styled in a rather androgynous manner, her golden eyes reminiscent of an eagle. Welcome to your first flying lesson. She strode confidently to the center. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stood facing each other in two teams. This reminded me of Harry's first flying experience. How cool. Could I possess similar talent? Stand to the left of your broomsticks, quickly. We obediently shuffled to the designated spot. Place your right hand just above the broomstick and say up. All the young witches followed her lead, up. Cho Chang's broomstick obediently soared into her hand. I felt a twinge of envy as my own broom remained motionless. Up. At last, my broomstick began to respond. After picking up our broomsticks, Madam Hooch instructed us to mount them, grip tightly, and, after her whistle, to kick off the ground just a little before returning to the earth. My heart raced with nerves as I was about to take to the skies. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. I faintly sensed myself lifting off the ground. I needed to ascend higher. Miss White, descend. I whimpered. I'm so sorry, Madam Hooch. I can't control it. Oh dear, oh dear. Why is my magic failing me? I always thought I would be like Harry, but instead, I felt more akin to Neville. The broom soared higher and faster, and fear gripped me as I clung tightly to it. Cho Chang looked alarmed, but Madam Hooch forbade her from mounting her broom. Madam Hooch seized Cho's broom and instructed the other young witches to remain still. She was coming to my rescue. However, I was utterly unaware of where I was soaring. High above, feeling a slight fear of heights, I couldn't look down for long without feeling dizzy. Faintly, I thought I saw the Quidditch pitch. Cedric, are you here to watch our tryouts? How cool. You actually flew here. Fred and George shielded their eyes from the glaring sun, their faces alight with joy at my presence. Angelina chimed in, cool. Cedric, you're flying so fast. I genuinely appreciated their compliments, but at this moment, that was not my intention. I desperately wanted to come to a halt. Help. I don't know why I keep circling high above the Quidditch pitch. I wanted to scream for help, but the speed rendered me voiceless. Clear the way. She is out of control. Madam Hooch rushed to my side. Charlie, hearing the commotion, offered to assist, and Madam Hooch agreed. Fred and George raised their hands to join in, and Charlie consented but cautioned them to be careful. Angelina, seeing this, expressed her desire to join as well. Charlie, perhaps curious as to when Angelina had become as eager as the twins, nonetheless agreed. Thus, a swarm of them began to pursue me. George joked, Cedric, you're as elusive as the golden snitch. My voice trembled with fear. That was not my intention. I wished to sing a solemn tune for myself. Charlie was hot on my heels. Hey, That is quite the evasive maneuver. Cedric, you really haven't practiced at all? I clung to the broom as if it were a tree. No. Angelina reassured me. Cedric, don't be afraid. I'm coming. The wind stung my face. I felt like a propeller, spinning in circles, and to be honest, I was on the verge of vomiting. With a loud crash, I seemed to collide with something. I looked up to see Oliver Wood. Oh dear, his chest is quite solid. I hope I didn't damage him. Wood grasped my waist with one arm, while stabilizing my broom with the other, safely guiding us to the ground. I was still concerned about whether I had harmed Wood. Thus, I examined him from head to toe. Oliver, are you alright? Is anything hurting? Ha ha ha. Fred grabbed my hand. Stop groping her, Cedric. George shrugged. Let Wood have his moment. Wood's face flushed slightly. I wondered if my behavior had been too forward. Angelina flew to my side, inquiring if I felt unwell. Just a bit dizzy. Angelina, ever the eager helper. Then let me take you to the hospital wing. Madame Hooch interjected. You all return to the tryouts. I will escort her. I took Wood's hand. Madame Hooch, let Oliver join us for a checkup. His well-being is crucial for a Quidditch team member. Madame Hooch nodded. Very well, Wood, you may accompany us. Wood nodded in a daze, looking rather wooden himself. All right, Madame Hooch. Fred nudged George with his shoulder, exchanging knowing glances. George wore a look of understanding. I was certain they were plotting something grand. Angelina gazed at me with evident concern, incessantly waving her hand, prompting me to reciprocate. Upon arriving at the school infirmary, Madame Pomfrey conducted an examination for both Wood and me. While Wood appeared to be in good health, I, on the other hand, felt rather unwell, my body lacking vitality. It seems the reputation of delicate university students holds true. Noticing his own wellness, Wood informed Madame Pomfrey of his intention to train. Truly a fitness enthusiast. Before departing, he nodded in my direction, and I waved back, looking forward to our next encounter. Madame Pomfrey handed me a vial of the potion, gently inquiring, Child, have you been overexerting yourself lately? You must take care to rest. I have never seen a first-year wizard in such poor condition. I obediently replied. I understand, Madame Pomfrey, thank you. She affectionately ruffled my hair, advising me to rest for a while. Observing this, Madame Hooch decided to return to her lessons. Reclining on the infirmary bed, I stared at the ceiling, pondering whether my nightly escapades and early mornings had contributed to my current state. It wasn't long before a throng of visitors arrived at the infirmary, including Fred, George, Charlie, Angelina, and a senior girl I did not recognize. Angelina introduced her as Elias Pinett, a second-year student who wished to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. She then presented me to Elias, saying, This is Ci, a lovely girl from Huaxia and my dear friend. Hello. I extended my hand. Elias gently grasped it, replying, Greetings. I've often heard Angelina speak of you. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chapter 14, The Library. Angelina playfully nudged Elias. Her face flushed. Oh, stop it. Elias pointed at Angelina. She brags about that flying broom badge every day. Upon hearing this, the twins visibly frowned. Hey, how does Angelina have a flying broom badge? George feigned sorrow. Oh, Fred. It seems we are not unique after all. I placed my hands on my hips. Yours is indeed unique. Fred smirked. Look, ours is the only one of its kind. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Angelina. I raised my hand. Could you two refrain from displaying your affection in front of me? Both Fred and Angelina wore expressions of shock. Had I inadvertently pierced their veil of secrecy? Angelina exclaimed, I don't like him. Madame Pomfrey sighed, quiet. Elias took Angelina away, insisting that I rest properly. Charlie escorted Fred and George out, but before leaving, they both remarked that Wood had gained an advantage. Confused, I inquired why. Fred glanced at George, who explained, he stole our chance to be the heroes. Charlie apologized, saying his brothers had occupied too much of my time. I shook my head, assuring him, not at all. I am delighted to have made friends with Fred and George. Once they departed, Xiaozhang finally had the opportunity to converse with me. Ci, are you alright? I showcased the potion to her. I'm fine, just a bit tired, but I should be able to accompany you to the library. Oh, if you're feeling unwell, perhaps we should skip it, she suggested. I took her hand, genuinely wanting to go. Wait for me. I'll ask Madame Pomfrey. Approaching her, I asked, Madame Pomfrey, may I be discharged? She set down her quill and smiled gently. Of course, dear child. Ecstatic. I hurried back to Qiuzhang to share the good news. Concerned for my well-being, she suggested I eat something before heading to the library, as eating was not permitted there. Together, we made our way to the kitchen. The house elves welcomed me as always, but today, Cedric was also present. I glanced between Xiao and Cedric, noticing no sparks of romance between them. Perhaps they were still too young, and it might be in her third year that Xiao would develop feelings for Cedric. Good afternoon, Ci. I heard you were in the infirmary and wanted to bring you something, Cedric greeted. Qiuzhang tugged at my sleeve, preventing me from stepping forward. So I greeted him from my spot. Good afternoon, Cedric. I'm fine now. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern. I'm about to head to the library with Chiyo, just grabbing a bite to eat first. Cedric glanced at Chiyo, now understanding. Hello, I'm Cedric Diggory, a second-year Hufflepuff. Chiyo Zhang formally introduced herself. Hello, I'm Chiyo Zhang, a first-year Ravenclaw. Oh dear, did they sound too formal? Should I help break the ice? Hey, Chiyo, Cedric, would you like to try something new? Chiyo leaned on my shoulder. What delicious treat do you have in mind? Cedric kindly reminded Chiyo. You should be careful leaning on her. She just came from the infirmary. Chiyo pursed her lips, realizing her oversight. I reassured them. It's perfectly fine, Cedric. Chiyo, you can lean on me. I feel all right. A radiant smile returned to Chiyo's face, though Cedric appeared slightly disheartened by my response to Chiyo. Do either of you have any dietary restrictions? They both shook their heads. I summoned the house elf to assist me. They had prepared pan-fried buns, which only needed a bit of cooking. After finishing, I took the first bite. Delicious. The house elf beamed. Wonderful. We'll have this for breakfast tomorrow. I pushed the plate toward Chiyo and Cedric, offering them forks. Here, try some. Cedric declined the fork, stating, Actually, I've been learning how to use chopsticks. Chiyo raised her hand. I'm learning to use chopsticks too. My mother sent me a pair. Oh, very well, I responded, fetching new chopsticks for them. Chiyo seemed to have practiced, skillfully picking up a bun right away. Chiyo, very impressive. Cedric struggled. His chopsticks crossed awkwardly, making it difficult for him. C.I. Could you help me? Feeling time slipping away, I decided to feed Cedric directly. Here. He blinked in surprise, taking a bite and closing his eyes in bliss. I smiled, feeling a sense of pride. Delicious. I assented. Chiyo poked my arm. C.I. want you to feed me too. I nodded. All right. Once we finished eating, Cedric asked if he could join us at the library. I glanced at Chiyo, as she had extended the invitation to me, thus leaving the decision in her hands. Chiyo hesitated, peeking at me from behind, her doe-like eyes filled with a hint of distress. I understood her intention. She seemed shy about Cedric being an upperclassman. I'm sorry, Cedric. Cedric scratched the back of his head. All right, my apologies for intruding. I waved goodbye to Cedric and followed Chiyo to the library. Let me see what books the library has to offer. I searched diligently, hoping to discover some intriguing books. The Great Wizards of the 20th Century appeared promising. I noted that Chiyo Zhang had borrowed it. From Egg to Nirvana, a guide to raising dragons seemed essential for Hagrid, as he would soon be acquiring a Norwegian ridgeback dragon named Norbert. C.I., do you have an affinity for dragons? Chiyo Zhang inquired, eyeing the book in my hands with curiosity. We found a vacant spot to sit down, and I replied, Indeed, you must understand, China also has dragons. Chiyo Zhang nodded, recounting how his mother had shown him a painting and informed him that it depicted a dragon. It is worth noting that I was raised in England and had never set foot in China. It was truly a pity, for if given the opportunity, I would love to visit. Madame Pants, the librarian, was vigilantly observing us with an unfriendly demeanor. I recognized her deep affection for books, yet her gaze made it difficult for me to concentrate. Thus, I offered her some chocolate balls, hoping to soften her scrutiny. However, Madame Pants suspected my intentions, exclaiming, Oh, did you acquire these from the Weasley twins? No, Madame Pants. If you doubt me, feel free to choose one, and I shall eat it before you. She hesitantly pointed to a chocolate ball in the center. I consumed it in front of her, exclaiming, Ah, how sweet and delightful. Only then did Madame Pants take a bite, declaring, Even if you attempt to bribe me, I shall never permit the destruction of books. Madame Pants, I had no intention of bribing you. I merely wished to share my snacks, I clarified. She adjusted her glasses, remarking, This is far too sweet. Furthermore, eating is prohibited in the library. There shall be no next time. Very well, madam, I shall bring you something different next time. Chiyo Zhang was hidden behind a book, asking, C.I., why did you approach Madame Pants? I retrieved the remaining chocolate balls from my pocket to share with Chiyo Zhang. Just sharing my chocolate balls. Thank you, C.I. I then spotted another book, My Life as a Muggle. Excuse me, Madame Pants, may I borrow this book? I displayed it to her. She took a pen and pointed to a borrowing record on another table, indicating I should write it down. All right. I picked up the pen and inscribed the book title, my name, and the borrowing and return dates. Chiyo Zhang was delighted to be in the library with me. C.I., can you join me here again next time? I nodded. Of course. Chapter 15, The Lion House Celebration. After bidding farewell to Chiyo Zhang, I sought out Wood. His class had just finished. A few eager little lions inquired whom I was looking for. Oliver Wood. Hey, Oliver. A lovely Chinese lady is looking for you. Many little lions began to cheer. Wood, holding a book, patted the shoulders of those cheering before stepping out. Good evening, C.I. Good evening, Senior Wood. I wanted to ask if you were going to Hogsmeade this weekend? Wood walked alongside me. That is the plan. Oh, wonderful. Is it possible? What is the matter? I was hoping you could help me buy some treats. I can give you some galleons. Wood nodded. Sure. What would you like? I was unable to recall all the snacks available, so I simply handed him 3 galleons. Please buy me anything. Wood seemed somewhat troubled, but still agreed. Soon. The weekend arrived, and first and second year students were prohibited from visiting Hogsmeade. Only those in third year and above could go. However, this did not deter the resourceful twins. They intended to come to Hufflepuff's common room to find me, but, not knowing how to enter, waited outside. Fred, George, what brings you here? Fred casually draped an arm around my shoulder, whispering in my ear, shall we go to Hogsmeade? I shook my head, no? George sighed. You truly are a good little Hufflepuff. I've already troubled Wood to help me by some things. Fred glanced at George, who returned the look. Oh dear, not Wood again. Fred suggested. Next year, you can count on me and George. Indeed. Next year we will be in third year. All right then. I didn't realize my connections were this good. I shall rely on you. However, I must have appeared as though I were being held hostage by the Weasley twins. A little badger, clutching snacks tightly, inquired aloud if I needed assistance. I pushed Fred and George aside, embracing the adorable little badger. I'm fine, they are from Gryffindor. My good friends. Thank you. Do you like chocolate balls? I placed a chocolate ball in her hand. Her cheeks flushed, resembling the evening glow, making her utterly charming. I couldn't resist poking her cheek. After a deep bow of gratitude, the little badger dashed into the common room. I asked Fred and George, may I visit the Gryffindor common room? Of course. Right now? The entrance to the Gryffindor common room is behind the portrait of the fat lady on the 7th floor of Hogwarts Castle. As is well known, the staircases of Hogwarts are mobile. Embarrassingly, I fell down. I am truly terrified, as I have a slight fear of heights and am frightened of death. I dare not look down and could only call for the twins. Upon hearing my scream, Fred and George turned back, but they could not see me. They walked so swiftly that I was left behind. See, where are you? My trembling voice echoed from below. Hello, I am here. Could you please rescue me? Surely that was polite enough. Fred and George hurried down the stairs, each extending a hand to pull me up. Once I felt the solid ground beneath me, I could not contain my tears, exclaiming, that was terrifying. I was uncertain if I would truly die from the fall. If fortunate, I might return to my original world. But if unlucky, I could perish on the spot. Fred and George comforted me. Do not cry. It's all right. We are back up now. You are safe. One by one, others began to glance at us with peculiar expressions. Fred and George decided to escort me back to the common room. The fat lady glanced at me, cradled in Fred's arms, eyeing them both with suspicion. Password? George replied, cockroach cluster. Once the fat lady admitted us, she remarked, youth is truly wonderful. Please, it is not as you imagine. The fat lady even dashed into another portrait, presumably to spread gossip. Help. Angelina and Alicia happened to be seated in the common room. Hey, what happened? Angelina cradled my face with concern, anxiously asking Fred and George why they had made me cry. Fred, George, you had better provide me with a reasonable explanation. However, that incident was far too embarrassing for me to disclose. I shook my head vigorously, presenting my most pitiful expression, hoping they would understand. Fred explained that I had merely tripped. George joined in, exclaiming that he had stumbled and then burst into tears. Oh dear, how utterly embarrassing. I hastily embraced Angelina, clarifying that I had not fallen. My words were barely coherent through my tears. Angelina gently patted my head, soothing me. There, you didn't fall. Alia popped a piece of candy into my mouth, claiming that sweets would alleviate my pain. But why am I being treated like a child? I pondered, merely struggling to contain my tears. What kind of candy was this? It tasted rather delightful. Toffee. Oh, how I adored it. I sincerely hoped that Senior Wood would bring me some more. Angelina and Alia helped me into a plush armchair, which was truly comfortable. Oh, by the way, how did the selection results turn out? Angelina enveloped me in a warm hug, declaring, I was chosen. Alia smiled softly. I was chosen too. The twins rushed up to me, exclaiming in unison, we were chosen as well. Hurrah! Congratulations to you all. Your wishes have come true. I contemplated what to gift them, considering my limited supply of galleons, which amounted to merely one pouch. After all, in this world, I was still an orphan, devoid of wealth. How I wished for galleons to fall from the sky. Will you be attending our celebration? I sprang upright. Is that permissible? Fred and George chimed in unison. Of course. Absolutely. Where will it be held? Alia pointed downwards, indicating, right here. Cool. I shall attend. The Hufflepuff selection was likely today, so the results would be revealed tomorrow. There shouldn't be any conflict. Thus, I remained in the Gryffindor common room. Good afternoon, C. It's Katie Bell. She appeared quite astonished to see me. C. What brings you here? I'm here for the second year celebration. Fred leapt up, exclaiming, yes, for us. George echoed, to celebrate our joining the Quidditch team. Mere minutes before the celebration commenced, Wood returned, evidently surprised to find me there. White, here are the snacks you requested, along with some extra change. I accepted the snacks and declined the coins, saying, no need for that. Thank you, Wood. Consider this a token of gratitude for your errand. Fred and George crept closer to Wood, teasing him. Oh, what a bargain for a runner. Well, while it is indeed minimal, One shouldn't put it that way. I raised my hand playfully as if to swat them. Come on, a canute is still money. Expressing my gratitude to Wood, I presented him with a Chinese knot. Senior Wood, my thanks are not so trifling. I truly appreciate your help. Wood nodded repeatedly, indicating that he had no intention of seeking payment. The Gryffindor celebration was quintessentially Gryffindor. Fred and George performed numerous songs, and there was even cake. Angelina was the first to cut a slice and offer it to me. Thank you, Angelina. Oh, no need for thanks, see. Seizing the moment, Alia smeared cream on my face. Fred could hardly contain his laughter, exclaiming, "This is utterly ridiculous." George followed suit, smearing cream on my other cheek, resembling a little calico cat. Fred even poked the tip of my nose. Still referring to me as a little calico cat, Charlie stood by, shaking his head like a concerned elder. Don't bully C. Yet, we were all having too much fun to heed Charlie's words. He glanced helplessly at the relatively composed Wood and earnestly patted his shoulder. I leave her in your care. Wood. Chapter 16, Student Assistant. Wood's gaze was resolute, as if he were about to pledge allegiance. Yes, Charlie was set to graduate this year. Alongside Nymphadora Tonks and Gabriel Dumbledore, he was eager to secure the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup before graduating. Observing this fresh talent, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Before the curfew, my head boy, Gabriel Dumbledore, and my roommate, Nymphadora Tonks, came to find me. They surveyed the chaotic Gryffindor common room and cast a cleaning charm. Oh, this is simply dreadful, Tonks exclaimed, sweeping me up in her arms while I was already half asleep. See, it's time to head back to the dormitory. Dumbledore was like a concerned father. I nodded obediently, shaking my legs to indicate my desire to walk back on my own. Tonks set me down, and I took one of Dumbledore's hands and one of Tonks, squinting at the Gryffindor lions as I bid them farewell, goodbye, and congratulations on joining the Quidditch team. Angelina's eyes shimmered with tears as she shook Alia's shoulders. Huh? How adorable. Fred and George wore expressions of regret. Tonks appeared quite worried about me. However, she mentioned that Cedric had suggested Dumbledore look for me, fearing I had gotten lost. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, I found Cedric seated with a book. Although he was holding it upside down, perhaps he had his own rhythm? Cedric seemed to glance at me and then sighed in relief. I inquired about the Quidditch selection results. Cedric's face broke into a broad smile. I think it's a good chance. I returned his smile, giving him a thumbs up. Truly, you are the pride of Hufflepuff. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Tonks ruffled my hair. You've had a long day. Hurry back to sleep. All right. Before heading to the dormitory, I took out the toffee Wood had bought for me and distributed it to everyone in the common room. The little badgers were taken aback, while the older badgers struggled to contain their laughter. Tonks placed her hands on her hips, smiling resignedly, and ultimately pulled me back to the dormitory. The following morning, I encountered Cedric in the kitchen. Good morning, Cedric. He seemed unperturbed to see me. See, you're up early for a weekend. Aren't you going to rest a bit? Oh, I'm quite accustomed to it. Cedric wore an expression filled with concern for the younger students. You should take care of your health, especially since you just got out of the hospital. Nodding vigorously as I ate breakfast, I decided to venture to Greenhouse 3 today, as there were no scheduled activities. This time, I wore earmuffs, as I wanted to experiment with the mandrakes. Oh, the plants here are remarkably diverse. I inspected each one until I finally spotted a mandrake, albeit still nestled in the soil. Professor Sprout mentioned that mandrakes would need repotting after a while, but of course, that was part of the second-year curriculum, and I was already exceeding my studies. See, good morning. I didn't expect to see you here so early. Professor Sprout arrived to give me some special guidance. Good morning, Professor Sprout. I hope my early arrival isn't an inconvenience. Professor Sprout wore her usual attire. I wasn't sure if she adored that hat or simply couldn't bear to part with it. With Christmas approaching, I thought perhaps I could gift her a new hat. See, do you know about the habits of mandrakes? I lifted a potted mandrake onto the table and placed an empty pot beside it. My memory was a bit hazy, but I recalled that its root could be cut to create the mandrake restorative draft, useful for restoring those who had been cursed or transfigured back to their original state. It is noteworthy that the cry of the fully matured mandrake, in itself, poses a grave danger. Indeed, well said, regrettably not in a classroom setting, otherwise, I would certainly award you an additional 10 points. Professor Sprout donned her earmuffs and protective gloves, and with that, we commenced. I inhaled deeply and extracted the mandrake. The mandrake appeared wrinkled, resembling a distorted character. Indeed, its ugliness mirrored my own expression. After I transplanted the shriveled mandrake, Professor Sprout, observing my crumpled demeanor, gently patted my head in encouragement. Well done, TSI. You have already surpassed many second-year students. I discerned Professor Sprout's concern. Professor Sprout, may I inquire what troubles you? Her cherubic face flushed slightly, seemingly embarrassed to reveal her thoughts. Professor Sprout, perhaps I could offer you some advice. She removed her gloves, you see. This course can indeed be rather perilous, especially for first-year students who have just arrived, leading to frequent unforeseen incidents that I find challenging to manage alone. I understood. The students were rather unruly. Professor Sprout, I believe you might consider appointing a student assistant. A student assistant? Yes, you could contemplate students from the 3rd and 4th years, as those in the 5th year will be preoccupied with OWLs. Professor Sprout appeared particularly elated, pacing back and forth. Yes, a student assistant. How did I not think of that? I must inform Dumbledore. Abruptly halting, she gazed at me with warmth and took my hand, asking, TSI, would you accompany me to speak with Dumbledore? Such a splendid suggestion deserves his personal attention. Although it felt somewhat superfluous and inexplicable, I decided to accompany Professor Sprout. Good day, Professor Dumbledore, I am TSI White. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore was amusing his phoenix while sampling the delightful roach pile. Good morning, Miss White. Professor Dumbledore truly relished sharing his snacks. Would you care for a taste? I shook my head. No, thank you. He smiled warmly at me. What a polite young witch you are. However, I must admit, it does not quite compare to the exquisite Chinese cuisine you brought. I wonder when I shall indulge in hot pot again. I quietly muttered to myself, if you wish to eat, simply say so. Professor Sprout, brimming with pride, proposed the idea of a student assistant. Upon hearing this, Professor Dumbledore set aside the roach pile, inviting us to sit and converse. A student assistant would assist the professors, yet their own studies must take precedence. They may volunteer during their free periods, and professors can choose how many assistants they require. Naturally, students can decline. Participation is entirely voluntary. It is preferable for students to be in their 3rd or 4th year, specifically to aid in teaching 1st and 2nd year classes. After listening attentively, Professor Dumbledore stroked his silver beard. An excellent idea, Miss White. Of course, if feasible, a modest stipend could be considered. He took a bite of the roach pile. I shall give it serious thought. Having concluded our discussion, Professor Sprout suddenly ushered me to Greenhouse 4. Inside, I encountered our house's magical creature caretaker, Cedric Diggory. Cedric seemed taken aback by my presence, nearly losing his grip on the watering can, his face smudged with soil, likely from tending to the plants. I waved first. Good morning, Cedric. He nodded slightly. Good morning, TSI. Good morning, Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout excitedly placed her hand on Cedric's shoulder. If the student assistant program comes to fruition, Cedric will be my herbology assistant. Cedric, clearly perplexed, responded, I beg your pardon, Professor Sprout. What is a student assistant? Professor Sprout nodded at me, understanding the cue. I briefly explained the concept to Cedric. He shyly scratched the back of his head, smiling. Thank you, Professor Sprout. It would be an honor. Later, Professor Sprout had to leave for another engagement, entrusting Cedric with my supervision. Unlike me, Cedric had already begun cultivating his own plants. Did you start in 2nd year? Cedric nodded, yes. 2nd years are typically restricted to greenhouses 2 or 3, but I was granted an exception. However, I didn't expect you to be even more impressive. Chapter 17, The Badger's Celebration. I also wish to cultivate my own plants. You shall have the opportunity, TSI. You are remarkable. As I gazed at the gentle Cedric, a wave of guilt washed over me, for I was the sole bearer of the knowledge of his tragic fate, yet I refrained from disclosing it, fearing the potential butterfly effect. I truly was a selfish and sorrowful individual. However, through our shared experiences, he had transformed from mere text into something far more substantial. I felt my resolve quietly wavering. Cedric, if I were to say that you had only 4 years to live, what would you do? My hands, beginning to perspire, betrayed my anxiety. I was uncertain whether this inquiry might invoke a butterfly effect, yet in that moment, I yearned to pose this question to the noble young man before me. I would complete my final Quidditch match, continue attending classes as usual, and prepare for the OWLs as I always do. After answering, Cedric turned to me again. But why do you ask? Has something happened to you? Oh, gentle Cedric. He was still concerned for my well-being. What a kind-hearted soul. No, I am quite well. I simply wish to inquire. After we finished tidying up, Cedric called out to me, TSI, if you ever find yourself in trouble, please do not hesitate to confide in me. I will do my utmost to assist you. I offered a faint smile. Thank you, Cedric. Upon exiting Greenhouse 3, I found myself at a loss as to where to go next. Perhaps I could visit Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris. Mr. Argus Filch's office was on the 1st floor, and I brought along my copy of My Silent Life and some snacks to share with him. The door to Mr. Filch's office bore numerous prohibitive signs. Oh, I could hardly bear to look, wondering how to coax a gentler disposition from him. I knocked on the door. Mr. Filch, are you there? With a creak, the door opened. Mr. Filch peered around suspiciously, his bulging eyes glaring menacingly. Is it just you? I mimicked his cautious glance around. Yes, Mr. Filch, is there an issue? He snorted dismissively. Nothing. What do you want? Hesitating, I raised My Silent Life for him to see. Mr. Filch, Before I could finish, the door was slammed shut. It appeared Mr. Filch had misconstrued my intentions, believing I was mocking his silence. Mr. Filch, I mean no offense. I merely wish to share this book with you. It is truly well written. Silence enveloped the room. With a sense of resignation, I placed a box of neatly packaged toffees at the doorstep. Inscribed with the words, "For Mr. Filch." I knocked once more, calling out, "Mr. Filch, I have left you a gift. Please be sure to accept it." Initially, when I first delved into the world of Harry Potter, I harbored a particular disdain for Argus Filch. I could hardly fathom how someone could be so rigid, so unkind towards Harry and his friends, while simultaneously aiding that detestable toad-like creature. However, upon witnessing Mr. Filch's sheer delight at discovering the gift left for him, I sensed the excitement blooming within him. It seemed he yearned for acceptance, for the little wizards to appreciate him. Alas, that gift turned out to be a prank by the Weasley twins, which only deepened his animosity towards them. Truth be told, who could relish the feeling of being genuinely trampled upon? In that fleeting moment, I felt an unexpected empathy for Mr. Filch. Perhaps his fleeting kindness was quelled in that instant. To avoid being scorned by the young wizards, he went to great lengths to conceal the fact that he was a squib, and he was, to my knowledge, the only squib remaining in the magical world. You may find my belief naive, but I firmly hold that Mr. Filch is not an inherently malevolent person. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not have appointed him as the caretaker. Barring exceptional cases such as Professor Quirrell, I deliberately amplified the sound of my footsteps to give Mr. Filch the impression that I had departed, then hid in a corner to observe. I swear, I do not possess a habit of spying. I merely wished for Mr. Filch to appreciate my gift. Before long, the door indeed swung open. Mr. Filch, glancing down, spotted the gift on the ground, reached for it unguardedly, unwrapped it, and popped a toffee into his mouth, revealing a gentle smile that I had never witnessed before. At that moment, Mrs. Norris also emerged, affectionately rubbing against Mr. Filch's trousers. It was simply adorable. I extended my hand, only to retract it with the other, for I mustn't let Mr. Filch catch me. My apologies, Mrs. Norris. But I promise to dote on you next time. Suddenly, Mrs. Norris let out a soft meow in my direction. Mr. Filch bent down to scratch her chin, saying, "Mrs. Norris, she has already left." In truth, I had not left at all. It was only after I saw them retreat to the office that I felt at ease to depart. Next, I made my way to the library, where I presented a gift to Madame Pants. Although she did not spare me a glance, I was unperturbed. I sought out Nymphadora Tonks and Gabriel Truman, inquiring whether Cedric had been selected. Truman nodded affirmatively, confirming that the Quidditch team was seeking a seeker. How splendid. A seeker, the finest of athletes. I felt a genuine joy for Cedric. Perhaps we could host a celebration in his honor, akin to the festivities of Gryffindor. Among the four houses, Gryffindor was renowned for their penchant for hosting gatherings, while Hufflepuff, like us, also partook, albeit with less frequency. The other two houses appeared rather subdued by comparison. Truman concurred, stating, "Of course we can." Tonks smiled, adding, "Perhaps we shall have a feast tonight. We owe our gratitude to Cedric for joining the Quidditch team." Tonks, when does the Quidditch season typically commence? I asked, my curiosity piqued. The first official match is at the beginning of November. I nodded. That was indeed soon. Though it was still September, Cedric would only have about 2 months of practice as a new recruit. No wonder the captains were always bickering over the pitch. The urgency was palpable. When Cedric returned that evening, we deliberately extinguished the lights, crafting an atmosphere of solitude around us. Cedric appeared bewildered, wondering if everyone had retired for the night so early, perhaps due to classes the following day. That last remark struck me as rather rude. How could he mention classes when I was not in the mood for studying? The other Badgers seemed equally surprised by Cedric's high regard for them, sharing awkward smiles before diving into their snacks to alleviate the tension. As Cedric flicked the lights back on, Truman and Tonks brandished their wands, conjuring a shower of colorful streamers that cascaded beautifully around Cedric. "Congratulations, Cedric. Congratulations on becoming the Seeker." "Bravo." Cedric beamed at us, catching the streamers in his hands. I gleefully approached him, admiring the streamers he held, playing the role of the enthusiastic cheerleader. "Congratulations. You've caught good fortune. May your wishes come true." Tonks exclaimed in surprise. I had no idea streamers held such significance. I linked my arm through hers. "Of course they do." The other Badgers promptly offered their snacks to Cedric, who, for the first time, found himself the recipient of such generous offerings, visibly taken aback as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After distributing their treats, the Badgers settled onto the sofa, continuing to munch on their snacks. I clapped my hands, and immediately, a cart laden with delectable food rolled in. Cedric looked astonished. "What's this?" I held up a skewer of meatballs. "These are skewers. Akin to a different form of hot pot. They're quite convenient to eat." Truman cast a charm to contain the aroma, preventing it from wafting into the dormitory. The Badgers, enticed by the scent, flocked over. "How delightful. Thank you, Cece." You're simply marvelous. Cece is the chosen Hufflepuff. Chapter 18, The Bloody Baron. Tonks embraced me from behind. With Cece around, we are truly fortunate. It's such a pity that I will be graduating this year. I will miss this. I chuckled. Tonks, you can visit me anytime. I can whip up something special for you. Tonks twirled me around in her excitement. That would be splendid. Time flew by. And after the celebration concluded, I prepared to perform a cleansing charm. I had another gift to bestow upon Cedric, something I had recently learned. Cedric, may I borrow your wand for a moment? Without hesitation, Cedric handed it to me. I was momentarily taken aback, but after receiving the wand, I recited the incantation I had first heard upon arriving in this world, Orchideus. Beautiful flowers blossomed from the tip of Cedric's wand. I returned the wand to him, saying, "It's for you." Cedric, momentarily stunned, accepted it, saying, "Thank you." He gazed down at the orchids. "I truly like them, Cece." I smiled softly. "I'm glad you do." After bidding him farewell, I made my way to Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. Ever since my first visit, I had often returned there, casting a cleansing charm before each use. Myrtle had grown accustomed to my presence and no longer cried as she had during our initial encounters. I struck a bargain with her. She would not disclose my penchant for singing while bathing, and in return, I would allow her to pass through my body without evasion. After my bath, I encountered the dreaded Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist. The moment he spotted me, he pursued me relentlessly as if I were his target. Recalling that he feared Dumbledore and the Bloody Baron, I dashed towards the Slytherin dungeon, fervently praying that the Bloody Baron was indeed present. Perhaps it is true that sincerity begets spiritual connection, for the Bloodman Barrow was fortuitously positioned not far ahead. Bloodman Barrow, the mischievous poltergeist dares to provoke you. Let us redirect the onslaught and see if the poltergeist dares to bully me further. Barrow's demeanor appeared somewhat dismal, though perpetually melancholic. Today he seemed even more so. Shackled and casting a peculiar glance at the poltergeist. With a shrill scream, the poltergeist fled, its antics rather amusing. In truth, I am acquainted with the tale of Bloodman Barrow. Honestly, I found it perplexing at first. These two figures are excessively obstinate, one in pursuit of wisdom, the other in search of love, yet both employing misguided methods. Could it be that he has just encountered Lady Grey? Otherwise, what could account for his current state? Mr. Barrow, are you well? Bloodman Barrow appeared taken aback by my address, yet he did not linger, drifting away as if merely passing through. I called after him, "Mr. Barrow. I am called Sawait." Upon hearing my name, he notably halted, exclaiming, "You are Sawait?" I responded with a soft affirmation. "Your name has circulated among us. Are you aware that your soul is quite unique?" "Ah, my soul. Unique? Ghosts are particularly fond of traversing your being." I nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed true. It is rather impolite, but aside from the Myrtles, whom I permit, I occasionally find them unexpectedly passing through me. However, upon realizing their presence, I would evade them, ensuring they could not touch me. Yet each time I dodged, they wore expressions of regret, which I attributed to their penchant for jest. This did not alter my physical state. I continued my daily routines as usual. I looked up at Bloodman Barrow and queried, "Would you care to try passing through my body?" He inclined his head slightly. "Then may I propose a transaction? You may freely pass through me without resistance, provided you assist me in reprimanding the poltergeist so it refrains from bullying me. Is that agreeable?" Such a trivial matter posed no challenge for Bloodman Barrow. Very well. With that, he passed through my form. To my observation, he exhibited no notable change, yet he appeared quite elated, as if he had never felt such ease before. Bloodman Barrow murmured to himself as he departed. I remarked, "I know you harbor feelings for me. Is it necessary to pursue me here?" "What? Which presumptuous lad speaks?" "Allow me to take a closer look." The mystery was solved. It was Marcus Flint, accompanied by the two others, Graham Montague and Cassius Warrington. Maintaining my decorum, I replied, "Apologies, but I did not come here for you. I merely sought to evade the poltergeist." Marcus Flint glanced at Cassius Warrington. "Hey, poltergeist. Quite the clever excuse." He then turned to me. "Although you are a half-blood, I would not mind engaging in a romance with you. However, you must understand that I am pure blood, thus, marriage between us is impossible. So, shall we simply date?" I scoffed, astounded that Hogwarts still harbored such pretentious individuals. It is such characters that tarnish Slytherin's reputation. "I apologize, but I do not find you appealing, which is my first point. Secondly, I am not a half-blood. Both my parents are muggles. This should not be a reason for your disdain. Your spells likely do not surpass my own. Thirdly, what audacity you have to make such declarations." Marcus Flint shoved me, unbalancing me and causing me to fall to the ground. How brazen. I dusted myself off, rose to my feet, and drew my wand towards him. "Perhaps you would care to test your luck?" Marcus Flint laughed heartily, for he was in his 4th year and naturally looked down upon a mere first-year student. Expelliarmus. Flint was caught off guard. I swiftly followed with Locomotor Mortis. Their legs became entangled. With hands on my hips, I looked down upon the 3 fallen serpents, declaring, "In our homeland, we have a saying, do not judge a person by their appearance. I am not one to be trifled with. Disliking you is simply that, disliking you. Do not presume too much." I could hardly fathom how that little serpent could harbor affections for such a person. I shall have to mention this to her in class next time. "Hey, what are you doing?" Marcus Flint glared at me menacingly. "Hey, it's Filch. You're finished." The 3 of them hopped back to the Slytherin common room, leaving me to retrace my steps. Initially, I worried that Mr. Filch might penalize me, but he passed right by, leading me to suspect I had donned an invisibility cloak. Thus, I returned to the dormitory unscathed. Tonks, with a serious expression, inquired where I had been. I went to freshen up and encountered the poltergeist. "Oh, are you unharmed?" I endeavored to appear obedient, murmuring affirmative sounds. After a thorough inspection, Tonks allowed me to return to my slumber. The following day, during potions class, we were paired with Slytherin. I spotted the little serpent from before, the one with poor taste who fancied Marcus Flint. I quietly settled beside her. She shifted slightly, distancing herself from me, prompting me to move closer. "Hey, why are you avoiding me? You're a Hufflepuff, why act so Gryffindor?" I retorted. "I am merely concerned that you might be deceived by Marcus Flint." How ungrateful, to mistake kindness for folly. "I simply wish to warn you that Marcus Flint is not a good person. Why not find someone else to like? How about upperclassmen Wood? Or Cedric from our house? Or Fred and George? They are all far superior to Flint." I leaned over the desk to observe the little serpent. "Oh, it seems some individuals have deluded themselves into thinking they need not attend my class. So wait." I instinctively sat up straight. If I were to add daffodil root powder to the mugwort infusion, what would the result be? Excellent. Finally, a question I could answer. Combining daffodil root powder with mugwort is disastrous. In an instant, the answer eluded me. Professor Snape's gaze was sharp, as if it bore daggers. "Class is in session." It was evident he was displeased. "Oh, I recall. It can concoct a potent sleeping draught, known as the Draught of Living Death." Professor Snape, seemingly unsatisfied with my interruption, declared, 1 point deducted from Hufflepuff for Miss White's insolence towards the teacher. The world collapsed. I had been docked points. I sat there like a zombie, and the little serpent beside me poked my arm, but I remained unresponsive. Chapter 19, Canary Biscuits. During lunch, Fred and George sought to showcase their experimental products to me. Fred introduced, "This is the prototype of the tongue-tying toffee. Ingesting it will cause your tongue to extend rapidly." George presented it to me. "Hey, so wait. Would you care to try?" I silently looked up, sighed, then lowered my gaze once more. Fred sat to my left, asking, "What is the matter with you?" George, on my right, looked puzzled. I rested my chin on my hand. Professor Snape deducted points from me. "Snape? That old bat." George shrugged. "Fred and I are used to it." Fred enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. "The points we've lost could circle Hogwarts. Perhaps even our very breaths will incur penalties, right, Fred?" Fred nodded, and George stood up to demonstrate. George played himself while Fred took on the role of Professor Snape. Fred dramatically flicked his sleeves, lowered his head intentionally, his gaze turning somber. "Step into the classroom with your right foot. Gryffindor loses a point. No pen, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Lack of focus, 10 points deducted. 10 points. I erupted into laughter, thanking him, though it did little to provide solace. Fred appeared somewhat dejected. "Oh, see, we were merely trying to cheer you up. How about trying this toffee?" I shook my head. It would be too unbecoming. I have an image to uphold. George wore a confused expression. "Huh?" Undeterred, Fred continued. "What about this? A trial version of the canary biscuit." I looked again at the canary biscuit in his hand. "All right, for the sake of your future, I shall indulge." "I'm sorry, Fred. I lack the courage to save you, but I am willing to ensure that everything goes your way while you are alive." I took the canary biscuit and consumed it in one bite. George, clearly flustered, failed to intervene in time. "Hey, you actually ate it." Fred cupped my face. "See? I was just joking. How did you fall for that?" It seemed he presumed I would never actually eat it. I attempted to respond, but instead, I found myself chattering incoherently, not even understanding my own words. The critical issue was that I had transformed into a canary. Fred scooped me up and, with George, headed to their Gryffindor boys' dormitory. Their dorm housed 4 individuals in total, including Lee Jordan and another second-year lion. Fred tucked me beneath his blankets. Fortunately, I had no classes that night. Otherwise, it would have caused a ruckus. Since this was a trial version, neither Fred nor George knew how long the transformation would last. Fred cautioned George, "We mustn't let Jordan find out." George agreed. "Otherwise, he will inform Angelina. If Angelina discovers, Professor McGonagall will know, and then we would be doomed." As I drowsily fought off sleep, I flapped my wings, trying to alert them. However, no one paid me any mind, and I succumbed to slumber. When I awoke again, I found myself back in my own dormitory. Rubbing my eyes and stretching, I sat up abruptly. "Am I back?" Tonks immediately locked me in a headlock. "See, White. Being called by my full name sent a shiver down my spine. She dragged me out of the dorm, and there stood Gabriel Truman, fuming in the center. Upon seeing me, he sighed like a weary father. See, White. I scratched my head. What on earth happened? Why does everyone look so angry? Tonks asked if I knew what had transpired. I only recalled eating the canary biscuit and being brought back to the dorm by Fred and George, eventually dozing off amidst their chatter. Is that all? I tilted my head against the sofa. Nothing happened at all. Truman lightly flicked my forehead. You can't just eat whatever the Weasley brothers give you. Tonks sighed. If you were hungry, you could have come to me. I always carry some snacks. Unsure how to explain myself, I simply admitted my fault. After Fred and George learned that I was awake, they came to apologize. I readily forgave them. It's nothing. We're all just kids. Fred, as if we were brothers, affectionately ruffled my hair. Hey, you're the kid. George draped his arm over my shoulder. Will you come watch our Quidditch practice tomorrow? I raised my hand. I don't think I can. They exclaimed in unison. Why not? Because would probably fear I might steal your strategies. After all, I am a Hufflepuff. No way. You're not a Slytherin. Exactly. He is not even the captain. Oh, I almost forgot. Would isn't the captain yet? I pondered. So shall I go then? Come on, let us go? Knowing that Autumn Zhang was also fond of Quidditch, I was eager to invite her along. Considering Gryffindor's skills are among the best of the four houses, typically competing with Slytherin for the Quidditch Cup, a fact we could not deny. Arriving at the Ravenclaw Tower, I was required to solve a riddle. All right, let us see what kind of question I will be posed. The eagle-shaped knocker emitted a melodious sound. Which is better? A kind lie or a painful truth? Ultimately, a lie is still a lie. Over time, the truth will inevitably surface, and it cannot be avoided. Thus, I chose the painful truth. The voice responded with a low hum. That makes sense. The door swung open. However, the voice was truly enchanting. I didn't rush inside. By the way, have you considered becoming a voice actor? The eagle seemed perplexed. What? I just think your voice is particularly lovely. I was complimenting you. It fell silent, leaving me to contemplate my words. Oh, who is this beautiful lady? I turned to see a boy with round glasses, looking rather refined, holding a book. Hello. I'm C. White, from Hufflepuff. Greetings, I am Roger Davies, a chaser for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, newly joined this year, just like your Cedric. Roger adjusted his glasses. Are you here looking for someone? Oh, I'm here to find Autumn, Jean. Roger smiled thoughtfully. Ah, so you're looking for Autumn. He seemed to be searching for a topic. I never expected a Hufflepuff to come here on their own. I felt a bit flustered, worrying it might seem rude. Sorry. Should I leave? Roger quickly shook his head. No, that is not what I meant. You misunderstood. I just think you're impressive. So beautiful and so clever. He hurriedly set down his book and invited me to sit and rest. Roger pointed to the white marble statue of Rowena Ravenclaw. This is our founder, Rowena Ravenclaw. I rested my chin on my hand, gazing at the statue. Oh, I know. She was friends with our founder. However, your dome is truly magnificent. The stars above are reminiscent of a real night sky, providing such a sense of peace and comfort. Yes, it looks even better at night. If you have time, you can come see it. I was taken aback by his warm invitation and smiled slightly. Thank you. I will. Autumn descended the spiral staircase. Good morning, C. What brings you here? Honestly, this staircase is so high. How many calories must one expend climbing up and down daily? I wonder who keeps insisting that all Ravenclaws are bookworms. It's utterly exaggerated. I embraced her. Sorry for imposing, Autumn. I wanted to invite you to watch Gryffindor's Quidditch practice. Autumn appeared a bit hesitant. Can we go? It's fine, just ask. If they refuse, I'll accompany you to the library. Autumn bounced lightly. All right. Before leaving, I waved goodbye to Roger Davies. See you. Roger Davies picked up a book, gesturing modestly towards me with a slight wave of his hand, a faint blush adorning his face. He truly seemed to be a rather bashful individual. Chapter 20, Quidditch Practice. The Quidditch pitch was expansive, with each of the four houses boasting its own spectator stands. Today, it was Gryffindor's turn for practice. I tugged Autumn Zhang towards Charlie, inquiring whether we might observe the training session. Charlie readily acquiesced, appearing somewhat indulgent towards us first years, agreeing to whatever we proposed. He then asked if I wished to join the Quidditch team. I was uncertain, though Autumn aspired to join Ravenclaw's Quidditch team. Right, Autumn? Leaning on Autumn's shoulder, I introduced her to Charlie. Charlie extended his hand, clearly delighted to meet her. I'm Charlie Weasley, brother to Fred and George, and captain and seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Autumn Zhang shook Charlie's hand, saying, Hello, I'm Autumn Zhang, a first year at Ravenclaw. We took our places in the front row, a splendid vantage point. At that moment, Fred and George soared towards us on their clean sweep fives. Fred tossed his hair back, exclaiming, Cece, you made it. George glanced at Autumn Zhang and then back at me, saying, Hey, a little badger has brought along a little eagle. Welcome. Now, behold the prowess of the Weasley twins. Fred and George began to strike the bludgers, sending them far from their teammates. Honestly, I found the position of beater appealing. Though I was unsure if I could make contact with the ball, it felt akin to wielding a baseball bat in a basketball game. Fred and George consistently managed to hit the bludgers, perched atop their broomsticks with a remarkable momentum that caused them to lean back, their hands gripping the bats, which left them momentarily unsteady. Yet, evidently, the Weasley brothers possessed exceptional skill, as they never faltered, as if they were born for this. Angelina and Alicia, the chasers, were currently practicing passing the quaffle to one another, while Wood, the keeper, undeniably looked dashing as he defended the hoops. Finally, there was Charlie, the outstanding seeker, honing his skills in pursuit of the golden snitch. Angelina waved at me. "Cece, do you want to give it a try?" I pointed at myself. Bewildered me? Alicia swooped down in front of me, urging, "Come on. It's so boring sitting alone." I glanced at Autumn Zhang beside me and asked, "Autumn, do you want to join me?" Autumn blushed slightly and shook her head. "No, I'm okay." I knew Autumn adored Quidditch. Perhaps she was merely shy. "Please, Autumn, I beg you. I feel so insecure alone. Will you accompany me? I remember you excelled in every flying lesson." Autumn touched her flushed cheeks with both hands, conceding. "All right then." Both Autumn and I used the same broomsticks designated for flying lessons. They were undeniably inadequate for Quidditch, yet neither of us owned our own brooms. After my initial embarrassing experience, I had become a focal point for Madame Hooch during subsequent flying lessons. Fortunately, I had regained some control, though my mild fear of heights lingered, causing me to feel insecure and distracted, which contributed to my earlier clumsiness. Nevertheless, I was determined to overcome this slight fear, propelled by the inner strength that insisted I must not fail. Even though I still flew somewhat awkwardly, I had improved significantly. Angelina and I formed one team, while Alicia and Autumn Zhang made up the other, competing against each other. Regardless of the teams, the primary concern was Wood, as he was the keeper. Angelina passed the quaffle to me, and I nearly dropped it, allowing Alicia to snatch it away. I surveyed the 3 hoops and glanced at Wood, preparing to block the shot. Perhaps I would aim for the far left hoop. I selected one hoop at random and threw the quaffle, only for it to be intercepted by Wood, as expected. I couldn't shake the feeling that Alicia and Autumn were being overly lenient. They seemed hesitant to approach me directly. I assured them, "I won't fall." Alicia smiled sweetly. "Better to play it safe." After several rounds, I decided I could no longer tolerate their leniency. I protested, opting to seek out the Weasley brothers. Meanwhile, Autumn approached Charlie, seemingly aiming to connect with the seeker. "Fred, George, I want to try being a beater." Fred and George exchanged glances. "Cece, you should know that beaters are usually wizards." I felt a twinge of annoyance. "What is wrong with witches?" George interjected to clarify Fred's point. "In truth, we bear no bias. It's just that being a beater requires substantial strength and is perilous." Fred handed me a bat. "If you wish to give it a go, you may." I accepted the bat and mounted the broomstick. George released a bludger, advising me to be cautious. The black bludger was quite intimidating. As I sensed it approaching, I instinctively closed my eyes and swung wildly, unexpectedly sending it flying. However, the force of the bludger was overwhelming, causing me to spin several times on the broomstick before regaining my balance. Fred and George were astounded. "Cece, you are amazing." Fred called to Charlie. "Charlie, come see this." George halted Wood, Angelina, and Alicia, insisting, "Quick, come watch Cece. It's incredible." With so many eyes upon me, I felt quite embarrassed. Fred whistled at me. "Cece, are you ready?" George struggled to hold the bludger, poised to release it. "Here it goes." With a loud bang, the bludger took off erratically once more. I gripped the bat tightly, steeling myself as I charged forward and struck with all my might. Again, I hit it. "Wow, what a hit. Truly impressive, Cece." Charlie feigned exasperation, yet his eyes sparkled with delight. "It seems Hufflepuff may soon have an exceptional beater." Wood nodded, acknowledging my strength. Autumn Zhang, her eyes glimmering with admiration, seemed determined to catch up to me. I looked skyward in disbelief. I merely hit a ball. It was all rather bewildering. Before long, the Slytherin Quidditch team arrived. Marcus Flint's arrogant demeanor left me at a loss for words. The current captain of the Slytherin team brandished Snape's special permission, indicating that only they were allowed to practice at that time. Charlie politely negotiated with them, hoping to find common ground, perhaps allowing for staggered training sessions to avoid conflict. Marcus Flint rebuffed him. "Gryffindor, what need is there for training? Win against us first, then we'll talk." This provoked my ire. I retorted, "Marcus Flint, don't speak so definitively. Who can predict the future?" Flint scoffed. "What right does a mudblood like you have to speak here? Best keep your mouth shut." A handsome blonde beside him patted his shoulder. "Flint, there's no need to be so aggressive." Flint shrugged off the blonde's hand. The term mudblood carries a particularly venomous connotation within the wizarding community, equivalent to a slur in the muggle world. Those in the know understand its weight. In response, I elegantly retorted in a muggle fashion, "Hey, Fred, George, do you know how dogs bark? Fred's face lit up with interest. How do they bark? George chimed in, wow. I want to know too. I spread my hands wide, exclaiming, what right do you, a mere mudblood, have to speak here? Kindly silence your mouth. At that, Fred and George could no longer contain their laughter. Marcus Flint paused momentarily, then realized, are you calling me a dog? Charlie leaned against Wood, stifling his laughter. While Wood appeared oblivious, as he did not join in the mirth, was it not amusing to him? Angelina and Aaliyah shielded Autumn behind them, struggling to suppress their giggles. Autumn, however, peered out, her eyes filled with concern. I stepped back, retorting, who has insulted you? Do you possess any evidence? Marcus Flint jabbed a finger at my nose. Hurling insults, you Hufflepuffs are nothing but useless. If I were to be sorted into Hufflepuff, I would prefer to drop out. Hey, I was genuinely incensed, retracting my wand, ready to resort to physical confrontation. We Hufflepuffs are not useless. You may insult me, but you shall not besmirch Hufflepuff. You lack the standing to demean Hufflepuff. Do you know who authored the first textbook on magical creatures? Are you aware of which house the most renowned arithmancer hails from? Do you know who founded Hogsmeade? Chapter 21, Halloween. I shot Marcus Flint a fierce glare, causing him to step back. I harbor no animosity towards Slytherin, but individuals like you tarnish its reputation. Especially your team. Anyone among them is more handsome than you. You have dragged down the aesthetic appeal of the entire Slytherin Quidditch team. Fred looked puzzled. Are they truly handsome? George crossed his arms. I think we are the more dashing ones. Although the two of them were indeed quite charming, it did not negate the existence of attractive individuals within Slytherin. The other members of the Slytherin Quidditch team, aside from Marcus Flint, seemed considerably less irate upon hearing my words. The earlier blonde gentleman even consoled Flint to not take it to heart. Charlie, wishing to avoid a brawl, began gathering the Gryffindor lions to return and rest. I huffed, casting a disdainful glance at Marcus Flint. However, that blonde gentleman seemed rather nice. I regretted not getting to know him better. Fred obstructed my view. Hey, TSI, don't look. George chimed in. Right? Is he really that good looking? I pushed Fred's hand aside. Who is that blonde gentleman? Fred feigned busyness, glancing around. What blonde gentleman? Oh, I only see a red-haired handsome fellow named Fred Weasley. George leaned closer. This red-haired gentleman, George Weasley, isn't bad either. Come on, what's his name? Yet, Fred and George refused to divulge, prompting me to inquire with Charlie. That would be Terrence Higgs, a chaser for the Slytherin Quidditch team, in Wood's year. What? Are you interested in him? Do you need me to introduce you? I quickly waved my hands. No, I won't date before graduation. Four voices chimed in unison. No dating. I turned to the astonished quartet, Fred, George, Angelina, and Autumn, as they nodded like chicks pecking at grain. Yes, I want to date. They all queried together. Why? I scratched my head. Because I want to study diligently? Fred and George exchanged glances, then remarked, you're even more exaggerated than Percy. Angelina embraced me. Good for you. No boy is worthy of TSI. Autumn clenched her fist. All right. Then I will also wait until after graduation to date. Huh, why not? Autumn, you should be with Cedric. Such vexations lingered until the charms class. In fact, after class, I often sought out Professor Flitwick to discuss various spells. Professor Flitwick, what do you think of this charm? I inquired, pointing my wand at his warm water, maintaining its temperature. That way, I can always have a warm meal. Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses, taking small steps to the desk, picking up the warm water. An excellent new spell. Initially, when I approached Professor Flitwick, he was quite resistant to examining my new spell attempts. However, I persistently encouraged him to innovate, cornering him right after class until he relented and allowed me to try it, resulting in quite a delightful surprise. Professor Flitwick grasped my hand, asking if I had any more ideas. I'm growing older and lack fresh concepts. It is you young ones who possess novel ideas. I raised my wand, actually. There is one more, a mimicry charm, where whatever you do, others will do as well. What do you think? Professor Flitwick opened his hefty notebook to jot it down. Oh, quite intriguing. But do repeat that once more. What was it called? Mimic what? Mimicry charm. Professor Flitwick nodded, taking up a quill to note it down. Mimicry charm. However, Professor Flitwick certainly did not merely take notes. He practiced at home each time, reporting back to Professor Dumbledore if he deemed it feasible, while also awarding me points. Thank you, Miss White. Should you have any new ideas, feel free to seek me out anytime. Professor Flitwick tucked his notebook under his arm. Certainly, Professor Flitwick. Furthermore, I sought counsel from Professor McGonagall regarding animagi, as Tonks, being a natural metamorphmagus, could not assist me in this area. Professor McGonagall inquired why I wished to learn about animagi, considering I was merely a first year. In truth, I only wanted the option to transform into a small creature when the human experience became too exhausting. Yet, I could not express this to a teacher. Professor McGonagall, I simply wish to learn a bit more to contribute to this world. Look at that. What a noble aspiration and ambition. Professor McGonagall indeed wore a look of approval. Yet she declined, reasoning that I was too young and suggested reconsidering it in my 3rd year. Well, at least there has been a slight progression. On the eve of Halloween, the young witches and wizards were all abuzz with excitement, for it was a special day for them. The Great Hall had been transformed by Professor Dumbledore, adorned with tiny pumpkins, bats, and orange and yellow streamers, truly capturing the essence of Halloween. I asked Truman if we could don our own whimsical costumes. Truman patted my head. Oh, of course. I sought out Tonks. Tonks, what are you dressing up as for Halloween? Tonks suddenly conjured a pig's nose, which made me burst into laughter. Tonks remarked, I don't need a costume. I can just change. I perched on Tonks's bed. Oh, that is fantastic. Can you offer me some suggestions? Tonks pinched my cheek and poked it. Your skin is so pale. Why not be a vampire? A vampire? I could give it a try? In truth, the wizarding world harbors a degree of prejudice against vampires, werewolves, and other creatures. If I were to dress as a vampire, it would also stand against such biases. Tonks spread the word throughout Hufflepuff that I was to dress as a vampire, prompting other badgers to follow suit. However, some badgers, already of dark complexion, found it quite the endeavor to paint themselves white. Tonks helped me with my makeup and even procured a vampire-specific cape. I affixed faux fangs and opened my mouth wide at Tonks, asking, scary enough? Tonks cheekily pressed her face against mine. Goodness, that is truly terrifying. I was utterly delighted. Upon exiting the dormitory, I beheld the adorable badgers in their festive attire, and I joyfully mingled with them, sharing delightful treats. As the hour approached, the little badgers began to emerge one by one, making their way to the auditorium. Other houses, upon seeing our distinctive Hufflepuff garb, looked on with curiosity. As they had opted for no such change, I glanced at Tonks beside me, a tinge of concern crossing my mind. Had the little badgers dressed up to spare me from feeling out of place? After all, we Hufflepuffs are not particularly fond of drawing attention, and I wondered if my actions might cause inconvenience to my friends. Truman presented me with a generous array of sweets, a tribute to our points-earning little vampire. Tonks unwrapped a piece of candy and placed it in my palm, reminding me, today is Halloween. Aren't you excited? I confided my worries to Tonks in hushed tones. She reassured me, urging me not to overthink things. After all, it had been ages since we had indulged in such festivities, and we had longed for this day. Cedric, too, donned a vampire costume, looking extraordinarily dashing. Tonks couldn't help but tease. No wonder it's Cedric. I noticed the eyes of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and even some Slytherin girls widened in admiration. Truman joined in the banter, exclaiming, indeed, wearing the same outfit. Yet how does Cedric manage to look so striking? I picked up a pumpkin to carve, taking the opportunity to compliment our house captain, declaring that Truman was quite handsome as well. Truman beamed with delight. You think I'm handsome? I nodded emphatically, absolutely. Dashing. Cedric nodded in agreement. Truman, you are quite the charmer. Oh, handsome. George chimed in. Are you complimenting me? Oh no, Fred. I believe they're referring to me, he retorted. All right. Look at Fred and George. They're at it again. Self-promotion at its finest. Amidst a crowd of ordinary little wizards, Fred and George stood out, clad in peculiar furry outfits resembling oversized fuzzy creatures. Chapter 22, The Quidditch Match. I jested. I sincerely apologize, Fred and George, but today, I simply cannot bring myself to endorse your handsomeness. Lee Jordan, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, nearly choked at my words, coughing incessantly. Truman, unable to watch, patted his back to assist him. Once Lee managed to swallow, he resumed speaking. You lot from Hufflepuff must have conspired, right? This is incredibly cool. Vampires, where did you come up with this? It was a spontaneous inspiration, I replied. Lee continued to munch on the chicken leg, seemingly unfazed by his earlier near-choking incident. One must commend his robust constitution. But you must know, Professor Quirrell reeks of garlic. Today, you have the perfect excuse to evade him, as vampires are known to fear garlic. Fred and George took on the role of ambience creators. Wow, cool. My fellow badgers, despite their mouths full of snacks, still found the time to praise me. Wow, I hadn't even thought of that. You truly have foresight. I felt a blush creeping over me, as I had not considered that angle. One little badger piped up, I find Professor Quirrell far more detestable than Professor Snape. Another badger questioned why. I think Professor Snape is scarier. The first replied, oh, even though Professor Snape might not wash his hair, it's still better than that garlic stench. The mere sight of garlic makes me want to vomit. A third badger interjected, enough. Just hearing those two words makes me nauseous. Other little badgers scrunched their noses in distaste. Oh my, is that Professor Snape? Lee Jordan whispered, quickly ducking behind me. I turned to see Professor Snape entering through the doors. No way, had he actually washed his hair? Fred gasped in disbelief. Is today Halloween? George crossed his arms, standing beside Fred, mimicking his astonishment, likely thinking he had seen a ghost. Professor Snape clearly sensed the scrutiny of the little wizards and shot them a fierce glare in return. I quietly bowed my head, muttering to myself. Still the same old Snape. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle softly, while Tonks laughed so heartily that her hair changed color again. Truman pretended to be preoccupied, distributing snacks to the other badgers, who, in unison, seemed to have agreed to devour their treats in silence. Lee, hiding behind me, laughed so hard he collapsed at my feet, only to be disdainfully lifted away by the Weasley twins. After the banquet in the auditorium, we held a small gathering in the Hufflepuff common room, a celebration exclusively for us badgers. Everyone shared their snacks and gifts from home. Although I no longer had family to send me gifts, each day spent with my fellow badgers filled me with joy, and I resolved to try casting the Patronus charm once more. Tonks stayed by my side as we returned to the dormitory, and I grasped my wand, striving to recall the happiest memories, every joyful moment spent at Hogwarts. A burst of white light erupted, and the form beneath the glow began to take shape, possessing 4 legs. Though not yet fully formed, Tonks congratulated me on making significant progress, noting it resembled a rabbit, or perhaps a cat, a 4-legged creature. I gripped my wand tightly, elated. This is wonderful. Tonks embraced me, offering encouragement. Perhaps in a few days, you'll succeed. If I'm not around when you do, be sure to tell me immediately. All right? Yes, of course. It's a promise. November heralded the first Quidditch match, which was also Cedric's inaugural game against Ravenclaw. Quidditch matches are not determined by wins or losses, but rather by points accumulated during each match, with both teams facing off against each other. I couldn't help but throw a few punches at the air at the thought of eventually facing that insufferable Flint. The Quidditch pitch was vast, with hoops of varying heights on either side, as both teams emerged from their respective locker rooms. Since attendance at Quidditch matches was not mandatory, some little wizards opted to skip, particularly from Slytherin, resulting in a sparse audience. However, I spotted several handsome members of the Slytherin Quidditch team from earlier, which was a relief, as I did not have to endure the sight of Marcus Flint. As it was a competitive match, Autumn did not sit with me. She chose to sit with Marietta Edgecombe instead. Tonks and Truman, being 7th years, were quite busy and had no time to accompany me. So I found myself seated with other little badgers. Undeterred by the potential outcome, we rallied to support the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, crafting a large sign emblazoned with Hufflepuff will prevail. It was delightfully conspicuous. I truly was a clever one, perhaps due to the anticipation surrounding Cedric's first game. The initial stages of the match were rather disheartening. However, as the game progressed, Cedric gradually regained his composure, and the tide began to turn. Go Hufflepuff! I shouted, determined to contribute my enthusiasm since I was present. Lee Jordan continued as the commentator, and to be honest, his commentary was quite commendable, perhaps due to the absence of Slytherin. He was able to maintain objectivity. Lee exclaimed, "Oh, there's the golden snitch. Hufflepuff's Cedric is on the move. Oh, Ravenclaw's Seeker is also in pursuit." They nearly spotted the snitch simultaneously. Cedric deftly evaded the Ravenclaw beater, racing towards the elusive golden snitch. However, the golden snitch seemed to possess a soul of its own, always skillfully evading capture. I couldn't help but suspect that the snitch was toying with Cedric. Goodness, Hufflepuff has seized the golden snitch. The match is over. I squinted. To be honest, I couldn't see that tiny snitch at all. If it weren't for Lee Jordan's commentary, I would have thought Cedric and Ravenclaw Seeker were playing a game of tag. The match concluded with a score of 170-60. In retrospect, Ravenclaw Seeker was indeed quite impressive. Roger Davies, the Ravenclaw Seeker, suddenly called out to me. "Is there something you need?" Roger, still glistening with sweat, appeared to be in a hurry. "Are you going home for Christmas?" "Christmas? I don't plan to go home, as there is no one there." "Not going home? You're staying at school? What's the matter?" Roger shook his head. No. I was just wondering if I could give you a Christmas gift." My heart swelled at his kindness. "Thank you so much. I'll prepare a return gift for you as well." Roger nodded like a quail. His face flushed as he departed. Fred and George reappeared behind me, nearly startling me. "Fred, George, could you not be so frightening?" You approached without a sound. Fred crossed his arms. "Hey, see, you were clearly mesmerized by that Ravenclaw, which is why you didn't hear us coming, right?" George nudged Fred. "Exactly. Who was it that said they wouldn't date before graduation? What a liar." I raised my hands in surrender, insisting I was indeed not in a romantic relationship. Did he possibly like me? I pondered, but he was only 12. TSK, my disdainful expression left the Weasley twins momentarily speechless. Fred, with a puzzled look, asked, "See, do you truly dislike it when others have feelings for you?" George feigned exasperation. What a peculiar aversion. I shook my head. "No. I merely think that at 11 or 12, one knows nothing of love. Such feelings at 16 are still considered normal." Fred placed his hands on his hips, sighing dramatically. "You're such a fossil." George nodded in agreement. "A cultured fossil, no less." "Hey, I am not a fossil. I raised my fist. Surely you've witnessed my strength. Just as I was about to strike, Cedric approached. Thank you for cheering for us, see. Oh, we're all of one heart in Hufflepuff. Cedric chuckled. Indeed. You're absolutely right. Are we having a party tonight to celebrate our first match victory? Absolutely. I raised both hands in agreement. I almost forgot to mention, apart from Gryffindor, we Hufflepuffs are the second most fond of throwing parties, though we usually celebrate among ourselves, so the other houses remain unaware. After all, we are the modest Hufflepuffs. Chapter 23. Serving as commentator. A party? Fred's eyes lit up. George leaned down and asked, Beautiful Miss C, are we not invited, the dashing Weasley twins? I smiled slightly, extending a finger. Oh no, this is our exclusive Hufflepuff celebration. It wasn't that they weren't welcome. It was simply that there were too many Hufflepuffs. And Gryffindors as well, for our small common room to accommodate. Besides, the Gryffindor lions could eat quite a bit, and I genuinely worried they would tire themselves out. Fred and George sighed dramatically in unison. You've changed, see. Cedric, however, felt they could invite them, saying, I believe Hufflepuff welcomes every friend, don't you? I glanced at our good-natured gentleman. Since our gentleman had spoken, it seemed we ought to comply. Very well. But the house elves in the kitchen will have their work cut out for them. Poor things would have to toil hard. Surprisingly, the guests were not only the lions, but also a multitude of eagles. I had no idea how they had learned of the gathering. Autumn shot me a glance of indignation. See, why did you invite the Weasley twins, but not me? Oh no, Autumn, I actually intended to invite you in secret. I had indeed considered inviting Autumn, provided I hadn't known the twins would bring along so many people. Well, it seems the twins have been spreading the word about our Hufflepuff party. However, there were simply too many attendees, including a few Slytherins. Fred, George, what exactly did you say? Fred glanced at George, sharing a knowing smile. What did we say, I wonder? Do you remember, George? George stroked his chin. Let me think. Oh, I recall. We said if you wanted to try Chinese cuisine, just come to the Hufflepuff common room. I facepalmed, wishing I could bang my head against the ground. To provide everyone with a more comfortable space, I casually cast a stretching spell, which I had surreptitiously learned from Tonks. The Ministry of Magic allowed the use of the stretching spell on school luggage, but this time, I had done it in secret. However, I would retract it after the party ended. Later, when Professor Dumbledore approached me about the matter, he mentioned he had managed to keep it under wraps for me, but advised against repeating such actions in the future. Of course, that was a discussion for another time. After ensuring my close friends were settled, I mischievously approached a Slytherin girl I had become somewhat familiar with, I assumed. Is the view better this time? To my surprise, the Slytherin girl had some clout. Standing beside her was the previously mentioned blonde heartthrob, Terrence Higgs, the Slytherin Quidditch seeker. The girl scowled. This is my brother. So your last name is Higgs. The girl crossed her arms, her cheeks puffed with anger. I am Rebecca Higgs. How could you not know my name? I pointed to myself. You didn't tell me. Rebecca appeared more incensed, even stamping her foot. I know your name. All right. I sincerely apologize, Rebecca. Please don't be angry, okay? I produced a necklace adorned with the Slytherin emblem. Would you accept this as a gift? Rebecca lifted her chin, casting a haughty glance at the necklace, and huffed. If you insist on giving it to me, I shall reluctantly accept. I cautioned, by the way, this is made by muggles. Would you mind? Before I could finish my sentence, Rebecca interrupted. Once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back. All right. I want to take it back. Is that acceptable? Rebecca seemed to just notice Terrence Higgs. Allow me to introduce my brother, Terrence Higgs, a fourth-year Slytherin. Currently the Slytherin Quidditch seeker. You know what a seeker is, right? I nodded eagerly. Yes. Terrence Higgs extended his hand politely. Hello, I am Terrence Higgs. I shook his hand. Hello, C. White. His smile, though somewhat aloof, was far more courteous than Flint's. I apologize for the incident the other day. I smiled faintly. It's nothing. That matter does not concern you. Rebecca, curious, inquired, what incident? Just thinking about it made me furious. That insufferable Flint you seem to have an eye for. I summarized the situation, unable to fathom how she could be enamored with Flint when she had such a handsome brother. Terrence Higgs smiled at my compliment. Thank you for the kind words. Rebecca disdainfully nudged Terrence Higgs. Brother, why don't you go play with Dorian and Miles instead? Terrence Higgs offered a resigned smile, affectionately ruffling Rebecca's hair before striding towards the two handsome gentlemen. I couldn't help but marvel at their striking appearances. Those two were Miles Bletchley and Dorian Pusey, contemporaries of my brother. I nodded, recognizing them from a distance as members of the Slytherin Quidditch team. Rebecca continued her introductions, pointing out the dark-haired Dorian Pusey and the brown-haired Miles Bletchley. Didn't you say you wouldn't date before graduation? What's this? Regrets? She teased, her expression radiating satisfaction. I rested my chin on my hand, sipping my orange juice with feigned profundity. No, not regrets. I merely wish to admire handsome men. You see, one must possess an eye for beauty. Rebecca scoffed, clearly unconvinced. If you fancy my brother, I suggest you make a move soon. Wow. I pinched Rebecca's cheek playfully. I consider you a sister, and you wish for me to become your sister-in-law. Her cheeks flushed as she huffed and scampered away. No sooner had Rebecca departed than Angelina and Elia settled beside me, and for the first time, I felt overwhelmed by the bustling atmosphere. Akin to a flurry of clinking glasses, Angelina invited me to watch their match against Slytherin the following day. Admittedly, I was reluctant to attend due to the detestable Flint. However, I could not decline Angelina's invitation. I found Lee Jordan and discreetly pulled him into a corner. Lee, in a fit of mock terror, clutched himself, adopting a feeble demeanor. Lee Jordan, I have something important to discuss with you, I exclaimed. He dropped his hands and replied, hey, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to make a move on the dashing and charming me. I was exasperated, leaning against the wall, only to abandon that support as a thought struck me. All right, I want to inquire if I can be a commentator. Lee raised an eyebrow in a rather greasy manner. Hey, Cece, to be honest, are you sweet on me and hoping for some alone time? I wish to give him a thorough reprimand. Lee Jordan, if I were to share what you just said with Fred and George, you would have no face left to show in Gryffindor. He raised his hands in surrender. All right. I'll ask Professor McGonagall. I'll await your news. Flint, prepare to face my wrath. Lee's efficiency was commendable. By the next morning, Professor McGonagall approached me, granting permission for my commentary. The second Quidditch match was upon us, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Professor McGonagall cast an amplification charm on Lee and me. Yet, truth be told, lacking any equipment, be it a small bee or a microphone, left me feeling rather hollow inside. Lee joyously exclaimed, giving a high five to the soaring Weasley twins, who also winked in my direction. According to the original narrative, Angelina was merely a substitute player until her third year when she was promoted to a full-fledged member by Wood. However, the current scenario was quite different. She had, through her own prowess, won over Charlie and secured her place as a chaser even while he was still captain. That detestable Flint, upon seeing me as the commentator, protested vehemently. She's from Gryffindor. Lee Jordan is from Gryffindor too. This is unfair. At that moment, I entirely forgot about the amplification charm, consumed by my desire to critique this man. Unfair? I'm a Hufflepuff, not a Gryffindor. Besides, I'm not the one competing on the field. Whereas the unfairness? Perhaps one should reflect on their own skills instead. Have you improved over the years? Have you trained diligently? Lee, astonished, pointed to his throat, gulped, and gave me a thumbs up. You're fierce. They heard that. Chapter 24, The Lion's Triumph. Well, they heard it, but I was indifferent. Everyone knew I had a long-standing rivalry with Flint. Yet, McGonagall shot me a warning glance. In any case, the match commenced. Lee, with a playful tone, remarked, Charlie's in motion. He spotted the golden snitch at a glance, though I can't see where it is. I followed suit in commentary as Terrence Higgs matched Charlie's pace, both appearing intensely determined in their pursuit of the elusive snitch. Oh, the bludger is hurtling towards Charlie and Higgs. A powerful strike from a Weasley sent it flying away. Impressive. Clearly, Lee couldn't identify who made the play. But kudos to Fred for that splendid hit. Look, Angelina has seized the quaffle. She swiftly passes it to Elia. I nearly expected Lee to lavish praise for several minutes. Given his fondness for Angelina in the original story, you can actually distinguish between Fred and George. I shushed him. That's not the point. Let us refocus on the match. Dorian Pusey has snatched the quaffle, passing it to a Slytherin chaser. Indeed, that chaser was Flint, a name I could hardly bring myself to utter. Marcus Flint shot me a glare from afar, deliberately tossing the quaffle in my direction, only for Dorian Pusey to catch it. Dorian's expression darkened, revealing his displeasure, yet he masked it when facing Flint. I seized the moment to comment. Cool. Dorian Pusey executed a stylish catch. What a gentleman. As for that chaser who threw the ball, his skills leave much to be desired. While catching the ball, Marcus Flint even intentionally collided with Charlie. A chorus of indignant young lions erupted. Foul. Foul. Lee gritted his teeth. What a treacherous Slytherin. His remark clearly ruffled many snakes. Hey, Lee, I think you misstepped there. It's merely the treacherous Marcus Flint. At least the dashing Dorian Pusey and Terrence Higgs abide by the rules. Let us not generalize. However, Flint's collision caused Charlie to lose sight of the golden snitch, leaving both he and Terrence Higgs bewildered as they began to search the entire field for it. Meanwhile, Angelina intercepted the quaffle once more, and Miles Bletchley dove down. Failing to block her shot, goal scored. Gryffindor had triumphed. The match continued, with George unable to intercept the bludger, and Elia being obstructed as Dorian Pusey reclaimed the ball. Wood executed a stunning starfish save. Brilliant. Lee was on a roll, leaving me unable to interject. Gryffindor amassed a significant score, while Slytherin was also steadily catching up, each team neck and neck. Charlie has got it. I waved my arms. Charlie has captured the golden snitch. The match is over. Gryffindor wins. Finally, the match concluded, leaving me parched. Yet, Our verbose champion, Lee Jordan, continued to engage in animated conversation with the Gryffindor Quidditch team members. Fred and George approached me with an assertive demeanor, and I felt an inexplicable urge to flee. In the face of adversity, retreat is the best strategy. I have a bit of business to attend to. Must dash. Stop right there. Cece. Not running. How could I possibly comply? My first destination, Greenhouse 3. I swiftly entered, shutting the door behind me. Cece, what are you doing? Cedric, clad in dragonhide gloves and wielding a spade, looked at me with a perplexed expression. Oh, I merely wished to visit the greenhouse. I stammered. Cedric, though perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. Come over here. Then, don't block the door. He placed his hand on the doorknob. Why are you locking the door? With a decisive click, the lock disengaged. Cedric, just wait a moment. The door was suddenly flung open by the two red-haired Weasley twins. I couldn't stop them. I truly couldn't. Cedric took a few steps back, yet remained in front of me, courteously allowing the Weasley brothers to enter. Since when have you two developed such a fondness for herbology? The Quidditch match just ended, and you haven't even changed your clothes. Fred urged Cedric aside, exclaiming, We have an urgent matter to discuss regarding the little fox behind you. George nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, she's far too cunning. I hid behind Cedric, resting my forehead against his sturdy back, muttering, I am not a cunning little fox. Sensing my unease, Cedric did not move aside. She's one of us Hufflepuffs. You shan't bully her. Fred tilted his head to glance at me, clarifying, We have no intention of bullying her. George mirrored his brother's gesture, inquiring, We merely wish to understand how she distinguishes between us. I peeked out, asking, Then why were you so fierce? In unison, they replied, When have we ever been fierce with you? Just now, when you charged in, you scared me to death. I tugged at Cedric's sleeve. Cedric, tell them, didn't they just look intimidating? Cedric nodded in agreement. The Weasley twins chuckled, but they persisted in questioning how I could tell them apart, considering even their mother struggled with that. In truth, it's a matter of instinct, I explained. Fred and George appeared perplexed. It's just that Fred is a bit more flamboyant, while George tends to be more composed, although George often makes jokes in serious situations. Typically, Fred speaks first. Fred raised an eyebrow at George, clearly concocting a mischievous idea. George shrugged. Hey, Fred, it seems our acting skills aren't quite up to par. They relinquished their pursuit of me, declaring that the next time they saw me, they would expect me to guess again. Honestly, it's not a competition. Why are you so competitive? After they departed, Cedric and I remained in Greenhouse 3, observing the plants. My subject of study for the day was the umbrella flower, a colossal plant with enormous floral canopies hanging from the ceiling, exuding a rich fragrance. However, Cedric was undoubtedly a step ahead of me, having already commenced cultivating bouncing bulb tubers. I planned to ask Professor Sprout, may I also grow plants independently? She requested to see my recent observation notes. This was no trouble. I excelled at note-taking, employing various formats, all beautifully presented. Professor Sprout nodded. You may begin cultivating on your own after the Christmas break. Yay, that's splendid, I exclaimed, embracing our beloved head of house, while also registering to stay at school for the holidays. That evening, I began to compile a list of gift recipients. First and foremost, every little badger in Hufflepuff would receive a gift, perhaps some snacks. And I would buy some charming desk ornaments for Tonks, a pair of yellow thermal gloves for Truman, and for Cedric, a broom care kit along with new dragonhide gloves, considering he frequently tended to the greenhouse plants. For Ravenclaw, I prepared a lovely hairpiece and a collection of illustrations about dragons for Cho Chang, and for Roger Davies, a pair of blue thermal gloves in various patterns, akin to those for Truman. For Gryffindor, I arranged broom care kits for Fred, George, Angelina, and Alia, as they had just joined the Quidditch team and likely did not possess any. I also planned to gift some snacks to other familiar little lions. In Slytherin, I only prepared gifts for Rebecca and her brother, a custom music box for Rebecca that appeared quite exquisite, and dark green thermal gloves for her brother, Higgs. After making my notes, Tonks curiously inquired about what I was writing. I informed her it was for Christmas gifts, but it remained a secret for now. Tonks smiled. Who are you planning to gift? I thought it unnecessary to keep it from her and divulged the details. She crossed one leg over the other, leaning in with interest. So, what's the deal with Roger Davies? Chapter 25, Staying at School for Christmas. I scratched my head. He seems to like me, but when he first met me, he didn't appear so fond. Could it be my longer hair? Tonks pondered. That's quite possible. I was confused. Then why hasn't anyone commented on my hair growth? Tonks reclined on the bed. Oh, many have asked me about it. I told them it was a hair growth charm I performed for you. So no one found it odd. She sat up again. The professors also believe it was my doing, so none should give you a hard time. I gasped. Tonks, are you all right? She waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? That's good. The day before Christmas break, I accompanied Cho to the library. Thankfully, there was no class with Professor Snape on the last day, The dungeons were terribly cold. Did he not fear the chill? He wore just that long black robe every day without changing. Fortunately, I had devised a warming charm. I certainly couldn't use the flame charm in Snape's class. Otherwise, I would lose all points. December at Hogwarts was particularly frigid, yet having lived in the South for so long, I had rarely witnessed such heavy snowfall. Cho was not staying at school. She would return home, and I felt a pang of envy. Cho, I will miss you. Cho, holding her book, smiled shyly. I will miss you too, see. Roger Davies was also in the library, casting glances our way. Curiously, I asked Cho, is Roger Davies looking for you? She shook her head. I don't know. Should I ask him? I glanced at Madame Pants, who appeared engrossed in her book. Yes, please ask quietly. Cho approached Roger Davies, whispered something, and returned. She squinted her eyes in a smile. Roger Davies was looking for you. He said he forgot to tell you he chose to stay at school. I shot a skeptical glance at Roger Davies, then nodded politely. Cho raised her book to partially cover her face, her eyes sparkling mischievously. It seems you really are quite popular, see. Oh, is that so? I feel reasonably well liked among the Badgers, but I'm unsure how I fare among the others. As we left the library, I offered some less challenging snacks to Madame Pants. She did not look up, but spoke. That book is overdue. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Madame Pants. May I have a brief extension? I lowered my head, genuinely apologetic. Madame Pants tapped the table, making a note. Thank you, Madame Pants. You are exceedingly kind. I smiled as I recorded the new return date. I also planned to gift Madame Pants a quill for Christmas, as I noticed she often used one to jot down various notes. Thanks to Madame Pants's reminder, I took my life as a muggle and sought out Mr. Filch once more. Mr. Filch, I have chosen to remain at school this Christmas. Mr. Filch appeared rather impatient, yet I thought to myself, what does that concern me? Miss White, I raised the book once more, feeling that I would be quite lonely on my own. Might you join me? I wish to read to you. While simultaneously enhancing my English skills, Mr. Filch muttered a casual whatever, and then shut the door. But perhaps this should be considered a serendipitous delight? The 2-week Christmas holiday commenced, devoid of any notion of make-up days, simply a perfect, unadulterated break. Huzzah! The vast expanse of Hogwarts was sparsely populated with a few scattered students. Most of my friends had returned home. On the first day of the holiday, I ventured to Mr. Filch's office. Mr. Filch, I have arrived. Upon opening the door, I discovered that the space was not as filthy as I had envisioned. Though it was undeniably cramped, lacking even a window, Mr. Filch illuminated a lamp for me, and Mrs. Norris lounged upon a tattered sofa. Upon noticing my arrival, she stretched and leapt down, nuzzling against my feet. I glanced at Mr. Filch and inquired, May I hold Mrs. Norris? He merely brushed the dust off another sofa cushion and replied, Suit yourself. I vaguely recalled that Mr. Filch's office contained only one sofa, which led me to indulge in fanciful thoughts, suspecting it might have been prepared solely for my benefit, especially since it was adorned in Hufflepuff colors, a stark contrast to the office's ambience. I pointed to the sofa and asked, Mr. Filch, may I sit here? He nodded in silence. As I caressed Mrs. Norris and read, I must confess, the book was truly delightful, chronicling the autobiography of the mute Angus Buchanan. After finishing, I closed the book and asked, Mr. Filch, what do you think of this book? Mr. Filch grunted dismissively, offering no reply. Thus, I continued, Mr. Buchanan is quite remarkable, isn't he? I believe both wizards and muggles alike can lead extraordinary lives, and it is evident that Mr. Buchanan has achieved this. I truly admire and envy him. Mr. Filch cradled Mrs. Norris, remaining silent. Mr. Filch, I shall return the book shortly. As I pushed open the door, Mr. Filch suddenly called out to me. Will you be back tomorrow? I raised the book to obscure the lower half of my face and blinked, of course. After departing from Mr. Filch's office, I made my way to the library. Upon returning the book, I spotted Percy. How peculiar. Why hadn't he gone home? I gently poked Percy's shoulder with my fingertip and whispered, Hello, Percy. He nodded slightly upon recognizing me. Hello, see. Our encounters had been few and far between, and I had seldom seen him even when accompanied by Autumn. Percy, why are you not returning home? I wish to exert extra effort to become a prefect in my 5th year. I sat beside him and sincerely praised. That is truly commendable. I genuinely believe you will become a prefect. Percy smiled. Thank you. However, Percy, I hope that while you pursue power, you will not forget to look back. Percy glanced up at me, puzzled. What? In truth, I envied your family, so many siblings and parents who love you. I merely wish for you not to lose your essence, and to avoid causing your parents distress. Although his brothers may sometimes speak rather harshly or tease him, Percy, you are exceptional. You are a Weasley, yet also your own person, Percy. Perhaps my words were somewhat perplexing, as Percy seemed to not fully comprehend. He merely nodded blankly. All right. In truth, Percy is truly remarkable. In the future, he will not only be a prefect, but also a head boy, and he might even attain 12 OWLs. Thus, I engaged him in numerous academic discussions. He informed me that elective courses would commence in the third year. I inquired with interest, what are the options? Care of magical creatures, arithmancy, divination, muggle studies, and so forth. He replied, but there are a total of 12 OWLs, including defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, history of magic, charms, astronomy, herbology, ancient runes, divination, care of magical creatures, arithmancy, and muggle studies. I found myself intrigued by all the courses. Even the commonly regarded dull history of magic captivated me. I recalled that my fondness for the history of magic course had once led me to be considered a troll among the younger witches and wizards. So, Percy, are you focusing solely on your OWLs now? Percy nodded. I aspire to be like Bill. I eagerly took his hand, wanting to absorb the aura of a top student. I too desire 12 OWLs. I am certain you will achieve 12 OWLs. You possess the capability. Percy is indeed quite diligent, a true role model. After Percy finished taking notes from one book, he opened another and remarked, see, you are impressive as well. I have heard you have created many new spells. And Professor Flitwick even reported them to the Experimental Charms Committee. I gasped, scratching my head sheepishly. Those were merely some harmless, modified little spells, weren't they? How did they even get reported? Percy also mentioned that he had informed Aunt Molly of my new spells, and she found them quite effective, expressing her gratitude for my innovative ideas. Chapter 26, Peter Pettigrew. After bidding farewell to Percy, I hurried to the Black Lake, where the cold of England had frozen the waters solid. I could attempt to skate upon its surface, but only when no one else was around. It must be entirely deserted, for should I fall, how embarrassing that would be. I had not purchased any specialized skates, merely wishing to test my sense of balance. So I summoned my courage and stepped onto the ice. First step, I succeeded. Second step, I ventured forth. The moment I took my second step, I fell. Help! To the unknowing observer, I must have appeared quite comical. I struggled to rise, determined to try again, but I failed. The ice was so slippery that I dared not move. This truly was a case of initial enthusiasm waning with subsequent failures. I knelt on the ground, deciding to take a moment to rest, feeling utterly exhausted. Yet upon the ice, a shadowy figure began to emerge. Was it a Dementor? But then I recalled. It was not yet their time to appear. Turning to see a person instead, I felt exasperated. Encountering a handsome individual during such an awkward moment was far worse than meeting a Dementor. Are you well? It was Darren Pusey, a seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team, with dark hair and brown eyes, his middle part hairstyle lending him an air of scholarly charm. I raised my hand to establish distance between us. Not at all. Another handsome figure, Miles Bletchley, the Slytherin Quidditch keeper, naturally patted Darren on the shoulder. You have disturbed this young lady. I lowered my gaze. This fellow had keen eyesight. However, he suddenly squatted down and said, Hey, you are Rebecca's friend, right? I vigorously shook my head. I am not. I am not. Please do not recognize me. My scarf, which had initially been wrapped around my neck, now covered my head. Darren, with a sigh, pulled Miles Bletchley away. Apologies, we shall take our leave. Miles waved. Goodbye, Miss C. White. He even jested with Darren about why I had concealed my face. Oh, how mortifying. I cautiously pried open a small crack, ensuring they had truly departed and not returned, before I finally removed my scarf, feeling for the first time that the cold winter was surprisingly warm. However, my moment of tranquility was short-lived, as Roger Davies soon arrived, bringing with him a steaming cup of hot chocolate. I accepted the warm beverage with a grateful nod. Thank you, Roger Davies. He extended a hand to assist me in rising from the icy surface, guiding me back to solid ground. What brings you here, Roger Davies? I inquired. He bashfully rubbed the back of his neck, admitting, I could see you the entire time. He gestured towards the direction of the Ravenclaw Tower. Almost forgot. Ravenclaw Tower. Did that mean he had witnessed my embarrassing predicament? I covered my face in exasperation. Never mind. Thank you for your help. Would you like to join me in the Ravenclaw common room? I shook my head in refusal, casually offering him a small snack. No, thank you. Here, have a chocolate frog. The following day, I intended to visit the Ollery to check on my snowball, but encountered Professor Flitwick on the first floor. He appeared quite delighted to see me, exclaiming, Oh, good morning, Miss White. Good morning, Professor Flitwick. What are you up to? I asked. He was holding his wand, surrounded by scattered Christmas decorations. I'm assisting with the school's festive preparations, currently working on the Great Hall. I politely inquired, Do you need my assistance? Professor Flitwick adjusted his glasses. That would be splendid. I retrieved my wand and skillfully cast the levitation charm, followed by the binding charm. Professor Flitwick, do we have enough decorations? Should I use the duplication charm? He seemed pleased with my spell casting. Oh, certainly, Miss White, as you wish. All right, Professor Flitwick, Geminio. One by one, the walls became adorned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, the red and green combination epitomizing the spirit of Christmas. The hall was graced by 12 towering Christmas trees, each decorated with an array of ornaments, and what struck me as most unique were the candles adorning the branches. Not only Professor Flitwick, but also Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, and even Professors Snape and Quirrell were all engaged in the festive decoration of the school. Typically, Professor Flitwick would commence the decorations well before the holidays, but this year, he seemed particularly busy, leaving little time for such preparations. I had always held deep admiration for the professors at Hogwarts. Each instructor taught but a single subject, yet with 4 houses and 7 years, it seemed rather demanding. Thankfully, this was the wizarding world. Otherwise, they might very well be overwhelmed. In my quest to demonstrate my prowess in transfiguration to Professor McGonagall, in hopes of obtaining permission to study animagus transformations, I would often feign nonchalance while transforming various objects in her presence. Though she would commend my efforts and award me points, she had yet to grant me permission for animagus studies. Bored, I ventured back to the library, wandering aimlessly until I stumbled upon a book that caught my eye, Vacationing with a Banshee. The title seemed oddly familiar. Upon glancing at the author, I was met with a rather unpleasant surprise. Gilderoy Lockhart. How distasteful. A second glance revealed that while his appearance was somewhat appealing and his prose and narrative compelling, his character left much to be desired. I mused that Wood, Percy, and their peers were quite fortunate, having only encountered Professors Quirrell, Lockhart, and Lupin, and nearing graduation with all necessary teachings completed, thus avoiding encounters with the likes of Barty Crouch Jr., Dolores Umbridge, and Electo Carroll. As for me, it seemed inevitable that I would cross paths with that wretched Toad. Suddenly, I heard a faint squeaking sound from the hidden book section. Following the noise, I discovered Percy, who had a small, unattractive mouse tucked in his pocket. "Percy, is this your pet?" I feigned ignorance. He nodded, somewhat embarrassed, casting a furtive glance at Madame Pants and gesturing for silence. "Please don't tell Madame Pants." I sat beside Percy, shielding him from Madame Pants's view. "Have you lost your mind? How could you bring a pet into the library?" Percy hurriedly explained. "I didn't bring it here. It must have nestled in my clothing without my noticing." "Well, we need to get it out of here," I declared, poking the mischievous mouse. "Perhaps I could offer assistance." I drew my wand and transformed the mouse into a quill, though its tail still protruded, necessitating my hand to conceal it. "That should suffice," I said, grabbing a book and leading Percy out. "Good afternoon, Madame Pants." As usual, I noted my borrowing record and handed her some treats. Percy followed me out of the library. "Thank you so much, C. By the way, Percy, do you care for this pet?" He cast a spell, returning the mouse to its original form. "I wouldn't say I have a strong attachment, but there is some sentiment. Mother promised to get me a new pet next year." I nodded thoughtfully, recalling how Percy would acquire an owl in his 5th year and eventually pass the troublesome mouse to Ron. I stared intently at the mouse, and Percy, unable to contain himself, asked, "Do you like scabbers?" I shook my head. "I prefer hamsters, not mice, especially not this one. It's an old man." However, I thought it might be amusing to tease this troublesome mouse. "So, Percy, I could come to visit Scabbers tomorrow. I think I might have a slight fondness for him." Percy nodded eagerly. "Of course, you're welcome to the Gryffindor common room." "Thank you." I pondered whether I should confront Peter Pettigrew. I feared altering the narrative. Yet the thought of Sirius's harrowing fate ignited my disdain for Pettigrew. But as a mere bystander, should I truly intervene? What if Harry were to fail because of my actions? What if Voldemort ultimately triumphed? While the original story claimed many beloved characters perished in the final battle, they nonetheless vanquished Voldemort and achieved victory. What if my interference altered the outcome of that immense struggle? I would rather remain uninvolved. Chapter 27, Christmas Gifts. Before heading to Gryffindor Tower, I made a quick stop in the kitchen. "Oh, Miss White. It's Miss White." The house elves greeted me with the reverence reserved for royalty. An intriguing thought suddenly crossed my mind. "Gleam," I said, scratching my smooth head. "Gleam has learned." I nodded, stepping onto a small stool. The house elves knelt, awkwardly chanting in broken Chinese, "Long live our queen. You may rise, my loyal subjects." I reveled in the moment, recalling how my dormitory companions would play with me. And now I had house elves to join in the fun. Come, Gleam, it's your turn." Gleam hesitated. Must I go too, Miss White?" Yes. Up you go," I urged, and he climbed up to stand beside me as the other house elves cheered, "Long live our queen." Gleam shyly lowered his head, unsure of the meaning of the phrase, but blushing nonetheless, he quietly uttered, "You may rise, my loyal subjects." The next house elf took their turn, and one by one, they rotated. After the festivities, I unveiled my culinary creation, a dish that might be considered a dark delicacy to foreigners, century egg. Little Peter Pettigrew, you too shall partake in this exquisite treat. Indeed, I planned to introduce Peter to the wonders of century egg, stealthily concealing the delicacy. I made my way to the Gryffindor Tower, greeted by the portrait of the fat lady, her cheeks adorned with a subtle blush as she cast a glance downwards, prompting me for the password. Oh dear, I was at a loss. Dragon droppings? It was a mere attempt, uncertain if it would suffice, as the young lions were likely to have changed the entrance password. Incorrect. Well, I anticipated as much. Fortunately, Percy appeared to grant me entry, sparing me the embarrassment of babbling nonsensically before the fat lady. Percy, ever the gentleman, extended his hand, inviting me in. Thank you. I followed him into the Gryffindor common room, which featured a grand fireplace, this very spot where Sirius would later connect with Harry. I longed to mark my presence here. Having missed the opportunity on my previous visit, I would certainly rectify that in the future. I retrieved a small snack for Percy, who brought out his pet rat, Scabbers. Oh no, quite grotesque. I held my breath, feigning indifference as I cradled Scabbers, stroking its fur while discreetly producing the century egg. Percy, feel free to read. I shall entertain myself and Scabbers. Percy picked up his book. Very well, make yourself at home. I feigned interest in the posters adorning the wall and surreptitiously shoved the century egg into Scabbers' mouth. The rat initially nibbled like a mouse, then retched like a human, emitting a series of poo-poo-poo sounds. You little rascal, your true nature has been revealed. No refusing, consume it. At that moment, I felt akin to Annie Roan. Scabbers appeared to be on the verge of collapse, so I cast a cleaning charm on him. Bubbles erupted from his mouth. And all was well again. He lived to see another day. I recalled that in the later chapters of the original tale, Peter's flicker of kindness ultimately saved Harry. It was the only shred of goodness within him. Yet, had it not been Peter, others would have emerged to fulfill that role. Someone else would have slain Cedric, and another would have resurrected Voldemort. Rather than an unknown entity, it seemed preferable to let Peter continue, for at least he had a foundation. Stupefied, I deftly lifted Scabbers and placed him beside Percy. Percy set down his book. Are you leaving? I nodded slightly. He rose, but I waved him off. No need to see me out, farewell. Upon departing the Gryffindor Tower, I headed straight to the Ollery. My poor Snowball, mother has arrived. The Ollery was overwhelmingly odorous, the floor littered with owl droppings. Scourgify. I had initially thought Snowball led a charmed life, yet it was quite the contrary. Snowball leapt into my arms, wailing. Shortly thereafter, two individuals entered, Miles Bletchley and Adrian Pusey. Out of politeness, I offered them a slight nod. Miles' eyes brightened as he grasped Adrian's shoulder, pointing at me. Hey, it's you, Miss White from the Ice. I smiled, pondering, what a charming display of manners. Adrian chuckled resignedly, producing his envelope. We are here to send letters. Oh, splendid. I stepped back against the wall. Miles also took out an envelope, handing it to his owl. Miss White, do you not wish to send a letter? Have we disturbed you? I shrugged. There's no one at home. No need to send anything. That was indeed my sentiment. For who would I be writing to? Suddenly, Snowball soared up to greet Miles' owl, then proceeded to do the same with Adrian's. I exclaimed, well, they seem quite friendly, don't they? Haha, you silly bird. What are you doing? Aren't owls supposed to be monogamous? Miles explained that his owl was a female, and I should be mindful. Adrian nodded in agreement, as his owl was also a female. Wait, does that mean Snowball is a boy? I quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I'll take him away. To prevent Snowball from enticing innocent maidens, I returned him to the dormitory. Snowball, if you do that again, I shall pluck every feather from your body. Snowball, filled with guilt, prowled around my desk, his head tucked in and acting furtively. Tomorrow, you shall assist me in delivering Christmas gifts, understand? Snowball cocked his head, flapping his wings. Gifts from outside the school would be delivered by Snowball, while I would personally sneak in the presents within the school. I hoped that Percy, Roger Davis, and the other Badgers, Eagles, and Lions, including Miles and Adrian, whom I had met a few days prior, would keep my skating mishap a secret. As for Professor Dumbledore, I had procured a bounty of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans for him, hoping he would be fortunate enough to taste the delectable flavors. For Madame Pants, I prepared a feather quill lollipop, for Mr. Filch, chocolate balls, and for Madame Pomfrey, jackfruit preserves. I gifted every professor with toffee, and for Hagrid, I arranged a pumpkin pie, hoping his culinary creations would be more palatable this time. As for Professor Quirrell, I added a bottle of rose-scented perfume to his gifts, a delightful torment for him. After a long day, Snowball returned and collapsed onto my desk. I had set aside a generous amount of food for him, rewarding him for his hard work. Within a few days, I received a flurry of replies. My modest dormitory was inundated with owls delivering their Christmas gifts to me, the sheer number overwhelming enough that I shan't enumerate them all. However, I was particularly surprised to receive a gift from Aunt Molly, a sweater, the very same one Harry would receive. It was a delightful yellow, emblazoned with a large gray W. I adored it, truly, and embraced the hand-knit sweater as though it embodied my mother's warmth. Eagerly, I donned the sweater, planning to wear it to the Christmas feast. Yet, such a precious gift demanded a return gesture. Perhaps I could acquire additional items for Snowball to deliver. However, my funds had almost run dry due to my Christmas shopping. My purse was feeling rather light. I wondered if Hogwarts offered work-study programs, for I yearned to earn some pocket money. Or perhaps my galleons could multiply. Galleons giving birth to galleons, and I would find myself with an inexhaustible supply. I retrieved a wooden comb crafted by my grandfather before his passing. It might serve as a lovely gift. It was beautifully made, adorned with elegant lily patterns, and featured a tassel hanging from the base, exuding an ancient charm. Snowball, don't sleep yet. This is the final trip, all right? Snowball sprang to attention, flapping his wings with determination, ready for action. After casting the duplication charm, I packaged the replicated comb and ventured outside with Snowball. He grasped the ribbon in his beak and took flight, soaring further away under my watchful gaze. Once back in my dormitory, I tidied up briefly before heading out. At the entrance to the Great Hall, I spotted Roger Davies. Merry Christmas, Roger Davies. Chapter 28. Return to school in January. Merry Christmas, Porcelain. Apologies, may I call you Porcelain? Roger Davies glanced around awkwardly. I nodded. Of course, Roger Davis. Roger Davis lowered his head, stammering as he spoke, seemingly hesitant to voice his request. Perhaps you could simply call me Roger? Absolutely, Roger. Roger Davis extended his hand. So does this mean we are friends now? I grasped his hand and smiled, believing we had already crossed that threshold. The corners of Roger Davis's mouth lifted. Oh, indeed. Together, we entered the hall. He approached the Ravenclaw table while I made my way to the Hufflepuff table, joining the remaining Badgers and exchanging greetings with Percy. Percy initially nodded, but then his expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort, likely due to the sweater I was wearing. Hi, Percy, Merry Christmas. I know what you're about to ask. This sweater is a Christmas gift from Annie Moley, and I absolutely adore it. Percy frowned slightly. As long as you like it. But Percy, surely you have a sweater too? Why aren't you wearing it? Percy pursed his lips. I think I'll wear it in a few days. Oh, come on. I blinked, convinced that he would look splendid in it. Go change into it. Percy scratched his head. Really? I nodded emphatically, patting my chest. Look at me, clad in this attire. The Badgers are all praising my appearance. Percy gazed at me, then sighed, as if resigned to his fate, and nodded. I was perplexed. What was the matter? Is there an issue? Percy shook his head. No problem. It's my issue. He soon changed into his sweater, which bore a prominent P. I immediately gave him a thumbs up. Splendid. A nearby lion asked me, White, why are you wearing a Weasley sweater? I explained, it's a Christmas gift from Annie Moley. Oh, you all look like a family, except you aren't a redhead. I understood he was jesting, so I took no offense. During the Christmas holiday, I also visited Hagrid, who welcomed me warmly, even offering me his dark culinary creations, such as rock cakes and treacle tarts. I knew he meant well and had no ill intentions, but those were truly not suitable for ordinary folk like me. I smiled politely. Thank you, Hagrid. I will enjoy it thoroughly, but may I take it home to indulge? Hagrid joyfully shook his shoulders, his face glowing with happiness. Munching on his own baked rock cakes, of course. White, I'm delighted you like it. If you wish for more, just come find me. I nodded. Indeed. Not all foreigners appreciate Chinese cuisine. For instance, Hagrid finds it quite unpalatable. Nevertheless, it matters not. To each their own. Hagrid even regaled me with tales of Harry Potter. Oh, you know, that boy who miraculously survived. Potter will be starting school next year. I patted Fong's head. That's wonderful. Are you going to pick him up? Hagrid? Hagrid took a hearty swig of sherry. Oh, of course. Apologies, where does Harry live again? After all, I reside in the Muggle neighborhood. Perhaps I might run into Harry. Number 4, Privet Drive. Privet Drive? That sounds familiar. I took the fudge Hagrid gifted me to find Percy and surreptitiously fed a piece to Fong. Fong's teeth became stuck. I let him suffer a little before helping him clean it off. Of course, Percy was none the wiser. In early January, everyone returned on the Hogwarts Express. Tonks embraced me. See. Long time no see. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Tonks. Tonks incessantly praised how adorable my gift was, particularly fond of it. Thinking it was merely a small cabinet, only to discover it was a pen holder. I was also grateful to Tonks, who gifted me a pair of particularly charming duck-patterned slippers. Cedric sought me out, expressing his desire to personally hand me a gift. Under Cedric's eager gaze, I unwrapped the present, revealing an adorable badger plushie. I cuddled the plushie, unable to resist its softness. Thank you, Cedric, I truly adore it. Cedric was delighted that I appreciated the gift, sharing that he had specifically ventured into the Muggle world to procure it, which was quite a feat. Fred and George made a point to check if I was wearing my sweater, only to discover that I had been donning it since receiving it, alongside Percy. Fred and George hoisted me up, parading around the campus with great flourish. Yes, C is wearing our Weasley sweater. This is exclusive to the Weasley family. C is now a member of the Weasley clan. Regardless of whom they encountered, they spoke in such a manner. Charlie was thrilled that I liked the sweater. Mother would be overjoyed if she knew. By the way, thank you for the gift for Mother, that lovely little comb. Fred draped himself over George's shoulder. Speaking in a half-joking tone, Father regrets missing the chance to meet C. George shrugged, making a silly face. In fact, Father envies Mother for receiving a gift. Suddenly, Fred scooped me up, but it didn't feel like us. George happily took my other arm from Fred. We can see C every day. I was helpless, like a doll at their mercy, as they carried me off. Woo! Charlie urged them to settle down. It's too dangerous, and invited me. C. Would you like to come to our home during the summer? Thankfully, Fred and George halted just in time, allowing me to reply yes. I want to go. Fred and George exclaimed with another woohoo, then dashed off with me to another floor, leaving Charlie behind. Angelina, who was slowly approaching from a distance, suddenly began chasing us. No, she was likely only targeting Fred and George, for she exclaimed, Fred, George, you're at it again. Always monopolizing C. It's utterly infuriating. It's bad enough you keep deducting points from Gryffindor. Why must you monopolize C? Aaliyah attempted to calm Angelina, chasing after her to restrain the already furious Angelina. Thus began the never-ending cycle of Spike, the dog, Tom, the cat, and Jerry, the mouse. For more details, refer to a certain episode of Tom and Jerry. By the way, Lee Jordan was still the commentator, narrating this farce. Truly, a Gryffindor. In the end, it was our valiant Hufflepuff head boy, the indomitable Gabriel Truman, who rescued me from the clutches of the lions. Thank you, Truman, you are my savior. After escaping the little lion's grasp, I met the little angel from Ravenclaw. My Chiozhong. Chio, Merry Christmas. Chio shared a delightful anecdote from her Christmas. Although I did not visit China, I did wander through the Chinese district in our area. Oh, the Chinese are truly friendly, just like you see. I tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear. So glad you enjoyed it, Chio. Chio's earlobes gradually tinted a shade of pink. I also bought a few beautiful Chinese garments, if I get the chance. I'd love for you to see me in them. I would be most delighted, Chio. I took her hand. You would look absolutely stunning. As night fell, it was time for our astronomy class with Slytherin. Professor Sinistra instructed us to pair up. Rebecca naturally stood beside me, choosing me. Since Professor Sinistra had a close relationship with our head of house, she paid particular attention to me as well. She smiled gently as she tousled my hair, often recounting tales of you, the clever child. What are your thoughts on astronomy? I find it quite challenging, though I certainly cannot admit as much. It possesses a mystique akin to the cosmos itself, evoking an aura of the unknown. Ah, the allure of language. Professor Sinistra appeared truly pleased, proclaiming, well said, Miss White. Rebecca, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, when did you become so familiar with Professor Sinistra? Just as I was about to explain, she nodded to herself, as if it were simply a matter of course for someone like you. Huh, a matter of course? What do you mean? Rebecca leaned closer, her breath nearly brushing against me. You always manage to win the affection of all the teachers. Chapter 29, The Active Map. Huh, are you certain? I scratched my head, pondering that Professors Snape and Quirrell did not seem particularly fond of me. Since the first time Snape awarded me a point, he had never done so again. And Quirrell seemed too disdainful to approach me, though that was entirely intentional on my part. Rebecca rolled her eyes in exasperation. Compare yourself to the others from the other three houses, and you'll realize that Snape doesn't actually dislike you. As for Quirrell, if you wish to win his favor, you must be out of your mind. He reeks of garlic. With that, she suddenly pinched her nose, as if recalling something distasteful, then asked, do you still need an astrological chart? The topic shifted swiftly. No, I already have one. The wizarding supplies shop in Diagon Alley sells them for 6 galleons each, but I cannot afford a new one at present. The one I have is from Professor Sinistra's class, which she collects after the lesson. Rebecca's chart was one she had purchased herself. Rebecca handed me a new astrological chart, saying, I bought an extra one. This one is for you. Bewildered, I accepted it. Is this truly for me? Rebecca seemed dissatisfied with my reaction, her tone slightly brusque. If I say it's for you, just take it. All right, thank you, I replied, genuinely appreciative. Thank you so much. Rebecca, you're truly kind. She appeared awkwardly pleased, as though she had been awaiting my gratitude for some time. After the school term commenced, the Quidditch matches resumed. And regrettably, we lost to Gryffindor. Charlie was exceptionally skilled. It was no wonder Wood admired him so greatly. Following the match, I joined the Hufflepuffs in comforting Cedric. In truth, Cedric's abilities were commendable, but our other Quidditch players paled in comparison to those from the other houses. Conversely, Ravenclaw, while having a slightly inferior seeker compared to the other three houses, boasted exceptionally talented players. Our match against Slytherin also ended in defeat, leaving us with little hope for the Quidditch Cup. However, we were not overly concerned, for we had at least won once, had we not? Ultimately, as all matches concluded, the scores were tallied. Slytherin emerged victorious, claiming the Quidditch Cup. Charlie patted Wood on the shoulder, offering consolation. It's all right. You still have opportunities ahead. Wood sighed, but, Charlie, this is your last Quidditch season. Charlie lowered his gaze. It's fine, Wood. It's enough that I made it to 7th year. I interjected. Don't be disheartened. Perhaps next year we shall win the Quidditch Cup. After all, Harry will be joining us next year, the chosen one's aura. Wood glanced at me with a sympathetic expression. Thank you. Well, it's just a matter of finishing last, I replied. One day, Hufflepuff will surely claim the Quidditch Cup. During flying class, I spotted Wood, serving as Madame Hooch's student assistant. This flying lesson was shared with Gryffindor, the largest house among the four. McLaggen was ostentatiously soaring through the air, seemingly flaunting his flying prowess. Katie Bell's flying skills were equally noteworthy. After all, she would soon become a formal team member in her 2nd year. Wood had taken a liking to her, encouraging her to participate in Gryffindor's Quidditch tryouts in her 2nd year. Naturally, Katie was thrilled, leaping with joy and clinging to my arm. Hey, Cece, did you hear that? I patted her hand. I heard. Well done, Katie, that is fantastic. Compared to previous times, I had made significant progress. Flying was no longer a challenge for me, though I still fell short of Katie's abilities. McLaggen, overly self-assured, attempted to teach me, claiming my riding was utterly dreadful. I was exasperated. He was the one who was lacking. McLaggen, you're merely average. McLaggen, now infuriated, pointed at my nose. With your skills, how dare you compare yourself to me? I will undoubtedly join the Quidditch team in my 2nd year. You probably can't even get through the door to try out. Katie defended me. Cece just has a bit of a balance issue. Otherwise, she's just as good as you. McLaggen scoffed. You, Belle, being a Gryffindor, dare to side with someone from another house against me? I shielded Katie behind me, insisting, this is merely a personal dispute. It has nothing to do with houses. Perhaps our argument was so intense that it drew Wood over. What is going on here? I briefly explained, with Katie nodding along adorably at my side. For every statement I made, she would affirm with a nod, which was simply delightful. After hearing my account, Wood glanced at McLaggen, stating, Cece indeed flies better than you. That remark shattered McLaggen's defenses. I smiled gratefully at Wood. Thank you, Wood. He shook his head. I merely spoke the truth. I wondered if this incident would cause McLaggen to harbor resentment toward me, but I was not one to shy away from confrontation. During the afternoon break, I visited Mr. Filch's office to pet the cats. How are you, dear Mrs. Norris? I have truly missed you. Under my attentive care, Mrs. Norris had grown rounder and appeared less sharp than before. Before long, Fred and George were caught by Mr. Filch. Upon spotting me, Fred even winked, seemingly unbothered by his punishment. If only they could call their parents, they might behave. George raised his eyebrows at me, his lips forming a silent inquiry about my well-being. I turned to Mr. Filch. Sir, may I ask what happened? He huffed. That depends on what these two ruffians have done. They left dung bombs in the corridor as if kissed by a dementor. I was puzzled. What mischief had these brothers been up to? Consequently, they were sentenced to detention. As a dutiful friend, I stepped forward. Mr. Filch, I'll help you keep an eye on them. Mr. Filch hesitated for a moment, his bulging eyes darting between me and the Weasley twins, before leading Mrs. Norris away. Once I was certain Mr. Filch had left, I dared to speak. What on earth were you thinking, leaving dung bombs? Fred and George exchanged shrugs, responding in unison. We did it in 1st year. It's nothing unusual. I facepalmed. Then why haven't you learned your lesson? Fred produced a blank parchment, as if by magic. I smiled politely. I will not assist you in writing an apology. George tilted his head back, rubbing his face in exasperation. What a dull girl you are. I crossed my arms, wondering if this could possibly be the fabled Marauder's map. Fred winked at George, who grasped the other end of the map, and together they declared in unison, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Almost instantly, curved green letters appeared on the pristine parchment. The suppliers of mischief makers, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs, proudly present the Marauder's map. This text then vanished, replaced by a glowing point, gradually revealing every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, along with the precise locations of every individual within its walls. I noticed Cho in the library, Rebecca in the greenhouse, most likely attending herbology class, and countless familiar names, including Percy. Little Peter Pettigrew had not been with Ron before, as he had been with Percy, whose name overshadowed his. Hence Fred and George had never noticed. Similarly, Ron's name was obscured by Percy S. My name alongside Fred and George's was crammed into Filch's office. Pray tell, what does this have to do with your pranks? Fred sighed in exasperation. Come on, during the Christmas break, we saw you in Filch's office. George placed a hand on my shoulder, leaning his head against mine. We thought you were in detention, so we came to keep you company. Thanks, but you are overthinking it. Chapter 30, Crivet. I am a law-abiding student. I would never find myself in detention. The point deducted by Professor Snape will be my only blemish, my sole imperfection. Fred and George proceeded to elaborate on the myriad secret passages revealed by the Marauder's map. I nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor. Wow, cool. Hey, Fred appeared somewhat irritated. You're so dismissive. George placed his hands on his hips. We invited you to our home. And this is how you repay us. Well, what do you want? I had already discerned that their feigned displeasure was a ruse, clearly an invitation to partake in mischief. Fancy a little adventure? A mysterious night escapade. I spread my hands. Are you not going to sleep? Oh, come on, just for one night. Yes, just for one night. I firmly resisted. No, Tonks wouldn't allow it. Fred tried a different angle. How about that weekend when there are no classes? I looked up, feeling uncertain. Where are you planning to go? George raised his arms. To Hogsmeade. But I have no money. This is the truth. Fred and George draped their arms over my shoulders. Don't worry, we have some pocket money. Yes, we'll buy you some snacks on the house. All right then. As long as we return promptly, it should be fine. The afternoon potions class was shared with Slytherin, and the student assistant was Dorian Pusey. Even after the Christmas break, it was still somewhat chilly. I cast a warming charm on Rebecca, which inadvertently led her to prioritize style over comfort. While measuring the powdered spiny sea urchin spine, I quietly cautioned Rebecca, this charm lasts only about 4 hours. You should wear something warmer. Rebecca haughtily declined. No, this is the pride of the Higgs family. I promptly fell silent. Their family pride seemed rather peculiar. However, Terence Higgs, clad in a trench coat, did look quite dashing. Dorian Pusey approached us, inquiring if we needed assistance. I figured there must be a reason Professor Snape had chosen him as a student assistant. After all, anyone summoned by Professor Snape must be exceptional. Therefore, I was keen to observe how Dorian operated. Thank you, but Rebecca interrupted, we don't need it. I gazed at Rebecca in surprise. Hey, Rebecca. She was nonchalantly concocting a herbicide, completely disregarding Dorian Pusey. I nodded apologetically to Dorian. Thank you, but we're fine. He then walked away. I couldn't comprehend why Rebecca would refuse Dorian's help, as her potion making was indeed impressive. Rebecca, do you dislike Dorian Pusey? She shook her head. No, but don't get too fond of him. I scratched my head. Huh? Oh, I see. You like Pusey. Your taste has finally improved. Rebecca wore an expression of frustration. No, I don't like him. Tell me, between my brother and him, whom do you prefer? Adhering to the rule of answering questions as they come, I remained unfazed and replied effortlessly, your brother. The corners of Rebecca's mouth lifted slightly. Well then, between my brother and me, whom do you prefer? You. It was evident that Rebecca was struggling to suppress a smile, her lips threatening to soar toward the heavens, side by side with the sun. Ah, good taste indeed. Once the potion was complete, Professor Snape awarded both Rebecca and me 5 points each. I seriously suspected I had benefited from Rebecca's brilliance, as I was awarded such a generous number of points. Henceforth, I intended to sit with Rebecca in every one of Professor Snape's classes. The student assistant during Charm's class was Penelope Clearwater, who, in the original text, was Percy's girlfriend during his time at school. I wondered if they were still together. Penelope Clearwater possessed long, beautiful curly hair and wore round glasses. Whenever Professor Flitwick stood at the lectern, Penelope would stand beside him, patiently awaiting her turn to demonstrate after he finished. For any struggling young witches, she would approach them, offering her assistance, a truly gentle senior. While I observed Penelope Clearwater, Cho suddenly tugged at my sleeve. Cece, do you think this is correct? Alohomora. The lock on a small box on the table clicked open. Quite right, Cho. Excellent, Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick approached us. 5 points each for Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Penelope smiled at us. Well done. After class, Penelope walked with Cho and me, saying she had often heard Professor Flitwick praise me and had long wished to meet me. We chatted for quite a while and even went to the library together. Indeed, the best way to bond with a little eagle is to visit the library. Upon entering, Penelope was astonished by the unusual layout and atmosphere. Glancing at the ever-serious Madame Pants, do we really have a discussion area now? Madame Pants adjusted her glasses and glanced at me. Yes. Penelope politely inquired. May I ask why the sudden change? Madame Pants continued to focus on the book in her hands. You may want to ask that young lady behind you. Penelope turned to look at Cho and me. Cho shook her head vigorously, while Penelope's gaze remained fixed on me. Cece, what did you do? I shrugged, explaining. I suggested an idea to Madame Pants during Christmas, and I didn't expect it to be implemented so quickly. Penelope and Cho both embraced me. Cece, you are truly a genius. I smiled bashfully as we made our way to the discussion area, where each table was equipped with a soundproof charm, ensuring that conversations would not disturb neighboring tables. In History of Magic class, Professor Binns floated through the blackboard to stand before us, while Percy, as the student assistant, helped oversee the class discipline. As soon as Percy took action, sleep was rendered impossible for everyone. The little lions and badgers lamented incessantly. At the end of the class, Professor Binns awarded me a plethora of points, and perhaps this time, our Badger House stands a genuine chance in the House Cup. Fred and George, upon learning that Percy had become a student assistant, immediately sought him out. Oh, Percy, you've become a student assistant, they exclaimed. And yet you haven't been nagging us daily. Percy, clutching a copy of A History of Magic, replied impatiently, "That's because it was arranged at the last minute." Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, no wonder. However, they were astounded to learn he received a galleon for his last class. "What? Are you serious?" they exclaimed. Percy wore a triumphant smile, attributing his good fortune to C, who had suggested it, though only third and fourth years were eligible, and they had to maintain commendable grades. I discreetly distanced myself from their battleground. Fred looked towards George, who embraced his older brother. "What a pity, isn't it, George?" "Indeed, Fred, we are so exceptional. Yet no professor seems to notice us." I stretched out a hand from behind the corner of the wall. Perhaps the flying lesson could work, the first-year flying lesson. "Oh, cool, George, what do you think?" "That would be splendid, Fred." I peeked out. Their acting was atrocious, George and Fred. The tone and pitch were particularly peculiar. I couldn't discern what was genuinely odd. Fred placed his hands on his hips. "Well, it seems we've been found out." George rested a hand on Fred's shoulder. "Miss Foxy of Huaxia." Percy was taken aback that I recognized Fred and George. Truly remarkable insight from C. "No, perhaps you were simply oblivious?" After Percy departed, Fred and George reminded me not to forget our agreement to visit Hogsmeade over the weekend. Was that weekend Saturday or Sunday? Fred raised an eyebrow. "Why not both days?" George shook his head disdainfully. "Who has a weekend with only one day?" "But, my friends, don't you have final exams?" "Oh, that sort of thing." "Yes. But isn't it in June? It's only January now." Well, they were joking again, utterly unconcerned about exams. Chapter 31, Hogsmeade. On Saturday morning, I awaited the two troublemakers in the yard as promised. I wished I could be like Dora and say, "Troublemakers, don't cause mischief," and they would obediently return, allowing me to return to the warmth of the Hufflepuff common room. However, the reality was, "Hi, C. You're here so early. Can't wait, can you?" I was hoisted by the two into the one-eyed witch's passageway, arriving in the cellar of Honeydukes. The cellar was filled with crates and other wooden boxes, and perhaps due to being underground, it was particularly dusty. I coughed incessantly but covered my mouth to avoid detection, simultaneously casting a cleaning charm. Fred and George also covered their mouths with their robes, gesturing for me to look at the long wooden staircase leading directly to the shop above. Since it was the weekend, Honeydukes was bustling with customers, and we blended into the crowd seamlessly, primarily due to the tall stature of the Weasley twins, effectively concealing me from view. Their task was to purchase sweets and then sell them at an inflated price to younger students, or to those in the same year who couldn't venture to Hogsmeade. I had always wondered, what would they do if they couldn't sell anything? Fred hushed me. "We can always repurpose them." George nodded. "Create something new, like dung bombs." If it were the Weasley twins, they indeed possessed such ingenuity. We encountered Oliver Wood, who seemed unfazed and merely reminded them to avoid detection by students from other houses. A clothing store caught my eye, the elegant wizarding attire shop. I patted my empty pockets, deciding to postpone any purchases until I had money. "See, hurry up." Fred tugged at my hand. George grasped my other hand, leading me towards Zonko's joke shop. "What are you planning to buy?" Fred presented an item that appeared rather foul. "Look, what's this?" I raised an eyebrow. "What on earth?" George interjected. "Dung bomb." "Ew, gross." I recoiled. "Get that away from me." I hid within George's robe. "Help me, George." Fred returned the dung bomb to its place, playfully pulling me from George's embrace. "Hey, don't take advantage of my brother. Eat mine instead." I grimaced. "No. I'm a germaphobe." Fred brought the item close to my nose. "It's odorless. It hasn't even been unsealed." "I still don't want it," I replied, wrinkling my nose. I tightened my grip on George. George shrugged. "Oh, Fred, it seems C is genuinely frightened. Let us not trouble her too much." Fred sighed. "Fine. You hold on to her. I'll go buy other things." After Fred departed, George inquired if I would like to poke my head out. "Well, okay." I cautiously peeked out. "Is there nothing normal that doesn't smell foul?" George pulled out a candy. "How about a belching biscuit?" I shook my head. "Oh, no, thank you." "Then how about a nose-biting teacup?" I covered my nose. "I don't think I want that either." Fred returned after making his purchases, and while I was distracted, he pinched my cheek. "Hey, finally willing to come out?" "Hey." I rubbed the pinched spot. "Shall we head to the Three Broomsticks?" "That sounds delightful. But I don't drink alcohol." "They have more than just alcohol. They serve lemonade too." That sounded much better, since I was finally here. I truly wanted to explore a bit. "All right, I'll go." The Three Broomsticks, run by the lovely Madame Rosmerta, welcomed us. Fred and George greeted her casually. "Good morning, Madame Rosmerta." "Good morning, little wizards. What would you like?" I raised my hand obediently. "Do you have any recommendations that aren't alcoholic?" Madame Rosmerta feigned disappointment. "Oh, what a shame. My brewing skills are rather exceptional." I lowered my gaze. "I'm truly sorry, but I'm still too young to drink alcohol, of course." I pointed to the two beside me. "They can't drink either." Madame Rosmerta gently tapped my cheek. "All right. I have lemonade, cherry juice with ice, and soda with little umbrellas." I looked at Fred. "Oh, Fred, You must love lemonade. Fred languidly shrugged, his body language indicating he wasn't particularly keen on it. That sounds yellow. I instantly turned to George. Oh, George, you must love cherry juice, right? George glanced at Fred. See, is there a possibility that it's yellow? Oh dear, Madame Rosmerta, please give the gentleman on my left a lemonade, the gentleman on my right a cherry juice, and I'll have a soda. Thank you. No alcohol for minors. Madame Rosmerta smiled with narrowed eyes. Very well, young lady. Fred reluctantly accepted the lemonade. George helplessly took the cherry juice, while I happily received my soda. Oh, outings should be about joy. This round is on me. As I spoke, I retrieved the only galleon from my pocket and handed it to Madame Rosmerta, who promptly returned with a handful of change. Fred rested his chin on his hand, feigning hesitation, though there was indeed something I was unsure whether to disclose. I pinched my chin, thinking, why not just say it? You are not one to shy away from such things. George mischievously winked, suggesting that perhaps it was best left unsaid. Fred. I removed the little umbrella from the rim of my cup, exclaiming, how dare you tease us like this? If you continue this way, I shall. Fred erupted in laughter, saying, let us see what this young lady can do to us. George disdainfully pushed the cherry juice a little further away, muttering, indeed, but this cherry juice is excessively sweet. I tilted my head and asked, would you like to swap? I haven't had a taste yet. Fred unilaterally declined for George, stating, no, he has already had his share. That's all right, I don't mind. I'll drink from the side he hasn't touched. No, that one tea do. I pouted, saying, well then, can you at least tell me about that matter? Fred gestured towards the other young wizards holding butterbeer, specifically the non-alcoholic variety. George chimed in. We were hoping for the non-alcoholic kind. All right, it seems I was mistaken. Butterbeer costs 2 sickles a cup. I produced 4 sickles from my remaining change and handed them to Madame Rosmerta, requesting, Madame Rosmerta, could you please bring 2 cups of non-alcoholic butterbeer for these 2 gentlemen beside me? Thank you. Madame Rosmerta wiped down the cleaned cups, replying, certainly, my dear. I then gathered Fred's lemonade and George's cherry juice in front of me, declaring, I shall take both of these. After all, we mustn't let anything go to waste. Fred, however, snatched the cherry juice and offered his lemonade to George, saying, hey, George, you prefer the sour, right? George first gave a playful hiss at Fred, flicked his tongue, then accepted the lemonade with a wink, a classic move of the Weasley twins. Indeed, Fred, I didn't expect you to remember. I sighed, resting my chin on my hand as I sipped my soda. On our way back, we first stopped by the cellar of the candy shop before sneaking back to Hogwarts through the secret passage. What a thrilling yet safe day it had been. They had promised to give me some blowing bubble super bubblegum, mint toads, and exploding bonbons. At Hogwarts, we would have a 2-week break for Easter. Yet due to the approaching end of term, the professors would assign a considerable amount of homework, making it quite a busy holiday. Perhaps it was the hefty workload that led to the sparse attendance of young witches and wizards opting to return home. I lay in the Hufflepuff common room, reciting the points of magical history I needed to study for the exam, while allowing the other badgers to quiz me on significant historical events, such as the conflicts between wizards and elves. These were the only 2 topics I felt confident about, as they merely required memorization without the unpredictability of practical application. The second subject I felt assured in was herbology, not only because I engaged with it daily, but also due to our head of house being a gentle soul. In terms of practical classes, I was particularly anxious about potions, as Professor Snape always had a way of sending chills down one's spine, making me feel as if I were seated on needles, with a thorn in my back and a lump in my throat. Chapter 32, Happy Birthday. My birthday falls on May 21st, which is quite close to the exams, and I never anticipated that anyone would remember or gift me anything. However, I received a birthday cake, sent by my snowball. When I opened it, I found a rather modest cake devoid of any decorations, primarily yellow, with the words Happy Birthday. Miss White scrawled in gray, somewhat crookedly. There was also a note that read, Dear Miss White, Happy Birthday. I am delighted that you enjoy my cooking. So I made you a cake. Oh, by the way, your birthday was mentioned to me by Dumbledore. Hagrid. Though Hagrid's culinary skills are notoriously inedible, I found this cake to be surprisingly delicious. Cedric, upon seeing the inscription on the cake, looked utterly astonished, exclaiming, What? Happy birthday. I can't believe it's your birthday today. His expression of indignation seemed to accuse me of not informing him, but I truly do not celebrate my birthday often. Since my mother passed, I have not marked the occasion. I smiled gently, replying, Thank you, Cedric. Fred and George, like they possessed some sort of foresight, chimed in, Hey, it's Cheery's birthday today. Let us congratulate Cheery. Fred lifted me onto his shoulders, shouting, Happy birthday, Cheery. George cheered alongside, Woohoo. Happy birthday, Cheery. Now the entire hall was aware of my birthday. On my way to class, nearly every young witch and wizard I encountered wished me a happy birthday. During potions class with Rebecca, she expressed her annoyance at my not telling her about my birthday, to which I countered, "But Rebecca, I don't know when your birthday is either." With her hands on her hips, she conceded, "Oh, fine, I suppose I am at fault as well." Rebecca's birthday occurs during the summer holiday, and she invited me to spend it at her home, but I had already promised Charlie and the others. I apologized, "Sorry, Rebecca. I've already committed to the Weasleys." Rebecca rolled her eyes elegantly, muttering, "Oh, the Weasleys, those insufferable Gryffindors." Professor Snape cleared his throat, stating, "Miss White, just because today is your birthday does not grant you the liberty to act as you please." I was startled, fearing I would lose points once more, but thankfully, Professor Snape merely offered a slight mockery. The student assistant for this potions class was Terence Higgs. As he approached to assist, I quietly inquired, "Excuse me, Terence Higgs, but isn't Dorian Pusey serving as the student assistant anymore?" Terence Higgs smiled, replying, "Dorian Pusey has taken another elective. Do you think I am not as good as him, Miss White?" I quickly shook my head, saying, "No, I think you are doing splendidly, Higgs." Terence Higgs poured the forgetfulness potion into the cauldron for me, adding, "Actually, I would prefer it if you called me Terence." I paused, considering that my reluctance to call him Terence was due to its similarity to a certain brand, but since he had requested it, I agreed. "All right, Terence." Terence Higgs smiled slightly. "My apologies. It seems my name is rather difficult to pronounce." Rebecca rested her chin on her hand, teasingly asking, "Are you two flirting?" Professor Snape's eyes were practically ablaze. Terence Higgs cleared his throat, leaving behind a simple happy birthday before nonchalantly moving on to the next group. Rebecca and I feigned diligence, working on the forgetfulness potion. As I was heading to herbology class, Marcus Flint suddenly intercepted me, flanked by two companions, Graham Montague and Cassius Warrington. I found him rather bothersome, stating, "What do you want?" "I don't feel like arguing with you today." Flint clicked his tongue, saying, "Who said I wanted to argue? Happy birthday." Then he dashed off, moving quickly enough that Graham Montague and Cassius Warrington struggled to keep up. Angelina and Alia gifted me some candy, expressing their sadness over not having seen me in a while, and I allowed them to kiss my cheeks, claiming it would soothe their hearts. After herbology class, Roger Davies shyly awaited me at the greenhouse entrance, greeting me with a birthday wish as I emerged. I was somewhat taken aback. "Roger, have you been waiting long?" Roger Davies shook his head. "Not long at all, not at all." Professor Sprout shook her head upon seeing me, displaying an expression that suggested she understood everything. She had been waiting outside the classroom when I arrived. In a hurry, I produced a buzzing honeybee candy and placed it in her hand, but Roger suddenly grasped my wrist. I frowned slightly, disliking his hold. "What's the matter, Roger?" I inquired. It's nothing," he stammered. Just then, a broad hand pried Roger's grip away, asserting that such behavior was quite impolite. It was Cedric, who slowly lifted his gaze to meet mine, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Roger Davis, feeling somewhat awkward, took his leave. Cedric explained that he had no classes, so he was merely inspecting the plants he had nurtured in Greenhouse 4. The mere mention of cultivation excited me immensely. Professor Sprout had promised that after our exams, I could plant my own flora. How splendid indeed. And I could visit Greenhouse 4 alongside you, Cedric. A faint blush crept onto Cedric's cheeks, revealing his genuine happiness for me. That evening, the house elves in the kitchen prepared a grand cake for me, which I brought to the Hufflepuff common room to share with my fellow Badgers. The first week of June marked the finals week. I could not fathom why exams were scheduled during the hottest weather, without the comfort of air conditioning or electric fans, and worse yet, devoid of any cooling spells. It appeared I had more work ahead of me. The school provided each of us with a magical quill to prevent cheating, a truly marvelous invention, ensuring fairness. During the practical portion of our charms exam, Professor Flitwick called us up one by one. The task was peculiar. We were to make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. While the prompt seemed straightforward, it proved rather challenging. I contemplated transforming the pineapple into something else, but recalled that this was a charms exam, not a transfiguration one. Thus, I simply commanded it to dance across the desk, bowing politely to Professor Flitwick in the process. He appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, "An impeccable spell, Miss White." I nodded slightly, thanking him. In the transfiguration exam, Professor McGonagall instructed us to transform a mouse into a snuff box, emphasizing that the more exquisite the box, the higher the score. Any visible flaws would result in point deductions. This task was simple, having been covered in class. For someone as proficient as I, it was a mere trifle. The potions exam assessed our knowledge of the forgetfulness potions brewing process, a topic we had recently reviewed, thanks to Rebecca, my lucky star. Finally, we sat for the history of magic exam, which concluded only after Professor Binns instructed us to set down our quills. Rebecca rushed out to embrace me, exclaiming that we had finally completed our exams. The results would be released in the second week of June, granting us a week of unrestrained enjoyment. Rebecca sternly warned me against sharing answers, threatening to sever our friendship if I did. I could only acquiesce. While walking, I spotted Autumn, who was with Marietta Edgecombe. "Autumn," I called out, her eyes lighting up upon seeing me. "How do you feel?" "Oh, I'm all right," she replied. Rebecca promptly silenced me, forbidding any discussion. I chuckled. "Autumn, where are you headed?" She displayed the book in her hand, announcing, "The library." "Hey, that's so dull," Rebecca interjected, linking her arm with mine, deeming a trip to the library exceedingly boring. I, too, found the library rather tiresome. "What about the greenhouse?" "I could take you to Greenhouse 1. It was the safer option." "That's boring too," Rebecca scoffed. "Why are your choices so tedious?" "All right, where do you wish to go?" I asked. "How about we brew some potions?" Autumn and I chimed in unison. "No? Why not?" Katie queried, perplexed by our collective rejection. I raised my hand to explain. "I wish to avoid the Weasley twins. I'm always falling into the traps they set." Rebecca's reason was her desire to avoid the Gryffindors, while Autumn admitted that without Charlie, her interest waned, as her goal was to find a Quidditch player. Marietta Edgecombe, unable to contain herself, suggested, "Why not head to our Ravenclaw common room?" "Ravenclaw is no match for our Slytherin," Rebecca retorted defiantly. Katie raised her hand, asserting, "Gryffindor is the best." Autumn, clutching her book, shyly gazed at the ground. "But our Ravenclaw common room has a particularly beautiful ceiling. I doubt anyone could refuse that." Rebecca huffed, "You've never seen the bottom of the Black Lake, have you? Or the giant squid?" Katie placed her hands on her hips. "Who would enjoy the gloomy dungeons? Our Gryffindor common room is the best, fiery, vibrant crimson." "Foolish Gryffindor. Foolish Slytherin." I grew weary of their bickering and turned to Marietta Edgecombe beside me. "Edgecombe, would you like to join me in the Hufflepuff common room?" With a sigh, she replied, "Anything is fine. Let us go." I announced to the others, "Marietta and I are heading to the Hufflepuff common room. If you want to join, follow us." Inside the Hufflepuff common room, numerous badgers were sneaking glances at us while munching on snacks. This was rather ordinary. After all, how often did members from all four houses coexist peacefully? Such a sight was perhaps one of Hogwarts' greatest wonders. Throughout that week, aside from enjoying time with my close friends, I spent the majority of my hours tending to my beloved plants in Greenhouse 4. I had planted two relatively safe magical plants, the puffskein and the jumping bean. As I embarked on this new endeavor, I felt a tinge of anxiety, but thankfully, Cedric was by my side to assist me. My heartfelt gratitude to him. The 7th-year graduation ceremony was scheduled a day prior to our final feast, with each house's ceremony determined by their respective head. Ours took place a day ahead of the school's ceremony. Oh, how I would miss Truman and Tonks. On this day, Tonks, Truman, and the other 7th-year badgers donned their robes, presenting an entirely different aura, as if they had suddenly transitioned into adulthood. I prepared a plethora of Chinese delicacies and some local cuisine to accommodate those with varied palates. Truman even indulged in some alcohol, though in certain regions of the UK, one can marry at the age of 16. He ruffled my hair and embraced me, lamenting, "I wonder if I'll ever encounter someone like you again, oh Merlin. Grant me another like her." Tonks rescued me from Truman's embrace, exclaiming, "Hey, Truman, have some antidote." The badgers were all filled with anticipation for the future. I too looked forward to the day when I would see them again. On the eve of our departure home, all the young witches and wizards attended the end-of-year banquet. The hall was adorned with the vibrant hues of green and silver, emblematic of Slytherin, as they celebrated their triumphant 6th consecutive victory in the House Cup. I mused that this year would undoubtedly see Slytherin emerge victorious once more. Seated between Truman and Tonks, I braced myself for the climactic moment. With a grand gesture, Professor Dumbledore raised his hand, his beard fluttering dramatically, and called for silence. Silence. Another year has swiftly passed, hasn't he? He beamed at each young wizard with a warm smile. Soon you will all embark on your summer vacation. Now, as far as I know, we must first conduct the award ceremony for the House Cup. 4th place, Gryffindor with 310 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw with 425 points. Hufflepuff with 475 points. And Slytherin with 475 points. The jubilant cheers of Slytherin abruptly ceased, as Flint loudly questioned Dumbledore whether he had made an error in his calculations. Tonks stood up, her hair flaring to a fiery red in her anger, exclaiming, "Hey, fool, when has Dumbledore ever miscalculated?" Truman nodded in agreement, asserting that this honor was rightfully ours. Cedric echoed, affirming that it was evident to all. Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the rising commotion, assuring everyone that the scores were accurate. But there was one more factor yet to be considered. He glanced at me, giving a slight nod, then cleared his throat. "See, White has provided significant assistance to our school's education, and for this, an additional 10 points. Thus, Hufflepuff now stood at 485 points. A collective gasp resonated through the hall as the badgers of Hufflepuff leapt to their feet. Victory belonged to Hufflepuff. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw joined in our cheers. Fred and George hoisted me onto their shoulders like before, exclaiming, "Whoa! Victory belongs to Hufflepuff. Victory belongs to C. White." I clutched their hair in trepidation as they jostled me, feeling a mix of exhilaration and fear. "Fred, George, you are far too exuberant." Fred waved to the others. "As long as it's not Slytherin, we're good, considering they VE won 6 times in a row." George merrily hummed a tune I could not decipher. Soon joined by Fred in a duet, I glanced over at Rebecca. Although she did not cheer for me, I discerned joy in her eyes for my success, which sufficed. I could hardly expect her to forsake her house's honor and make an enemy of all Slytherin. Dumbledore endeavored to restore calm among the excited crowd, but his efforts were in vain, prompting him to cast a spell that unleashed a magnificent fire dragon, capturing everyone's attention. "All right, children, next we shall make a few minor alterations to our decorations." With a clap of his hands, the green streamers transformed into gold, the silver into gray, and a stoic badger replaced the Slytherin serpent. The hall erupted into cheers once more. I felt an overwhelming sense of joy and fortune, for victory belonged to Hufflepuff. Professor Sprout waved at me cheerfully, and Professor McGonagall nodded in acknowledgement, while Professor Flitwick waved his wand, showering me with ribbons. Professor Binns joyfully floated through my body. But today, I would let it slide. Just as I was beginning to forget about exams, the results were released in the second week, and I had safely passed, achieving the top score in my year. I had harbored concerns for Fred and George, yet their results were not as dismal as I had feared, proving their innate talent. Autumn, Marietta, Ekmer, Rebecca, and Katie all passed with commendable scores. Cedric, needless to say, was a standout. Handsome and capable, he was the pride and strength of Hufflepuff. Percy claimed the top spot in 4th year, an impressive feat for a Weasley. I meticulously packed my belongings, casting a wistful glance at the now empty bed across from mine, filled with myriad emotions. With each new cohort of Hufflepuff first years being substantial, I anticipated having several new roommates next year. Before departing, I presented gifts to Mr. Filch and Professor McGonagall, as both would remain at Hogwarts throughout the summer. "Professor McGonagall, I shall write to you and seek your wisdom on certain academic matters, particularly regarding animagi." Professor McGonagall responded with a half-joking tone. "However, I shall not permit you to study animagi in your second year, Miss White." I felt a twinge of disappointment. "Oh, Professor McGonagall." She patted my head. "If you manage to write me 10 letters over the holiday, I might reconsider." I leapt up to embrace her waist, my 11-year-old stature still too short. "Thank you so much, Professor McGonagall." She was an extraordinary yet somewhat pitiable figure, having endured a difficult past, with the loss of her beloved husband weighing heavily upon her. "Mr. Filch, this is for you." I placed the gift on the desk in his office, then gave a gentle pat to Mrs. Norris. Mr. Filch was not the cold-hearted individual many believed him to be. He handed me 3 golden galleons as a birthday gift, stating, "I don't buy birthday gifts. If you want something, go buy it yourself." I gazed at the galleons in my hand, pocketing them. "Thank you, Mr. Filch. Have a pleasant summer. I shall miss you." He grunted. "I hope your head isn't filled with those 2 trolls." It seemed Mr. Filch had concluded that my association with the Weasley twins was rather peculiar. He detested the twins, yet bore no ill will towards me. Alas, his disdain for them would persist regardless. I could only hope for a long road ahead. Chapter 34. The summer vacation begins. Hogwarts enforced a rule prohibiting young wizards from using magic during the holiday, which posed a slight inconvenience for me, as I had planned to cast spells for automatic dishwashing, laundry, and cleaning. It appeared I would have to attend to these chores myself. I was left with merely 3 galleons and 7 sickles, and I lamented my predicament, uncertain how to navigate the summer. Thankfully, the Weasleys extended an invitation to me, ensuring I wouldn't starve during the break. Hagrid escorted us to the boat, leading us to the Hogwarts Express station adjacent to Hogsmeade. Before we departed, I rushed to Hagrid and embraced him. "See you next term, Hagrid." "See you next term, Miss White," he replied, his large hand patting my head. Fred and George eagerly claimed seats in the same compartment as me. Gentlemen, is there really a need for such haste?" Fred tilted his head. "Oh, see, are you not returning home with us?" George unfolded a wizard's chess game. "Yeah, you promised you would." "I merely need to stop home first," I clarified. Fred moved a piece. "Does your fireplace have a flue network?" "It probably doesn't, seeing as I previously thought myself a muggle." George captured one of Fred's pieces. "We can ask our father to help connect you to the flue network." Fred contemplated his next move. "Yes, then you could come and go as you please." "Oh, really? Thank you so much. I've never tried it before. It must be quite fun." The Hogwarts Express traversed through breathtaking landscapes, and I leaned against the window, observing the increasingly muggle-like towns, feeling as though I were transitioning between worlds. Upon arrival, the attendant assisted in placing my luggage onto a trolley, along with my owl, Snowball. Fred gazed at my owl with a hint of envy in his eyes. "What a beautiful owl." George reached through the birdcage, teasing the creature that was utterly indifferent to him. Snowball. What was its name again? Oh yes, Snowball. What? George exclaimed, astonished. Fred shrugged. Strange name, isn't it? George suggested. Why not call it Snow White? Fred nodded in agreement. Indeed, it even shares your surname. They chuckled, aware that we muggles have our own fairy tales. One of which is Snow White. Next time I visit your home, I'll bring a copy along. Aunt Molly waved at Ron and Ginny. Hi there, nice to see you. See, I've heard from Charlie that you're coming to visit us. I nodded slightly. Yes, Aunt Molly. However, I would like to return home first. Aunt Molly smiled warmly, taking my hand in a friendly grasp. Oh, of course, that's no problem. Is someone coming to pick you up? Fred shouted, Mom. Aunt Molly seemed to recollect something and amended her statement. Oh, would you like us to give you a ride? I cast a grateful glance at Fred. However, they truly need not be so considerate. Thank you, but I can take the bus back, Aunt Molly. Aunt Molly relented. All right then. But do write to us if you need anything. I patted Ginny and Ron's heads, smiling back at her. All right, Aunt Molly. Fred and George waved me goodbye, reiterating their invitation for me to visit their home. Cedric approached me, accompanied by the Diggory couple. Dad, Mom, this is C. White. Mr. Diggory, resembling Cedric with his dark hair and glasses, extended his hand. Good day, Miss White. I've heard you contributed points to Hufflepuff, enabling us to secure the House Cup this year. I shook his hand gently. Good day, Mr. Diggory. Cedric interjected. Dad, it wasn't just a few points. In fact, most of the points were earned by C. Mr. Diggory smiled gently. You are indeed an exceptional Hufflepuff. Your parents must be immensely proud. Cedric shook his head vigorously. No, they shouldn't be. I glanced at Mr. Diggory, who appeared slightly puzzled. Forgive me, Mr. Diggory. I am an orphan, but I believe, as you said, my parents would be proud of me. Cedric is also an exemplary Hufflepuff. He has always been a role model for me. Upon mentioning Cedric, Mr. Diggory couldn't help but boast about his son. Cedric slightly turned his head. Sorry, my father enjoys praising me in front of others. I turned to meet his gaze sincerely. That's wonderful. Besides, Cedric, you truly are exceptional, are you not? When I meet the new students next year, I shall commend you just as Mr. Diggory has done. Cedric seemed taken aback, then burst into laughter. It should be me praising you instead. Mrs. Diggory tugged at her husband's sleeve, prompting him to cease his praises. I presented the Diggory couple with 2 Chinese knots as gifts. Mrs. Diggory appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, Oh, thank you. This is simply beautiful. I'm glad you like it. Hi. See. Chio dashed toward me, followed by familiar faces, presumably her parents. However, while Chio's father was Chinese, her mother was not. I offered a slight bow to the Diggory couple. My apologies. Mrs. Diggory linked arms with her husband. We mustn't intrude. Let us go, Cedric. Cedric nodded slightly. Goodbye, C. I waved back. Goodbye, Cedric. Chio introduced me to her parents, who seemed quite fond of me, especially grateful for the art book I gifted Chio. They invited me to visit their home anytime, even if not during the summer. Chio's mother spoke fluently in Chinese. You are welcome to come anytime. It was a feeling of nostalgia mingled with timidity. I will, thank you. After bidding farewell to Chio and her parents, I was intercepted by Rebecca, with Terrence Higgs standing behind her, alongside the Higgs couple. See, White, you didn't greet us first. My gaze wandered, for they had, in fact, greeted me first. Rebecca momentarily looked disheartened. So does that mean we Higgs aren't enthusiastic enough? Her expression was rather endearing. Of course not. It is my honor that you came to find me. Although the Higgs family did not belong to the sacred 28 pureblood families, they were nonetheless prominent figures in the wizarding world. Rebecca introduced me to her parents, who seemed unconcerned about blood status. Both Rebecca and Terrence were considered the moderate faction within Slytherin, and our conversation flowed quite harmoniously. Noticing my considerable luggage, Terrence offered, Do you need us to help you? Just as I was about to decline, Rebecca insisted in a tone that brooked no refusal. I sighed and took out my phone. All right, just a moment. Let me check my address. Although mobile phones are not permitted at Hogwarts, I had brought mine along, keeping it tucked away in my trunk. It was only useful outside Hogwarts. I scrolled through my notes, as I often forget my home address, so I had saved it there. My home is at 19, Yew Tree Road, Little Whinging, Surrey. I exited and checked again, astonished to find it was indeed Yew Tree Road. Isn't that where the Savior resides? Mr. Higgs stroked his beard. All right, I understand. Mrs. Higgs exchanged a glance with Terrence, who chuckled helplessly and naturally came over to assist with my luggage. It seems the station is a bit of a distance away. Let us get in, Miss White. Mr. Higgs invited me into their muggle vehicle. Terrence gallantly opened the car door for me. After you. Thank you. I settled into the car, with Terrence on my left and Rebecca on my right, feeling rather small and helpless between them. Mr. Higgs drove steadily, and the journey wasn't long, alleviating any potential motion sickness, perhaps due to the potion Madame Pomfrey had given me. I felt much better than before. We've arrived. Mr. Higgs parked the car in front of my home. Terrence helped carry my luggage inside. I intended to invite them in for a moment, but they preferred not to impose. Rebecca took my hand, and her parting words were, "Have a wonderful holiday." "You too, Rebecca." Chapter 35, Rolf. My home is a quintessential English cottage, comprising 2 stories, with a small garden where one can cultivate their favorite plants. However, due to my studies, I lack the time to tend to it. So I allow the weeds to flourish, which creates a certain charm of its own. The ivy covers most of the exterior walls of my house, making it appear as enchanting as a fairy tale dwelling in the woods. I adore this carefree, natural style. Upon returning home, I opened my wardrobe intending to organize my clothes, only to discover it brimming with galleons. My heavens, a windfall from the heavens. It seems fate has looked upon me favorably in my time of need. Yet, I genuinely hesitated to accept such a sum, fearing it might be a trap. Suddenly, Snowball squawked, and I assumed it was unhappy in its cage, so I released it. As soon as Snowball emerged, it dove towards my wardrobe, incessantly pecking at something amidst a pile of galleons. "Snowball, you are an owl, not a niffler. What is it about galleons that fascinates you so?" Ultimately, Snowball triumphantly retrieved a niffler clutching a galleon and presented it to me as if seeking my approval. I embraced the niffler, its elongated snout reminiscent of a duck's beak, its lustrous fur gleaming black, and its eyes solely fixated on the galleons, yet it showed no fear of me, appearing as though it belonged to someone. As I explored the niffler's neck, I felt a collar, upon which a golden insignia read Rolf's Niffler. Rolf? Could it be Rolf Scamander, the grandson of Mr. Newt? The niffler nudged a galleon into my palm, resting its head on my wrist and emitting a soft sound. I stroked its head, having never interacted with magical creatures before. I relied solely on instinct. Fortunately, the niffler did not shy away from my touch. Lacking any knowledge of Rolf Scamander's whereabouts, I resorted to writing to Auntie Molly, hoping she could relay my message to Professor Dumbledore. I attempted to bathe the niffler, but it displayed some reluctance, while Snowball watched intently, as if the niffler feared Snowball's sharp beak might harm it, or perhaps it worried for the safety of its fur. I placed the clean niffler beside my pillow. Thankfully, my home bore no glittering objects, the only valuable being the galleons the niffler had brought me. Perhaps this niffler is my unexpected fortune? Clutching the niffler, I drifted into a sweet slumber. I could have enjoyed a peaceful sleep, but who was the scoundrel that knocked so loudly at the door, shaking the very earth? It was far too early for such disturbances. I glanced at the clock. Well, it was around 7:40, which was not excessively early. Rubbing my heavy eyelids, I descended the stairs to the kitchen to fill a glass with water, which helped me to awaken. The incessant knocking continued outside, and I worried that if I delayed any longer, my neighbors might send me a complaint letter. Thus, I opened the door to find a strikingly handsome boy, his cheeks adorned with a sprinkling of freckles, his eyes reddened as if he had been crying, radiating a sense of grievance. Upon seeing me, he momentarily froze, then covered his eyes. "Why aren't you dressed?" "I am in my pajamas," I retorted. "Isn't that clothing?" I sighed. "May I ask why you are knocking?" You are." I inferred he was curious whether I was a wizard or a muggle, for if I were a muggle, matters could become complicated. "I am a wizard." "Are you Rolf?" Rolf lowered his hands. "You know me?" he exclaimed, momentarily surprised before covering his eyes again. I hastily donned a coat from behind the door. "All right, you can lower your hands now. I won't grow a sty." "What is a sty?" Rolf cautiously parted his fingers to ensure I was indeed clothed in something other than pajamas before lowering his hands completely. I briefly explained that it was a type of ailment. Indeed, I was deceiving him, but he believed me, such a naive child. Rolf continued, "How do you know me?" I invited him inside. "No, I do not know you, but I am acquainted with your niffler." "Oh, my Riley. Where's my Riley?" Rolf asked excitedly. I gestured towards the stairs. "Upstairs, in my room." Rolf appeared somewhat troubled. "I cannot enter your room. Please bring Riley down. I will pay you." After contemplating, I remarked, "Well, there is something I must tell you. It did not only bring Riley, but also a wardrobe full of galleons." Suddenly, Rolf began searching frantically about himself. "Where are my galleons? They must not have vanished." He clutched his head in despair. "Could it be that Riley took them to your home?" I shrugged. "Perhaps you should come up and see for yourself." Rolf, looking dejected, acquiesced. "I am curious. How did you know Riley was here?" "Myall saw him at your chimney." "Well, but Rolf, did no one accompany you?" "My grandparents are with me. It must be Newt Scamander and Porpentina Goldstein." I opened the door, revealing a scene of chaos. For Riley and Snowball were engaged in a tussle. Riley attempted to hide amidst the pile of galleons, while Snowball was persistently pawing at them. Rolf, with remarkable speed and precision, swiftly retrieved his Riley, and as he shook him, more gold and silver treasures spilled forth. I stood in shock, pointing at the valuable items scattered on the floor. "Wow, am I going to jail?" Rolf shook his head. "In fact, these are all from my home. That necklace belonged to my grandmother, A birthday gift from my grandfather, along with my mother's wedding ring and half of our family's galleons. Riley merely inadvertently hid our family's fortune in your home. Suddenly, another knock resounded at the door. Rolf held Riley by the foot, likely expecting his grandparents. I waved my hand. You stay here and sort this out. I will go answer the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a warm and amiable elderly couple. The grandfather bore a resemblance to Rolf, his face adorned with freckles, while the grandmother wore a lovely purple hat embellished with feathers. Good day, Mr. Scamander began. I am Newt Scamander, and this is my wife, Tina. Is Rolf inside? I nodded. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff student at Hogwarts. Rolf is in my room. Mr. Scamander frowned slightly. That is rather impolite. But you are a Hufflepuff? I nodded slightly. He smiled. I was once too. I invited them into the house. Would you care for some tea? Mr. Scamander and Mrs. Goldstein nodded graciously. Thank you. Their age perhaps rendered them less vigorous than Rolf, hence their delayed arrival. The tea I brewed was English breakfast, thankfully suiting their tastes. Rolf descended the stairs, cradling Riley, and shouted to Mr. Scamander, Grandfather, Riley refuses to come home with me. Mr. Scamander shrugged. Oh, Rolf, you must understand that they are magical creatures, not the sort of pets kept by muggles. You must exercise patience. But, Grandfather, he has claimed this place as his treasure trove. Mr. Scamander frowned slightly. That indeed poses a problem. Mrs. Goldstein beckoned to Rolf, who obediently approached. Seizing the opportunity, Riley leapt into my arms, affectionately nuzzling my palm. Mr. Scamander appeared intrigued. Oh, Rolf, I believe I can offer you a different niffler. Rolf, however, was not pleased, his expression turning sullen. No, Grandfather, I have formed a deep bond with Riley. Ah, but he seems to be closer to Miss White. Rolf had no retort. Sulking in silence, Mr. Scamander patted his shoulder. You must know, Teddy has more than one offspring. Teddy is likely the niffler that had accompanied Mr. Scamander in his youth. Chapter 36, The First Encounter with Harry. Rolf cast a reluctant glance at the niffler in my arms. Oh, well, but Grandpa, what about your galleons and Grandma's jewelry? Mr. Scamander, half leaning against the table, replied, Ah, just take back the jewelry. As for the galleons, you may reclaim your share, and the rest can be left for Miss White. He turned towards me. I apologize, Miss White. Would you be willing to care for this niffler? I looked at Riley, my little treasure, and replied, Thank you. I would be delighted. Mr. Scamander appeared quite pleased, exclaiming, That is simply wonderful. He drew out his wand and cast a spell, altering the inscription on Riley's collar to read, Riley the Niffler of C. White. I urged them to wait a moment and not to leave, promising to return shortly. Once upstairs, I retrieved the Niffler plushie I had previously purchased, cradling it as I descended. Rolf, this is for you. Rolf hesitated. This is a Niffler specimen. Oh, you are truly heartless. This is... His sentence was abruptly interrupted by Mrs. Goldstein. Rolf, I believe your eyesight surpasses that of us two elderly folks. This must be a muggle toy, correct? I nodded. Yes, it's a plushie, filled with cotton. Mrs. Goldstein examined the Niffler plushie and remarked, What exquisite craftsmanship. Thank you. Of course, it is indeed the work of 2024. Rolf embraced the plushie, rubbing it contentedly. Oh, this is so delightful. Mr. Scamander also expressed his gratitude to me, and the three of them intended to depart, but upon opening the door, they were met with the sight of Professor Dumbledore standing at my doorstep. Professor Dumbledore wore his enigmatic smile as he glanced at the Niffler in my arms, and then at Mr. Scamander. Long time no see, Newt. Indeed, Albus. The two embraced like long-lost friends, which they truly were. Professor Dumbledore informed me that the Weasley family had reached out to him with this news. Professor Dumbledore, are you going to see Harry? Dumbledore clasped his hands together. As for now, it is not the right time, however. I believe the kind Miss White can visit him for this old man, yes? It was a deft maneuver by Professor Dumbledore. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. I would be delighted to assist. I mimicked the mannerisms of a refined English lady as I lifted my skirt. Rolf, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Harry Potter. Is it the Harry Potter? The legendary boy who lived? Dumbledore affirmed, indeed. Mr. Scamander sighed. Let us go, Rolf. Rolf waved at me. Goodbye, Miss White. Farewell, Riley. I waved back, squeezing Riley's tiny hand. Goodbye, Rolf. Riley's haughty little gaze was utterly adorable. With that, Professor Dumbledore and the Scamander family departed, restoring a sense of tranquility to my home, which felt somewhat empty for a moment. That is, until Riley and Snowball began to squabble. Before visiting Harry, I made a stop at Gringotts to exchange pounds. 1 galleon could be exchanged for 5 pounds. I was uncertain if I would catch a glimpse of Harry in the yard, not wishing to encounter Mr. and Mrs. Dursley or that cousin Dudley. Scanning the signs, I found number 4 Privet Drive, Harry's residence. Standing outside the house, I peered in from a distance, noticing a figure, though not in the front yard, but seemingly in the back. Fortunately, Each house had a narrow passage to access the back without requiring an arduous trek across the expanse. Hello? I tentatively called out to the dark-haired boy with his back turned. He turned to face me, and his bright, doe-like green eyes pierced my heart. He wore glasses, and a lightning-shaped scar adorned his forehead, mostly concealed by his unruly fringe. He adjusted his hair and greeted, "Hello, I am Harry Potter. May I ask what brings you here?" "Greetings, I am C. White. I have just moved to Privet Drive and wanted to meet my neighbors." I told a little white lie, but it was harmless, wasn't it? Harry pointed towards the back door. "If you are looking to visit, they are inside." I waved my hand. "No, I wish to get acquainted with you." Harry tilted his head in confusion. "You want to get to know me?" I nodded, presenting the snacks I had brought. "These are for you, Harry. May I call you Harry?" Harry nodded obediently, of course. However, he pushed my hand back. "I don't want your snacks. Dudley will take them." I hesitated, then stuffed the small treats into the pockets of his robe until they were full. "Now they won't be noticeable." Harry felt the weight of the snacks. "Thank you. You are very clever." "Oh, by the way, Harry, would you mind waiting a moment? I would like to take a picture with you. Perhaps you could come to my house." Harry looked around. "But I still have to water the flowers. Otherwise Aunt Petunia won't let me eat." Yet, he unexpectedly agreed. "I think I have enough snacks to count as dinner." My heart ached for Harry. "Wait here. I will speak with Aunt Petunia for you." Harry lowered his head in dismay. "I don't think she will agree." I smiled gently. "But if she does, you must promise me one thing, all right?" Harry, holding the watering can, appeared torn, but eventually murmured, "All right." I approached the front door of the Desleys' home and knocked. "Hello? Is anyone there?" Inside, there was a cacophony of noises. "Who is it?" "Dudley, is it your classmate?" "I don't think so, Mom." A woman opened the door, her face gaunt but not haggard, her sharp gaze slightly disdainful, her thin lips moving. "May I ask who you are looking for?" I smiled slightly. "Good day, madam. I have just arrived at Privet Drive and noticed your backyard is very tidy. I was wondering if that summer worker could assist me with mine as well." Aunt Petunia crossed her arms, her expression dripping with disdain. "He is not a summer worker. He is my nephew. Why should my nephew help you with your yard?" I produced a 10-pound note. "I am willing to pay. Is this sufficient?" Aunt Petunia sized me up. "You are offering money?" I quickly clarified, "No. It is from my mother. She is unwell at home." Aunt Petunia raised her chin. "£10 for an hour. You should know. I am only considering your youth. Otherwise, the standard rate is £20 an hour." I smiled faintly. "All right, thank you. Then I will give you £20. Does that work for you?" Aunt Petunia nodded and called to Harry in the backyard. "Harry, come here." Harry adjusted his glasses, hesitating as he fidgeted with his clothing, slowly walking over. "Hurry up, Harry. Don't make me ask twice." I noticed Harry flinch, his arm trembling in fear, and quickly diverted Aunt Petunia's attention. "Oh, Mrs. Dudley, your apron is lovely." "Oh, really? My husband bought it for me." "Is that so? Your husband is very kind to you." "Oh, thank you." Aunt Petunia glanced at Harry. "Follow this young lady and work for 2 hours." Harry stated he needed to return indoors. Aunt Petunia frowned. "Go on, don't keep others waiting." Harry tidied himself up, just enough to appear presentable. Under the watchful gaze of Aunt Petunia, I took Harry and departed. "Harry, what have you done upon returning home?" I concealed the snacks you gave me, hiding them in a place known only to myself. I gently patted Harry's head. His abode was merely a small corner in the stairwell, hardly a place to conceal anything substantial. Harry's ears turned slightly crimson. "May I call you Ceramic?" "Of course, Harry. Does this mean we are friends now?" Friends." Upon reaching my doorstep, I cryptically warned Harry. "Harry, whatever you see, you must not tell anyone, understood?" Harry nodded vigorously. You promise?" "I promise." "Very well." I pushed the door open. "Come in, Harry." Chapter 37, The Weasley Family. As soon as Harry stepped inside, he was taken aback, exclaiming softly, "How beautiful." I chuckled. "It's quite similar to your home layout." Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from upstairs. Harry, curious, inquired, "What is happening?" I blocked his line of sight. "Absolutely nothing." Harry pointed towards the storage room in the stairwell, momentarily silenced. I placed my hand on his shoulder. "What is it, Harry?" He indicated the storage room. "I live in a place like that." My heart ached, and I embraced Harry. "Do not be disheartened, Harry." Harry asked about my parents, and I sighed, sinking into the sofa. "They are no longer with us, Harry." Harry scratched the back of his head. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in the same situation. I don't even know what they look like." I picked up the camera. "Say cheese, Harry." With a click, I captured the moment. The photo would not print immediately. We had to wait. Yes, the savior has clocked in successfully. A hooting sound from upstairs signaled that Riley and Snowball were entangled in a chaotic tussle. Suddenly, a bright, shining gold galleon rolled down the staircase. Shortly thereafter, Riley scampered down and landed directly in Harry's arms. Harry appeared bewildered, likely having never encountered such an unusual creature before. Snowball incessantly pecked at Riley but ended up pecking at Harry instead. "Hey, Snowball!" I exclaimed in irritation. confining Snowball to its cage, and placing Riley in a suitcase before checking Harry for injuries. "Are you all right, Harry?" His flushed cheeks clearly revealed his embarrassment, and I felt deeply sorry for subjecting him to such an ordeal. He shook his head bashfully. "I'm fine." "Oh, look, he's now contradicting himself." I resolved to confine Riley and Snowball for 3 days as a lesson. To express my remorse, I decided to prepare something delicious for Harry. "Harry, would you be open to trying some Chinese food?" Harry snapped back to attention. "I've never had it before. I'd like to give it a try." "All right." I donned an apron and retrieved the wonton wrappers and filling I had made, preparing to serve Harry a bowl of wontons. Watching him hesitate before taking a bite, I curiously asked, "How does it taste?" He cleared his throat. "It's very tasty." "Isn't it a bit bland?" I recall that foreigners typically prefer more flavorful dishes, so I added quite a bit of salt. Harry shook his head. "No, it's not bland. It's really good. I like it a lot." "Thank you, Ceramic. This is the first time someone has cooked for me." I tilted my head, my heart swelling with compassion. "You can come to find me whenever you have the time, Harry. However, I will be starting school on September 1st and will be visiting a friend's house in a few days. You can come over any time except for that period." Harry even finished the wonton soup. "Won't this trouble you?" I gently shook my head. "Not at all, Harry." Harry lowered his head. "I'm sorry for making you spend 20 pounds on me." "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. I mean it." Harry gazed at my Snowball. "Is that an owl?" I nodded. "Yes, it's my pet, and it can deliver messages." "I wish I had a pet, but I have nothing, just leftovers that Dudley discarded." I looked at Snowball and thought of Hedwig. "Harry, you will have one. Trust me." Harry's bright green eyes were heart-wrenching, evoking a desire to give him the best of everything in the world. "Will I?" I nodded. "You will." Before Harry departed, I handed him a Hedwig-themed plush toy. In fact, I had more identical toys upstairs. Perhaps I could give one to Harry in a few years. Harry clutched the toy, somewhat at a loss. "Oh, where should I hide this?" I embraced Harry. "Do not be sad. You have family, and you will see them soon." Unlike me, Harry had Sirius and Lupin. In the end, Harry blushingly decided to hide it within his clothing, planning to return home through the back door to avoid being seen by Dudley. After watching Harry leave, I sat down to write a letter to Professor Dumbledore. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, Harry is doing well. However, the Dursleys are not treating him kindly. It seems that Harry misses his parents dearly. Professor Dumbledore, is it truly right to leave Harry with the Dursleys? Your student, Ceramic White." After completing the letter, I packaged it and handed it to Snowball, who, despite being confined, was still tasked with delivering my correspondence. I also wrote a letter to Mr. Filch and Professor McGonagall, primarily sharing some casual greetings. Lastly, I penned a letter to Aunt Molly, thanking her for helping me contact Professor Dumbledore, and informed her that I was prepared to spend half of my summer vacation at number 4. However, at that moment, I had no inkling of how efficient the Weasley family was. The very next morning, as I was having breakfast, several red-haired Weasleys emerged from the fireplace. Embarrassed, I peeled an egg. "Would you like to join me for breakfast?" "All right, let's see. There's Fred and George. This is expected." Additionally, Percy was present. Perhaps due to our acquaintance. Ginny and Ron also arrived, which pleasantly surprised me. Aunt Molly and Uncle Arthur were there as well, indicating that everyone except Bill and Charlie had come. Aunt Molly explained that Charlie was in Romania. Romania? My eyes lit up. Is he there to study dragons? Uncle Arthur nodded proudly. Indeed, he aspires to become a dragon tamer. Goodness, that is incredibly cool. Uncle Arthur and I exchanged introductions. He shook my hand. "I've heard so much about you from Molly. It's wonderful to finally meet you." I returned his smile. "Hello, Uncle Arthur. It's a pleasure to meet you as well." Fred and George urged me to hurry and get ready to go to their house. I hadn't anticipated their early arrival, so I was unprepared. I looked at Ginny and extended my hand. "Ginny, would you like to come to my room? I could use your help." Ginny excitedly took my hand, nodding shyly. Fred and George also wanted to assist, but were met with my refusal. "Why not? Ginny can." I rolled my eyes in exasperation, because Ginny is a girl. Fred sighed. "Oh well, what a pity." George shrugged. "We're not girls." Ginny followed me upstairs, only to be startled by Riley lurking around the corner of the staircase. "Ah, what is that?" The Weasley brothers rushed to investigate. What? I cradled Riley in my arms and handed him to Ginny, closing the door firmly to keep Fred and George at bay. I then proceeded to explain to Ginny about the Niffler. It appeared she had never heard of a Niffler before, so I elaborated on this magical creature that has a penchant for pilfering shiny treasures. Locking my gaze into Ginny's beautiful eyes, I playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "So, it likes you." Ginny covered her face and shyly murmured her thanks, confessing, "I like you too." As I began to pack clothes into my suitcase, I felt reassured by the use of the undetectable extension charm, knowing there would be ample space. "Ginny, I have a lovely dress that is unfortunately too small for me. I've never worn it. It would be a shame to discard it. Would you like to try it on?" It was a red dress adorned with lace at the hem. cinched with a bow at the waist and embellished with exquisite rose embroidery. I thought it would suit Ginny perfectly, so I concocted this excuse to offer it to her. Ginny's face lit up with excitement. Really? Can I? Absolutely. It will look wonderful on you. I handed the dress to her and asked, so Ginny, would you do me this small favor? She nodded enthusiastically as she accepted the dress, and I suggested she try it on in the bathroom. She took her time changing, and I suspected she was admiring her reflection in the new dress. The Weasley family was not particularly affluent in the wizarding world. Someone had once mentioned it was an age-old curse, though that was merely speculation, especially considering the considerable income the twins had generated after opening their shop. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened, and Ginny emerged, her steps graceful as she approached me. The red dress complemented her fiery hair splendidly, though it was likely her inherent beauty that truly shone. Do you like it, Ginny? Thank you, sister, I love it. Ginny clutched the hem of the dress tightly. That's wonderful, it's yours now. I offered her a bag to carry it in. Ginny accepted the bag and offered to help me carry my suitcase downstairs. No, it's quite manageable, I reassured her, still holding the cage containing Snowball. As I descended the stairs, Fred and George rushed up to assist. Fred took the suitcase while George handled Snowball. If you need to send a message, you can borrow my Snowball, I suggested. Fred chuckled mischievously. Oh, we could borrow Hermes. Hermes? George smirked, nodding towards Percy. That's Percy S. Owl, a reward for being head boy. Percy looked decidedly displeased. I'm not lending you anything. I turned to Percy, genuinely congratulating him. Percy, congratulations. Although I was certain he would become head boy, my congratulations were heartfelt. I knew you could do it. I gave him a thumbs up. Percy seemed momentarily taken aback, but nodded appreciatively. Thank you. He then took Ginny's hand in his. Aunt Molly and Uncle Arthur peeked from the kitchen. Aunt Molly, hands on her hips, scolded the Weasley twins, Fred. George, no teasing Percy. I truly wonder when you two will ever be head boys. I fear it may never happen. Fred and George shrugged nonchalantly, replying in unison, we wouldn't want to be like Percy. That would be too heartless. I nodded in agreement, Aunt Molly. I don't think it's necessary to be head boy. Being the brother of one is quite splendid. Aunt Molly smiled fondly at me. Yes, dear. You have a point. I was perplexed. Did Aunt Molly not realize I was being abstract? I resolved to refrain from abstraction in the future. Uncle Arthur interjected, Ginny, what do you have in your hands? Worried Ginny might struggle to explain, I chimed in, this is a gift for Ginny. It's a new dress I can no longer wear. Remembering Ron, I looked at him, ruffled his hair, and handed him a hat. Hey, Ron, this hat really suits you. I bought an extra one to give to you. Aunt Molly hesitated, feeling they had received too many gifts. Nonsense, I'll still need your help. This is just a small token. Please accept it. Ron appeared quite pleased with the hat. Aunt Molly relented. All right then. Ron happily embraced the hat, thanking me. Thank you, see. Fred playfully pressed Ron's head down. Hey, little Ronnie, call her sister. George crossed his arms, nodding with a knowing smirk. You can't call her C. Ron stood behind me, looking a bit aggrieved, and I noted Ginny's disapproving glance. Mr. Arthur produced some flu powder, playfully asking, are we ready to head back? Are you prepared, C? I raised my hand, saying, wait a moment, I need to leave a note. It was for Harry, as I feared he might arrive at my house and not know I had gone to the burrow. I placed the note on the doormat, covering it with a stone, and flipped the sign on the door to read out on business. Percy peered around the door, cautiously asking, are we all set? I nodded, yes, ready. Mr. Arthur laughed heartily, excellent. Then let us prepare to depart. He tossed a handful of shimmering, pale powder into the fireplace. The flames instantly transformed into a vibrant green, leaping high and startling me enough to take a step back. Percy steadied me, asking, are you all right? I turned to see the concern in his eyes and nodded softly. Mr. Arthur glanced back at me reassuringly before stepping into the flames and calling out, the burrow. In an instant, he vanished. Aunt Molly reminded me to enunciate clearly, otherwise I might get lost. She prompted Fred and George to demonstrate. Fred put his hands on his hips. All right. George winked at me, and I wondered, George, did you get sand in your eyes? George rolled his eyes. No, I'm winking. Fred patted George on the shoulder in consolation. It's okay, George, I understand. I was puzzled, huh? Fred chuckled as he entered the fireplace, mimicking Uncle Arthur's actions and voice. The burrow. Aunt Molly was unfazed, urging George to follow suit. George imitated Uncle Arthur but added a comical twist, eliciting laughter from Ron. Aunt Molly encouraged me to go first, with Percy following closely behind. She guided Ginny and Ron. Holding the flu powder, I felt a twinge of anxiety and closed my eyes. Percy reassured me, don't worry, see, I'm right behind you. I clasped my hands together in prayer and exclaimed, the burrow. As I traversed the flu network, I felt a chill and discomfort. Far worse than flying in an airplane, dizzying and disorienting. Fortunately, the duration was brief, and I arrived. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of the Weasley twins, their faces covered in soot. Typically, it was they who looked pristine while others appeared disheveled, prompting me to exclaim, "Did you two get blown up?" Uncle Arthur laughed heartily from behind. Fred forced a smile. Well, George, we're ever so worried about someone. And that someone seems utterly unconcerned." George bent down. "What a carefree little wizard you are, mocking us. You're no better." Two individuals, one on either side, assisted me in rising, while Percy emerged from behind, his first words being, "See, have you arrived?" I promptly cast a cleansing charm upon myself and extended the same to those around me. "I have arrived, Percy." Upon his arrival, Percy also cast a cleansing charm on himself, appearing entirely composed. Aunt Molly, accompanied by Ginny and Ron, emerged as well, subtly reminding me that the fireplace was in need of a cleaning. I sheepishly scratched my head, responding, "All right, Aunt Molly." She affectionately ruffled my hair, reassuring me, "No need to worry. I have already cast a cleansing charm on your fireplace. Just remember to clean it every summer when you return." Oh, goodness. I completely forgot that magic cannot be used outside school. I was filled with regret, anxious about the possibility of being reprimanded by the Ministry of Magic. Uncle Arthur chuckled warmly, patting my shoulder. "It's all right, no need to fear." In that moment, Uncle Arthur shone like the brightest star in the night sky. "Thank you, Uncle Arthur. I am truly grateful." With a grand gesture, Uncle Arthur waved it off. "It's a trivial matter, no thanks necessary." Ron hesitated, "But Dad, you're in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." Uncle Arthur shook his head. "Oh, Ron, I know people in other departments as well. It's just a minor issue." Aunt Molly encouraged me to feel at home, saying, "See, you can stay with Ginny." Ginny took my hand and pointed upstairs. On the other side, in front of C. White's house, Harry Potter peered in from the outside, disheartened by the absence of C. White. Adjusting his glasses, he stepped closer and noticed a sign on the door that read, "Out for a while." Harry sighed in frustration. "Oh, I'm too late." He regretted not having ventured out earlier, even if it meant facing scolding. A large stone on the ground caught his attention. Beneath it lay a letter addressed to him. Excitedly, he lifted the stone and inhaled the scent of the ink on the envelope, surmising it had been written not long ago. Carefully, he opened the envelope, extracting the letter, his fingers grazing the edges of the paper, avoiding the text, which read, "Dear Harry, I sincerely apologize for leaving without notice. But I left you a letter in hopes that you would see it. I am going to spend the remainder of the summer holiday at my good friend's house, and I will miss you dearly. There is a key to my house beneath the carpet. If you find yourself in need of a place to go, you are welcome to enter. Until we meet again, Harry. C. White." Harry tucked the letter into the frayed sleeve of his clothing, hoping to keep it hidden from his aunt and uncle. He had intended to share tales of his trip to the zoo, enjoying lemon ice and encountering a boa constrictor. But he wondered if C. White would even believe him, knowing she would not mock him as Dudley did. He felt a wave of sadness wash over him, knowing he would soon be attending Stonewall High, uncertain if C. White would be there. Though she had invited him into her home, he hesitated, choosing instead to sit on the steps outside, passing the time in solitude. Harry quietly prayed, "Please, let me be in the same school as C." Chapter 39. Life in the Burrow. I followed Ginny upstairs, where she introduced me to the rooms. Percy S. room was on the second floor. Fred and George S. on the third, Charlie S. and Bill S. on the fourth, their parents on the fifth, and Ron S. on the sixth. I nodded thoughtfully, asking, "Will Charlie not be returning?" "He will, but I'm not sure when," Ginny replied. I sensed that Charlie was likely still in his internship. Ginny's room was on the third floor, a cozy and charming little space, filled with warm sunlight. On the wall hung a poster I did not recognize. "Ginny, may I ask what that is?" Ginny gasped, hurriedly concealing the poster. "It's my favorite witch band, the Weird Sisters." "Cool. There are bands in the wizarding world," I exclaimed, eager to see them someday. Ginny tucked the poster under her bed, but I noticed a photograph of a girl on the other end. Not wanting to be rude by asking Ginny too many questions, I pretended not to see it. However, Ginny was open about it, saying, "This is Gwenog Jones, captain of the Holyhead Harpies. I love Quidditch and admire her. I want to be like her. I fully support you. Women should have their aspirations. Go for it, Ginny. I believe in you." Ginny pulled me onto her bed, eager to hear about Hogwarts, particularly curious about the Sorting Hat. Though Fred and George often shared peculiar tales that only Ron would believe, I shushed her, saying, "I can't tell you. It's a secret. You'll find out soon enough." Ginny's expression fell. "Oh, all right." Just then, two figures flew past the window, unmistakably Fred and George. Ginny's window faced the small Quidditch pitch outside the burrow, providing a clear view. Fred and George beckoned me to join them, but I shook my head. "No, I don't have an extra broom." Fred glanced at George, who laughed as he disappeared from my line of sight. Moments later, he returned with an old broomstick. "What is this?" I asked. Fred explained, "It belonged to Bill. They passed it through the window, and I sat atop it, feeling a flutter of nerves. Having never used this broom before, Ginny urged me not to listen to Fred and George. I winked at her. Don't worry, Ginny. I've ridden a broom before. Fred tossed me a quaffle, and I caught it effortlessly. Ginny's eyes sparkled with excitement. You're a chaser. I casually hit the bludger. No, Ginny. I'm not planning to join Quidditch. My interest in Quidditch was minimal. Fred zoomed over. Hey, why not? No interest, I replied. George was baffled. How can anyone not like Quidditch? It's incredibly fun. Even Ginny loves it. Fred nodded. Exactly. You should know that sometimes George and I can even cause a bit of mischief with the bludger. George brandished the quaffle, pretending to hit it. For instance, we might intentionally hit it towards old baddie Professor. I didn't agree. That's very rude. He is a professor. George continued to swing the quaffle. You could hit Marcus Flint intentionally. Cool, I'm in. I felt a flicker of excitement. Just a little bit, though. George wore a triumphant grin. See? I told you Quidditch is fun. Fred shrugged, surprised that C's weakness was Marcus Flint. As I circled the burrow on the broomstick, I spotted Percy at the window and waved. Hi, Percy. Percy's room reflected his meticulous and serious nature, filled with countless books, none of which were new. His bed was wedged beside a bookshelf, and he appeared to be writing something. Was it a letter to his girlfriend? According to the original plot, there were indeed hints of that. Percy waved back, opening the window. I smiled, believing I looked amiable. But Percy remarked that my smile resembled that of Fred and George just before they planned mischief. What? Really? I'm just a tad curious. Percy clarified that he was reviewing material for his 5th year. I sighed. Well then, it's no wonder Fred and George find me reminiscent of Percy. It seems I truly do resemble him. Percy, would you like to join us and play? Percy hesitated, but before he could make a decision, Auntie Molly called us for lunch. Fred, George, go wash your hands. And you too, Ron. But Mom, I was just watching outside. I didn't touch anything. Go wash your hands. Don't make me repeat myself. Thus, we encountered each other in the bathroom, where I kindly reminded him that untidy boys often struggle to find girlfriends. Blushing, Ron was the first to dash off to wash his hands. Truly, there's hope for him yet. Fred and George shrugged nonchalantly before finally heading off to wash as well. The humble kitchen and dining area were interconnected, with pots and pans hanging haphazardly from the ceiling. The pristine table was laden with an abundance of dishes, surrounded by a circle of worn chairs. Auntie Molly helped me push a chair back. Come, dear, sit down. Thank you, Auntie Molly. An old radio by the sink played a song by the renowned witch songstress, Celestina Warbeck, but it could hardly drown out the chatter of the Weasley brothers. Time seemed to stretch, and I relished this moment, for it was my first experience dining with so many people outside of school. Uncle Arthur asked me numerous questions about the Muggle world. His curiosity was genuine. Auntie Molly and Ginny kept piling food onto my plate, and Ron did the same. Each time he served me, I would thank him, causing him to pause for a few seconds, blushing furiously before adding more food to my plate. In the afternoon, I received a reply from Professor Dumbledore, who informed me that Harry remained with the Dursleys due to the blood ties. Harry's mother's final act of magic, the protection of blood, the magic of love. Uncle Arthur left for work, and Fred and George wanted to take me outside to play. Initially, they intended for me to catch a goblin, but Auntie Molly disapproved. So we went apple picking by the apple tree in the garden instead. Ron and Ginny trailed behind us, but Percy did not join. Fred and George each climbed a tree to pick apples while we stood below to catch them. Fred often accidentally hit little Ron with falling apples. Fred, be more careful. Ron, let me catch them for you. Concerned for Ron's well-being, I positioned him behind me and reached for the apples myself. Truly, they were magnificent, organically grown apples, large, round, and delectably sweet with plenty of juice. That evening, I gifted a few apples to Percy. He glanced down at the apples in my hand. I chuckled. These are for you, not a prank from Fred and George. Only then did Percy accept the apples. The Weasley twins had certainly pulled their fair share of pranks on him, as evidenced by his startled reaction. Percy, what about your pet from before? Percy looked puzzled. You mean Scabbers? He with Ron now. I gave him to Ron. So he's in Ron's room? Percy hesitated, uncertain. He should have been carrying him. Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew, a man who had once slept with 2 of the Weasley brothers. All right, I'll go find Ron then. Good night, sweet dreams. Percy and I exchanged good nights. And he paused to add, if you need to read, you can come to my room. Okay, thank you, Percy, I will. Clutching the treacle fudge I had stealthily pilfered from the twins' room, I ascended to the 6th floor and knocked on the door. Ron, are you there? Ron, dressed in his pajamas, opened the door just a crack. What is it? I heard from Percy that Scabbers is with you, and I wanted to borrow him for a bit. Ron nodded, blushing. Wait a moment, Scabbers is asleep. Well, Peter seems to be living quite comfortably, I mused, as Ron gingerly cradled Scabbers, who was still covered with a tiny blanket. Ron, you truly are a kind-hearted boy. It was remarkable how Ron had even tucked a blanket around the little rat. If only Scabbers weren't Peter Pettigrew. Wait, if Scabbers weren't Peter Pettigrew? I conceived a grand plan. Chapter 40, The End of the Holidays. Perhaps I could confine Peter Pettigrew, cast him into a slumber, and then, once Sirius had escaped, release him to follow the plot? My immediate goal was to find a mouse that resembled Scabbers, but where could I find such a mouse? There were no mice in the burrow, only goblins and ghouls. I certainly couldn't transfigure a goblin into a mouse, nor could I target a ghoul. I took out a galleon. Perhaps I could transform the galleon into a mouse resembling Scabbers. After securing Scabbers, I first cast a sleeping charm on him. It seemed the treacle fudge would not be needed for the moment. Once I transformed the galleon into a mouse, I concealed Scabbers in my suitcase. Even though Riley might not be pleased, I knocked on Ron's door again, returning Scabbers to him. Ron, may I come into your room? Ron slowly nodded and opened the door wider, as the staircase was rather narrow. Ron's room was adorned in shades of orange, reflecting his favorite Quidditch team, the Chudley Cannons, whose uniforms were in that hue. It might be a bit cramped. I shook my head. No, it's splendid, don't you think? It truly reflects your character, Ron. A series of knocks echoed from the attic, causing me to glance up. Ron explained, that's the ghoul. It probably thinks it's too quiet downstairs. I chuckled. It's fine, quite amusing. Is that a camera? Ron pointed to the device hanging around my neck. Yes, it's a muggle item. Would you like to take a picture together? Ron nodded enthusiastically yes. I made a peace sign, and Ron mimicked me, forming the same gesture. What's that? I spotted a book with a whimsical, childlike illustration style, its cover adorned with moving images. This is The Adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle. I read it when I was a child. Ron handed it to me, though it appeared a bit worn. I had never read a children's book from the magical world. This was an entirely new experience for me, especially with the illustrations that moved. I was utterly captivated. Ron, may I take this book back to my room with Ginny? Ron readily agreed, saying I could return it whenever I wished. As I descended, I encountered Auntie Molly and Uncle Arthur, who stood at their doorway, squeezed into the narrow corridor. Good evening, Auntie Molly, Uncle Arthur. Uncle Arthur glanced at Auntie Molly and awkwardly waved. Good evening, Miss White. Auntie Molly smiled gently at me. If you need anything from Ron, feel free to call him down. It was clear that Auntie Molly and Uncle Arthur were concerned about a girl being out alone at night, which reflected their kindness and care. Before reaching Ginny's room, I heard an explosion from the twins' room next door, followed by Auntie Molly's voice shouting from outside the window. Ginny and I exchanged amused glances, then laid down on the bed, capturing a photo together. Ginny stared at the still photo, intrigued, and after a long moment, she asked, "Is this what Muggle photos look like?" I smiled softly. "Yes, it's for you, Ginny." Ginny accepted the photo, and I felt as though I were always the one receiving gifts from my sister. I gently patted her head. "Sleep well, dear Ginny." Ginny placed the photograph in the cupboard and closed her eyes, cuddling Riley beside me. To be honest, I initially harbored some concerns that Ginny might be uncomfortable with my presence, as the Ginny in the original narrative often felt awkward about sharing her space with others. Thankfully, she did not seem to mind me at all, nor did she appear displeased. The following morning, I awoke, yet Ginny was still in slumber, feeling somewhat aimless. I descended to the first floor, where the sounds of cooking emanated from the kitchen. It was Aunt Molly. I could hardly recall the last time I had seen someone bustling about in the kitchen. My father always left early in the morning, and each time I awoke, he was nowhere to be found. Initially, I suspected that my late rising was the cause, prompting me to rise increasingly earlier, yet I still never encountered him, missing the opportunity to wish him a safe journey. "Good morning, Aunt Molly." Upon hearing my voice, Aunt Molly turned off the faucet, dried her hands, and greeted me. "Good morning, C. Did you sleep well?" I nodded. "Yes, thank you for your hospitality." A clock on the wall chimed, its hand pointing to the words "Feed the chickens." Aunt Molly opened the back door, which led directly to the garden, and called out, "Fred, George, please help feed the chickens." She then retrieved a book from the mantel, titled The Magic of Toasting, and handed it to me. "See, you can peruse this while you wait." Just as I took the book, Fred's voice rang out. "Oh, Mom, you aren't really going to turn C into another Percy, are you?" George, holding the chicken feed, leaned against the doorframe, proclaiming, "Model Percy, Model White." Fred scattered the chicken feed like confetti, while George enticed the chickens to follow him in circles. Truly, it was impressive how they could turn such tasks into a game. "Aunt Molly, may I help feed the chickens?" I raised my hand, eager to participate. Perhaps my enthusiasm was too palpable, for Aunt Molly agreed, reminding the Weasley brothers not to tease me. "Not at all. It's only I who bullies others, not the other way around," Fred and George chimed, as they proudly handed me the feed. I scattered a handful, but perhaps Fred and George had already fed them too much, for the chickens showed little interest in my offerings. The chicken coop faced the window where Percy and Ron were situated, allowing me to see them easily. They were evidently awake, though I hoped we hadn't roused them. I waved at them in greeting. Aunt Molly called out to us, hands on her hips, urging us to return for breakfast and reminding us that there were gnomes to be dealt with afterward. I found it perplexing that even in the wizarding world, There were such tasks akin to overtime. Uncle Arthur had worked through the night and had only just returned. He appeared exceedingly weary, his hair thinning slightly, but thankfully, the wizarding world had hair growth spells to prevent baldness. There was also good news. Charlie was returning, as he had been granted a week's leave. You wouldn't believe it. After just a month in Romania, Charlie had grown even taller, his arms more muscular. And he bore several new scars, evidence of the rigors of his work. When Charlie arrived, I was in the garden with Fred, George, and Ron, attempting to catch gnomes, which I found far less appealing than mandrakes. Thankfully, Fred and George were seasoned experts, managing to capture several at once. "Hello, little ones," Charlie called, setting down his luggage and waving to us from the garden railing. I rushed over and enveloped him in a bear hug. "Hi, Charlie. Did you see any dragons?" At the mere mention of dragons, Charlie's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Of course. You wouldn't believe how majestic they are. Their claws are incredibly sharp, and some have unpredictable temperaments, so one must be exceedingly cautious. Injuries are common." He lifted his shirt to reveal a scar on his abdomen, which he regarded not as a wound, but as a badge of honor. Charlie assured me that his current job was not overly perilous, so I need not worry. "Charlie, do you have any pictures of the dragons?" "I do," he replied, pulling a photograph from his pocket, showcasing a Romanian longhorn. Many people in Romania secretly hunted these dragons, leading to a decline in their population. Due to Charlie's return, Aunt Molly had prepared a splendid feast. Noting that he seemed to have lost quite a bit of weight, she lamented that she wondered when Bill would have the opportunity to return. Uncle Arthur, free from overtime that night, was delighted to have dinner with his son and took the chance to inquire about conditions in Romania, to which Charlie responded in detail. During Charlie's stay, he diligently trained Fred and George, bringing me along as well. Initially, he intended for me to join, but Fred and George, the mischievous rascals, informed him of my ambition to join the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Upon hearing this, Charlie insisted on including me in the training. In a Quidditch match, injuries are inevitable, big and small. So see, you must start exercising now. In the days that followed, each morning, Charlie would come to rouse me for training, and Ginny would join us. To my astonishment, he had me swinging a bat 100 times. It was hardly different from my previous military training. How daunting. Suddenly, Flint didn't seem so intolerable after all. Really. After enduring to the final day, Charlie was set to return to Romania. Before leaving, he admonished me. "Make sure you keep up with your training. See, your physique truly needs improvement." He turned to Aunt Molly. "Mother, ensure C has plenty of nutritious food." Aunt Molly embraced Charlie. "All right, I understand. Please be careful on your journey." We had intended to see Charlie off, but he insisted it was unnecessary, being an adult now. "Goodbye, Charlie. Farewell." Chapter 1. Encountering the Little Dragon. Just days after Charlie's departure, we began receiving letters from school, heralding the approach of the new term. Poor Errol had crashed into a wall again, nearly flattening his face. In hopes of securing an early retirement for Errol, I offered Snowball, suggesting that if Ron needed to send letters after school began, he could enlist Snowball as assistance. Aunt Molly appreciated my kindness, but believed Errol still had a few more years of service left in him. I finally penned a letter to Professor McGonagall. In truth, I had already written her 10 letters, yet I still found the time to write whenever I could, and she always replied. She informed me that she was going to pick up a young wizard from a Muggle family, much like Hagrid had done for Harry. As many Muggle-born wizards were met by professors due to their unfamiliarity with Diagon Alley and Platform 9. Very few, like Hermione, would have the foresight to study and familiarize themselves with the wizarding world beforehand. Ron was utterly thrilled to have received his acceptance letter. "Oh, I got a letter. I received a letter from Hogwarts. This is wonderful. I can attend Hogwarts." Fred patted Ron's shoulder. "Oh, little Ronnie, don't get too excited. You still have to be sorted." George placed his hand on Ron's shoulder, adding, "Yes, if the house doesn't want you, you might just be expelled." Ron's face turned to one of horror. His brothers had all attended Gryffindor, and if he were expelled, it would be utterly humiliating. "Oh, how can I possibly be sorted into a house? You must engage in combat with a troll. If fortune favors you and you survive, then you may be sorted." Aunt Molly could no longer bear it. "Fred, George, do not jest with your brother like that." George obediently replied, "All right, Mom." Fred chuckled as he patted his back. On the morning of the school term, I carried my suitcase and, alongside the Weasley family, traversed the Floo network to Diagon Alley. It was somewhat embarrassing that we emerged from the fireplace covered in soot. Aunt Molly promptly produced a coat brush to clean the dust from our clothes and handed me a bacon sandwich, saying, "Here, dear, eat this if you're hungry." I accepted it with both hands, but, Aunt Molly, I already had breakfast. She shook her head. "You didn't eat enough this morning. Cut back on snacks and eat more meat." "All right," I nodded obediently. Aunt Molly wrapped her left arm around Ron and her right around Ginny. "Now, we'll meet back at Flourish and Blots in an hour. Percy, you take Ron to buy what he needs." Fred and George. No wandering off to Nocturne Alley. Come back on time. She turned to me and asked, "Oh, dear. Are you going to be all right on your own?" I nodded. "Okay. Be safe. We'll reconvene in an hour." I surmised that Percy and Ron would undoubtedly head to the second-hand robe shop and the thrift store for their school supplies. Out of courtesy, I couldn't simply hand them galleons directly, so I devised a more circuitous approach. Fred and George suddenly approached me, inviting me to join them in seeking out Lee Jordan. I waved my hands to decline. "Sorry, wait a moment. I have something to attend to." Fred sighed dramatically. "Hey, come on. We only have an hour." George placed his arm around Fred's shoulder. In C's eyes, it's all about little Ronnie now. I must clarify. It's not as they think. I was merely observing Ron. Ron's face flushed at George's comment. With a sudden leap, I executed a playful move on both of them, ensuring it was harmless. "All right, I'll go with you." Fred and George appeared delighted that I was joining them, but I wondered why they hadn't yet sought out Lee Jordan. Where was he? Fred pretended to ponder. Where could he be? George elbowed Fred, winking playfully. "Jordan said he'd meet us on the train, right?" Fred feigned a moment of realization. "Yes, I completely forgot." I sighed. In any case, I truly have things to do. Fred and George raised their hands, offering to assist, but I deemed it unwise to involve them in my affairs. Spotting a queue outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, I seized the opportunity to ask them to queue for me. "I want ice cream, but I'm too lazy to stand in line. Will you queue for me? I'll treat you." Fred and George exchanged knowing smiles. "Sure." Fred then inquired, "Where are you off to?" I pointed to the nearby apothecary. "I wish to purchase a new cauldron." Fred's face contorted with disdain. "Oh, fine. Be quick about it." George waved me off, urging me to hurry. I suspected they were thinking of Professor Snape, adhering to the principle of hating what he valued, meaning they despised him, and, by extension, cauldrons. I procured an array of supplies intended for first-year students and delivered them to the second-hand robe shop and thrift store, requesting the shopkeeper to set them aside for the Weasleys' arrival, selling them at second-hand prices. To avoid making them feel at a loss, I offered not to charge them, ensuring they profited, which they readily accepted. Once I had completed these errands, I returned. Fred and George were already at Florian Fortescue's, and they allowed those behind them to go first. Upon seeing me, they waved. I purchased 6 ice creams, each of them grasping one, and still needed to bring some for Ginny, Ron, and Percy. "I'll take these to Ginny. You two fetch Ron and Percy. Hurry. The yellow melt." Fred and George reassured me. "No need to worry. These ice creams are enchanted. They won't melt until you take a lick." "Very well, but I must deliver Ginny's first." George suddenly called out, "See, thank you." I was momentarily taken aback. "What?" "Oh, it's nothing." Fred whistled. "And thanks for Ginny's dress as well." George shrugged. "It's a red dress. You prefer yellow, don't you?" "And about earlier." Fred interjected. "Thanks again." George saw it too, since they had both noticed. There was no point in denying it. "No need for thanks. Truly, I should thank you for inviting me. I adore your family." I fled before I could observe their expressions, feeling unaccustomed to such earnest moments. I handed the ice cream to Ginny, who stood outside Flourish and Blots while Aunt Molly and Uncle Arthur were inside purchasing books for Ron. Due to the crowd, they had left Ginny to wait outside. Ginny, with a curious expression, said, "Thank you, sister. But aren't you going to look around? Won't you be bored on your own?" Ginny shook her head. "Not at all. Sister, you go have fun." I finished my ice cream and decided to wander a bit, only to collide with a blonde boy just exiting Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Haha, I think I might have kicked a metal plate. "Hey, are you blind?" He snapped, his tone quite brash. "Apologies, but you're rather short. I didn't see you. Unfortunate for you. I'm a cotton ball hiding a metal plate. Your attitude isn't welcome, and I shall not be cordial." Draco Malfoy looked down his nose at me, but paused when he saw my face. "You bumped into me." "Apologize." "Firstly, I already apologized. Secondly, if you insist on me repeating it, then, I'm sorry. Just don't tell your father." Having only read about the Malfoy family's influence, I feared retribution. This wasn't cowardice, it was mere prudence. Draco Malfoy appeared taken aback by my swift apology, stammering, "I'll consider it forgiven for now. What is your name?" What was this? Was he attempting to remember my name for future targeting? I am. I struggled to think of an alternative name, yet I had no particular adversaries aside from Flint. Never mind, I would simply use my own name. I wouldn't want him to harass some other innocent wizard. I am C. White. Chapter 2, A First Exchange of Words. "Hey, you're C. White. The one who caused Slytherin's inability to secure consecutive championships for Hufflepuff." I was taken aback. Am I that famous? No, I am not C. White. I am Rebecca Higgs. Apologies, Rebecca. I shall make amends upon returning to school. You're not Rebecca, I know her. All right, I admit it. I am C. White. So, what exactly do you want from me? Draco Malfoy strutted like a peacock, declaring, "I am Draco Malfoy." I merely murmured in acknowledgement, though my response was laced with a vibrant array of colors, akin to a kaleidoscope of black. Draco Malfoy was indeed incensed. What do you mean? You don't even recognize a Malfoy. In my heart, I felt wronged, exclaiming, I am innocent. I raised my hands and hurriedly shook my head. No, I do know you. Draco huffed. Well, at least you have some sense. Internally, I was speechless. He truly was an unlikable little brat. Observing him emerge from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, I could surmise he had likely encountered Harry. Hey, have you played Quidditch? Draco Malfoy abruptly struck up a conversation with me. I hesitated for a moment. After all, I was only in my second year, implying I could not possibly have played Quidditch. Draco lifted his chin, his pale cheeks flushed with a charming hue, almost as if sculpted from porcelain. Oddly, this was not how he was depicted in the original text. It mentioned his pallor and slender frame. I truly did not understand why Hogwarts mandated students to be in their second year before joining the Quidditch team. With my capabilities, I would surely qualify. I regarded him and, rather inappropriately, interjected, that's because first years must learn to fly. Draco's face reddened as he stiffened his neck. Oh, I know. I will be going to Hogwarts this year. I also know I will be sorted into Slytherin. Our entire family belongs to Slytherin. I scratched my head, curious whether Draco Malfoy was aware of how the sorting hat ceremony worked. Master Malfoy, do you know how the sorting ceremony operates? Draco shook his head. Hands on his hips, what? Are you going to tell me? An idea sparked within me. Of course, it would be my honor. Before the sorting, you will duel a troll, and only after winning the duel may you choose your house. Draco Malfoy looked skeptical. Are you serious? I nodded vigorously. Like a chick pecking at grain? Absolutely. Draco, arms crossed, replied defiantly, I don't believe you. I will ask my father. I produced a chocolate frog for Draco Malfoy, stating, Hogwarts has regulations against revealing the sorting process to first years, so you cannot ask your father. He will not tell you. Draco rejected my offering. Who would want something from a Hufflepuff? I retracted the chocolate frog. Well, what a pity, for it is truly delicious. Draco. I heard a particularly melodious voice, though regrettably. It belonged to someone calling Draco Malfoy. He rushed into the embrace of a lady, mother. This lady possessed golden hair and striking azure eyes, with a tall and slender figure. As she held Draco, her gaze radiated maternal affection, clearly demonstrating her deep love for her child. Narcissa Malfoy gently patted Draco's head. Draco, have you tried on your robes? Draco nodded obediently in her arms. Another gentleman approached, equally golden-haired, with gray eyes that conveyed a formidable presence. He held an 18-inch wand adorned with a serpent's head. Draco, weren't you supposed to wait in the shop? Draco's demeanor shifted to one of melancholy. I'm sorry, father. I just wanted to see the new Nimbus 2000. Lucius Malfoy glanced at Narcissa, but refrained from uttering harsh words, instead reminding Draco not to behave that way in the future. The Malfoy family was quite enviable. At least Narcissa genuinely adored Draco, much like my own mother. During the first 3 volumes of Harry Potter, I had despised Draco Malfoy. Yet later, I found my opinion of the Malfoy family transformed by Narcissa. Mothers are indeed magnificent. Narcissa slightly raised her gaze, her eyes reflecting my image. Who are you? I responded with a polite smile. Hello, I am Siri White, a second-year student from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy paused upon hearing my introduction. I have heard that you have contributed significantly to Hufflepuff's points. I scratched my head, replying, Yes, Mr. Malfoy. Narcissa spoke to me with great gentleness. I have heard Rebecca mention you. You are quite an exceptional witch. She then inquired of Draco. So, Draco, were you just making friends with this young lady? Draco stammered an affirmative response. Lucius tapped his serpent-headed wand lightly against the ground. The Higgs children attending Hogwarts say your magical aptitude is extraordinary. What a pity. I surmised he meant it was unfortunate I was not a Slytherin. Narcissa took my hand. I trust Rebecca's judgment. Thank you for your willingness to befriend Draco. He will be attending Hogwarts this year, and I hope you can assist him academically. Feeling the warmth of her hand, I felt a surge of affection. Of course, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa smiled. You may call me Aunt Narcissa, along with Rebecca. I was indeed fortunate to have Rebecca as a friend. All right, Aunt Narcissa. Suddenly, Aunt Narcissa turned to Lucius and winked. Of course. You may also refer to Lucius as Uncle Lucius. I discreetly glanced at Lucius Malfoy, noting that he did not appear angry or frowning, suggesting he had acquiesced. Under Aunt Narcissa's watchful gaze, Draco took my hand, leading me to see the Nimbus 2000. Do you have your own broomstick? I shook my head. Not yet. Then why don't you buy one? I gazed at the Nimbus 2000. All right, I will buy it. I strode directly into the shop, shaking out the galleons Riley had spat out from within my clothes, and told the shopkeeper, I would like to purchase a Nimbus 2000. The shopkeeper glanced at the Malfoy couple behind us, offering a polite smile. Certainly, please hold on momentarily. After wrapping the broom, he approached me. We do offer home delivery services. I shook my head. Please place it directly into my trunk. Thank you. Uncle Lucius raised an eyebrow, a non-detection extension charm, quite impressive. Draco's eyes were fixed on the Nimbus 2000 the shopkeeper was holding. Father, I want one too. Uncle Lucius lightly tapped Draco's shoulder with his wand. First years are not allowed their own broomsticks. We will discuss it when you are in your second year. But Father Lucius shot him a glare. And Aunt Narcissa tugged at Lucius's sleeve, silently warning him not to be so harsh with Draco. I consoled Draco. I can lend you mine. Draco scoffed. Who cares? By my second year, I will certainly have one that is better than yours. That was indeed likely. All right, I believe in you. Draco's expression faltered, as if he had struck a punch into cotton, clearly disheartened. Aunt Narcissa inquired where I would go next, expressing a hope that we could accompany each other. I apologize, Aunt Narcissa, but I have other matters to attend to. She nodded, her face displaying regret as she gently nudged Draco. Draco looked at me. Goodbye. Then see you at Hogwarts. I waved. Goodbye, Aunt Narcissa, Uncle Lucius, and little Draco. As I spoke, I narrowed my eyes, reveling in Draco's discomfiture. It felt satisfying given how he always bullied Harry. Upon hearing the word little brother, Draco's face flushed instantly. He quickly grasped Aunt Narcissa's hand and strode forward, muttering something I could not quite catch. Most likely, he was simply speaking ill of me. Chapter 3, The Crossroads Station. I found myself standing at the entrance of the Quidditch boutique when suddenly I heard someone call my name. Turning around, I saw Wood, the upperclassman, holding a newly purchased quaffle. Hello, Wood. Did you buy a quaffle? I inquired. Isn't there one at school? Wood, gripping the quaffle with his right hand, placed it into a box, explaining that it was slightly damaged and that he wished to practice privately. And what about you, Cece? What brings you here? I lifted my suitcase, revealing that I had acquired a Firebolt 2000. Wood raised an eyebrow. Apologies, did you really purchase a Firebolt 2000? Have you decided to join the Quidditch team? I nodded, playfully patting Wood's arm and giving him a thumbs up. Rest assured, I will only target Flint. Wood chuckled. Very well. I shall go procure the books needed for school. Farewell. I replied with a casual, goodbye. However, I encountered quite a few familiar faces, including Angelina Johnson and Alicia Spinnet. Angelina, Alicia, greetings. Angelina offered a bittersweet smile, resembling a forced grin, and embraced me. I patted her back, puzzled. What is wrong, Angelina? Alicia sighed. She wants to buy a Firebolt 2000, but the cost is simply too steep. Hey, leave this to me. How much more do you need? Angelina shook her head. No, I can't accept your money, Cece. I grasped Angelina's hand, asserting, this is not pity, it's an investment. When you join the national team, I shall reap the rewards. In the original narrative, Angelina ultimately marries George, without much mention of her career, so I hope she perseveres in her passion, just as Wood does. Without hesitation, I covered half of Angelina's expenses, for which she was immensely grateful, though uncertain about how to explain it to her parents. I believed it to be a trivial matter. Surely Angelina's parents would wish to buy her a Firebolt 2000, but were constrained by their means. Thus, I accompanied Angelina to seek out her parents, stating that she had previously treated me to numerous snacks, and this was merely a repayment. I was uncertain if the Johnsons saw through our ruse, yet they held my hand in gratitude. Noticing the time, I realized it was time to return to the Leaky Cauldron, so I waved farewell to Angelina and Alicia. See you at Hogwarts. See you at Hogwarts. At the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, the Weasley family awaited my arrival. I jogged over. Apologies, am I late? Aunt Molly ruffled my hair. Not at all. Just on time. We entered together to purchase books, and Ron required more than us since it was the beginning of the term. After acquiring our books, I intended to return home. Aunt Molly. Uncle Arthur, you need not worry. I can manage on my own. Uncle Arthur sighed. But it's rather dangerous for a girl like you out there. Aunt Molly nodded. Indeed, why not return via the Flynn network? I shook my head. It's fine. I'm quite familiar with it. Plus I wish to purchase a few Muggle items. Uncle Arthur ceased his objections. Just be careful. If you encounter any trouble, draw your wand and defend yourself. I shall keep a discreet watch over the ministry personnel so they won't notice you. Aunt Molly turned, scolding, Arthur. Such things should not be discussed in public. I chuckled. All right, I understand. After parting ways with the Weasley family, I returned to the Muggle world through the Leaky Cauldron. Boarding a bus, an iconic two-tiered red bus of England. I enjoy sitting on the upper deck, as it provides a particularly pleasant breeze. Upon reaching Privet Drive, I returned home and released Riley and Snowball. Oh, and also Spot. Snowball, please don't kill Spot. Snowball, gripping Spot, leaped onto the windowsill. Snowball, be careful not to drop Spot. Snowball strutted proudly before jumping down, and I caught Spot, securing him in a small cage. Suddenly, Snowball squawked in an unusual manner and flapped his wings, flying out. I rushed to the windowsill. Snowball, come back. Ignoring my call, Snowball soared towards an owl in the sky, which was also a snowy owl. The two owls circled each other. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Snowball was fervently pursuing the beautiful snowy owl, who seemed indifferent to his advances. Hedwig, come back, called Harry from outside. I looked down and felt a surge of joy. Harry. Hedwig returned to perch on Harry's shoulder as he waved at me. Cece. I dashed down to the garden and embraced Harry. It's been so long, Harry. Harry smiled and returned my hug. Indeed, it has been a while, Cece. Hedwig perched on Harry's left shoulder while Snowball settled on my right. I feigned ignorance about Hedwig, gesturing towards her. Harry scratched the back of his head. Cece. I find it difficult to explain, but I'm a wizard, and I wonder if you might be one as well. What a clever Harry. I nodded. Yes, Harry. I too am a wizard. Harry rose onto his toes slightly. Oh, so you attend Hogwarts? I nodded repeatedly. Of course. It seems you attend Hogwarts as well, Harry. I had heard your name from Hagrid, Cece. I thought I must have misheard. I chuckled though. What did Hagrid say about me? Harry recounted how Hagrid had brought him a birthday cake on his birthday. Green and rather simple, yet it was the first birthday cake he had ever received. Although it tasted somewhat strange, Hagrid claimed you particularly enjoyed his birthday cakes, so he finished it. But, Cece, do you really like Hagrid's cooking? I patted Harry's head. Well, Hagrid's cooking is indeed quite peculiar. It's considered dark cuisine. Harry's eyes lit up. I knew it. You must not enjoy it either. Good to know my taste buds are intact. However, Harry, just like you, after entering this world, the first cake I received was from Hagrid. And I was so moved at the time that I didn't pay attention to its taste. But after all, it was made by Hagrid himself, you understand. Harry had Hedwig perch on his arm, gently stroking her back. Snowball, lacking dignity, flew over to Hedwig. I wore a troubled expression. I'm sorry, Harry, but it seems Snowball is rather clingy. Is Hedwig a girl? Harry nodded. I quickly moved Snowball away. He struggled in my arms, gazing at Hedwig with sorrowful eyes, making me feel like the villain separating them. I apologize, Harry, but Snowball becomes quite obstinate upon seeing a female. I hadn't anticipated his flirtatious nature when I bought him. Harry stroked Snowball, who obediently accepted his affection, which made me a tad envious. Snowball, I am your owner. Moreover, Harry, this might hurt your hand. I reached out to reclaim Snowball, but Harry stopped me. It's fine, Cece. I admired the beautiful garden, Harry. Thank you for tidying up the garden. I don't have anything to offer you, but please wait a moment. Harry stood patiently as I fetched a pair of red thermal gloves, descending once more. Harry gazed at the red gloves in my hands. What is that? Indeed, this was a birthday gift I had intended to present to Harry long before, yet we were not acquainted at that time. And I found myself at a loss as to how to explain my knowledge of his birthday. So I simply stated, well, yes, here you go, a belated birthday gift. Harry accepted the gloves and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. See, may I inquire about your birthday? Of course, it's on May 21st. Harry nodded. All right, I shall remember that. On September 1st, Harry boarded Uncle Vernon's car en route to King's Cross Station. He truly wished to accompany me, but Uncle Vernon was adamant about not bringing another person, particularly a wizard. Harry had no choice in the matter, and I was untroubled by it, for I was accustomed to taking the bus. Since my journey involved the bus, I had to set off a little earlier to walk from the bus station to King's Cross. I was not concerned about Harry getting lost, as the Weasley family would be there to assist him. Chapter 4. Encountering Neville. Neville, be careful. Don't fall. An elderly lady, appearing quite benevolent, grasped the boy named Neville Longbottom. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He exclaimed, Grandma, I know. I was pleasantly surprised to encounter Neville and approached them. Do you require assistance? Neville's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, regarded me with a wary expression. I endeavored to present my most gentle and amiable smile. I am C. White, a second-year Hufflepuff student at Hogwarts. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire if you need help. Augusta relaxed her guard, patting Neville on the shoulder. This is my grandson, Neville Longbottom, who is starting school this year. Neville shrank back, visibly anxious, and nodded hello. In his nervousness, he inadvertently loosened his grip, causing the toad in his hand to leap onto the floor of the carriage and scurry away. Grandma, I've lost the toad again. Augusta sighed deeply. Oh, Neville. I raised my hand. You needn't worry. I shall help Neville find it, as it is surely within the carriage and easily located. Augusta patted my arm. Thank you, dear. Please take care of Neville. I shall disembark now. I nodded. Goodbye, Mrs. Longbottom. Neville waved as well. Goodbye, Grandma. Hey, see. A particularly exuberant voice rang in my ears. Without needing to guess, I knew it was a Weasley. I simply turned to see which one it was. Ah, it was Fred. Hello, Fred, you all arrived quite early. George, with his right hand resting on Fred's left shoulder, interjected, Oh, see, you didn't greet me. I raised my hand and waved, Hello, George. Fred and George exchanged mysterious glances. See, guess whom we saw? I crossed my arms and, with a hint of pride, proclaimed, Harry Potter. Oh, how did you know? That's no fun. Fred and George squeezed in beside Neville, who, being naturally shy, looked as though he might faint from the pressure. You two need crowd. I pulled Neville from the uncomfortable situation and found an empty compartment. Neville, come sit in here. Neville obediently settled inside. looking up at me as if awaiting my next instruction. I couldn't help but ruffle his hair. Neville, I'll be with my friends for a couple of minutes. Please wait here, all right? He nodded vigorously. Yes, okay. Fred asked how I knew it was Harry. I chose not to divulge my secret, claiming it was a divination. George chuckled. Can you tell us when we'll make a fortune? I extended my hand. Sure, for a single galleon. George clutched his pocket protectively. Robbery. Fred did the same. At this rate, we might go bankrupt before we ever get rich. I urged them to step back. All right. Let us discuss this once we're back at Hogwarts. It's Harry's first day, and he'll have plenty of things to carry, so you should help him. Oh, Fred suddenly smirked. George stroked his chin. Harry? They both chorused. Do you know him? I quickly pushed them away. I want to tell you. Then we shall ask Harry Potter. That boy who cannot die? I clutched their collars. Wait. You must not gawk at Harry like he is a spectacle, nor inquire about the Dark Lord. Do you understand? To me, Harry is not a savior. He is merely a child who still needs our care. Fred and George raised their hands in surrender. We understand. We understand. After the Weasley twins departed, I encountered Percy heading to the front compartment, proudly displaying his prefect badge. Good afternoon, Percy. He nodded at me. Good afternoon, C. Are you off to the prefect's compartment? Indeed. Wow, a private compartment. I'm so envious. Goodbye, Percy. Percy adjusted his badge, glancing at it once more. See you at Hogwarts, C. I returned to the compartment to sit with Neville. A brown-haired girl knocked on the door before opening it. I'm terribly sorry, may I come in? There are no seats available up front. And the train is about to depart. I nodded. Of course, please take a seat. The lovely girl settled across from us, holding a book titled History of Magic. I'm Hermione Granger. You may call me Hermione or Granger. Wait, you are Hermione Granger? I exclaimed in astonishment. In my memory, Hermione was not particularly beautiful. Yet the Hermione Granger before me was truly striking. That said, the Neville beside me, though somewhat plump, also appeared quite endearing. Hermione nodded in confusion. Yes. I am Hermione Granger. I extended my hand. I apologize for my excitement. Hello, I am C. White, a second-year Hufflepuff. Hermione closed her book, took my hand, and exclaimed, What? You are C. White. Professor McGonagall mentioned you. You were top of your year in first year. I was thrilled. The little which Professor McGonagall referred to in her letter was indeed Hermione. The train emitted a series of thunderous sounds as it began to move. Hermione looked out the window. The train is departing. I leaned out as well, spotting Aunt Molly and Ginny. I waved at them. Goodbye, Aunt Molly. Goodbye, Ginny. Fred's voice echoed in the air as he comforted Ginny not to cry. We will send you loads of owls. George chimed in with a playful shout, suggesting they would send Ginny a Hogwarts toilet seat. Truly, Hogwarts plumbing was doomed. Once the train was in motion, I proposed, Neville, let us go help find your toad. Hermione, would you like to join us? Hermione placed her book back on her seat. Of course, I would be delighted to help. She turned to Neville. So, where did your toad run off to? Neville shook his head. I don't know. I patted Neville on the head. It's all right. We'll search one by one. Hermione led the way. Let us check the prefect's compartment first. Percy was more than willing to assist us upon seeing us. Although Slytherin prefect, Gemma Farley, found it a bit of a bother, she still helped us search together. Chapter 5. Our first encounter. Our Hufflepuff Badger was also aiding in the search, yet to no avail. Penelope Clearwater, the head of Ravenclaw, inquired whether Neville's toad was harboring any lifeless creatures, as living beings cannot be subjected to the Levi Corpus spell. Neville shook his head, and Penelope found herself at a loss. I embraced Penelope, expressing my gratitude for everyone's efforts, and suggested we venture out to continue our search. I retrieved some toffees from my pocket, distributing 2 to each head of house present. Upon reaching the central compartment, I was pleasantly surprised to see quite a few familiar faces, greeting them one by one while offering a few more treats, leaving my pockets empty once again. Fred and George were in Lee Jordan's compartment, and Lee was holding a large box. Upon seeing me open the door, he excitedly presented the box to me, exclaiming, Hey, come and guess what I've got. The Ministry of Magic has regulations prohibiting the keeping of any magical creatures without prior approval, but non-aggressive beings are generally permissible. So I speculated it was not something perilous, perhaps a spider? Lee enthusiastically grasped my hand. Hey, you truly are something, Cece. You understand me perfectly. We are practically a match made in heaven. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, a perfect combination. Fred disdainfully swatted Lee's hand away, and I concurred only with the last statement. George, intrigued, asked, Cece, how did you guess? I shrugged, having caught a glimpse of some furry legs peeking out. But enough about that. Have you seen a toad anywhere? What? Fred peeked beneath the seat, finding nothing. Lee inspected his box of spiders, confirming, Nope, just the spiders I brought. Well, it seems it's not here. Let us move forward. Hermione, Neville. Neville retreated further back, likely to inquire on his own. However, he found nothing. Hermione followed behind him, entering the compartment he had previously asked about. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville had indeed lost a toad. A familiar voice echoed from within the compartment. We already told him we haven't seen it. Hermione's eyes brightened. Oh, are you performing magic? Then let us see. Feeling a sense of familiarity, I stepped between Hermione and Neville. What magic? Ron excitedly stood up. Cece. Harry followed suit. Delighted to see me. Good to see you, Cece. The two exchanged glances, then chorused, you know each other? I chuckled. Perhaps we should introduce ourselves? Harry shyly lowered his head. I'm Harry Potter. Hermione gasped, covering her mouth. Harry Potter. Is it really you? I've read about you in so many books. Harry adjusted his glasses. Why, yes. Ron set down his snacks. I'm Ron Weasley. Neville, hiding behind me, stammered. I am Neville Longbottom. Hermione tilted her head up. I'm Hermione Granger. I was delighted to witness the trio's first meeting. Introducing myself. I'm Cece White. Thrilled to meet you all. She glanced at Ron's wand. Oh, can you show us how you cast spells now? Ron looked at me with a downturned mouth, a hint of frustration in his expression. Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine. Turn this silly fat rat yellow. Yet, the creature in his arms remained utterly still. Hermione sighed, her tone laced with skepticism. Is that really the correct incantation? Ron's face flushed. Oh, it must be George's fault for tricking me. Hermione urged them to quickly change into their wizarding robes, as we would be arriving shortly. Perhaps due to following Hermione and Neville around, I surprisingly felt no motion sickness. Harry and Ron invited us to sit with them for a while. Sorry, Ron, Harry. But Neville's toad is still missing. Yet, Neville seemed unconcerned, appearing reluctant to trouble me. Hermione noticed Harry's broken glasses and produced her wand, casting a spell, Oculus Reparo. Truly, Hermione was remarkable, mastering advanced spells at such a young age. Well, we shall head out to search for the toad now. Farewell, Harry, farewell, Ron. Just as we stepped out, we heard footsteps approaching. It was Draco, accompanied by his two lackeys. Draco's little brother, what brings you here? Draco huffed. Do not call me Draco's little brother. Call me Malfoy. All right, Malfoy brother. Do not add those last two words. Very well, what are you here for? Draco placed his hands on his hips, nodding towards Harry's compartment. I came to see Harry Potter. I heard he was in this compartment. But that redhead cannot be Harry Potter. Following his gaze, I indeed spotted Harry with his green eyes, akin to a fawn. If you wish to befriend Harry, I advise you to speak properly. Not everyone, unlike me, is indifferent to your tone. Draco scoffed. I don't need your guidance. I shrugged. Oh, is that so? But I believe Aunt Narcissa would disagree. Draco, be cautious, or I shall inform your mother. Draco puffed up his cheeks, incredulously pointing at me. You. I will tell my father. I ruffled his hair. Being a year younger is advantageous. Not as tall as me. Yet your father listens to your mother, does he not? Draco appeared deflated, as it was indeed true. He and Uncle Lucius initially intended to attend Durmstrang, but Aunt Narcissa deemed it too far from home, which led them back to Hogwarts. I patted Draco on the back. Now remember to speak kindly. Hello, I am Draco Malfoy, and I wish to befriend you. And do avoid saying anything like it's an honor to be my friend. I was unsure if Draco absorbed the advice, but he entered with Crabbe and Goyle, only to emerge moments later. It seemed relatively safe. I gazed out at the scenery. Hermione, Neville, we are nearing our destination. I believe I can assist you in speaking with the conductor for a final check. Neville blushed, thanking me. The entrance procedures for first years differ from those for older students. First years travel by small boats, while older students ride in the carriages pulled by thestrals. As I disembarked, I accidentally bumped into a boy who appeared somewhat frail, yet possessed striking blue eyes. I hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, are you all right? The blue-eyed boy nodded, and I felt relieved to leave. Cece, over here. The Badgers beckoned me eagerly. Hurry. Rebecca, however, tugged me away. Cece, you're supposed to be with me. Chapter 6, the sorting begins. The Badgers appeared somewhat sorrowful and aggrieved, and I couldn't help but smile as I showered them with numerous treats, attempting to soothe their wounded spirits. As they chewed, they chattered, just a temporary borrowing. Cece is still ours in Hufflepuff. From a distance, Xiaozhang noticed me settling into Rebecca's carriage, reluctantly closing her book and fixating on the carriage I occupied. I waved at her from afar. Xiaozhang, along with Marietta Edgecombe and two other little eagles, sat together. As Cedric's carriage passed by ours, he kindly reminded us. A carriage accommodates 4 people. You already have 5. Rebecca let out a huff, glancing at Miles Blanche and Dorian Pusey. You two are quite sturdy. Sitting opposite each other while my brother Cedric and I take this side. Perfectly balanced. With that, she raised an eyebrow at Cedric with a triumphant air. Miles Blanche and Dorian Pusey exchanged bewildered looks. In truth, they were of similar height and slenderness to Terence Higgs, and they could hardly fathom where Rebecca perceived their sturdiness. Miles Blanche jested. Hey, Rebecca, I think I could swap places with your brother. At that moment, I found myself once again sandwiched between Rebecca and Terence. Just as I had been previously, I awkwardly turned to Cedric, shaking my head silently, mouthing, let her be, Cedric. Cedric interpreted my lip movements and shook his head in resignation as we departed in the carriage. Before Rebecca could retort Miles' Blanche's comment, Terence interjected, "No need, Miles. I do believe I am indeed a bit lighter than you." Miles Blanche humorously nudged Dorian Pusey with his elbow in self-deprecation. Before long, we arrived at the entrance hall. Miles Blanche and Dorian Pusey disembarked from the carriage first, with Miles holding the carriage steady while Dorian extended his hand to assist Rebecca down. Once she gracefully alighted, Dorian seemed to reach out to take my hand as well. I hesitated momentarily, uncertain, before placing my hand in his. When he did not withdraw it, I smiled and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Pusey." I then turned to Miles Blanche, who was still steadying the carriage, and added, "Thank you, Senior Blanche." As we ascended the stairs, I bid them farewell and entered the huddle of badgers. Miles Blanche inquired curiously of Terence Higgs, "You two seem quite chummy, eh? She even called you by your first name." Although I could not see Terence's expression, I could hear the delight in his voice as he replied, "Well, compared to you all, I suppose we are a tad more familiar." Miles Blanche exclaimed, "Terence, when did you become so refined?" While I was walking with the other badgers, someone suddenly bumped into me. "Flint, what are you doing?" Flint huffed in response, "Aren't you the one who looks down on Slytherin? Why are you mingling so closely with them?" I scoffed, "Don't generalize, Flint. I simply despise you, and I've mentioned countless times not to take it personally." Flint pointed at me, sputtering, You. Yet after much stammering, he could not articulate a single word. Cedric, who had already settled into his seat, returned upon hearing the commotion. "Cece, why haven't you come over yet?" He stood before me, blocking Flint's gaze. Flint, perhaps feeling foolish, chose to leave. I returned to my seat at the Hufflepuff table, with Cedric beside me. We had arrived earlier than the first years, and I felt a thrill at the thought of witnessing their sorting. The fat friar floated in, announcing that the new students were waiting outside. Professor McGonagall was not at the staff table, likely mingling with the newcomers. We sat properly in our seats, while the badgers eagerly discussed who might join Hufflepuff. They mentioned Harry, exclaiming, "I heard the Chosen One is starting this year. Oh, wouldn't he be in the sorting line soon? How curious it would be to see which house he would be placed in." I smiled slightly. "I suspect Gryffindor." Cedric chuckled, "Why Gryffindor?" I shrugged, "Just a guess. Since both of Harry's parents were Gryffindors." Cedric frowned slightly. "Harry?" I shushed him, for Professor McGonagall was entering. She and Professor Dumbledore inspected the sorting hat, which quivered, exclaiming, "Ah, my old friend, I am well." Dumbledore nodded to Professor McGonagall. "All set, Minerva. Let the new students in." She turned to fetch the newcomers, and the fat friar followed, likely to promote Hufflepuff. With a loud bang, the doors swung open, and the first years filed in. They appeared quite nervous, avoiding our gazes, either staring at the starry ceiling or the floor. I spotted Neville, cradling a toad. He must have received one. He sensed my gaze but was too shy to look my way again. Truly, he was an exceedingly bashful boy. Hermione, seated beside Neville, greeted me warmly. I formed a heart shape with my hands, causing her to blush and cover her face in embarrassment. Cedric asked whom I was sending hearts to. Leaning closer to his ear, I whispered, "That girl with brown curls a few rows ahead. Her name is Hermione Granger." Cedric sighed, "Ah, girl." I waved at Harry and Ron as well. Fred and George whistled at me, and while I was unsure of their intent, it seemed they merely wished to attract my attention. I nodded at them and made a gesture to silence them, hoping they understood. Professor McGonagall stood beside the sorting hat, which began to sing, following the usual proceedings. The names were called, Hannah Abbott. Within mere seconds, the sorting hat declared, Hufflepuff. We erupted in excitement, waving our hands. Some badgers beckoned Hannah to join our table. She sat beside me, and I was delighted by her arrival. "Hello, Hannah Abbott. I'm Cece White. Hufflepuff welcomes you." Hannah shyly fiddled with her golden braids. "Thank you, Senior White." I produced a prepared Chinese knot. "Here, every badger has one. May it bring you luck." Hannah joyfully accepted it, tucking it into her pocket. "Thank you, Senior White. I will cherish it." I gently ruffled her hair. "No need to thank me. Isolde Black. Slytherin." I was momentarily taken aback, observing the girl with the sorting hat. She possessed striking black hair, yet wasn't the Black family supposed to. She removed the hat, revealing deep blue eyes that seemed to draw one in effortlessly. Isolde Black slowly raised her gaze towards me, causing a flutter of unease within. Though I could not articulate why, just as I was engulfed in confusion, I heard a mechanical voice declare, "Please select your target." Protagonist, Isolde Black. My heavens, Isolde Black. Wasn't he that a character from the Otome game I had played in my past life? I clasped my head in disbelief. No way. It seems I have not traversed into the original narrative or the films, but rather into a Harry Potter Otome game. The sorting ceremony continued. While I felt utterly overwhelmed and faintly lost in despair. No wonder everyone is so remarkably attractive. Even that pesky Flint isn't too bad looking. Yet, whether in the game, the original text, or the film, I am merely a minor character, aren't I? As long as I keep my distance, the plot cannot touch me. Haha. Thus, I should be able to continue living this way. It's all good. It's all good. Justin Finch Fletchley. Hufflepuff. I know Justin Finch Fletchley. He is a good lad who can recognize his mistakes and amend them. Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor, and as she headed over there, she cast a glance my way. I rested my chin on my hand. Ah, this is a game where even Hermione can be charmed. Neville, true to the original story, was sorted into Gryffindor as well. He ran towards them clutching a toad, even forgetting to remove his hat. Draco was sorted into Slytherin, and he sat with Isolde Black. The two of them seemed quite familiar with each other. Well, can the Blacks and the Malfoys be anything but close? That blue-eyed boy I bumped into earlier is named Theodore Nott, a rising star in the game. I shall remember him and try to avoid him. Sally and Perks. Hufflepuff. Now, I have 3 lovely girls beside me. Harry and Ron were sorted into Gryffindor, and the Weasley brothers were elated, lifting Harry high and proclaiming, "We have Potter. We have Potter." Percy, weaving through the throng, congratulated Ron on joining Gryffindor, salvaging their brotherly bond. Lastly, Blaise Zabini, a hotshot in the game, went to Slytherin. I noted him too, to avoid. Is it possible that Isolde Black has already chosen the Slytherin route? Headmaster Dumbledore interrupted my thoughts, welcoming us to Hogwarts. Welcome. This year's feast is quite different. There's Chinese cuisine, an additional choice. Thanks to Miss White of Hufflepuff. Everyone graciously applauded, which made me a tad embarrassed, attempting to diminish my presence. Now let us eat heartily. One by one, everyone began to indulge. Harry and Ron thoroughly enjoyed the feast, and Neville appeared quite pleased as well. Hermione shot a disdainful glance at Ron, who was gobbling down his food, but after a measured bite, she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Over at Draco's table, he initially shot a disdainful look, declaring he absolutely wouldn't partake. Isolde Black glared at him, starting to eat herself. I distinctly saw Draco tremble in fear before he began to eat, completely under Isolde Black's thumb. "Cerise, are you not hungry? Are you unwell?" Cedric inquired, piling more food into my bowl. I quickly shook my head. No, I'm simply curious about this year's newcomers. You must understand. It's my first time as a senior. Cedric chuckled, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I was quite curious about you back then. Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and Sally and Perks occasionally glanced at Cedric and me, their thoughts clearly written on their faces. I leaned closer and whispered, "Cedric, isn't he truly handsome?" Hannah Abbott nodded in affirmation. Susan Bones nudged Hannah with her elbow. "Miss White, you two are quite the match." I was left speechless. How did they arrive at that conclusion? "We are merely ordinary friends, just ordinary friends." Sally and Perks chimed in, "Whatever Miss White says goes." Why do I feel like I'm being doted upon by the younger students? This feels wrong. Suddenly, the food on the table vanished, and Headmaster Dumbledore delivered a brief speech, subtly warning the Weasley brothers against venturing into the Forbidden Forest and mentioning that the Quidditch tryouts would occur in the second week. Our 5th-year prefect led the new Badgers back to the dormitory, but we were allowed to linger for a little while longer. The Weasley brothers boasted to me about Harry joining Gryffindor. Fred winked at me. I knew Harry Potter belonged to Gryffindor. George provocatively glanced at Flint. The savior is on our side. Had it just been Harry, this year's House Cup would undoubtedly belong to Gryffindor, but now with Isolde Black in the mix, I reasonably suspect Slytherin might achieve a 6th consecutive victory. After the first years had departed, we gradually returned to the dormitory. 3 new roommates joined me. Those 3 delightful girls. Upon seeing me enter, they jumped up in joy. Hannah Abbott exclaimed, "Wonderful." I was worried about who our last roommate might be. Susan Bones was unpacking her belongings, and when the prefect informed us it would be a second-year girl, we were indeed apprehensive. Sally Ann Perks produced some toffee, distributing one to each of us. Thankfully, it was Miss White. We quickly became acquainted. Naturally, discussions among girls often veer inadvertently toward boys. Hannah Abbott broached the topic. "Did you see Harry Potter at dinner today?" "Oh, I noticed him during the sorting. That lightning scar on his forehead." I chuckled. "Oh, let us not focus on Harry's scar. His eyes are quite beautiful, aren't they?" Chapter 8, Mandrake. Sally Ann Perks teased. "Miss White has a liking for emerald green eyes." Susan Bones leaned over my bed. "What about Cedric compared to Harry?" I was puzzled. Why compare? The 3 of them shook their heads in exasperation. I urged, "Hurry and wash up. We have class first thing tomorrow. If you can't find the classroom, you'll be late." The next morning, I rose early as usual. To my surprise, Hermione was also up early, engrossed in a book. She turned to see me holding a book as well, confirming we were both diligent students. "Good morning, Hermione." Hermione smiled warmly. "Good morning, Miss White." I settled beside her. As there were few people at the moment, "Hermione, no need to be so formal. Just call me Cerise. Harry and Ron do." Although Ron has been threatened by the Weasley brothers to call me sister, Hermione earnestly asked how she could achieve the top grade. I gently touched her cheek. If it's you, Hermione, you will undoubtedly succeed. You will become even more accomplished than I. Hermione shyly lowered her head. Thank you. I have one more question for you. I patiently replied, what question? I noticed that every first-year Hufflepuff has that red thing. What is it? I exclaimed, oh, that's a Chinese knot. I took one from my pocket and handed it to Hermione. Here you go, Hermione. This will bless you. She accepted it, hugging me in gratitude. Just then, Isolde Black appeared in my line of sight, flanked by two beautiful girls, one with short black hair and the other with long golden locks. She approached me, extending her hand with a friendly greeting. Hello, I am Isolde Black. I, momentarily taken aback, extended my hand in response. Hello, Cerise White. You may call me Cerise. With a melodic tone, she softly pronounced my name, Cerise. I nodded. I'm here. Her azure eyes reflected my image. You may call me Isolde. I never anticipated that the female protagonist would be so approachable. Ah, Isolde. It is a pleasure to meet you. Isolde proceeded to introduce the two girls beside her. This is Pansy Parkinson, and this is Daphne Greengrass. I nodded to them, greeting. Hello. Glancing at the time, I noted that class was about to commence. What class do you have? I inquired. Isolde replied, Transfiguration. The classroom is on the first floor. After expressing her gratitude, Isolde led Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson downstairs. In truth, Isolde's presence was not an unwelcome occurrence for me. Rather, it was fortuitous. Her ability to save many lives meant that Cedric would not perish, Fred would remain alive, and Professor Dumbledore would also avoid death. Everyone would survive, transforming a victory marked by mutual destruction into a genuine happy ending. Rebecca patted my shoulder, asking, What are you dawdling for? I embraced Rebecca and replied, It's nothing. I'm just off to lend a helping hand. With the time constraints of classes pressing upon me, I could not linger with Harry and Ron. So I proceeded to my lesson. Our herbology class was shared with Slytherin. I had previously visited Greenhouse 3, where the humidity was palpable and enormous umbrella flowers flourished. Professor Sprout stood at the front with a pot of mandrakes before her. Our task was to repot them. For someone like me, who had clandestinely engaged in self-study, this was a piece of cake. Professor Sprout awarded me 10 points. What a delightful day to accumulate points. Rebecca appeared disheartened. I truly dislike these living things. Potions class is far more interesting. I comforted her by saying, You must consider that without these plants and creatures, your potion ingredients would be non-existent. Resigned, Rebecca replied, Fine. I will do my best. After class, we overheard the first-year students discussing Harry and Ron's tardiness. The thought of them being reprimanded by Professor McGonagall struck me as both pitiable and amusing. With no classes in the afternoon, I intended to head to the library. But I was intercepted by Dorian Pusey. His expression was grave as he grasped both of my arms. Cece, I have a crucial favor to ask of you. Sensing the seriousness of the matter, I replied, What is it? I will assist in any way I can. Dorian visibly relaxed upon hearing my promise. That's splendid. I need you to fill in as Professor Snape's student assistant. My pupils dilated in shock. What? He nodded repeatedly. You heard correctly. I pointed to myself. But I am merely a second year. Dorian hesitated, explaining, Miles Bletchley and Terrence Higgs are both unavailable. You know, Quidditch practice. As for the others, I am not familiar with them, and Rebecca has class. I rubbed my temples. Have you spoken to Professor Snape about this? He nodded. Did you mention my name? Dorian nodded again. What did he say? This time, it was Dorian who rubbed his forehead. He remarked that Slytherin has finally run out of options, and that I am merely a glutton who lacks intelligence and social skills. I pitifully patted his shoulder and sighed. Did Professor Snape not seek another candidate himself? Dorian's expression bore a hint of grievance as he stated, He told me to handle it myself. Professor Snape does not truly require a student assistant. He merely follows Professor Dumbledore's directives. I placed my hand on my chest and declared, Fear not. I will take care of it. Adjusting my mindset, I glanced at my attire and deemed it quite presentable. I then extended my hand and knocked on Professor Snape's office door. Professor Snape opened a crack, his gaze fixed ahead. I waved my hand to attract his attention. Professor Snape, I am here. He lowered his head, speaking in a sardonic tone. Look, it's the illustrious Miss White, so popular that even Slytherin seeks your assistance. What? When did I become illustrious? I retorted. Professor Snape, do you require help fetching something? Not at all. We wouldn't want to trouble our dear Miss White. I felt a surge of irritation. Professor Snape was exceedingly acerbic. However, considering his extensive teaching tenure and seniority, I chose to overlook it, certainly not out of cowardice. Very well. Professor. The potions classroom was on the same floor as Professor Snape's office. Holding magical potions and elixirs and 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, I followed behind him. Professor Snape forcefully opened the door, and I inadvertently locked eyes with Isolde, who sat at the back of the classroom. Out of courtesy, I offered her a smile. Chapter 9. Isolde's perspective, Isolde Black's perspective. On the day of the sorting ceremony, Isolde Black entered the Great Hall and immediately spotted Cece White. Like her, Cece possessed a cascade of black hair, yet unlike Isolde, she wore a perpetual smile and treated everyone with kindness. Whenever someone greeted her, she responded warmly. Isolde found herself curious. What would happen if she took the initiative to greet her? Standing at the back, Isolde observed the first student being sorted into Hufflepuff. Taking a seat beside Cece White, she murmured to herself, "Who is she? You don't know? She is Cece White, the top of her class in first year," replied Hermione Granger, one of Isolde's targets. Isolde mentally inquired of the system. Can anyone be pursued? A mechanical serpent coiled around her wrist, communicating through thought. Yes, host. Upon successful pursuit, you shall attain everything you desire. At the age of 5, Isolde had been chosen by this entity known as the system, which promised that success in her pursuits would yield her heart's desires. Yet, Isolde harbored skepticism about the existence of free lunches. I can obtain everything. What about you? The system replied, stating that it required her fortune to nourish its journey to other worlds. It was merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. This reassured Isolde, as a connection of interests provided a stronger guarantee. Although Isolde Black had no ties to the Black family, she fabricated her identity through the system. Now that no one remained in the Black family, her fabricated heritage could easily be glossed over. Isolde Black ascended the stage and sat in the chair. The sorting hat, upon contact, declared her to belong to Slytherin. A smile crept across Isolde's lips as the system's mechanical voice announced, "Please select your target." The protagonist, Isolde Black. Isolde cast her gaze towards Cece White and declared, "I choose her." Malfunctioning alerts sounded. After a lengthy pause, the system responded, "Apologies, host. She is not within the target parameters." Isolde's brow furrowed. "What? Are you deceiving me?" The system's voice weakened, revealing a hint of trepidation towards Isolde. "And no, not at all." It then proposed, "Host, to compensate for my error, you may opt not to pursue a romantic line. I have unlocked a friendship line exclusively for you, requiring only a favorability score of 60. Then I shall choose the friendship line." The system hesitated before informing her, however. The friendship line necessitates an overall favorability score of 60 from all parties. Isolde Black pondered the challenge of achieving a favorability rating of 100. However, reaching 60 seemed rather feasible, provided the other party did not harbor any aversion towards her. Essentially, most individuals would hover around that mark. Moreover, she had no desire to trail someone solely for the purpose of conquest. Thus, she opted to pursue the favor of all. Very well, but I must ensure that I obtain everything I desire. A crackling sound emitted from the system, as if to affirm this. Congratulations, host, for selecting the path of universal conquest, grounded in camaraderie. Upon settling beside the Slytherin table, Isolde Black gazed upon the exquisite Chinese delicacies laid before her. She scooped a spoonful and swallowed, savoring the delightful flavors, far superior to the meager scraps she had previously begged for. Yet, that insufferable fool, Draco Malfoy, remained stubbornly uninterested in the feast before him, blissfully unaware of his fortune. Unable to restrain herself, Isolde shot a glare at Draco Malfoy, prompting him to finally begin his meal. Isolde observed as Cece White presented each first-year Hufflepuff with a small red charm. "System, what is that?" she inquired. "Host, that is a Chinese knot, signifying blessings," the system replied. Isolde feigned indifference, lowering her gaze to continue her meal. Yet her attention was irresistibly drawn to the captivating red trinket. She repeatedly reassured herself that it was merely the color that captivated her, and that she was not truly concerned. However, her mind remained distracted until the moment she retired for the night. Due to the circumstances surrounding the Black family, she had formed a close bond with Daphne Greengrass and Pansy Parkinson. Yet, she was confronted with a glaring scene that made her question herself. Why could Gryffindor achieve such connections? Why could Hermione Granger? Could she not do the same? If she were to ask, would Cece grant her request? Resolutely, she approached. "Hello, I am Isolde Black." To her surprise, Cece White appeared momentarily taken aback. Was she truly that intimidating? Or was it simply because she hailed from Slytherin? Yet, Cece did not offer her a smile, though her demeanor was gentle and imbued with a kindness Isolde had never encountered before. Isolde found it perplexing that Cece White was not among her targets, given that everyone was familiar with her name. She even began to suspect that the system might be malfunctioning. Isolde had witnessed Cece White greeting Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and even Neville Longbottom, individuals who were indeed her targets, yet she felt no intrigue toward them. During class, she merely diverted a fraction of her attention toward them. Hermione Granger could induce a modicum of pressure, but the other three were inconsequential. Not to mention, two of them had arrived late, one being the legendary savior, Harry Potter, and the other was Ron Weasley, a traitor in the eyes of purebloods. After class, Isolde found herself mulling over when she might encounter Cece again. What excuse could she concoct to meet her? Would she smile at her as she did with others? The next lesson was potions, alongside Gryffindor. Isolde, Daphne, and Pansy settled in the back row, while Draco, Theonot, and Blaise Zabini took their seats at the front. Isolde surmised that Draco sought to draw attention to himself, with his two minions trailing behind. She could not suppress a click of her tongue. She envied Draco Malfoy's lineage, yet detested his haughty disposition. She felt that he would eventually suffer the consequences of his arrogance. Professor Snape abruptly thrust open the door to the potions classroom, clutching his lesson plan, his piercing gaze sweeping across each witch and wizard present. Following closely behind him was a girl whose attire, shades of yellow and gray, seemed incongruous with the classroom. As she hurriedly trailed after Professor Snape, clutching two hefty tomes, Isolde's gaze remained fixated upon her, muttering to herself about Snape's brisk pace as though he were rushing to a market. She suspected her gaze may have been too intense. For Cece White glanced back at her, a smile gracing her features. Isolde was momentarily frozen. Had she just smiled at her? Chapter 10, Neville's Injury. The moment Professor Snape entered the classroom, he commenced with roll call, subsequently launching into a lengthy discourse. To her astonishment, he seemed to repeat this monologue for every class, with the content largely unchanged. Meanwhile, Harry was fervently scribbling notes. Isolde could not resist straining on her toes to catch a glimpse of his writing, which read, yearning for greatness, enhancing reputation, brewing glory, averting death. Quite frankly, a rather muggle method of note-taking, yet his earnestness was commendable, was it not? Evidently. In Professor Snape's eyes, this was not the case. Our illustrious savior, Harry Potter, had reached such heights of excellence that he deemed it unnecessary to heed the words of a mere professor, who taught him such arrogance. She defended Harry, Professor Snape. I believe you may be mistaken about Harry. He is diligently taking notes, capturing everything you've just stated with utmost seriousness. Upon inspecting Harry's notes, Snape scoffed. Deeming it foolish and ineffective, one ought to note the key points. He then cast a glance at Isolde. Miss White, I trust you understand your position. You are here to assist me, not to oppose me. Isolde bowed her head. Yes, Professor Snape. You wield the power of house points. You are the authority. Professor Snape posed 3 questions to Harry, who failed to answer any, resulting in a deduction of points for his insubordination. Poor Harry. Little did he know. Isolde had also suffered point deductions at the hands of Professor Snape. She understood his plight. Yet, this was merely a minor incident, as the young wizards resumed their potion making. Isolde was the first to complete her potion, exhibiting remarkable skill without a single error. She could not help but commend an impressive level of potion making, one that rivals Rebecca. Isolde's smile initially brightened, but upon hearing Rebecca's name, it swiftly vanished. Due to Isolde's exceptional performance, Professor Snape awarded her 5 points, while Draco, who completed his potion second, received 3 points. Both Nott and Zabini also managed to finish. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from Neville's direction. Something had gone awry, as some young wizard's shoes were singed with small holes. Almost forgetting the unfolding chaos, Isolde instinctively rushed forward to shield Neville as the potion threatened to spill over him. Harry and Ron screamed her name, attempting to help her up. Hermione also pushed through the crowd to assess their situation. Isolde offered her a reassuring glance. Isolde concealed something behind her back, her expression somewhat furtive, yet her eyes betraying concern, which Isolde could discern. Fortunately, Neville emerged unscathed, and she herself was fine, though the hem of her robe had been charred. She was astonished by her fortune. Had she not known better, she might have believed someone had secretly cast a floating charm to shield her from harm. Wait, a floating charm? By some strange instinct, Isolde glanced at Isolde. Could it be that she had been concealing a wand? Professor Snape appeared furious, berating Neville as an idiot, causing Neville to succumb to tears. Isolde wiped away his tears, whispering comfortingly, "It's all right, Neville. Professor Snape, I will escort Neville to the hospital wing. You need not worry." With that, she hoisted Neville onto her back and opened the door, making her way toward the hospital wing. As Neville clung to my back, he wept incessantly, lamenting his perceived inadequacies. "I am truly useless," he sobbed. "There is no need for such thoughts, Neville," I reassured him. "Everyone makes mistakes. It is a part of being human, is it not?" Upon arriving at the entrance of the hospital wing, Madame Pomfrey swiftly took Neville from my back, her expression filled with concern. "What has happened?" she inquired. They had been in potions class, attempting to concoct a simple remedy for boils, but the sequence of their actions had gone awry. Madame Pomfrey examined Neville thoroughly, and fortunately, the situation was not dire. She cleaned his wounds with a cleansing solution, advising him to rest and recuperate. "You must allow me to be examined as well," Madame Pomfrey insisted, halting me for a brief checkup. "Ah, it seems you are quite well, though your skin is slightly reddened. Nonetheless, it warrants attention." I let out a small gasp. She noted that my constitution was still rather frail and prescribed a plethora of potions to bolster my health. Thus, Neville and I, two patients, found ourselves lying in adjacent hospital beds. Neville covered his face with the blanket, as though he could not bear to face me. I gently touched the blanket and said, "Neville, it truly is all right. I have also been reprimanded by Professor Snape. He has docked my points as well." Neville sniffled. "But I am too foolish. I cannot do anything right." "That is not true, Neville. You have only attended 2 classes thus far." Slowly, he lifted the blanket, confessing, "I really cannot do anything." I stroked his head and softly inquired, "Are you familiar with herbology?" He nodded. "I have heard my grandmother mention it. Herbology is conducted in the greenhouses, filled with numerous plants. Perhaps you will find it enjoyable. By the way, I excel in herbology. It is my strongest subject among all my courses." Neville sat up gradually, yet he remarked, "But I heard Hermione say you were the top of your year." I affirmed, "Indeed, that is correct, but my prowess in herbology does not negate that fact. Moreover, our upperclassman Cedric Diggory serves as a student assistant. He is exceptionally kind. If you ever find yourself in need of help, do not hesitate to seek him out, all right?" Neville murmured in agreement. "Actually, I wanted to be in Hufflepuff, but I do not know why the Sorting Hat placed me in Gryffindor. That is undoubtedly because you are exceedingly brave, Neville." He shook his head vehemently. "No, I am not brave. I am afraid of everything, even of Professor Snape." I chuckled softly. Who isn't afraid of Professor Snape? I too feel a twinge of trepidation around him. I adjusted the blanket over Neville, asserting, "Neville, you are indeed brave, even if it was a mistake. You stood in front of the other little wizards, did you not? You shielded Seamus Finnegan, did you not?" In potions class, Seamus was paired with Neville. I must admit, there are times I find a Sorting Hat unreliable, but I firmly believe it did not err in placing you in Gryffindor. And I hope you can believe in yourself as well." Neville nodded solemnly. "I will strive to do better. By the way, Neville, what is the name of your toad?" "His name is Trevor," I whispered, leaning closer to his ear. "That is splendid. I have a Niffler, a magical creature, named Riley." "Niffler?" Neville looked perplexed. "It is mentioned in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. You can look it up later, but do keep it a secret, as they are not typically allowed as pets. You are the only one I have confided in." Neville clutched the corner of the blanket tightly. "All right. I will not tell anyone." I smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Neville." After the class bell rang, students began to trickle into the hospital wing. Seamus Finnegan, the aspiring explosive expert with light brown hair, settled by Neville's bedside, asking Neville, "Are you all right?" Neville shook his head. "I am fine, Seamus." Seamus sighed in relief, patting his chest. "That is good." Harry and Ron soon joined, first greeting Neville before approaching me, their eyes filled with concern. Harry blinked his beautiful doe-like eyes. "Cece, are you all right? Are you hurt? Does it hurt?" Ron stammered. "That was far too dangerous. You cannot just rush in like that. If my mum knew, she would be worried sick." I could hardly believe Ron had invoked Molly Weasley. All right, I was wrong. I will be more cautious next time and will not act so recklessly." Ron, blushing, stepped back to stand behind Harry. Harry hesitated before speaking. "Well, Neville must have acted carelessly today. You must understand that Professor Snape's gaze is truly terrifying. It is incredibly easy to make mistakes. I almost mixed up the steps myself. I mean, if Ron and I had been in Neville's position, it would have been a real mess. After you left, Professor Snape deducted a point from me, claiming I failed to remind Neville. I listened intently, but found myself somewhat confused. Harry, if it were you and Ron, I would have saved you too." Both Harry and Ron stared at me in shock. Chapter 11, The Hospital Wing. I tugged at Harry's robe. "What is it, Harry?" He shook his head repeatedly. "Ron and I are heading to Hagrid's. He wrote to us." I felt a pang of disappointment. "Oh, Hagrid wrote to you?" "He did not write to me." Ron glanced at Harry. "I think Hagrid may have forgotten." Harry replied hastily, "We should go ask Hagrid and see if he left the letter lying around somewhere." Ron furrowed his brow. "He must have forgotten." Harry concurred, "Yes. Hagrid's memory is not what it used to be. After all, no one could possibly forget to write to Cece." I was taken aback by how highly Harry and Ron regarded me, chuckling softly. "All right, Harry, Ron. You should hurry along and not keep Hagrid waiting." Once Harry and Ron departed, Hermione came to check on Neville and me. She shared her notes on the day's lesson with Neville, proving to be a true gem. Neville pointed to the decorative knot at Hermione's waist. "Hermione, what is that?" Hermione removed the knot, her expression brightening. This was a gift from Cece. Neville looked somewhat disheartened. "If you do not mind, I can visit you tonight and bring you one," Hermione offered. Neville's face lit up. "Thank you, thank you." Isolde arrived as well, accompanied by her Slytherin entourage. Draco disdainfully glanced at Neville. "Longbottom, is your foot nailed down? Can you not move? And what about your brain?" "Draco," I admonished sharply, "do not speak to Neville that way. Neville is not the person they describe. He has merely been subjected to too many memory charms, which is beyond his control. If you only came to mock us, you need not have entered. Please leave." Draco's expression soured. "You You are ungrateful. With a huff, he turned and left with Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind him. However, Not and Zabini lingered behind Isolde, suggesting she had become their leader. Isolde tentatively asked, Cece, are you all right? Of course, Isolde. Thank you for checking on me. Isolde ensured we were truly fine before she departed. I watched her retreating figure, feeling a warmth in my heart. Despite our lack of familiarity, her concern touched me, a kindness from a stranger. More and more students arrived afterward, from all 4 houses, including my 3 roommates. The Weasley brothers deemed Ron utterly useless, especially since I had sustained an injury because of him. I waved my hands vigorously, signaling that I was indeed unhurt. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Yet, the Weasley brothers continued their incessant chatter. I extended my fist, threateningly suggesting, do you believe I could knock one of you out with a single punch? At this, they finally fell silent, cheekily winking at me. Percy, concerned that I might fall behind in my studies, kindly offered to tutor me, only to be whisked away by Fred and George. Angelina and Alicia expressed their worries for my well-being, especially with the Quidditch tryouts commencing in the 2nd week. They often mentioned their desire to compete against me formally. Katie nestled against me like a kitten, saying, you must recover, okay? You promised to participate in the Quidditch selection with me. Leaning against the wall, I pondered where everything had gone awry. Why did it feel as if everyone believed my days were numbered? Lee Jordan, clutching his bag of spiders, attempted to enter to see me, but was promptly shooed away by Madame Pomfrey. He lamented, why can't I come in? Rebecca nestled on my other side, asking, are you all right? It was all Dreary's fault. Dreary stood off to the side, unable to voice his grievances. Miles Bletchley patted his shoulder in consolation. It's not Dreary's fault, Rebecca, but it was clearly his turn to go. Didn't he, their captain, suddenly change the training schedule? Well then, let us blame Flint. Indeed, it was Flint's fault. Rebecca and I exchanged knowing smiles. We always shared a telepathic connection when it came to disparaging Flint. Terrence Higgs inquired about my potential release from the hospital. Truth be told, I could leave now. If it weren't for the continuous stream of visitors, I would have been long gone. Neville had left, intending to ask if I wanted to depart with him, but he couldn't squeeze through the throng. I waved him off, signaling that he should go ahead. Autumn and Marietta Eckham arrived together. She reached out to touch my forehead, relieved that I didn't have a fever. I chuckled. Autumn, I'm really fine. Roger trailed behind them, bringing an assortment of snacks. If you're all right, would you like some snacks? I shook my head, indicating that snacking in the hospital was inappropriate. He stuffed the treats into my arms, insisting, then take them back with you. Wow, Sally and Perks exclaimed. I glanced past Roger and the others to see Cedric and my 3 little roommates. Hannah Abbott grasped my hand, saying, White, we've come to escort you back to the dormitory. As she spoke, she shot a challenging glance at Roger Davies, pulling Cedric over. Cedric, could you please assist our White? Susan Bones placed her hands on her hips, adding, yes, after all, we are all Hufflepuffs. I cast an apologetic glance at Autumn, Marietta, and Roger. Autumn smiled, inquiring if I was free tomorrow. After a moment's thought, I confirmed I was available in the afternoon. Would you accompany us to the library? I nodded, of course, Autumn. Satisfied, she departed. Roger Davies bowed slightly, advising me to take care. I also heard you're trying out for Quidditch. Good luck. Following the instructions of my 3 roommates, Cedric assisted me, although it was unnecessary. Seeing their joy, I acquiesced. I subtly tugged at Cedric's sleeve, whispering, sorry for the trouble. Cedric, let us just follow their lead this time. Cedric stifled a chuckle, agreeing. Upon returning to the common room, my 3 roommates finally allowed Cedric to leave, and they escorted me back to our dormitory. I genuinely wished to inform them that my leg and arm were perfectly fine, but they were too preoccupied with their own affairs to listen. How was class today? Sally and Perks paused her activities, exclaiming, very good. Our headmaster is the best. Susan Bones cheerfully chimed in. The charms class was fascinating. We were with Ravenclaw. Hannah Abbott raised her hand. I was among the first few to master the levitation charm. Susan Bones looked a bit disheartened. The Ravenclaws learned faster than us. Lisa DePan and Mandy Brocklehurst completed the task ahead of us. Sally and Perks, undeterred, proclaimed. But didn't our herbology class earn points for Hufflepuff? Susan Bones nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. They chatted animatedly about many topics, including the intimidating Professor Snape and the rather creepy Professor Quirrell. It was all quite amusing. I found myself reminiscing about Tonks, wondering how she was faring, likely still preparing for her oral exams. Suddenly recalling my agreement with Neville, I retrieved several Chinese knots and approached the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. The fat lady glanced at me, demanding the password. Dragon Dung. The door creaked open, and out of courtesy, I still knocked symbolically. The Weasley brothers, as if equipped with radar, emerged the moment I arrived. White, good evening. Are you here to find us? Or have you finally come to your senses? Fancy an exhilarating nighttime adventure? I stepped back, colliding with Wood, who had just finished his training and was now freshened up. Apologies, Wood. He steadied my shoulder. Glancing at Fred and George, such enthusiasm. Are you planning an extra training session? They quickly fell silent. Wood inquired about my purpose for being there. I'm looking for Neville. Fred interjected. He is in the same dormitory as Harry. George raised his hand. We can take you to him. Wood, wary of Fred and George, accompanied us three to Harry's dormitory. Chapter 12, A Bumpy Flight. We first knocked on the door, which was opened by Seamus Finnegan. He blinked at us, asking, who are you looking for? I squeezed between the three boys, calling out, Neville, I'm looking for Neville. Seamus exclaimed, wow. A small boy with dark skin and hair leaned in. Hey, I heard Neville's name. Seamus pushed him aside. Dean, White is here to see Neville. It turned out the boy was Dean Thomas. He covered his mouth in surprise, realizing Neville hadn't lied. Seamus called into the room, Neville, White is here to see you. Three figures emerged, Neville, Harry, and Ron. I was at a loss for words. Harry, Ron, I'm here for Neville. Could you wait a moment? Harry and Ron, looking dejected, stepped back. I had intended to discreetly give Neville the knots, but with everyone watching closely, I handed them directly to him. Neville, here. He beamed as he received the knots, repeatedly thanking me. Harry's eyes gleamed with anticipation. It was evident he wanted one too. Since I had a few extras, I decided to give one to each of them in the dormitory, ensuring fairness. Once that was done, I finally felt I could return to rest. The next day promised classes with Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape. My little roommates rose early, brimming with excitement. What is going on, kids? You all seem very enthusiastic. Susan Bones replied, today, Gryffindor and Slytherin have flying lessons. We wish to secure a window seat to sneak a glance. Hannah Abbott clutched my arm, exclaiming, yes, but our flying lesson is tomorrow. Sally Ann Perks was enjoying her breakfast, sipping the soy milk I had specially prepared for them. I heard that today as student assistants for the flying lesson are the Weasley twins. I tilted my head. Two of them? Sally Ann nodded. Indeed. It's rather peculiar, isn't it? Are they both assisting at the same time? I thought I might inquire with them later. In the Great Hall, the Gryffindor table was abuzz with animated chatter, though the Slytherin table maintained a slightly more restrained atmosphere. Ron and Seamus seemed to be on the verge of a brawl. Hermione was engrossed in reading the magical Quidditch ball, perhaps hoping that theory would compensate for her lack of practical experience. Neville sat attentively, nodding occasionally like an adorable lucky cat. Draco was looking up with an air of arrogance, regaling his two lackeys with tales of his broomstick exploits. As for Isolde, she continued to gaze at me in her usual strange manner, though without malice. Suddenly, the sound of flapping wings drew near. The owl post began delivering packages, and everyone received something from home, particularly Draco, who was eagerly flaunting his sweets. He first shared with Isolde and Rebecca before shyly approaching me. He turned his face away, avoiding eye contact, and merely shoved the candy into my hand, saying, my mother insisted I give this to you, otherwise, I wouldn't. I was delighted and expressed my gratitude. Thank you so much, Aunt Narcissa. Draco abruptly turned his face. Aren't you supposed to thank me? I unwrapped the candy, sorry. Thank you, Malfoy. Draco's expression shifted awkwardly, and he turned to leave. What's wrong? I didn't call you incorrectly. Didn't you say I should call you Malfoy? As Draco departed, he noticed the memory ball in Neville's hand and snatched it away. Harry and Ron jumped to their feet, ready to confront him. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall intervened just in time. Isolde rolled her eyes in disdain when Draco returned. I couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, someone could put Draco in his place. Yet, those blue eyes enveloped me, their calmness unsettling. Theodore not, why are you staring at me? I quickly turned away, and Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones leaned in to ask what was wrong. I shook my head faintly. Suddenly, a letter fell onto my head. It was from Charlie. He had written to me, Dear C.C. White, I am Charlie. You should remember me. Just kidding. I'm doing well here and have encountered some other dragon species. They're truly fascinating, and I wish you could see them in person. I heard that the Quidditch tryouts are coming up soon, and I sincerely hope you get selected. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you will write back, as life offers us but one chance. Best wishes, Charlie Weasley. I excitedly held the letter aloft, glancing around. Hey, this is really for me. Charlie even sent me numerous dragon photographs, which I absolutely adored. In the morning, we had Professor Quirrell's class, which was rather standard, though I felt he did impart some knowledge, despite the heavy emphasis on theory. However, Professor Quirrell remained as stutter-prone and jumpy as ever, and his bald head continued to be quite unsettling. After what felt like an eternity, class finally ended, allowing me to breathe fresh air. Katie, do you know where Fred and George are? Oh, they should be down the first-floor corridor. I made my way to the first-floor corridor, where Fred and George were promoting their experimental products. Fred, George, I called, waving at them. Fred tucked away his product. Look who's here. George apologetically informed the surrounding young witches. I'm sorry, but the Weasleys have an urgent matter to attend to, so we must take our leave. The two navigated through the crowd to stand before me. All right, let us guess. Miss White, What brings you to us? I gently tapped their toes with mine. I heard you two are working as student assistants together. How is the pay? Oh, Fred appeared somewhat resigned, raising his hand. It's just 1 galleon. And George and I split it. George, wrapping an arm around Fred, cheerfully added, but we don't mind, as we are inseparable. He chuckled, joking. We're as close as brothers. Well then, do take care. I placed my hopes on them, wishing Neville wouldn't get hurt, especially since the original story depicted him as injured. I patted their arms. First years are quite fragile. You need to look after them well. Fred exclaimed, fragile? George scanned me from head to toe. In fact, some of them are taller than you, Cece. I shot him a glare, no mocking my height. George raised his hands in surrender. All right, I got it. I pointed to my eyes and then to Fred and George. I'll be watching you closely during my lesson in the greenhouse. Be careful. Fred and George nodded earnestly. However, I was evidently mistaken. Halfway through the flying lesson, I learned that Neville had indeed fallen from his broom and sustained injuries, just as he did in the original story. Harry and Draco had gotten into a quarrel and ended up fighting in the air, with Isolde attempting to intervene. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall called Harry away. I was certain Fred and George had gone to witness the commotion. But now, I was concerned about Neville's condition, so I decided to check on him. Upon reaching the hospital wing, I found Madame Pomfrey bustling about. She even joked, Mr. Longbottom, if you wish to see me, there is no need for such theatrics. Madame Hooch looked pale and appeared quite worried about Neville. In truth, she wasn't negligent. Neville had been flying about on his broom, and her spells had missed him, resulting in his injuries, leaving her feeling quite guilty. I took Madame Hooch's hand. You needn't worry so. I can help keep an eye on Neville. You should return to your class. She looked at me gratefully. Oh, thank you. I felt a bit hesitant, for the situation was somewhat dire. And Professor McGonagall had taken Harry away. Chapter 13, Neville in Trouble. I hurriedly shook my head. I only heard some things. Madame Hooch appeared particularly anxious. Her words somewhat jumbled. Jordan and Fudge aren't Fred and George. Aren't they over there? I felt compelled to defend Fred and George, considering the Weasley family's circumstances. I hoped they wouldn't lose the opportunity to earn galleons. Madame Hooch, perhaps they couldn't help it? After all, you know how Gryffindor fares against Slytherin. I extend my sincerest apologies to you, dear Gryffindor and Slytherin wizards. My intentions were not to cast you in a negative light, but rather to provide an excuse for the Weasley brothers. Madame Hooch pondered for a moment before turning to Madame Pomfrey. May I take my leave for a while? I quickly reassured her. Fear not, Madame Hooch. I shall remain here. Yet, Madame Hooch continued to gaze at Madame Pomfrey, awaiting her response. With a soft chuckle, Madame Pomfrey replied, You may go, Madame Hooch. Miss White is more than capable. Only then did Madame Hooch depart. I hurried to Neville's bedside, inquiring, Madame Pomfrey, is it serious? She shook her head, saying, Oh dear, just a fractured wrist. Ah, what shall we do? Madame Pomfrey smiled gently. Fortunately, I am here. It's but a trifling matter. Those injured during Quidditch matches are the ones truly in peril. Tears streamed down Neville's face. Yet he concealed them with his other hand to spare us the sight. Madame Pomfrey and I exchanged knowing smiles. She informed me that Neville would likely have to stay overnight. I fetched a simple dinner for Neville, perfectly aligning with my deeply ingrained belief that one should consume light fare when unwell. After dinner, Fred and George arrived. They apologized to Neville and recounted the events that had transpired after his departure that afternoon. Suddenly, Fred became animated. There is something you ought to know. Though it insists on our secrecy, but you're not Slytherins, are you? I surmised they were referring to Harry, yet feigned ignorance. What? Fred. If you're hesitant to speak, let George take over. George patted Fred's back. All right, the truth is, after Professor McGonagall summoned Harry, he was not expelled. Instead, he has joined our Gryffindor Quidditch team as our new seeker, our ace. This absolutely must not reach Slytherin, as Wood is confident we will seize the Quidditch Cup this time. I gasped, how thrilling. Neville, too, felt a surge of excitement, though it was quickly overshadowed by his earlier misfortunes. I encouraged him. How was herbology today, Neville? His eyes sparkled. It was splendid. Professor Sprout is delightful. And Cedric is wonderful. The plants were quite cooperative, not dangerous at all. That is fantastic. It seems your day was quite pleasant, wasn't it? Neville nodded earnestly, indeed. As night fell, Fred, George, and I prepared to leave. Fred appeared lost in thought, scratching his head as if words were trapped within him. So, I turned to George. If you have something to say, please do. George glanced at Fred before nodding. We're just concerned you might feel a bit disappointed, considering you had previously reminded us about the first-year students. Not at all. You certainly didn't do so intentionally. By the way, could you truly not stop Neville? Fred smacked his forehead. That was incredibly cool. His broom was spinning in circles. He resembled a propeller. George demonstrated with his arm the W-shaped flying pattern, diving down, then soaring upward, before plunging downward, unparalleled. It seems that, From one perspective, Neville is far more skilled than I, Fred suddenly remarked. Isn't it a bit like you were back then? George chimed in, except you weren't quite so dramatic. Thanks for the invitation. I must take my leave. On my way, I accidentally bumped into someone. I apologize, Isolde. Are you alright? Isolde took my outstretched hand to stand. I'm fine, see. I glanced behind her. She appeared to have just exited Professor Snape's office. Oh right. I recalled that Isolde had also joined the Quidditch team as a first year. Though I had forgotten whether she was a chaser or a seeker. Wait a moment. I now realized that this world revolved around Isolde. She was the true protagonist. Should I return the stolen snitch now? I looked into Isolde's beautiful blue eyes, uncertain of what to do. Isolde waved her hand. See, what's the matter? I shook my head. Never mind. Perhaps I shall return it to Ron when he reaches third year. After all, the games are adapted from the original story. It's nothing, Isolde. She appeared somewhat troubled, yet she proceeded to inform me about her joining the Slytherin Quidditch team as a seeker. But Terence is also a seeker. During our previous games, perhaps due to my omniscient perspective, I hadn't considered who was being ousted, but now, embroiled in the situation. I found it utterly unavoidable. Terence certainly would not participate next year. According to the original narrative, he would inevitably be replaced by Draco. I had intended to cheer for Terence this year, as it might be his last match. Isolde furrowed her brow slightly. You don't wish for me to be a seeker? I shook my head. Not at all. I have no objections. You are exceptional, Isolde. Congratulations. Isolde indeed possessed the talent. If Professor Snape were to promote her as Professor McGonagall did for Harry, it would attest to her capability. Isolde produced a letter of employment. Glancing down at it again, I apologize, I misread it. I am a chaser, not a seeker. Isolde, you needn't feel compelled to alter your decision based on my earlier reaction. I have faith in your abilities. I merely paused. I just hope Terence doesn't feel too dejected. Isolde handed me the letter. You can see for yourself. It truly was my mistake. I am replacing a 7th-year graduate. I took the letter of employment. Indeed, congratulations, Isolde. I hadn't anticipated Professor Snape to be so meticulous as to prepare an official document, unlike Professor McGonagall, who merely notified Wood. Isolde, I heard about your bravery during this afternoon's flying class. You courageously intervened between Harry and Draco, preserving the camaraderie between our houses. I gave her a thumbs up. From Isolde's perspective, Isolde entered Professor Snape's office, not expecting to be summoned by the teacher like Harry Potter. Logically, Professor Snape seemed indifferent to matters of Quidditch. As Isolde pondered this peculiarity, she noticed Terence Higgs, Rebecca Higgs's brother, seated within the office. This was her sole impression of him. Terence addressed Professor Snape. Professor Snape, Miss Black's flying skills are remarkable. She directly caught up with Potter and Malfoy, and even saved Malfoy from falling off his broom. I believe our team could greatly benefit from such talent. Professor Snape frowned in irritation. And what insights do you offer, Mr. Higgs? I hope that Miss Black will be granted an exception to join the Slytherin Quidditch team as our new chaser. Professor Snape set down the tools in his hands. Very well, I shall speak with Professor Dumbledore. Before long, Professor Snape returned, waving his hand, causing pen and paper to move of their own accord. Producing a letter of employment. Miss Black, take this document. The matter is settled. Do not disturb me unless necessary. Isolde clutched the parchment as she and Terence were unceremoniously ushered out. Senior Higgs, may I inquire if you are a seeker? Terence shook his head. No. I am in search of a seeker. Isolde nodded thoughtfully. I see that Senior Rebecca is quite acquainted with Senior White. What about you? I am also well acquainted with C. Terence replied before making his way towards the Slytherin common room, while Isolde headed in the direction of the Hufflepuff common room. Chapter 14, The Nighttime Escapade. Isolde appeared rather disheartened, and I found myself at a loss as to how to brighten her spirits. Isolde, could you wait a moment? She nodded in response. I returned to the dormitory to fetch the Slytherin badge. Hannah Abbott embraced me joyfully. Senior White, you have finally returned. I patted her head gently. I apologize. But I may need to step out again for just a few minutes. Susan Bones puffed out her cheeks. Oh, I did see a Slytherin outside. That's nothing to worry about, Susan, Sally and Perk said as she sat up in bed. After all, we are Hufflepuffs. Susan's lips curled into a grin. That makes sense. I was utterly perplexed by their cryptic banter. Regardless, I presented the Slytherin badge to Isolde. She traced the intricate patterns upon it, noting its similarity to Rebecca's. I didn't expect you to recognize it so quickly, I replied. Indeed, but Rebecca's is a necklace, she said suddenly, lifting her gaze. Am I the only one who possesses this badge? If we are to consider houses, then yes, I affirmed with a nod. Isolde clutched the badge tightly. Thank you. I truly adore it. Upon returning to the dormitory, the trio of young girls clamored around me, not inquiring about my gift to Isolde, but insisting that they sleep with me that night to mend their tender hearts. I soon drifted into slumber, contemplating sending a letter to Tonks to seek advice on how to handle a clingy roommate, a sweet dilemma indeed. During my free periods, I often sought out Professor McGonagall to delve into the study of animagus transformations. Though it is anything but simple, I am currently only grasping the theoretical aspects. I had promised to accompany Autumn to the library, but due to Neville's predicament, I was delayed. Thus, I sought her out this afternoon, hoping she would not be upset. Autumn nervously grasped my hand. "Oh, see, are you all right?" I shook my head. "It is Neville who is hurt, not I." In any case, we agreed to visit the library together later that afternoon. Madame Pants acknowledged my arrival with a nod and informed me of a new batch of books that had recently come in, inviting me to borrow any that piqued my interest. This was splendid news, as I had not visited Madame Rosmerta and Mr. Filch in quite some time since the term began. I resolved to pay them a visit that very evening. The book titled My Muggle Life, authored by Daisy Hookham, appeared particularly intriguing, chronicling her year-long commitment to abstaining from magic. Could I perhaps write something similar? I mused, deciding then and there that this would be my choice. Clutching My Muggle Life, I settled beside Autumn. She discreetly glanced at my cover, furrowing her brow in confusion before nonchalantly adjusting her tousled hair. I quietly inquired, "Autumn, what is it? Do you not find it fascinating?" Autumn chuckled softly. "See, your thoughts elude me. I merely find this book somewhat perplexing. But if it turns out to be enjoyable, I'll recommend it to you." Autumn pursed her lips slightly and nodded. Later that evening, I sought out Mr. Filch and Madame Rosmerta. "Mr. Filch, can you guess what delightful find I have encountered?" Mr. Filch, cradling Madame Rosmerta and grooming her fur, seemed less than eager to respond. No matter, I thought, feigning that I had heard his reply. "Correct. A new book. Though I cannot fully agree with its content, it is quite engaging overall. And I shall read it to you." I comfortably settled into my designated armchair, casting a glance at the dim floor and then back at the dark decor, unable to suppress a sigh. It feels rather mismatched." Mr. Filch's ears twitched. "What?" I quickly shook my head. Nothing. I am here to read to you." Picking up the book, I pretended to sit up straight and commenced my reading. Time flew by swiftly, and Mr. Filch soon informed me it was time to return to the dormitory as he had to check on the students. I yearned for one last embrace with Madame Rosmerta, but she unexpectedly darted out. Mr. Filch's expression darkened as he pursed his dry lips. "It seems we have a little wizard out past curfew." My first thought was of Fred and George, but could they have been so easily caught? Out of camaraderie, I raised my hand. "Mr. Filch, I can assist." He rolled his eyes. "I know what you're thinking, Miss White, but at this hour, you ought to scurry back to bed." He muttered under his breath about how one must be more mindful of the time. I nodded in acknowledgement, grasped my book, and made my way outside. Mr. Filch and Madame Rosmerta ascended the stairs, and I stealthily trailed behind them, silently praying that Fred and George would not be apprehended. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the fourth floor. Surely Fred and George cannot be so unprofessional. I mused. They are often out at night, after all, driven by curiosity. I ventured to the fourth floor where Peeves was shouting about students not being in bed. This momentarily stunned me. Peeves feared Fred and George, so he would never harm them. Thus, the nighttime mischief makers must be someone else. I leaned against the staircase, contemplating. Given the incident during flying class, it could only be Harry and his friends. Oh dear, my stomach. I clutched my abdomen, feeling as though I had been slain. Upon looking down, I found Harry. Harry rubbed his head, adjusting his crooked glasses. "Oh, see, what are you doing here?" I glanced at the throng behind him. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Isolde. Hurry. Let us not linger," I urged, shoving the 4 Gryffindors up the stairs. "Tomorrow will suffice for greetings. Mr. Filch is coming." The young lions cast me grateful glances before dashing away. As for Isolde, being a Slytherin, she too resided in the dungeons, complicating matters. "Isolde, quickly follow me. We must hide well. I should be fine, but you must not be discovered by Mr. Filch, understood?" Isolde obediently nodded, and I noticed the Slytherin badge I had gifted her pinned to her robes. Taking advantage of Peeves' distraction with Mr. Filch, I grasped Isolde's hand and stealthily descended. In my haste, I inadvertently passed through the Bloody Baron. "Apologies, Mr. Baron." He merely shook his head and allowed us to pass. I escorted Isolde to the entrance of the Slytherin common room before departing. I felt utterly exhausted from the day's escapades. Oh dear. The following morning in the Great Hall, I borrowed a newspaper from Cedric and, as expected, it reported on the Gringotts break-in, a matter I had nearly forgotten. "See, are you prepared for the Quidditch tryouts?" Having finished my milk, I seized a tissue to wipe the froth from my lips. Of course, I have been clandestinely training as well. During the summer break, Charlie even gave me additional training. Just last night, I ran over 1,500 meters. However, Cedric, how did you know I intended to participate in the Quidditch tryouts? Cedric lifted his cup and smiled slightly, leading me to believe that the entire school was aware of it. What? Those 2 loudmouths, Fred and George. Harry received a substantial package, glancing at the letter before he and Ron carried it away. Draco and his two lackeys were constantly keeping an eye on us. As soon as Harry stood up, they followed suit, truly childish behavior. Hermione and Neville approached me to express their gratitude for my assistance yesterday. Hermione wore an expression of exasperation, lamenting, "Oh, why do they never listen to me?" I chuckled. Isn't that quintessentially Gryffindor? They merely possess a touch more adventurous spirit. But thankfully, no points were deducted, right? I understood Hermione's concerns. She preferred to earn points for our house. Don't be disheartened, Hermione. I handed her a piece of bread. This bread is absolutely delicious, sweet yet not cloying. Do give it a try. Hermione accepted the bread, murmuring a low thank you. Hermione, if you ever need help, feel free to seek me out. I can usually be found in Greenhouse 4 or the library. However, Greenhouse 4 can be perilous, so you may wait for me outside. Today, I must attend the Quidditch tryouts. Chapter 15, Quidditch tryouts. Quidditch tryouts. Hermione blinked. You're quite impressive. My flying skills are utterly lacking. Neville bowed his head. I'm not any better. I sighed. You should ask Katie. My flying lessons in first year were dismal as well. Hermione's interest piqued. How did you improve? Neville leaned in, anxiously awaiting my response. Ultimately, it comes down to oneself and the effort to overcome challenges, which is precisely why first years have dedicated flying lessons. I was a bit afraid of heights initially, but it improved significantly. Hermione and Neville nodded earnestly. Suddenly, Hermione raised her hand. Can I come watch if I have time? Of course, just come along. I patted Neville on the shoulder. You too, feel free to join. I grasped my Firebolt 2000 and followed Cedric to the Quidditch training grounds. Hogwarts is vast. The first-year flying lessons are held on a clean, spacious lawn, which also serves as a training area when not in class. However, the Quidditch pitch is fiercely contested, depending on the prowess of each team captain. Cedric first guided me through a test flight. Don't be nervous, see. I steadied myself. It's all right, Cedric, I can manage. After acclimatizing to the flight, Cedric took me to the Quidditch pitch. The schedule for tryouts was determined by a lottery. Our Hufflepuff team drew the morning slot, Ravenclaw in the afternoon, Gryffindor tomorrow morning, and Slytherin in the afternoon. To my surprise, the Quidditch pitch was quite crowded. My three little roommates were seated in the stands, along with many others from different houses. Cedric, why are there so many people? Cedric surveyed the area in response to my gaze. Some houses don't allow other houses to watch their tryouts. If a star player emerges, they must be kept hidden. However, our Hufflepuff captain is indifferent and permits everyone to watch. I see. This tryout not only seeks to fill vacant positions on the official team, but also includes reserve players. The initial selection is for the Seekers, primarily assessing the time taken to catch the golden snitch. Following that is the selection for the Keeper, which involves throwing balls from various angles to observe how many the Keeper can save. Next are the Chasers, where accuracy in throwing is one aspect. But the most crucial are intercepting and passing the ball. Finally, it was my turn. I gripped the bat and mounted my Firebolt 2000. As a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd, I glanced at the stands, astonished at the sheer number of onlookers. Accompanying me were Anthony Ricketts, a third-year Hufflepuff and Cedric's classmate. He raised an eyebrow with a confident smirk. It's an honor to finally meet you, White. I'm Anthony Ricketts, Cedric's roommate. Oh, right. Cedric often speaks of you. He continued, in second year, I accidentally overslept and missed the tryouts. I finally made it this time. Haha. I couldn't help but chuckle at the unexpected revelation. But don't think I'll go easy on you. Anthony Ricketts hefted his bat. What are you saying? As a senior, I shouldn't hold back. The bludger was released by the Hufflepuff Quidditch captain, soaring into the air, potentially endangering the crowd. Thus we had to remain vigilant. With a swift motion, I struck it away, stirring excitement among the spectators. I looked at Cedric, puzzled. He merely smiled, saying nothing. So, I continued to pursue and hit the bludger. It almost felt as though it was avoiding me. Fred and George cheered from below. Wow. Lee Jordan quipped. C is practically a bludger in flight. I waved my bat at them. I suggest you choose your words wisely, or I might just treat you like a bludger. Anthony Ricketts zoomed around, realizing he was utterly outmatched, as I consistently seized the opportunity to hit the bludger. Panting, he exclaimed, isn't White a bit too formidable? After the tryouts concluded, both Anthony Ricketts and I were selected as official team members. The captain teased, fortunately, the match requires 2 beaters, Anthony. So your effort wasn't in vain. Anthony scratched the back of his head. Glad I didn't get up for nothing. I'm heading back for a nap. Goodbye, White. Farewell, Ricketts. The Badgers cheered for my impressive performance. During lunch, Wood remarked that I flew like a bludger. I thanked him for the compliment. However, Lee Jordan was less than pleased, questioning why Wood could say it, but he could not. I placed my hands on my hips. What you said and what Wood said are not the same. Wood praised me for being better than Fred and George, while you were merely teasing me. Don't think I can't tell the difference. Lee Jordan sulked. Oh, fine, I concede. If you could do me a small favor, I wouldn't mind, and might even reward you with a little gift. Sound good? Lee Jordan's eyes lit up. What? I beckoned him closer, whispering, "When you commentate for Quidditch, make sure to sing my praises, understood?" Lee Jordan chuckled, patting his chest, looking determined. "Count on me." Rebecca and Terrence approached me in turn. Rebecca wrapped her arm around mine. I knew my judgment was sound. Terrence smiled faintly. "Impressive. We're feeling a bit of pressure now. Rebecca, will you be attending the Slytherin Quidditch tryouts?" Rebecca shrugged. "Oh, I'm not interested in Quidditch. I find potion making much more fascinating." Autumn jogged over, politely nodding at Rebecca and Terrence. Rebecca sighed. "Oh no, another one. Well, we should be off." Chio sat excitedly beside me, nervously rubbing her hands together. "See, I saw it. Congratulations." "Oh, just the thought of participating in the selection this afternoon makes me quite anxious." I patted Chio's shoulder reassuringly. "It's all right, Chio. Believe in yourself and in the power of belief." Chio expressed her wish for me to cheer for her. However, I had a class in the afternoon. "But when is your selection?" Chio furrowed her brows. "I can go later. I'll wait at the back for you." "All right, then I'll head over right after class." Chio joyfully hugged me, pressing her cheek against mine. "That's wonderful." Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville approached to congratulate me. Harry's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement. "See, this is truly fantastic. Although we might find ourselves on opposing sides, since I'm in Gryffindor and you're in Hufflepuff, we're bound to compete." It seemed Harry was still unaware that I already knew he was the Gryffindor seeker. I leaned down slightly and whispered, "Harry, I know." Harry and Ron exchanged confused glances before turning back to me. I solemnly blinked, wearing a knowing expression. Hermione and Neville looked on, bewildered, not comprehending our cryptic exchange. I reassured them, "Don't worry, Hermione, Neville, you'll know soon enough. For now, it's still a secret." I hushed, gazing into Harry's bright eyes. "Harry, congratulations." Harry shyly looked up. "Thank you." I waved goodbye to them. "See you later. I have to go to class." The afternoon class was potions, alongside Slytherin. We were concocting a sleeping potion. Rebecca was eagerly anticipating the task. "Rebecca, ISNT, they're a student assistant for this class. Are you referring to Terrence and the others? They're already in their 5th year. This year, they were in 5th year and technically shouldn't be student assistants. But Professor Snape chose students regardless of their year. So they couldn't refuse the role. However, they were quite busy with not only the Quidditch matches, but also their OWLs. I snapped a Valerian branch and quietly inquired. "I see. What about Senior Purse?" "Oh, you mean Deerin? He was actually free that day and intended to assist one last time." Chapter 16, The Party Begins. I sighed wistfully. "Well, that's unfortunate." Rebecca shook her head in exasperation at my glum demeanor. "Why are you so down? Making potions is so much fun." I rested my chin on my hand, fiddling with lavender. "You wouldn't understand. I can't openly admire handsome boys like this." "That's easy," Rebecca said, expression unchanging as she squeezed out flobberworm mucus, startling me. "If you want to see, just come to me." After we sequentially added the potion ingredients into the cauldron, Rebecca sighed. "Ah, your troubles are nothing compared to mine. I'm really in a predicament." Just as I was about to inquire, Professor Snape slammed his hand on our table, making my heart jump. "It seems I haven't taught you well enough, Miss White. Is there something you cannot ask this old professor?" I chuckled awkwardly. Huh. All right, Professor. Next time, I'll be sure to ask you first. How do you think our timing is?" To be honest, I felt a bit sycophantic. Professor Snape cast a sidelong glance at me. "A foolish question, Miss Higgs. Haven't you informed your foolish partner beside you?" Rebecca looked aggrieved. "Rebecca won't say." I felt wrong too. I won't say either. After class, Rebecca finally dared to speak to me. "Hey, you should know, I'm in 2nd year now. So I can go find Professor Snape in the evenings to learn more about potion making, but that Black is sold. She can go in her 1st year. It's so unfair." I sat with her in the garden. "Well, there's nothing to be done. You can't change Professor Snape's mind. Isolde Black is the protagonist after all. Having a golden finger is normal. Professor Snape favors excellent Slytherins like her, so it's only natural he gives her special attention. Come on, Rebecca. Let us go see Cho together." Rebecca released my hand. "Forget it. I want to go. The competition between Slytherin and Ravenclaw in Quidditch is fierce." I didn't press her, opting to go alone. On my way, I encountered Roger Davies, the chaser for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. "Good afternoon, C.I. Where are you headed?" "Good afternoon, Roger. I'm going to watch the Ravenclaw Quidditch tryouts." I held a small bag of snacks, suddenly pondering whether Roger would object to me attending. Roger. Can I go watch?" Roger Davies, holding a broomstick, walked slowly beside me. "Of course, if you can come watch, it would be our honor. Also, I saw your tryouts today. You were splendid. Well, I meant your hitting technique. Not that I'm saying you aren't pretty." Roger scratched the back of his head, his gaze wandering. "I think you're beautiful too, just like your skills." I laughed. "Thank you for the compliment, Roger." Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, it was just in time for Chio to take the field. She was vying for the seeker position. As the captain of the Ravenclaw team released the golden snitch, Chiyo initially didn't notice where it flew, causing her to lose track. I felt a wave of concern for her, worried that her anxiety might cause her to miss this opportunity. Thankfully, Chiyo adjusted her mindset and spotted the golden snitch 2 minutes later, pursuing it and capturing it in less than 10 minutes. Although it took a bit longer than expected, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Chiyo returned to my side looking dejected. Her broomstick was a Comet 260, which indeed lacked the performance of a Nimbus 2000. I consoled her. It's all right. Chiyo, you've done your best. Effort is the first step toward success. Chiyo nodded. I was thinking that if I successfully joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, I would buy a Nimbus 2000. That is not right. I handed all my snacks to Chiyo. Regardless of the outcome, you must treat yourself. You'll definitely be selected. Chiyo beamed. That makes sense. The next morning, the postman delivered a massive package to Chiyo, containing her Nimbus 2000. Chiyo told me she had written to her parents the night before, and they sent it to her first thing in the morning. How wonderful. Chiyo's parents were so good to her, and Chiyo was wonderful too. Everyone was great. At noon, Chiyo shared the news that she had been selected, albeit as a reserve player, but she was very satisfied. The results for Gryffindor's tryouts were also in. Katie Bell was chosen as a chaser, while Cormac McLagan was not selected. He appeared quite displeased, believing that Wood's decision not to choose him was a loss. And he subtly suggested that Gryffindor might perform as poorly as last year. However, no one paid him any mind. After all, Katie Bell's prowess was well recognized, and he was merely a self-deceiving jester. The Badgers organized a party in the Hufflepuff common room to celebrate my joining the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Everyone was absolutely wonderful, even preparing a plethora of delicious Chinese cuisine for me. However, for some unknown reason, news of the party spread to the other 3 houses, making our common room quite crowded. I glanced at the overly excited Weasley twins and Lee Jordan. Hey, don't you Gryffindors have your own party? Fred sipped on his non-alcoholic butterbeer, a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Oh, are you planning to join us for the Gryffindor party? George snapped his fingers, clearly thrilled. That is splendid. We're throwing a party tomorrow. Lee Jordan, shaking a bell that had mysteriously appeared, captivated the crowd's attention. Woohoo! There's going to be a party in the Gryffindor common room tomorrow. See, we'll be there too. I sighed. Lee Jordan. Who said I was going? Lee shrugged. Oh well. The Weasley twins leaned in closer. Are you really not coming? We bought a mountain of snacks, including the new delicacies from Honeydukes. I shot them a glare. Fine, I'll go. After all, since first and second years couldn't visit Hogsmeade, I suppose they had me at a slight disadvantage. The Gryffindor party was bound to be more extravagant than ours. I hardly ever kept my feet on the ground. However, I had learned that Harry was sneaking out for training with Wood, as they returned just as I was preparing to leave. Harry looked despondent. Ron, why didn't you tell me? I'm your best friend. Ron hesitated. Well, Harry, I thought you might find that other matter more significant. Harry lowered his gaze to the floor, then lifted it to the ceiling, sighing heavily like an old man. You make a fair point. So when will we have another party? Fred patted Harry on the head. Oh, don't worry, Harry. If we win our first Quidditch match against Slytherin, we can throw a grand celebration. Woohoo! George couldn't contain his cheer. Wood surprisingly agreed. Upon returning to the dormitory, I collapsed onto my bed, feeling as though my very soul had been drained. Susan Bones and Sally Ann Perks hurried to fan me. I waved my hand dismissively. Thanks, kids, but I'm not hot. Just utterly exhausted. Hannah Abbott raised her hand. Prefect White, I can help. I'll accompany you to the restroom. I shook my head repeatedly. No need. Fearing their excessive enthusiasm, I hurriedly made my way to the Myrtle's bathroom. Upon my arrival, Myrtle floated over nonchalantly. See, which song will you sing today? As I couldn't resist singing in the shower, Myrtle had grown accustomed to my melodies and even began seeking my guidance. Life is terribly dull when alone. Can't you come to see me in the morning? I sighed. All right, Myrtle. She floated before me. Did you know? I've heard rumors about you lately. I frowned. Who? Myrtle pointed at me. You. What rumors could I possibly have? Suddenly, Myrtle sported a mischievous grin. Do you have a crush on a boy? I recoiled in disdain. Myrtle, I'm only 12. Myrtle scoffed. So what? I crossed my arms defiantly. I don't like any boys. Please, though I may be in a 12-year-old body. My mental age is well into my 20s. Chapter 17, Halloween Eve. My days at Hogwarts were plentiful and delightful. Of course, unless Rebecca brought me some dreadful news. On a splendidly sunny morning, I was savoring a delicious traditional Chinese breakfast of youtiao, meat buns, and a cup of soy milk. Rebecca danced over to me, almost like a ballet dancer. See, I have some good news to share. I set down my meat bun. What good news? Rebecca's lips curled into a smile. Professor Snape wants to hire you and me as his student assistants. Oh, by the way, I applied for you. Suddenly, the meat bun in my hand lost its appeal. Aren't we second years? Rebecca proudly affirmed. Yes. So it's good news. I chewed thoughtfully. You mean Professor Snape? I continued chewing. Why did he suddenly agree to let me be a student assistant? Rebecca placed her hands on her hips, resembling a little peacock. It's because my brother recommended you. I crossed my arms over my chest. Terrence Higgs? Rebecca paused. Why did you suddenly refer to my brother by his full name? What about Adrian and Miles? I was momentarily taken aback. What do they have to do with this? All right, fine. I consider you all friends, yet you still stab me in the back. In the afternoon, I visited the Olery. Ever since my first visit, where I found it particularly dirty and chaotic, I had made it a point to come by occasionally to tidy up. My poor Snowball could not live in such squalor. I prided myself on being an excellent caretaker. Little did I know how utterly devastated I would be the moment I entered the Olery next. Snowball, let go of Hedwig. You filthy bird. I yanked him away from Hedwig. This wretched creature is trying to seduce her. Snowball screeched defiantly, refusing to leave Hedwig's side. You're a disgraceful bird pretending to be romantic. When Hedwig wasn't around, he was busy courting other female owls. Don't think I'm oblivious. I attempted to throw Snowball elsewhere, but Hedwig insisted on sticking close to him. I could hardly believe Snowball had managed to win her over. I held Hedwig tightly, earnestly imploring, Hedwig, dear girl, Snowball is not right for you. He doesn't deserve you. I mean it. Hedwig tilted her head, still flying toward Snowball. The two owls were cooing affectionately before me. "Isn't that Miss White?" Came a voice from behind, Miles Bletchley. He pointed at my owl. She used to snuggle up to my owl, but now she's all over that snowy owl. Quite the flirt, isn't she? I huffed, inwardly muttering backstabber. Miss White. I'm speaking to you, Miles Bletchley said, stroking his owl. I'm not interested in conversing with you, I replied, turning away deliberately. Miss White, I'm Miles Bletchley. Do you not recognize me? I turned my head. I don't know you, you scoundrel. Miles Bletchley chuckled instead of getting angry, confusion evident in his tone. What is wrong with me? I heard about the student assistant position from Professor Snape. I understand you've shown interest as well. Miles Bletchley wore a knowing expression. Oh, that. Yes, I think aside from Rebecca, your potion-making skills are quite commendable, considering you topped your year. I couldn't suppress my smile. How could Miles Bletchley be so charming? Is this what it means to be an elegant Slytherin? I pursed my lips. You have good taste. Miles Bletchley suddenly burst into laughter. So, the illustrious Miss White, do you not wish to be a student assistant? Hey, I raised my hand to interrupt him. Who said I didn't want to? It's a tremendous honor. Miles Bletchley stifled his laughter and nodded. Indeed, well deserved. I fed Snowball and Hedwig some treats. You don't need to call me Miss White. That sounds so formal. Just call me C. Miles Bletchley sent a note with his owl, then released it. Turning to me, all right then, you needn't call me Senior Bletchley either. Just call me Miles, or like Rebecca, call me Brother Miles. I vigorously ruffled Snowball. Ultimately in vain. As if, I thought, nice try, Miles. Miles Blanche shrugged, truly heart-wrenching. I waved my hand at him. I'll take my leave now, Miles. With Halloween Eve upon us, everyone began to bustle about. Professor Flitwick even came to seek my assistance in adorning the Great Hall. He mentioned that he had classes today, teaching first-year wizards the levitation charm. Miss White, you cannot fathom how excited they are. They have been eagerly anticipating my lesson for days now. I couldn't help but chuckle. That must be because you teach so well, Professor Flitwick. I thoroughly enjoy your classes. Professor McGonagall glided gracefully past us, remarking, it seems I have not taught well enough. A chill ran down my spine. Surely not, Professor McGonagall. I also relish your lessons. Turning around, I was startled to see Professor Snape beside Professor McGonagall. I added hastily, I greatly enjoy your classes as well, Professor Snape. That was close. I nearly fainted on the spot, dear friends. The student assistant in Professor Flitwick's class was Roger, who eagerly recounted amusing anecdotes from the lesson. Hermione Granger, that Gryffindor, managed to master it immediately. Professor Flitwick said she was just like you back in the day. Cedric politely interjected, this is the Hufflepuff table. Roger appeared unperturbed. Oh, and that fellow Seamus, the reckless Gryffindor, somehow blew up the feather, and it caught fire. I waved at Cedric. It's all right, Cedric, you may join us. Cedric took a seat beside me, looking somewhat glum. Hannah Abbott, Susan Bones, and Sally Ann Perks walked in arm, appearing quite cheerful. However, upon spotting Roger, their expressions soured. Susan pouted. We rushed over as soon as class ended. Hannah placed her hands on her hips. I'm a Hufflepuff. Who else would take our seats? Sally Ann nodded in agreement. Exactly. Do some people not have their own house? Roger Davis slowly raised his gaze. In fact, I concur. Do you not? Hannah and Susan embraced each other sadly, while Sally Ann scoffed and dragged them to sit opposite me. I was still engrossed in my meal when Roger Davis was abruptly shoved aside. I set down my utensils, eager to discover the culprit. Oh, is that Anthony Rickett? He had pushed Roger Davis out of the way to sit beside me, giving Cedric a thumbs up. Cedric averted his gaze, pretending to focus on his food. A loud bang erupted from the Gryffindor table. We all stood up to look. Due to stereotypes, I initially suspected the Weasley twins had concocted another invention. However, The young lions were laughing, claiming that Seamus Finnegan had once again miscast the spell, resulting in an explosion. Goodness, that is simply thrilling. Perhaps my voice had been too loud? Everyone turned to look at me. Fred waved his arm. Cecilia, is that cooler than what George and I do? George fixed his gaze upon me intently. I pretended to ponder, stroking my chin. Oh, undoubtedly. It's simply brilliant. Seamus Finnegan, I sense you will be the next legendary figure. Seamus, perhaps flattered by my praise, blushed slightly. Thank you. No need for thanks. It was a heartfelt compliment. If you take a disliking to someone, you could just blow them up. Realizing I had become overly boastful, I quickly sat down. Fred clicked his tongue. Cecilia, are you sure you're not a Gryffindor? George laughed heartily. I seriously suspect that when you said that, you were thinking of Flint. The two exchanged glances, laughing even harder. As Flint passed by, he huffed at me, but his earlobes turned an odd shade of red. Gripping my fork, I thought to myself that this was not good. He couldn't have only heard George's latter comment, could he? Chapter 18, The Troll Attack. During dinner, Halloween truly came alive. Beautiful decorations unique to the season adorned every corner of the Great Hall. Ghosts floated about in the air. Unfortunately, Moaning Myrtle did not appreciate such an atmosphere. Otherwise, she would have joined the other ghosts in drifting about. Susan Bones mentioned she had some gossip to share with me. I was quite curious about the gossip, as my role as an outsider was primarily to indulge in and pass along the latest news. Hermione Granger from Gryffindor had quarreled with Ron and was now nowhere to be found. A quarrel? I set down my fork. Could tonight be the night we encounter a troll? I had completely forgotten. I hurriedly scanned the Slytherin table for Isolde's presence. Thankfully, she was absent, likely off searching for Hermione. My relief was short-lived. Would she be able to find her? Would she get lost? This was a pivotal moment for the friendship between the trio and Isolde. I couldn't involve myself directly, but I was somewhat worried for Hermione's safety and felt I couldn't simply stand by. Professor Quirrell, panting heavily, rushed into the Great Hall and promptly collapsed after delivering his message. His back was turned to us. How peculiar. The young wizards were in a frenzy. Yet the older students shielded the younger ones. Professor Dumbledore instructed the heads of houses to escort their students back to their respective common rooms. I noticed Harry and Ron sneaking away. They trailed at the end of our Hufflepuff line, which was rather amusing. This allowed me to stealthily follow them at a distance of 100 meters. To be honest, Harry and Ron made quite a ruckus, making me feel rather professional in comparison. They were startled upon seeing Professor Snape, and I was certain they began to suspect him as the ultimate villain. Spotting the troll and inadvertently locking it in the girls' bathroom, I stretched out my hand in a futile attempt to intervene. Alas, they moved too swiftly. Hermione, Harry, and Ron shouted in unison. They flustered about, yet could not manage to open the door in time. Unable to bear it any longer, I cast the unlocking charm. Alohomora, Ron exclaimed. Harry, the door's open. Once inside, they engaged in a fierce battle with the troll while I lingered outside, prepared to assist with a few minor spells should they falter. In the girls' bathroom, it wasn't just Hermione. Isolde was there as well. After Ron had cast a levitation charm to incapacitate the troll, Isolde followed up with a sleep charm. Thud, thud, thud. Goodness, those footsteps could only belong to Professor McGonagall. I hurriedly concealed myself behind a nearby curtain. It wasn't just Professor McGonagall who arrived. Professor Snape and Professor Quirrell were with her too. Hermione took full responsibility for the incident, resulting in a deduction of 5 points from Gryffindor, yet Harry and Ron each awarded Gryffindor 5 points. And Isolde contributed 5 points to Slytherin. Initially, I found it perplexing why Hermione chose to lie. Now, I have come to understand that Hermione harbors her own pride within, unwilling to disclose the reason behind her tears. Simultaneously, it is true that Harry and Ron had indeed come to seek her out. Should she reveal the truth, it would absolve her of any implication, casting the trouble squarely upon Harry and Ron. The fact that they had strayed from the group to the girls' restroom was sufficient to bring them considerable misfortune. Therefore, I believe that, true to Hermione's character, she would not act in such a manner, for she is a kind and courageous little witch. I had thought that the matter would end there. Yet Professor Sprout hurried in, grasping Professor McGonagall's hand, exclaiming, Minerva, it's gone. The porcelain is missing. Professor McGonagall furrowed her brows. What? Pomona, do not panic. I shall send someone to look for it immediately. I trembled behind the curtains, thinking, well, here I am. Upon seeing me emerge, Professor Sprout let out a sigh of relief. See White. I quickly embraced her. I'm so sorry, Professor Sprout. It was not my intention. Please forgive me. Isolde stood beside Professor Snape, advocating for me. Professors, I believe Senior White came here out of concern for us. Please do not make things difficult for her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded in agreement. I pleaded desperately with Professor McGonagall, who softened her tone. Considering Miss White acted out of goodwill, Hufflepuff shall neither lose nor gain points. Under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye, the trio returned to Gryffindor Tower. Isolde, guided by Professor Snape, made her way back to the Slytherin dungeon, while I accompanied Professor Sprout back to the Hufflepuff basement. November at Hogwarts remained as cold as ever. I donned my prepared warm gloves, frequently exhaling against the window to draw cheerful, smiley faces. The trio in the dormitory appeared particularly excited, likely due to the impending Quidditch match. To better prepare for the game, I had completed all my assignments in advance. For some unknown reason, news of Harry being the new Seeker for Gryffindor had leaked. Yet as the match approached, no one seemed to dwell on it. I often heard Fred and George grumbling about Wood, lamenting how he would rouse them from slumber before dawn's light. Fred was so incensed that he contemplated casting a sleeping spell on Wood. They appeared perpetually drained, and I could not resist teasing. "You lot are hopeless. You're both chasers. How come I'm the one full of energy?" Fred and George slung their arms around each other. "If you joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, you would understand. Be grateful, see. We are certainly not as terrifying as Gryffindor. Our practice sessions are shorter." Angelina, as enthusiastic as Wood, would rouse Aaliyah and Katie, much to their dismay. They had thought they could sneak by unnoticed. The first Quidditch match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, commencing at 11 o'clock. The stands gradually filled with spectators, many eager to see Harry. Curious about the extraordinary talent of a student admitted under exceptional circumstances. Initially, I was not supposed to serve as the commentator, but with neither team opposing, I was once again thrust into the role. How peculiar that Flint, that insufferable git, did not object. Madame Hooch officiated the match. After announcing the rules and blowing her whistle, both teams sprang into action. At first, neither Harry nor Terence noticed the golden snitch. It was Dean Thomas who spotted it first, as it hovered right beside him. Flint deliberately directed the bludger towards Harry, nearly causing a collision. Lee Jordan's commentary was lively, leaving me with little to contribute. Yet, when a foul occurred, it was my moment to shine. "Flint, have your eyes grown to the top of your head? How could you crash into such a noticeable Harry?" The little lions roared, "Foul! Foul!" After Flint's collision, the golden snitch vanished from sight. I noticed that Harry's broomstick seemed to be misbehaving, though it appeared that few others were aware. But if I were to speak out, the match would be halted. And could Harry still catch the snitch as he had before? Conscience gnawing at me, I began scanning for Isolde, who was not among the Slytherin first-year group, almost forgetting. She was now Slytherin Seeker, the most prominent player aside from Harry. I waved at her, and she glanced my way. At that moment, I wondered if Ron and Hermione had returned to pester Professor Snape. Just as I pondered this, Professor Snape suddenly stood, scanning the area with vigilance. Hermione and Ron were just then dashing back to the Gryffindor stands. Professor Quirrell crouched on the ground, seemingly searching for his lost wand, likely dislodged when Hermione rushed past. With Quirrell unable to cast a curse to control Harry, it was in the final moments of crisis that Harry managed to catch the golden snitch with his mouth, securing victory for Gryffindor. The Gryffindor team triumphed with a score of 170-60. Flint was exceedingly displeased with the outcome, asserting that Harry had not caught the snitch. The facts spoke for themselves. Harry had indeed caught it. I stood with my hands on my hips, feeling triumphant. Even if his eyes were atop his head, he could not deny Harry had seized the snitch. Flint scoffed, "You only speak for Gryffindor." Chapter 19, The Vila Bloodline. I could not agree with that statement. Thus, I approached him, nearly invading his personal space, ready to confront him. "This is not merely speaking for Gryffindor. I am standing up for justice." Marcus Flint. Flint, suddenly overwhelmed with shame and anger, stormed off. Angelina, irate, raised her fist towards Flint, but I quickly restrained her, reminding her that rashness is the devil. Gryffindor had already won. Angelina, perplexed, pointed in the direction Flint had departed. "See, he." Before she could finish, she faltered, leaving me anxious. "Angelina, what? Why only half a thought?" Angelina sighed. "Never mind. Are you sure you do not fancy Marcus Flint?" I nodded vigorously. "Of course not. I would never like him." Only then did Angelina breathe a sigh of relief. "That is good." Our next match was against Ravenclaw, but they proved to be exceptionally formidable. Although we did not win, we still achieved a commendable performance, and the Badgers were quite satisfied. Lee Jordan was absent from commentary for this match, and I lacked my cheerleading support. After all, Lee had promised to praise my Quidditch skills. I hoped he would recover from his cold by tomorrow, for the Gryffindor versus Slytherin match was imminent, and I could not face Flint without him. However, during lunch in the Great Hall the next day, Sally Ann Perks hurried over to pull me aside. "White, do you truly possess Vila blood?" I felt as though I had transformed into a perplexed emoji. "Huh?" Sally Ann explained. "I overheard from Slytherin that you have Vila blood." I shook my head vigorously. "I truly do not. I am merely an ordinary little witch. How dare anyone question my nationality? I am unequivocally a Huaxiao person, a true Huaxiao individual. Who could it possibly be?" With my hands firmly on my hips, I stood up, indignant, demanding to know who was spreading such vile rumors. Sally Ann Popkeys appeared equally incensed, raising her right hand as if in rebellion. Although one might concede that Senior White's beauty could be described as alluring, I would not tolerate any unfounded slander against her. She turned to me, her expression grave. Senior White, let us seek out the source of this rumor and report it to the principal. I concurred. Such absurd gossip could not be allowed to persist. Let us go, Salian declared, taking my hand and calling for Cedric. Confused, I wondered aloud, why are we involving Cedric? Salian, hands on her hips, replied. You wouldn't understand. In case things get out of hand, we'll have Senior Cedric to support us. I glanced at Cedric in shock, silently pleading for him to decline Salian's request. She seemed far too enthusiastic. I believed we could resolve the matter with diplomacy. However, Cedric, seemingly oblivious to my unspoken signals, resolutely followed Salian. I began to suspect he was intentionally ignoring me. Salian, convinced she had cornered an easy target, approached Blaise Zabini. And yes, you heard correctly, Blaise Zabini. Salian, please, I urged, gently moving her hand away from Blaise. Let us not be so aggressive. I met Blaise's gloomy gaze with sincere apologies. We acted rashly. He merely offered me a fleeting glance, devoid of emotion. In this narrative, Blaise Zabini is not the charming figure of the Sea King. Rather, he exudes an air of arrogance, even more so than Draco. With his brown eyes and dark skin, his features were strikingly defined, making him a rare beauty. Apart from the Isolde group, he likely looked down upon all other young wizards, even within Isolde's circle. He maintained close ties only with Isolde, Draco, and Pansy. His lofty pride rendered only the protagonist, Isolde, worthy of his regard, naturally leading to his infatuation with her. Incidentally, he is a staunch proponent of pure-blood supremacy. I pulled Salian and Cedric to bow repeatedly in apology before hastily retreating, hoping he would forget our encounter. Salian expressed a desire to find Theodore Knott, which startled me. Actually, I know a Slytherin, I confessed. Salian quickly grasped my arm, hesitatingly inquiring, is it a boy? I chuckled at her inquisitiveness. It's Rebecca. Only then did Salian relax. All right, let us go. We waited for Rebecca 10 meters from Professor Snape's office. Upon her emergence, she was followed by Isolde. Rebecca bounced over, eagerly blocking Cedric's view, and asked, what brings you here today? I hesitated before speaking. Salian, in her haste, blurted out, there are rumors about Senior White being spread by someone from Slytherin. Rebecca's expression darkened instantly. Isolde calmly interjected, don't worry, Senior White, I will handle this. I quickly interjected, no, I merely wish to trace the source and halt the rumors. Understanding my intent, Isolde took the lead. All right, I'll help you inquire. We obediently followed her. Isolde questioned a Slytherin upon encountering one, ultimately discovering that Flint was the first to utter the rumors. Rebecca seethed, that despicable Flint. Salian nudged me forward and urged us to confront him. We arrived at the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Isolde slowly uttered the word, glory, and the door creaked open. Rebecca and Isolde led the way, with Cedric and me trailing behind. The Slytherin common room was immaculate, every item arranged with precision. Above, green glowing spherical lamps illuminated the space, and through the glass, one could glimpse the giant squid at the lake's bottom. Terence Higgs, Adrian Pusey, and Miles Bletchley were seated on a sofa, polishing their broomsticks. Terence stood upon seeing us. Pusey, what brings you here? Rebecca and her brother offered a brief explanation. Oh, I know about that, Miles exclaimed, peering around. Miles, do you know it was Flint? Terence looked momentarily taken aback, while Adrian turned his gaze toward Miles. Miles paused his work. That day, you scolded Marcus, right? He came back saying you must be a flirt. Miles' eyes narrowed, and he seemed uncomfortable. Now that I think about it, could he be? Before he could finish, Terence swiftly covered Miles' mouth. Marcus must have misspoken in haste. Adrian, could you please fetch him? Adrian rose, brushing off the dust. Sure. Uncertain of what Terence whispered to Miles, he quieted down. Shortly thereafter, Marcus Flint emerged. But upon spotting me, he dashed back inside. I hurried after him. With a loud bang, Marcus slammed his dormitory door shut. Marcus Flint, if you have the courage to speak ill of me, then have the guts to open the door. Open up. Now. Flint protested from behind the door. No? That is not true. I didn't say anything bad about you. I wouldn't stoop so low. Then why did you tell others I had flirtatious blood? His response faltered as he struggled for words. Adrian Pusey placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, gesturing for me to step back, before he forcefully kicked the door open. Flint stood in shock, gazing at the shattered door and the crowd gathered outside. Chapter 20, Nico Low. Both Flint and I were taken aback. So, this is how Adrian Pusey operates? We surrounded Flint. Salian demanded an apology and insisted he cease the rumors. Flint maintained he had no idea how the rumors began, claiming he had merely expressed a thought in passing. Upon reflection, it seemed he wasn't actually insulting me, after all. Suggesting someone has flirtatious blood hardly sounds like an insult. Perhaps I had been too quick to judge. All right, Flint, I misjudged you, and I apologize. However, you must clarify to others that I do not possess flirtatious blood. I am a Huaxiao person, a true Huaxiao lineage. After Flint begrudgingly apologized, the matter was settled. As we departed, Cedric assisted in restoring the damaged door to its former state. However, during the afternoon Quidditch match, a slight awkwardness lingered between us when we faced each other. On the field, aside from Slytherin, the other three houses raised banners proclaiming Hufflepuff's victory. For the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Li Xiaodan is remarkably perceptive. Apart from the necessary commentary, he occasionally praises me, see, White, as an exemplary batsman. Just look at that last stroke. How powerful and elegant it was. Before Cedric discovered the golden snitch, Anthony Rickett and I were tasked with safeguarding our seeker. With a deft strike, I sent the bludger flying, knocking away the quaffle that Darian Pewes had thrown to Flint. Oh dear, that was purely accidental. Darian Pewes gave me a bewildered glance, and I shrugged. It was truly not intentional. Yet, he merely chuckled softly, coolly. I shall report him. I shall accuse Darian Pewes of employing his charms. Terence was the first to spot the golden snitch, and Cedric quickly followed in pursuit. Anthony Rickett and I remained vigilant for any incoming bludgers. In a dramatic finale, it was Terence who captured the golden snitch. Yet again it seems I am destined for the participation award. I reassured Cedric, saying, it's all right. We shall have hot pot tonight. Cedric couldn't help but chuckle. That sounds delightful. For the first-year students, it would be their inaugural experience with hot pot, which was quite novel for them. Even if they were not accustomed to it, a standard English meal would be available as an alternative. With Halloween behind us, Christmas loomed on the horizon. Almost all young witches and wizards eagerly anticipated the holiday. Only the Weasley twins, undeterred, sought to stir up trouble. While engaged in a snowball fight, they whimsically enchanted their snowballs, not my owl snowballs, mind you, but genuine snow, and hurled one at Professor Quirrell's nape. Yes, you heard correctly, the nape. Fortunately, I had declined their invitation to join the snowball fight. One must value one's life. Mr. Filch confined them to detention, and out of goodwill, I feigned a visit under the pretext of reading to Mr. Filch, just to check on them. Well, they were still alive. During Filch's absence, Fred slyly approached me, see. What spell did you cast on Filch? He transformed his office into a second Hufflepuff common room. George glanced around, pointing here and there. Look, it's all Hufflepuff colors. I, too, was at a loss as to why Mr. Filch suddenly adopted such a style. Perhaps it was something I inadvertently mentioned? In potions class, I served as Professor Snape's student assistant, aiding the first-year students in concocting potions. Seizing the opportunity while Professor Snape was distracted, Draco surreptitiously mocked Harry for having to remain at Hogwarts over Christmas, with no one at home awaiting his return. I certainly caught the undertone, but in deference to Harry, I pretended not to notice and attempted to divert the conversation. Malfoy, while it is true I have no one at home, I do not mind staying at school for Christmas. After all, friendship is invaluable to me. Draco appeared quite flustered. Hey, I wasn't referring to you. Yet, he had indeed spoken of those remaining at school, and specifically mentioned having no family. Was that not directed at me? I stubbornly continued to feign ignorance. Then, with a resounding bang, Isolde's potion exploded. For the record, she was paired with Draco. Professor Snape's expression darkened ominously. Miss Black, I must say, it is quite astonishing how your potion-making skills have plummeted overnight. Truly a feat. Isolde looked up, feigning innocence. Professor, it was Malfoy. He kept talking and distracted me. Upon hearing someone dare to speak during his class, Professor Snape cast a deadly glare, yet refrained from uttering any harsh words. It seems the esteemed Mr. Malfoy comprehends my lessons. Draco slightly shook his head, lowering his gaze to focus on his potion. Professor Snape then shifted his attention to Harry and me. Miss White, you are a student assistant, not an assistant to the students. The great savior is not a 3-year-old. There is no need for you to hover so closely. I simply murmured in acknowledgement. Professor Snape directed me to assist Isolde, and I caught a glimpse of a smirk tugging at the corners of her mouth. After class, I helped Professor Snape tidy the classroom. As I stepped outside, I witnessed Draco nearly coming to blows with Harry and the others, with Hagrid and Professor Snape nearby. Goodness, weren't they amicable during their first meeting? Isolde swiftly grasped Draco by the collar, halting the impending clash, yet Professor Snape still deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. Harry, Ron, Hermione, are you all right? They shook their heads. Ron, in a fit of anger, brandished his fists, vowing to give Draco a beating. Harry bluntly expressed his disdain for both Draco and Professor Snape. After exchanging a hug with Hagrid and greeting him, I inquired about the conflict. Harry, why is your relationship with Malfoy so sour? He was incredibly arrogant during our first encounter, so dismissive, even slandering Hagrid. The second time, he inexplicably wanted to befriend me. While his tone was somewhat improved, his temper remained foul. During that flying lesson, He even took Neville's Rememberall, and now that I've been selected. P.S. even worse. He seems to revel in my misfortunes. I gently ruffled Harry's hair. I understand, Harry. It certainly sounds like he has crossed a line. I shall find time to give him a proper talking to. Harry smiled shyly. Thank you, C. I adjusted his glasses. No need for thanks, Harry. Hagrid led us to the Great Hall, where several professors were busy decorating. Professor Flitwick waved at me. Miss White, come here. This space is reserved for you. Professor McGonagall instructed Hagrid to bring in the last tree. Just set it there, Hagrid. Thank you. I assisted in placing the golden star atop the tree, the most crucial element of a Christmas tree. Harry and the others did not leave. Rather, Hagrid returned to his hut after finishing his tasks. Once everything was in order, I stowed away my wand and clapped my hands. Harry, Ron, Hermione, were you waiting for me? Hermione gazed at me with starry-eyed admiration. See, you're amazing. So impressive. You know so many advanced spells. How do you manage it? I tilted my head in contemplation. Perhaps it's due to my passion? You see, interest is the finest teacher. Ron interrupted Hermione before she could continue. But we have a pressing question for you. Harry nodded. Yes, this isn't the best place. Let us head to the library. Isolde is waiting for us there. I felt a twinge of confusion. Was the protagonist once again targeting Gryffindor? Upon arriving at the library, we entered the discussion area, where Isolde was engrossed in her reading. I gently tapped the table to gain her attention. Isolde's previously furrowed brow relaxed. See, you're here. I seated myself between Hermione and Isolde. So, what's the matter? Harry was the first to inquire. See, do you know about Nicholas Flamel? I gasped. What? You don't know? I've seen him on the chocolate frog cards. Impossible to forget. Please, he is an alchemist. In our culture, he is akin to the god of wealth. Chapter 21, Wizard's Chess. Harry seemed intrigued. So, you really know Nicholas Flamel? I placed my hands on my knees, sitting up straighter with pride. Of course, he is an alchemist. Ron pressed on. And what else? Moreover, he is over 600 years old. What else is there to consider? Come on, think hard. I closed my eyes, emulating the contemplative gestures of Axio, but ultimately, I had to relinquish my hands in defeat. I apologize, I could not come up with anything. Isolde patted my shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. We have already gathered a wealth of useful clues. Hermione nodded in agreement. We know that Nicodemus is over 600 years old, so his exploits are unlikely to appear in modern literature. We should focus on seeking out older texts. Isolde returned the other books to their shelves and began searching for tomes that appeared ancient. I decided to remain at school during Christmas break to explore. Hermione was heading home, while Harry and Ron chose to stay. Ron, why aren't you going home? I inquired. My parents are off to Romania to visit Charlie. I nodded in understanding. I too found myself missing Charlie a bit. Thus, this Christmas, Harry and the Weasley family remained at school, alongside Isolde, while the three little ones from our dormitory returned home, excitedly assuring me they would send me gifts. This year, Roger was also going home. After all, one must return home from time to time. Speaking of which, Harry's absence must bring great joy to Snowball, who could now spend every day with Hedwig, completely neglecting me, the one who cleans up after him. I continued to bother Mr. Filch and Mrs. Norris as I had the previous year, bringing a few books to read to him. This year, Mr. Filch even prepared hot cocoa for me. Each time I visited his office, it was warm and inviting, quite unlike the chill I had expected. Perhaps it was because Rebecca had gone home, leaving only Isolde to traverse back and forth in Professor Snape's office. Every evening as I returned to the dormitory, I would spot Isolde emerging from there. I never anticipated that Isolde would be so diligent. Inspired by her dedication, I secretly approached Professor McGonagall to learn about becoming an animagus. Professor McGonagall asked if I understood the theory. I patted my chest confidently. Professor, feel free to inquire. So, what must one hold for an entire month? A single leaf of mandrake root, and it must not be removed or swallowed. Professor McGonagall continued to pose questions, and I answered them fluently. After all, this was about becoming an animagus, and one misstep could mean I would never revert to human form. So, Professor, do you think I can do it? Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. A commendable memory, Miss White. When can I begin? We shall wait for the summer holidays. After a month, a storm must follow, and it must be in a secure location. Would you be willing to stay at school for a month during the summer? I can speak to Dumbledore on your behalf. I nodded vigorously, fearful that Professor McGonagall might change her mind at any moment. This year's Black Lake had frozen over, which was splendid. I could practice ice skating once more. Even though I had given up last year, I could start anew this time. There are no insurmountable challenges for those who are determined. However, why did Mr. Blake and Mr. Pewes suddenly come to teach me to skate? I retreated repeatedly. Please don't come closer. Miles Blake stifled a laugh as he extended his hand. See, what are you hiding from? We merely wish to assist you since you keep falling. I employed a defensive stance, feeling that things were becoming somewhat ambiguous. Indeed, it seems a tad ambiguous. Dorian Pewes chimed in. You both are already addressing each other by your given names. Huh. I stood there, bewildered. What? We are not being ambiguous. We are merely using each other's names. Then if I call you Dorian, does that mean we are being ambiguous? Dorian Pusey replied affirmatively. Yes, it does. Miles Blake and I exchanged glances, both perplexed. What do you mean, yes? Dorian Pusey cleared his throat, a faint blush creeping to his ears. I meant. You may call me Dorian. Miles Blake suddenly rolled his eyes and, taking advantage of my momentary distraction, pulled me onto the ice-covered surface of the Black Lake. Miles Blake, don't be afraid. See, just hold on to me tightly. I shot him a suspicious glance, but ultimately grasped his arm securely. Dorian Pusey followed closely behind, both of them protecting me as we slowly moved forward. During our steady advance, Miles Blake commented, See, you will soon become the true Miss White on Ice. I felt as if I could shoot laser beams from my eyes. If they could, Miles Blake would have been no more. Mr. Blake, do you possess any sense of decorum? I released his arm and clung to Dorian Pusey instead, finding him to be the more reassuring of the two. Miles Blake shrugged. All right. That evening, Harry and Ron invited me to the Gryffindor common room to play wizard's chess. I had seen the Weasley twins play before. It resembled chess, but with pieces that had minds of their own. Harry and Ron both wanted to team up with me, and I thought it would be nice to invite Isolde. Can we bring Isolde along? I asked. Harry readily agreed, though Ron hesitated for a moment. Thus, the teams were formed, Harry and Ron versus Isolde and me. Harry lent me a set of Professor Finnegan's wizard's chess. Ron was quite adept at it. I felt he played even better than the Weasley twins. As I moved a piece, it refused to comply with my command, exclaiming, Oh, I refuse to go there. It is far too perilous. Isolde then moved a knight, which neighed in response. After Ron made his move, I picked up another piece that looked quite expensive, only for it to screech, I am the king. Why do you meddle with me? Command my soldiers forward. I gasped and set it down, reaching for another piece instead. It squawked again, That is my queen. Harry and Ron must have noticed my embarrassment, for they declared they no longer wished to play. Just then, Ron's piece shouted, Why stop playing? We were about to win. This is the easiest match I've ever played. How infuriating to be belittled by a chess piece. Fortunately, Harry and Ron did not heed the piece's words. They concluded the game and brought us a plethora of snacks, even offering us the armchairs to sit in. Harry and Ron spent the evening discussing strategies to have Draco expelled. I was indifferent to the matter, but Isolde's reaction was uncertain, considering her Slytherin affiliation. Eventually, Isolde remarked, That seems a bit unrealistic. His father is on the board. However, she mused, if the Malfoy family were to fall from grace in the future, it might become a possibility. I was taken aback. What? Is that really you, Isolde? We had been enjoying ourselves immensely these past few days. Aside from tending to my magical plants, I was quite eager to engage in a snowball fight, having rarely seen snow in my southern homeland of Huaxia. This year, I was more familiar with those staying at school than the last, and perhaps we could have some fun. I took the initiative to invite Harry, Ron, and Isolde. I beseeched Isolde, please don't spend every day in Professor Snape's office. Join us for a snowball fight, will you? To my surprise, Isolde agreed without hesitation, catching me off guard, as I had prepared a whole speech to persuade her. Is anyone else available on your end? Let us gather together. The more, the merrier. Isolde mused thoughtfully. We could include Blaise Zabini and Theodore Knott. Splendid. Would you kindly extend the invitation? Isolde replied affirmatively. Leave it to me. With a swift turn, she made her way to the Slytherin common room. In mere minutes, Blaise Zabini and Theodore Knott appeared before me, and I was taken aback by their promptness. Truly, she is the leading lady. Chapter 22. The snowball fight. I waited in the snow for Harry and Ron, but had I known they would bring Fred and George along, I would have discreetly made my escape. Fred feigned profound sorrow. Oh, the heartless Miss White. George pretended to wipe away imaginary tears. Why weren't we invited? Fred and I, after all, are we not worthy? The two leaned on each other, making it seem as if I were the villain who had torn them apart. I was merely concerned you might escalate things like last time and end up hitting a professor. Fred and George raised 4 fingers in solemn vow that this time they would not harm a teacher, and only then did I relent. Very well, Harry, Ron, Fred, and George shall form one team, while Isolde, Zabini, Knott, and I shall be another. 4 against 4, perfect. Fred was the first to raise an objection. I refuse. I wish to team up with G. George echoed. I too want to be with G. I hurled a snowball at them. Too late. Let the games begin. Hufflepuff scores a point. Fred paused, exchanging a knowing glance with George. All right, George. Let us join forces. George nodded and picked up a snowball, launching it toward us. I urged Isolde and the others. Quick. Counterattack. Isolde scooped up a snowball from the ground and threw it, inadvertently hitting Harry. She shrugged slightly. Sorry, Harry. Harry removed his glasses, stashing them in his pocket, assuring us it was of no consequence as he retaliated with vigor. Ron, however, found himself unable to target either Theodore or Blaze, creating an awkward stalemate that persisted for some time. Spotting Percy, I called out, "Percy, come join us." Quickly. While I was distracted, a snowball thrown by Fred struck my exposed neck, sending a chill through me. "Fred, you shall pay dearly for this. I shall summon Percy to aid in my assault." Just then, Percy, having overheard, shook his head slightly. "I think I shall refrain from participating." "Percy, this snowball fight is devoid of magic. It's pure physical combat. Are you truly not going to join? Don't you wish to seize this chance to take down your twin brothers?" Percy sighed deeply, setting aside his book. "Very well, I shall partake." "Yay!" I exclaimed, jumping for joy. Percy was indeed formidable. He showed no mercy. I felt a newfound admiration for him. "Percy, you are simply magnificent." Percy stammered a grateful, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Ron, Zabini, and Not remained motionless. "Zabini and Not, come on. Let us go." I turned to rally them, mimicking Professor Snape's tone to instill a sense of Slytherin pride. "Are you truly intending to warm those icy snowballs with your bare hands? Yet, facing a godlike opponent is less daunting than contending with bumbling teammates." "Zabini, Not. We are on the same side." Suddenly, I felt a fierce impact on my back. Blaze and Theodore had launched snowballs at me. Blaze raised his hand sheepishly. "Sorry. It's my first time. I lack finesse." I glanced at Theodore, who nodded in agreement. Despite the truth of the matter, I would not indulge them. Blaze, Theodore, prepare to face my wrath. Thus, I pursued the two of them in a fervent chase. Blaze looked utterly bewildered. "Hey, aren't we on the same team?" I grinned mischievously. "Not anymore. It's a free-for-all." Isolde joined me in ambushing them. Blaze appeared increasingly distressed. "Black, why are you doing this too?" In the midst of our chase, Blaze abruptly halted and hurled a snowball at me, infused with a hint of anger. Isolde, perceptibly alarmed, admonished loudly, "Zabini, are you seeking your own demise?" I couldn't help but chuckle, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Blaze turned to me. "What are you laughing at?" I stifled my laughter. "Blaze, isn't this becoming rather entertaining? This is just the beginning. Don't hold back. Theodore, you too. If you've chosen to join, then let us embrace the chaos wholeheartedly." Blaze appeared momentarily taken aback, turning his face away without a word. I shook my head in exasperation. He was far too mature, lacking Draco's innocent spirit. I threw a snowball in front of him. Hufflepuff scores again. Suddenly, Theodore launched a snowball in my direction. Slytherin scores a point. "Well done, Theodore. Quite impressive." Blaze immediately followed suit, pelting me with another snowball. Another point for Slytherin. Isolde joined their ranks. I cleared my throat, clutching my snowball, and took off running, transforming the situation into them chasing me. Though I may have been in a precarious position, I could sense that the three little snakes pursuing me were thoroughly enjoying themselves. As the chaos of battle unfolded, Fred relentlessly bombarded little Ron with snowballs, while Ron, unable to distinguish between the twins, found himself at their mercy. Harry, witnessing my solitary struggle, resolutely joined my side, aiding my escape. Even more daunting was the arrival of Miles Bletchley and Adrian Pusey. Adrian was initially undecided about which side to join, but Miles swiftly dragged him into Isolde, Zabini, and Not's team to chase after me. What a dire predicament. Time seemed to slip through my fingers, and before I knew it, evening had descended. I felt a bit dizzy but paid it no mind. However, the following morning, I discovered I could not rise from my bed, feeling as though I were ensnared by the very sheets. Isolde was the first to notice my absence. With the help of a little badger, she arrived at my dormitory, and along with other badgers, they lifted me to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey touched my forehead. "Goodness, you're burning up. Merlin, you have a fever." I struggled to open my eyes but failed miserably. "I apologize, Madame Pomfrey, for the trouble." She caressed my head gently. "Rest well. I shall administer your medicine." After consuming a revitalizing potion, my mind cleared, and my body felt less achy. A miraculous transformation. "Madame Pomfrey, I feel significantly better." Madame Pomfrey poured me a glass of water. "Here, drink some water. Shortly, your ears will feel as if they are smoking, but that's a normal reaction, so do not be alarmed." I had scarcely been in the hospital wing for 10 minutes when my fellow wizards from the snowball fight yesterday arrived. Fred and George, upon seeing me looking like I was about to spontaneously combust, could hardly contain their laughter. What a feat for them. Madame Pomfrey admonished me to take better care of my health in the future. "But, Madame Pomfrey, I am a Hufflepuff," I exclaimed, prompting a burst of laughter from Fred, who dropped his hand from his mouth, unable to suppress his amusement. George, too, unable to resist, chuckled softly, albeit with slightly more restraint than Fred. I raised my fist. "Fred, you had better watch yourself. I am indeed an exceptional beater from Hufflepuff. During the Quidditch match, you had best keep your eyes wide open and be nimble." Humph. Harry and Ron appeared to be stifling laughter, but they managed to contain themselves. "Madame Pomfrey has prescribed me some potions to restore my health. Take care of yourself." "Miss White, and do not cause me further worry. I nodded, assuring her, of course, Madame Pomfrey. That evening, Isolde invited me to share her dormitory for the night. Ah, would that be appropriate? Isolde explained that it was necessary to avoid a recurrence of the events from last night to this morning. But do you mind sharing a room? Isolde shook her head. Not at all, truly. What about you? Do you mind? I certainly did not, as I had previously shared a bed with Ginny. Isolde furrowed her brow slightly. Apologies. Who? I introduced her to Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley family, exceptionally charming. Isolde blinked and murmured, another Weasley. Always another Weasley. I inquired, what is the matter? Isolde smiled. Nothing. Let me help you with your blankets. I retrieved my suitcase. No need. Just put it directly inside. Due to the sparsely populated Slytherin house, accommodations are typically single-occupancy rooms. I had brought only one blanket, and with Isolde's dormitory featuring just one bed, I felt awkward imposing on her to sleep on the floor. Ultimately, we both squeezed onto the bed, though fortunately, it was spacious enough. Chapter 23, The Christmas Feast. I am quite fond of conversing, so I took the initiative. Isolde, are you asleep? Not yet. I turned to find she had also turned towards me. Then let us chat for a bit. Isolde replied with a soft okay. As we were not very familiar with each other, I made small talk. How have you been lately? Very well, far better than during my childhood. In truth, I was aware of Isolde's background and knew she was not a member of the Black family, yet I wished to comfort her. It's all right, Isolde. Let bygones be bygones. We should cherish the present. Isolde smiled faintly. Yes, you are right. As for the matter with Nicodemus, I have found what I was looking for and plan to discuss it with Hermione upon her return. Indeed, consulting Hermione is always a more reliable course of action. We chatted about a myriad of topics. Unlike my 3 roommates, Isolde did not mention any boys and instead spoke of Rebecca and Autumn. On Christmas Eve, I distributed my gifts, having prepared even more than last year due to the influx of first-year witches and wizards. I gifted Charlie some knee pads, hoping to spare him from injuries. For Isolde, I chose a stunning dark green coat, feeling it was truly beautiful. Hermione received 5 exquisite feather quills, hoping she would appreciate them. I had originally intended to gift Harry a broom care kit, but recalling that Hermione would do so, I opted instead for a model of him riding a broomstick, one of the Harry Potter merchandise I had previously purchased. For Ron, I presented him with a new wizarding chess set, hoping he would like it. I prepared a collection of horror stories for Neville, who often claimed he lacked courage, to help him build some. I also procured broom care kits for the second-year newcomers who joined Quidditch. And for my dearest Rebecca, I gifted her a new cauldron, made of solid gold. During the feast, I donned the sweater Aunt Molly had prepared for me, which was a different color from the last one. This time it was a delightful pink adorned with lace trim, exquisitely crafted. Upon entering the Great Hall, I spotted the Weasley family and Harry. Harry wore a vibrant green sweater, Ron donned a deep purple-red one, the twins sported blue sweaters, and Percy was clad in a bright red one, all mirroring their outfits from the previous year. I glanced down at my own sweater, marveling at Aunt Molly's thoughtfulness. The Weasley brothers were the first to notice me. Fred's eyes lit up. Wow, that is not our mom. George circled around me. That is the mum of Choi and Harry. Look at the level of detail. Percy, sitting to Harry's right, remarked, Mum must have started preparing this long ago. Thankfully, you seem to love it. She will surely be pleased. I skipped over to sit beside Percy, happily nodding. Of course. I adore Aunt Molly. Honestly, I would appreciate any gift she gives me. Suddenly, Percy opened his notebook, and a feather quill began to write on its own. Fred leaned in. Oh, look at you, Percy, what is that? Percy's lips curled slightly. This is a shorthand quill, a Christmas gift from Choi. Fred scoffed and pulled George closer. George, show our good brother what Choi got us for our birthday. George proudly revealed 2 suitcases. These are the suitcases Choi gifted us, along with her hand-cast undetectable extension charm. Fred added with a flourish, same model. Ron raised his wizard chess set. This is from Choi, a new chess set. Harry, unwilling to be outdone, proclaimed, I have something none of you possess. He held up the model. Tada! It's me on a broomstick, incredibly lifelike. Absolutely stunning. The Weasley family fixed their gaze on the model. Indeed. Oh, I want one too. Ron couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. It made sense. Ron's dream was to become a Quidditch player, and I thought perhaps I could gift him a broomstick next time. Isolde wore the coat I had given her, looking like a radiant and captivating young lady. Oh, how I wish to possess such an aura. Choi, thank you for your gift. Isolde embraced me, rubbing her cheek against mine. You look absolutely adorable today. By the way, did you receive my gift? I smiled softly. Yes, I received it. A beautiful necklace with a yellow gem at its center, which I particularly adore. Isolde's gaze flicked to my neck. But you aren't wearing it. I hastily touched my neck. It's far too precious, and I lack a dress to complement it. Isolde nodded. All right, I understand. It's no problem. Fred and George handed me some colorful fireworks, and I eagerly opened them, only to be startled by the appearance of small white mice. I quickly returned to Percy's side, joining him in feasting on turkey, while passing Ron a leg. Here you go, Ron. After the turkey came the Christmas pudding, which looked soft and bouncy. Percy was the first to offer me one. Thank you, Percy. You're very kind. Percy nodded appreciatively before taking one for himself. Ahem. I promptly stood to pat his back. What's wrong? Did you choke? Percy retrieved a silver sickle from his mouth, having bitten into it. Wow, how fortunate. That's as lucky as finding a coin in our dumplings. Percy meticulously cleaned the sickle, finally casting a cleaning charm before handing it to me. For you. I waved my hand. No, thank you, Percy. You've already given me a Christmas gift. Percy gifted me with meticulously organized notes from various subjects, his handwriting exquisite and his explanations remarkably clear, rendering them immensely beneficial to me. A splendid Christmas present indeed. Percy stubbornly insisted on handing them to me, saying, Here you go. I gazed at the silver package in my hands and replied, Well then, thank you, Percy. Fred, George, and Harry were utterly captivated by the colorful firecrackers, having unleashed nearly all of them in the Great Hall, revealing a plethora of peculiar items. However, I dared not intervene, fearing another encounter with those little white mice would leave me with lasting psychological trauma. After departing the hall, the Weasley twins proposed a snowball fight, to which I enthusiastically agreed. Yet, no one permitted me to join, citing concerns over my health and suggesting I either observe from the sidelines or return to the Hufflepuff common room to rest. I felt disheartened but could not argue against their reasoning, so I retreated to the common room. To my surprise, I received Christmas gifts from the other members of the Slytherin group: Draco Malfoy, Theodore Nott, Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, and Pansy Parkinson all bestowed upon me presents. Perhaps Draco's gesture was influenced by his mother, and Nott and Zabini might have done so due to our recent camaraderie, but what of Pansy and Greengrass? We had scarcely interacted on a deeper level. Nonetheless, they had given me gifts, and it was only proper that I reciprocate. The jewelry they presented appeared undeniably lavish, compelling me to offer them something of quality in return, despite my meager resources. Although Riley had a penchant for glittering treasures like galleons, under my supervision, he had refrained from pilfering from the other young wizards, as I consistently ensured he returned any items he had taken. However, while Professor Scamander had bestowed upon me a generous sum, it was unfeasible for me to spend it all on myself. It was high time I sought employment. Gazing at the exquisite jewelry, I felt utterly bewildered about how to express my gratitude, which left me in a state of distress. Thus, I prepared 5 handwritten letters, pairing a tie clip for each of the 3 boys and hairpins for the 2 girls. The hairpins were selected from the most expensive ones I had previously purchased, while the tie clips were procured with the assistance of Madame Pants, whose elegance and poise assured me of her discerning taste. Concerned that Isolde might feel neglected without a handwritten note, I pinned one for her as well and entrusted it to Snowball for delivery. Only after ensuring that everyone had received their gifts could I finally rest easy. The following afternoon, Harry and Ron arrived breathlessly at Greenhouse 4, supporting each other as they struggled to catch their breath. Harry coughed several times as Ron patted his back vigorously. I too aided in comforting Harry, whispering, Calm down, Harry, what's the matter? With bright eyes, imbued with boundless hope for the future, he exclaimed, Cece, I want to show you my parents. I surmised that Harry must have glimpsed the mirror of Ariste. Very well. Harry, it would be my honor. Chapter 24. The Mirror of Ariste. That evening, I awaited Harry and Ron's knock at the door in the common room, though I felt a twinge of apprehension, as I had never embarked on such a formal nocturnal excursion before. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated outside, echoing, knock, knock, knock. Upon opening the door, I found no one there. Who could it be? When suddenly, Harry and Ron's heads popped up, startling me. Cece, it's us, Harry whispered. I hastily gestured for them to enter, scanning the surroundings to ensure safety. Excellent. No one was around. Harry removed the invisibility cloak, revealing, Cece. This is the invisibility cloak my father left me. It's incredibly cool, allowing one to traverse the night undetected by Filch or Madame Pomfrey. He handed it to me, and as I gently caressed the fabric, I marveled at its silky smoothness, feeling an extraordinary comfort emanating from its delicate texture. Harry, this looks truly remarkable. I noticed that the 2 of them had merely donned their pajamas for this adventure. Wait a moment, I exclaimed. Wrapping the scarf I had placed on the sofa around both Harry and Ron's necks, they now resembled conjoined twins, their heads closely nestled together. I'm sorry, but I only have one scarf. Ron appeared somewhat distressed, but Cece, you gave it to us. What will you wear? My own robe was thick and plush, complete with a hood, thus I assured him, It's quite warm, no need to worry, Ron. But is it just you 2? Is Isolde not joining us? Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Blake? We didn't invite her, Ron replied. Harry blinked in confusion. Cece, do you want us to fetch her? Following the narrative's trajectory, Isolde indeed accompanied Harry and Ron, I hoped that was permissible. Harry and Ron nodded eagerly, of course. We huddled beneath the invisibility cloak and stealthily made our way to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. Ron glanced at Harry, then at me, exclaiming, "Oh no, we don't know the password." Harry suggested we take turns guessing. Ron quipped, "That'll take until tomorrow morning." I reassured them, "Don't panic. I'll give it a try, honor." The doors suddenly swung open, leaving Harry and Ron in awe. "Cool," I echoed, equally astonished that it had opened on the first attempt. It seemed the password had not yet changed. How unfortunate, as I had countless words I could have used. In any case, Harry, Ron, and I entered the Slytherin common room. Under the cloak, we quietly searched for Isolde's presence. On a deep green sofa, we spotted Isolde diligently studying. It was astonishing that she was still awake at such a late hour. Surely her health would suffer. I lifted the cloak, calling out, "Isolde, you shouldn't be up so late. Your health will suffer." The heavy tome she was holding slipped from her grasp and thudded to the floor, reverberating throughout the common room. She glanced at me, then at Harry and Ron, who had been revealed by the cloak's removal, and urged us to hide behind the sofa. Two figures emerged from the boys' dormitory, Theodore Knott and Blaise Zabini. Zabini, clad in slippers, strolled out, questioning, "Blake, what is going on?" Isolde shook her head. "Nothing, Zabini. Go back to sleep. I simply lost my grip on my book." She turned to the oddly observing Knott. "Knott, you too, return to your slumber." Once the common room was devoid of all but Isolde, we dared to emerge. Isolde inquired why we were there. Harry raised his hand. "I saw my parents in a mirror, so I wanted to bring Ron and Cece to see them. Would you like to join us?" Isolde shot me a glance. "All right. Harry, it's fortunate you remember we are friends." Harry's face flushed crimson. "Hey, Blake, why would you say that?" Isolde tugged at the scarf that Harry and Ron shared. "You two are so selfish. Why steal Cece's scarf?" Ron clung tightly to it. "Blake, this was given to us by Cece." Isolde frowned slightly. "But won't Cece be cold?" Harry and Ron fell silent, and after a long pause, Ron murmured, "But Cece said she wasn't cold." Isolde looked at me with a mixture of exasperation and concern. I gently patted her hand, assuring her, "It's truly all right, Isolde. I'm not cold." Yet, Isolde stubbornly wrapped her scarf around me, brushing my hair behind my ear, the black and green complementing each other beautifully. I gazed into Isolde's deep blue eyes and gently inquired, "Isolde, what will you do? As your senior, perhaps you should wrap it yourself?" Unfazed, Isolde produced another scarf, saying, "It's all right, I have more." Thus, the four of us finally set off. Following Harry, we arrived at an abandoned house, where a mirror stood incongruously in the center. I surmised that it must be the mirror of Ariste. Harry was the first to emerge from beneath the invisibility cloak and rushed towards the mirror. I noticed an inscription, "Ariste stra eru oit ube kafra oit on wosi," which when reversed reads, "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Isolde furrowed her brow, questioning, "What is this? A mirror?" She absent-mindedly stroked her sleeve, her gaze drifting into emptiness. I nudged her, bringing her back to reality. "This is the mirror of Ariste. It reveals one's innermost desires." Harry appeared somewhat melancholic, and I reassured him, "It's all right, Harry." He asked if we could see his parents, but sadly, we could not. Each person could only behold their own longing. "Harry, even though we cannot see them, you can describe them to us, and we can imagine, can't we?" Harry's interest piqued. "My mother had beautiful red hair, just like mine." I smiled back at him. "Oh, she must have been lovely." "My father had black hair, like mine, and wore glasses. His hair, just as unruly." Ron couldn't contain his amusement, exclaiming, "Hey, Harry, that description is spot on. I can practically picture what your father looks like." Harry shyly retracted his neck, adding, "They seem wonderful. I'm glad to be their son. By the way, Ron, you should take a look too." Ron beheld himself as the captain of the Quidditch team, or perhaps the president of the male student council. I couldn't resist teasing him, aiming high, "Aren't we, Ron? But I don't think that's too difficult. After all, you're a Weasley. Have a bit more confidence." Ron touched his flushed ears, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and stepped back. "Blake, you should try it too." Isolde stepped forward, and I saw. Harry and Ron perked up. "What did you see?" "I saw myself with a family." Ron was taken aback. "But you're not from the Black family." Isolde suddenly turned to me, stating, "I am now. I wasn't before. I was merely a beggar in the slums before returning to the Black family." Harry and Ron lowered their heads in apology. "Sorry, Blake." Unable to contain myself, I embraced Isolde. "It's all right, Isolde, it's all in the past." Isolde smiled in relief. "Yes, I know." Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in my ear. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured the hearts of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley." Affection level achieved. My mind filled with question marks. Since I first heard that voice, I had not encountered it again. Why had it returned today? Did Isolde's success in capturing hearts trigger this? At least Isolde had succeeded, indicating I had not altered anything. Wonderful. Isolde urged me to take a look, but I already knew what I would see. My mother, adorned in a qipao, a garment you may not be familiar with, featuring a blue and white porcelain pattern. They might not comprehend blue and white porcelain or qipao, but they understood clothing and recognized the sound of porcelain. Thus, Ron remarked, "Porcelain. Your mother must love you dearly to wear that." Harry nodded vigorously. "Though I don't know what blue and white porcelain is, anything related to porcelain must be beautiful." Isolde even began planning when to visit China. Harry lamented, "Isolde, I certainly can't make it to China, so please take my share with you." Ron tiptoed, raising his hand. "Isolde, don't forget my share too." Harry and Ron began calling Isolde by her given name, indicating that Isolde's heart had indeed been captured. Chapter 25, The Christmas Conclusion. In the days that followed, I refrained from visiting that house again, and Harry did not return either. Perhaps Dumbledore had spoken to him. Hermione returned to school a day early, expressing her discontent with Harry and Ron's nocturnal escapades, constantly fretting about the potential consequences if they were caught. Upon learning that Isolde and I had also visited once, she grew even angrier, berating Harry and Ron in the library. "How could you lead porcelain astray?" And Isolde. Thankfully, library policies had changed. Otherwise, we would have been expelled. Harry and Ron lowered their heads, too intimidated to respond. After Hermione's tirade, she sighed deeply. "Now, let us discuss Nicholas Flamel." However, Harry and Ron were utterly unaware of the matter. Fortunately, Isolde had unearthed information about Flamel during the holiday. Isolde opened a book and pointed to a passage. "Here, Nicholas Flamel, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone." I smacked my forehead. "Right. That stone. How could I not recall it?" Hermione continued reading. "It can turn stone into gold and produce the elixir of life." Harry scratched the back of his head. "That makes sense. The three-headed dog must be guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape wants to obtain it." I questioned, "What does Professor Snape have to do with this?" Harry and Ron fervently began explaining why it concerned Snape. I turned to Isolde. "Isolde, Professor Snape is your head of house. What's your take?" Isolde closed the book. "It's not Professor Snape. I believe if he were in need of money, it wouldn't seem like it. And for immortality, he has no need to steal. It would be easy for him to borrow from Professor Dumbledore." Harry's mouth opened and closed, unable to articulate a rebuttal. I reassured them. "Don't be so pessimistic. The Quidditch match is approaching when school resumes. I believe it is rather significant." Harry adjusted his glasses. "Yes, Porcelain is right. Captain Wood places great importance on this match. Ever since Wood returned, I had scarcely seen any members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I heard they were training even in rainy weather. Wouldn't that exhaust them?" The trio returned to school, bringing me Christmas gifts, a set of toiletries, scented candles, and perfume, all infused with a daisy fragrance. They said the scent reminded them of me, though I was unsure why they felt that way. Sally spontaneously decided to braid my hair. "Senior White, I learned this from my mother during the break. Please let me do it for you, all right?" "Okay." I obediently sat in a chair, holding a mirror, and followed her instructions. She opened the jewelry box Angelina had sent me, and then froze, exclaiming, "Oh my, it's all gold galleons." Confused, I rummaged through the jewelry box. And indeed, it was filled with gold galleons. Could it be the work of Riley? Upon opening the hidden compartment of the jewelry box, I was greeted by a letter penned by Angelina, expressing her gratitude for my previous assistance in purchasing the Light Wool 2000. She had earned the contents through her diligent work, a token of her appreciation that she insisted I accept. I discreetly retrieved some galleons and stealthily tucked them into my pocket for Riley, carefully polishing the jewelry box while transferring the trinkets from another box into this one. Initially, I had presumed that Sally had opened my old jewelry box, only to discover she had unveiled the new one gifted by Angelina, revealing the galleons within. Otherwise, I might have remained oblivious for quite some time. No wonder the box felt somewhat weighty. I had assumed it was merely an illusion. Perhaps this is what the elders refer to as a romantic destiny? Hannah, gazing at my new jewelry, could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, White, you have acquired so many new pieces. Did Cedric gift them to you?" I playfully pinched her cheek, lamenting that it was not the case. Hannah gasped in disbelief. "What? Cedric didn't give them to you?" I tapped her forehead gently, explaining that Cedric had indeed presented me with a Christmas gift, a hat adorned with a badger motif. As I spoke, I displayed it for their admiration. Susan then inquired about what I had gifted Cedric in return. With my hands on my hips, I revealed a particularly stunning trench coat. Susan suddenly squinted mischievously and chuckled. "I wonder if Cedric will wear it today." Hannah fashioned a side braid for me, embellished with several petite yellow flowers of an unknown variety. She surveyed her handiwork with satisfaction. I suspected Cedric would likely refrain from wearing it. "Why?" Susan queried. Sally interjected, "Because wearing a trench coat beneath a wizard's robe is utterly unnecessary, and Cedric surely wouldn't want to don new garments." Raising an eyebrow, she added the emphasis. Admiring my lovely hair in the mirror, I mused, Cedric wouldn't dare shy away from wearing new clothes, would he? What if they become too small for him to wear later? I resolved it would be prudent to speak with Cedric, so I made my way to Greenhouse 4. Cedric, are you there? Cedric's head appeared from behind various enormous magical plants. I'm here, what is it, see? I relayed Salian's claim that he was reluctant to wear his new clothes, which simply wouldn't do. I'm here to remind you that new clothes are meant to be worn. You mustn't shy away from them for fear of damaging them. Cedric set aside the trowel and watering can. All right, I understand. Oh, and thank you for taking care of my plants over the holidays. They are thriving. My chest swelled with pride, of course. Just consider who I am. Now, if you'll excuse me, I shall take my leave. Cedric stopped me. Where are you off to? I pointed toward the door, to the kitchen. He removed his dragon hide gloves. Then I shall accompany you. Of course, let's go together. I called for Glow. Let's prepare some honey ginger tea tonight. It's best to have something warm after getting caught in the rain. Glow hopped onto a small stool. Yes, at your command. Miss White. I consulted the recipe. It was straightforward, requiring only red dates, ginger, and honey. I had brought dried red dates myself, which could be stored for quite a while. Other house elves joined Glow in assisting with the honey ginger tea, and it was prepared in no time. Glow remarked it was the easiest dish they had ever made. I poured a cup and offered it to Cedric. Quickly, try it. Cedric took a sip, his expression shifting unpredictably. It's a bit strange, but not unpleasant. I suspected it was his first encounter with ginger in such a direct manner. I was accustomed to the flavor, but it was likely a matter of taste. In any case, I would let him decide whether to drink it. If he disliked it, he could simply refrain. Upon returning to the Great Hall with Cedric, I urged Harry and the others to sample the honey ginger tea. Harry, after being in the rain, you must drink something warm. Try this cup of honey ginger tea. Without hesitation, Harry gulped it down, exclaiming, delicious. I could hardly suppress my laughter, patting his back. No need to rush. Sip it slowly, or you'll choke. Thankfully, it's not too hot. Otherwise, it could burn you. I then invited the Weasley twins, Wood, Angelina, Elia, and Katie to give it a try. Wood, upon hearing it was beneficial to health, drank several cups. Fred and George, despite their aversion to ginger, still partook. The three girls, of course, obediently drank it from the outset. Seeing them all partake, I felt a wave of relief. They should be safe from colds now. Next, I went to supervise Cho, while Roger Davies curiously informed me he had already consumed some. I could only smile at him. Very well, Roger. As for Terence and his companions, I enlisted Rebecca to convey my message. She assured me she had seen them all drink it, even that bothersome Flint. I was surprised Rebecca had taken it upon herself to monitor the situation. Rebecca, it wasn't meant to be compulsory. With her arms crossed, she huffed. Who would dare refuse? You had the kitchen prepare it. Let's see who would be bold enough to decline. Leaning closer, she added, see, I noticed you sent your brother the dark green gloves. He only agreed to wear them this year. I'm quite impressed. I affectionately touched Rebecca's cheek. As long as he likes them, that's what matters. With a dismissive snort. She replied, he seems pleased, but I'm not. Though your Christmas gift to me was not lacking, it's just that my brother is far too arrogant. He even flaunts it to Miles and Dorian. By the way, what did you gift them this year? Last year, I had given Miles and Dorian chocolate frogs. This year, I sent all three of them ties. Selecting gifts for boys is truly challenging. On a side note, I recalled that day when Miles and Dorian insisted on teaching me to skate. I had contemplated simply singing them a song as a Christmas gift. I send you away from 1,000 miles. Do not return. Chapter 26, The Defeat in Competition. Rebecca clicked her tongue. I told you their taste suddenly improved. Rebecca, if you don't have classes, would you accompany me to the library? Rebecca sighed. Clutching two thick books, I can't. I have class. What? I sighed. Professor Snape's class? Rebecca nodded vigorously. Understanding dawned on me. Then you must be the first to enter the classroom. I get it. Off you go? Without Rebecca's company, I ventured to the library alone to study in secret. At the entrance, I spotted Draco, Theodore, and Draco's two lackeys surrounding Neville, which struck me as peculiar. Draco, what are you doing? I observed Draco drawing his wand. Are you bullying Neville? Draco reluctantly sheathed his wand. I merely wanted to see that red object in his hand, but he refused to show it to me. I turned to Neville, who was holding the Chinese knot I had gifted him. Isolde had one too. Why don't you ask Isolde for a look? Draco puffed out his cheeks, but she won tea, let me see. Neville seemed to be under a leg-locking curse, hopping as he walked. In that moment, my anger peaked. Malfoy, is this your doing? Draco stepped back. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Apologize. I advanced toward Draco, apologized to Neville. Draco stammered, unsure of how to respond. I attempted to calm myself. Malfoy, if you desire it, I can give it to you. But you must apologize to Neville, acknowledge your mistake, and promise never to harm others again. Draco's eyes filled with tears. I understand. He was supported by Goyle and nudged forward by Blaise, taking a few steps ahead. Draco lowered his head and murmured an apology to Lombard. I could only feel grateful that I encountered the Draco Malfoy from the alternate universe. At least he obediently offered an apology. I shudder to think how it would have been had I met the original Draco. Thus, I took out a Huaxian knot and presented it to you, Draco. You performed admirably. Always remember this, understood? Draco accepted the knot, a faint blush gracing his cheeks as he murmured his thanks. I patted Neville's shoulder and cast a disarming charm, saying, Neville, you can return now. Neville hesitantly glanced up at me, and I lowered my head to reassure him. It's fine, go back. As the Quidditch match approached, the atmosphere in Professor Snape's potions class grew increasingly peculiar, particularly from the Gryffindor side. Whenever Rebecca and I worked as student assistants, I could always hear the little lions murmuring among themselves about something unknown. I quietly leaned toward Hermione. My dear Hermione. What are you all discussing? I used the term dear because I was in need of assistance. A habit I had cultivated from asking my roommate to bring food back from the school. Hermione shyly grasped my fingertips, urging me to lean in closer. I tilted my ear toward her. I'm all right. Hermione lowered her voice. We've heard that Professor Snape will be the referee this time, which is quite unfavorable for us. I'm worried about what he might do to Harry. Moreover, since Snape is the referee, everyone is anxious about the fairness of the match. I see. It's still fascinating to observe first-year classes and quietly enjoy the drama unfolding. Miss White, I summoned you to assist those with limited abilities, not to engage in idle chatter with your friends. Professor Snape's piercing gaze fell upon me. I promptly rushed to Harry and Ron's side. Of course, Professor. Snape's eyes scanned Harry and Ron, his judgment evidently confirming their limitations. Hey, Headmaster Dumbledore, someone is slandering me, trying to sow discord among my friends. I leaned toward Rebecca, seeking support. Rebecca, look at your head of house. Rebecca remained steadfast. It's common knowledge that Professor Snape harbors disdain for Harry Potter. You should go to Goyle and Crabbe. Goyle and Crabbe blinked at me in confusion. What? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, you're quite perceptive, Rebecca. The next afternoon marked the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. At the locker room door, I overheard Wood stating he intended to swiftly defeat us Hufflepuffs. Hey, while you do have the chosen one, could you show us a bit of respect? Just as I felt a flicker of irritation, Wood opened the door. Oh, hey, White. How long have you been here? Not long. Just long enough to hear about your quick victory. Wood appeared somewhat anxious. Sorry, White, that wasn't our intent. You know how much Professor Snape disapproves of us Gryffindors. I raised my hand. All right, I get it, just joking. But don't underestimate us. We Hufflepuffs are formidable. Wood smiled knowingly. Yes, I understand. Fred returned from outside. Fantastic. Headmaster Dumbledore has arrived. Harry immediately relaxed, exhaling in relief. Lee Jordan waved and cheered for me from the stands, clearly having recovered from his cold, which was splendid news. Once mounted on my broom, I adeptly swung my bat. Cedric, just focus on the golden snitch as before. You have Anthony and me protecting you. Cedric nodded and began soaring around the Quidditch pitch, searching for the elusive snitch. Lee Jordan cheered. Huzzah! Hufflepuff's White strikes the bludger with precision. What an exceptional batsman. Hufflepuff has struck gold. Professor McGonagall shot him a glare. Jordan. Lee Jordan recoiled. Sorry. Professor. Professor Snape suddenly awarded a penalty to Gryffindor, prompting Angelina to approach in discontent. It turned out George had intentionally struck the ball toward Professor Snape. Later, Gryffindor received yet another inexplicable penalty, and Angelina sought an explanation, but Snape merely cast a sidelong glance at me. Mr. Potter has targeted Miss White, disrupting the order of the pitch. What? Targeted? Harry didn't use his broomstick to pin mine down. The situation soon turned somewhat amusing. As the bludgers were being batted back and forth between our four batsmen, reminiscent of a song, no escaping this vibrant world. It seemed as if we had the situation under control. While we continued to hit the bludgers, Harry suddenly charged toward Professor Snape. Fred and George cheered. Cool. Is Harry about to retaliate against the old bat? I shook my head, sensing that Professor Snape was on the brink of apoplexy. It wasn't until Cedric dashed past me that I realized, no. Is he chasing the golden snitch? I hurriedly followed Cedric, and Harry had already caught the snitch, winning the match in a mere 5 minutes. Cedric and I sat in the lounge, both feeling somewhat despondent, sighing in unison. The Badgers came to console us, reminding us it was just a game. Yes, it's all right. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones each took one of my hands. We heard there's a new dish today. The house elves said it's French cuisine. Would you like to try it, Senior White? Sally Ann Perks gave my shoulder a squeeze. Senior White, one match doesn't mean anything. I shook my head. No, I just feel a bit cheated that you only got to see 5 minutes of the match. Anthony Goldstein, sitting beside Cedric, chimed in. I feel a bit cheated too. Don't we have classes this afternoon? Cedric shook his head. No classes. Quidditch matches are held during class-free periods. Anthony leaped to his feet. Then what are we moping about? Let us take a nap. Ha ha. How wonderful to gain an extra 2 hours of sleep. Cedric chuckled helplessly. Anthony, You truly are. The other badgers couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Then I'll head to the kitchen to explore my new recipes. Wait for me. I'm off to find the house elves to play. I'll return to the lounge to enjoy music and snack on the cookies my mother sent yesterday. What? I want some too. I'll trade you for toffee. Then one by one, our Quidditch team members were enveloped in the camaraderie of friends as we exited the pitch. My 3 little roommates escorted me back to the dormitory, producing a plethora of snacks, declaring that if I didn't eat, they wouldn't let me go play, which was utterly adorable. Chapter 27, Hagrid and the Dragon. In the days leading up to the Halloween holidays, the trio and Isolde always seemed to be sneaking about, frequently pretending to casually stroll past the 4th floor corridor, and I had caught them several times. Oddly enough, Harry and Ron appeared to be growing increasingly fond of Professor Quirrell, even tolerating the garlic stench that clung to him. Each time they encountered Quirrell, Harry would wear a bewildering smile. Those of us who understood Harry knew it was merely a friendly smile, but Voldemort and Professor Quirrell likely interpreted it quite differently. Every time Harry smiled at them, Quirrell would flinch as if covered in goosebumps and hastily retreat. In the afternoon, Hermione extended an invitation for me to join her in reviewing our studies. Harry and Ron perpetually lamented their inability to concentrate, and I genuinely feared for their academic futures. I gently ruffled Hermione's hair, thinking perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. Nonetheless, it was crucial not to fall behind in our studies. I accompanied her in seeking out Harry and Ron. Hermione tugged at my sleeve as we approached them, asking if they wished to join us in the library for a study session. In a flurry of movement, Harry tumbled off the sofa, scrambling to retrieve his fallen glasses. Exclaiming, I'm coming. Ron hastily stowed away his wizard's chess set and grasped a book that had been crushed beneath his seat, declaring, I'm in. I love studying. I couldn't help but chuckle at their feigned enthusiasm for academics. Upon our arrival at the library, Isolde had already claimed her spot. Since we were not in the same year, our study materials differed. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to ask me, I assured them. Their subjects mirrored what we had studied in our earlier years, so the examination content would likely be quite similar. You can do this. I have faith in you. It's merely a trivial exam. You'll conquer it. Harry and Ron raised their hands in agreement, affirming, we'll conquer it. Suddenly, Hagrid entered the library, laden with an array of books. I waved him over. Hagrid, over here. He ambled over, beaming. Hi, White. Long time no see. After he set down his books, he greeted Harry, Ron, Hermione, and me warmly. I noticed that his collection of books was indeed centered around dragons. Perhaps sensing my gaze, Hagrid hastily shielded the covers. I propped my chin on my hand and blinked at him. Hagrid, no need to hide. I've seen enough. Harry and the others nodded in agreement. With a sigh, Hagrid conceded. All right, come visit my hut later, but remember to be discreet. We nodded obediently, assuring him we would be stealthy. Once Hagrid departed, Ron whispered excitedly, oh my, dragons. Hagrid is researching dragons. Isolde's eyes momentarily filled with emptiness, as if she sensed Hagrid had a dragon. Harry, astonished, exclaimed, is that true? Can we raise a dragon? Hermione promptly dismissed the idea. Of course not. Ron nodded in agreement, asserting, that's illegal. I leaned in to join their conversation. Raising a dragon is perilous. Charlie works in Romania as a dragon tamer, and he is strong and covered in scars, proof of the danger involved. In any case, we decided to wait an hour before heading to Hagrid's. An hour later, the 5 of us emerged from the library one by one. We encountered many familiar faces along the way. My 3 roommates were carrying a hefty load of vegetables. White, are you joining us for a trip to the kitchen? I waved my hands. No, I'm likely too busy today. Rebecca proudly showcased her newly concocted potion. Z, look. Professor Snape allowed me to take my potion out of class, which means I did a splendid job. I gave her a thumbs up, just as I expected. Rebecca. Autumn approached me with a stack of books. Z, do you have time to accompany me to the library today? I clasped my hands apologetically. I'm sorry, Autumn. I just came from the library. Autumn lowered her head in disappointment. Oh, all right. Fred and George approached me, brandishing their latest experiments and asking if I wanted to take a look. I waved them off. Next time. Fred glanced at Ron behind me. Oh, it's our little Ronnie. George placed his hands on Ron's shoulders, proclaiming, you've stolen our first customer. I quickly pulled Ron aside, urging the 4 of them to depart first. Isolde and Hermione instantly understood, dragging Harry and Ron along with them. All right, what have you got? Let me see. I extended my hand, eagerly awaiting their experimental product. They placed a seemingly ordinary candy in my palm. What is this? Fred explained. This is a trial version of the coma flower candy. George produced a purple candy, and this is the antidote. I closed my eyes and snatched the coma flower candy, murmuring to myself, let this end quickly. After a moment of internal struggle, I swallowed it. Suddenly, Fred and George let out a shriek. However, I felt no immediate effects and slowly opened my eyes, thinking I was fine. My vision went dark, and I fainted. I lost track of time, but eventually, my surroundings brightened once more. Where was I? I slapped my forehead, feeling dizzy. Angelina handed me a cup of hot water. See, drink this. I wondered aloud. Where are Fred and George? Elia pointed her chin to the left, over there, standing in a corner. I glanced out the window, noting the sky was a soft orange hue. What time was it? 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I put down the cup and stood up from the sofa, realizing over an hour had passed. What about Harry, Ron, and Hermione? Angelina called out to the trio. They just returned before you woke up. The three of them looked at me with concern. Hermione hugged me tightly, saying, Please don't ever leave us behind again, Z. I murmured an apology. I didn't expect this experimental version to be so unreliable. Fred and George stood in the corner, scrutinized closely by Wood, who declared, Extra training tomorrow morning. Fred exclaimed, Oh no, George, we're in trouble. George shrugged. What can we do? We really messed up this time. Fred wiped his nose. At least the antidote still works. Angelina threatened Fred and George, forbidding them from using me as a test subject again. George explained that they merely wanted me to see, not knowing I would eat it again. Z, you really need to be more cautious. I pulled out a few chocolate balls from my pocket to soothe the three of them. It's all right. I trust Fred and George. That candy didn't sound too dangerous. I can handle it, Angelina. Angelina patted my head. All right then. Do you need me to escort you back to the Hufflepuff common room? I shook my head. No, let Harry and the others take me. Chapter 28, Disillusionment Charm. I learned from the trio that Hagrid indeed had a dragon egg. Harry produced a white ferret sandwich he had been keeping warm, saying, Also, here is a white ferret sandwich. Hagrid said you'd like it, so we brought it for you. I smiled awkwardly. Thank you, Harry. You're really quite kind. Harry rubbed the back of his head shyly. No need to mention it. I tucked away the white ferret sandwich, intending to give it to Peter Pettigrew. Eventually, I nearly forgot about this incident until one day, after class, the trio and Isolde whisked me away. I felt as though the wind was slapping my face. Slow down, I urged, but they only slowed their pace once they realized. What is happening? I asked. The baby dragon is about to hatch. I paused for a moment, then grabbed their hands, exclaiming, What are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. Isolde nodded in agreement, but accidentally collided with Draco and his companions who appeared around the corner. Draco glanced at Isolde, then at me and the trio behind me, saying, Blake, why are you with Potter and his lot? Isolde turned away. That's none of your business, Malfoy. I told you not to meddle in my affairs. Draco huffed, his face reddening with irritation. I took Isolde's hand, explaining, Malfoy, Isolde is here to see me. We have something to attend to, so we must take our leave. Draco crossed his arms, muttering under his breath, What could be so important that you can't include me? I pursed my lips, clearly discontented. Well, Master Malfoy, we shall take our leave now. Farewell, Malfoy, farewell, not, farewell, Zabini. Upon arriving at Hagrid's cottage, he hurriedly ushered us inside. Come in quickly. After ensuring that no one was lurking outside, he closed the door behind him. I prompted Harry and Ron to assist in shutting the windows. The dragon egg rested prominently in the center of the table, which had been polished to a pristine shine, and we gathered around it eagerly. Hagrid kept reflecting on the moment. Isn't this a sacred occasion? I've awaited it for so long. The dragon egg began to crack, a small fissure appearing, which quickly widened. Fragments of shell tumbling onto the table as the baby dragon emerged, gasping for breath. Isolde couldn't contain her awe. It's breathing. It's adapting to this world. Hagrid smiled knowingly. Indeed, life is a miracle. At last, the baby dragon fully hatched, taking on the nascent form of a Norwegian ridgeback, its wings unfurled wider. It shook its head, and then sneezed, a plume of fire singeing Hagrid's beard. He seemed unperturbed, laughing heartily. Oh my, you are simply magnificent. Do you recognize me? I brought you home. I was equally thrilled to behold a dragon for the first time, yearning to climb onto Hagrid's shoulder to get a better look at the little creature he held, but unable to manage it. I clung to Hagrid's thumb. Please, Hagrid. Let me touch it. Hagrid bent down, of course, but be gentle. Newborn creatures are incredibly fragile. The moment my fingers brushed against the baby dragon, I felt as though I could truly comprehend Hagrid's words. Life is indeed a miracle. Hagrid, have you named it yet? I inquired. He shook his head. Not yet. Knowing that the baby dragon would ultimately be taken away, I urged Hagrid, perhaps it's best not to name it. Hagrid, keeping a dragon is illegal. We mustn't engage in unlawful acts. Let us refrain from naming it. If it had a name, there would be a lifelong bond. And I didn't want Hagrid to suffer. Yet, it seemed I could not sway him. He insisted it was too small, and he couldn't bear it. Suddenly, Hagrid stood up, his face ashen, their and I peering through the curtain. Harry sprang to his feet and dashed outside. It's Malfoy. I would never mistake him. Ron angrily slapped his thigh. He'll definitely tell his father. Hermione tugged at Hagrid's sleeve. Hagrid, you'll be caught. Hagrid looked troubled, but I embraced him. How about this, Hagrid? You care for the baby dragon for a week or two, and we'll help you find Charlie to take it away. Seeing Hagrid tearfully wiping his eyes made my heart ache. Hagrid, we're your friends. We only wish to help. During the holidays, you can still visit the baby dragon in Romania. How does that sound? It was only then that Hagrid agreed. That evening, I took out paper and pen to write to Charlie. Dear Charlie, it has been a while since we last spoke. Hagrid unexpectedly acquired a dragon egg, which has now hatched. However, as you know, it is illegal to keep a dragon privately. So I am imploring you to see if you can take this little dragon away. By the way, it is a Norwegian ridgeback. The moment the dragon hatched was truly magical. I regret not taking a photo, but I can draw a few for you to include with this letter. Be sure to take a look. I eagerly await your reply. See, after sending the letter with Snowball, I could finally sleep soundly. The baby dragon grew remarkably fast, and within a week, it had noticeably increased in size. I also received a reply from Charlie, who wrote back to both Ron and me, stating that he would come in person and advising us to be extremely cautious. I meticulously compared the letters he sent to Ron and me, unable to suppress a murmur. Has Charlie grown distant with me? Ron asked why I thought so. I shook my head. Oh, it's nothing. It just felt a tad inequitable that Charlie had only written love you to Ron and not to me. I had once thought he considered me part of the family, much like Aunt Molly and Uncle Arthur. Harry decided to accompany Ron, as the invisibility cloak could conveniently conceal 2 people and the baby dragon. However, Ron had previously been bitten while secretly feeding the dragon, making him unable to go. Thus, we were still short one person. I longed to join them, partly to see Charlie, but according to the narrative, it should be Isolde who went. Perhaps I could attempt the disillusionment charm. The charm is a spell used by Aurors. Tonks had mentioned it in her letter, finding it quite intriguing, and shared the incantation and method with me. I had tried numerous times before without success. Hermione looked worried. That seems like advanced magic, see. I retrieved my wand. It's fine, we can try several times. On Friday, I finally succeeded, and in my excitement, I found the trio and Isolde to share the good news. Yet, this meant one person would still be left behind. As Harry pondered whether to take Isolde or Hermione, Isolde raised her wand. I've learned the disillusionment charm as well. Chapter 29, Sending Off Norbert. Isolde truly had mastered it. She was remarkable. I didn't attribute it to her protagonist aura, but rather to her inherent excellence. She was as diligent as Hermione, sometimes even more so. I cheered with both hands raised. This is fantastic. Now all 4 of us can go. Hermione teased. Too bad Ron still can't. I was puzzled. Is he still unwell? Harry shook his head. He is still lying in the hospital wing. Oh, poor little Ron. There was another piece of unfortunate news. Ron informed us that Draco might have discovered our plan, but it was too late to change anything. That Saturday night, we arrived at the tower with the baby dragon, only to encounter Draco and Professor McGonagall before reaching the top floor. Professor McGonagall scolded Draco harshly, deducting 20 points from Slytherin. Isolde rolled her eyes in disbelief, clearly exasperated. He is so naive. Once we ensured Draco and Professor McGonagall had departed, Harry and Hermione couldn't contain their laughter. Huh? Malfoy got punished. I patted both of their heads. All right, let us go. Don't gloat. Move. We pushed the baby dragon up to the top floor, where we spotted 4 figures flying towards us on broomsticks, with Charlie leading the way. I jumped up and waved. Charlie, Charlie, over here. The wind tousled Charlie's shirt, making him look particularly dashing, briefly conjuring images of the seeker he once was. He came to a sudden halt in front of us, dismounted from his broom, and as before, I enveloped him in a warm hug. Hi, Charlie. It's been so long. Charlie wrapped his arms around my waist. It's been too long, see. Let me set you down. He and his 3 companions worked together to secure a rope around the baby dragon. See, does it have a name? Charlie asked. Harry replied, yes, Hagrid named it Norbert. I sighed softly, realizing that Hagrid had indeed given it a name. Charlie, please take good care of Norbert. If possible, could you send Hagrid plenty of letters and photos? Charlie rested his hand on my head. All right, I will. But we must leave now. Time is of the essence. And remember to eat well and take care of yourself. I grasped his arm, feeling its warmth. Got it, Charlie. You too stay safe. 4 individuals soared through the skies on enchanted broomsticks, accompanied by Norbert, ascending ever farther into the horizon. As we descended, Isolde and I each cast a disillusionment charm upon ourselves. However, Harry and Hermione inexplicably forgot the invisibility cloak, resulting in an unfortunate collision with Mr. Filch. Kind-hearted Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, silently urging Isolde and me to make our escape. In that moment, they epitomized the bravery of Gryffindor, and to me, they were nothing short of divine. The following morning, chaos erupted within Gryffindor, in every conceivable sense of the word. Awakening to a deduction of 150 points felt akin to waking up to find oneself bankrupt. Meanwhile, Draco's meager deduction of 20 points in Slytherin went unnoticed. Sally and Perks delivered the latest gossip, revealing that it involved Harry Potter and two other first-year Gryffindors. Resting my chin on my hand, I gasped, aside from Harry and Hermione. Who could it possibly be? It couldn't be Ron, as he was confined to the hospital wing. Eventually, I learned the truth. Harry had been isolated, with only Ron by his side. Hermione, on the other hand, had become increasingly engrossed in her studies. And then there was Neville, the only other first-year wizard mentioned among the others, aside from Hermione. He perpetually kept his head down, timidly avoiding eye contact, often colliding with others. My concern for them grew, particularly for Neville, who was often alone while the three of them remained together. Thus, I suggested to Professor Sprout that Neville should be granted free access to Greenhouse 1. Professor Sprout readily agreed, recognizing Neville's potential. After tending to the magical plants in Greenhouse 4, I would seek out Neville in Greenhouse 1. Neville, how are you finding the horror story collection I sent you? I inquired. He set down his watering can and replied, Thank you, Senior White. It's quite good. I'm no longer afraid of the dark after reading it. I teased. So, does that mean you're no longer afraid of Professor Snape in his black robes? Neville hesitated, shaking his head, still somewhat fearful. No worries. I reassured him, patting the empty space beside me to take a seat and relax. In truth, Professor Snape reprimanded Neville in every class for his perpetual forgetfulness regarding potion-making steps, leading to numerous calamities. While I was present, I managed to divert Snape's attention, causing him to focus solely on mocking me rather than critiquing the others. However, Rebecca once mentioned that whenever she was alone as a student assistant, Neville often ended up in tears from Snape's scoldings. Neville, I hope you can put aside your worries about losing points. It's not as if you've committed some grave offense. If we're being honest, I should be the one facing deductions, far more than just 50 points. Neville looked up at me in confusion, softly asking, Why? I swung my legs, resting my hands on the edge of the stone bench, gazing upward at the greenhouse ceiling. Because I was also there that night, I was a second year, leading first years astray. Shouldn't I'd be deducted 70 points? Thankfully, Harry and Hermione covered for me, which spared me from punishment. Neville shook his head repeatedly, insisting that my actions were to save a dragon and thus should not warrant a penalty. I smiled in gratitude for Neville's comfort. It seemed he was feeling much better. Neville, you must believe in yourself. I heard from Professor Sprout that you've contributed points to Gryffindor, right? Just work hard to make up those 50 points. It's really no big deal. After soothing Neville, I ventured to the library in search of the trio. Following their recent ordeal, they had indeed developed a newfound love for studying. Harry, feeling quite aggrieved, scribbled a note to me. Everyone seems to doubt me. See, for your own sake. Perhaps it's best if you keep your distance. I stifled a laugh at Harry's heartfelt sentiment. I couldn't help but find it amusing. Don't worry, Harry. I stand with you. Of course, I was aligned with Harry in our mutual opposition to Voldemort's tyranny. Long live Harry Potter. That evening, I sought out Mr. Filch, aware that they would undoubtedly face detention. Thus, I brought a book to keep him company, and tonight, my patience was finally rewarded. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Draco were all to be escorted into the Forbidden Forest, a notion I found utterly perplexing. Why would detention lead them to such a perilous place? Chapter 30, The Detention Debacle. I feigned ignorance regarding Mr. Filch's destination, propping a book atop my head and resting my chin on the arm of the chair. Mr. Filch, where are you off to at this late hour? He replied, To the entrance hall, for unruly wizards are to be detained. Raising my hand, I asked, May I accompany you to observe? Mr. Filch flatly refused, instructing me to return to the Hufflepuff common room. I let out a small sound of dismay, retreating my head. But I merely wished to witness the event. After some coaxing, Mr. Filch begrudgingly allowed me to accompany him to the entrance hall. But I was surprised to see Isolde joining us, escorted by Professor Snape. Snape coolly instructed, Filch, take her along, before turning on his heel and departing. My curiosity piqued. I discreetly shot Isolde a questioning glance. She explained, I accidentally blew up my cauldron while brewing potions in Professor Snape's office. Really? Is that even possible? I mused. For Isolde was an exceptionally talented potion maker, perhaps even surpassing Rebecca. I smiled, understanding her intentions. Isolde was indeed a good friend for coming to support Harry and the others. Hermione gazed at Isolde with astonishment, exclaiming, Isolde, you truly are the best Slytherin in the world. Neville stammered. I can't believe that Black would risk Snape's ire for Harry and Hermione. That's quite noble. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed, Congratulations, host. You have successfully charmed Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Affection levels have reached the required threshold. Isolde frowned slightly, pausing for a minute before nodding. I couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Isolde was remarkable, effortlessly charming two individuals at once. Once Draco arrived, Mr. Filch interrupted our conversation, stating that it was time to depart. He escorted us to Hagrid's hut, where they were handed over to him. I was not permitted to join and was instead led back by Mr. Filch. He held the lantern as we walked side by side, prompting me to inquire, "Mr. Filch, why must detention lead to the Forbidden Forest? Isn't it dangerous?" He shook his head, responding, "I don't know. It's Professor McGonagall's orders." In truth, J.K. Rowling once acknowledged this as a significant plot hole. Nevertheless, Harry was merely a first year, and entering such a perilous location surely posed no issue for him. Mr. Filch urged me to hurry back to the Hufflepuff common room, admonishing me not to wander about at such a late hour. I was unable to accompany them, left only to pray for their safety and well-being. Fortunately, in the days that followed, they all appeared quite lively, except for Harry. The trio and Isolde pulled me into a small corner of the Gryffindor common room, claiming they had something significant to discuss, even using books to create a makeshift partition. Ron sighed as he piled up books, lamenting, "You never realize how few books you have until you need them." He then sought to borrow a book from Percy, who outright refused upon realizing Ron's intentions. I casually cast a silencing charm. This should suffice. Ron, feeling awkward, scratched his head and muttered, "I forgot." Harry gently patted Ron's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, assuring him, "It's all right, Ron, I forgot too." I placed my hands on my hips and inquired, "So, what brings you all to seek me out?" The four of them began to discuss animatedly. Harry recounted how he had seen a centaur and a mysterious figure in black alongside Isolde the previous day, revealing that the latter had slain a unicorn in a bid to prolong his own life. Ultimately, they concluded that Professor Snape was in league with the Dark Lord. In a certain light, Harry was correct, yet his assertion was not entirely accurate. In any case, Harry, do not shoulder everything by yourself. If you truly find yourself in peril, you can always seek out a Professor or Headmaster Dumbledore. I produced a generous assortment of snacks for them, for they were still first years and would undoubtedly be frightened by such occurrences. Harry touched his forehead, prompting Isolde to keenly inquire, "Does that scar hurt?" Harry lowered his gaze and murmured that it occasionally ached, and he was plagued by nightmares that were simply too horrifying to recount. I expressed my concern. "Then you must be having trouble sleeping?" Harry shook his head, replying, "Not really. Whenever I feel distressed, I hold onto the snow globe you gifted me." At this, the other three turned their attention to me. Ron puffed out his cheeks, saying, "So that's why Harry never lets me touch it. It's a gift from you." Hermione was astonished that I had given the snow globe to Harry, questioning, "But doesn't Harry already have Hedwig?" I clarified that it was merely a doll, and to my surprise, a hint of melancholy flickered in Hermione's eyes, while Isolde appeared as though she might burst into tears. Yet, Hermione seemed to rally herself, declaring, "It's all right. The Christmas gift you gave me is lovely as well." Isolde chimed in, "You must have seen my deep green coat." Hermione then boasted to Harry and Ron about her quill, insisting that she would use it for her exams. I couldn't help but chuckle. "Hermione, I fear that might not be permissible. There are special anti-cheating quills for exams." In an instant, Hermione deflated like a punctured balloon. "Oh, fine. I encouraged them. Best of luck on your exams. I believe in you." The time for examinations seemed to drag on interminably. The theory classes remained unchanged, with us answering papers in the classroom. However, the practical examinations had escalated in difficulty. The transfiguration exam required us to transform a rabbit into a slipper and then into a cushion. The charms exam demanded that we enlarge and reinforce a cabinet before using a spell to open its doors. The potions exam involved concocting a sleeping draught, a process that was undoubtedly far more intricate and time-consuming than that of the forgetfulness potion. Once the exams concluded, I resolved to take a stroll by the lake. As I had felt quite anxious during the tests, worried about my performance, and the crowded classroom had felt stifling. "Cece, you finished your exam," Fred exclaimed, releasing his grip on the giant squid's tentacle and rushing toward me. I nodded. "Have you all finished as well?" Fred affirmed, "Indeed." He pointed towards the giant squid at the lake's edge, where its tentacles had ensnared George and Lee Jordan, the three seemingly inseparable. "Look at that giant squid. With the weather so pleasant today, it has come out to bask in the sun, and we've caught it. However, it seems that George and Jordan have become its captives instead. Oh dear." George exerted every ounce of his strength to break free, while the squid wrapped its tentacles around Lee Jordan, who bellowed, "George, Fred, are we not brothers anymore?" George raised his hands in surrender, retorting, "Lee Jordan, my good friend, this is not my fault. It clearly has taken a liking to you.